Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great. Hey, give me some juice, baby!
Oh, yeah!
Let's get some juice, baby! On a Friday. Good to be with you. Welcome in. On a Friday, we're with you till 10 a.m. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Let's get cracking. Got a lot going on, man. How you feeling? How we doing?
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm a little bit nervous about Jose Altuve likely starting at offensive guard for the Texans this year. It's just as viable an opportunity as anybody else right there right now. But other than that, I feel like he's a veteran.
Yeah.
He can get in his reps, and he can play left guard for the Texans.
That's where we're at right now.
I'll be cool with that.
Yeah, that's where we're at. So I was wondering about this morning. I was thinking about this. Like, I'm super excited for the Texans season this coming season. It's hard not to be. They're a good team, made some improvements on defense. They're tearing down the offensive line, which I think as in a vacuum, as a thought process and a philosophy, I think most Texan fans agree with it. But I posed the question yesterday: when does the Toradol of the Laramie Tunsil trade, the overall good feeling of just Laramie's not here anymore. We don't have to worry about the lack of leadership or the poor leadership, however you want to frame it, in that offensive line room. Now I'm at the stage, Seth, where my question is, on this good football team, and it's undeniable, the Texans are a good football team. They were one of the last 8 teams standing last year. They're not great, but they're good. There's a micro rebuild going on right now inside that building, right? There is a micro version of what was going on macro, and now I'm thinking to myself, as they bring in Ed Ingram, who was, on the outs in Minnesota, veteran offensive lineman who started a bunch of games and had pass protection ratings that were in the same neighborhood as Kenyon Green, as did Laken Tomlinson last year. If you Pro Football Focus, however you buy into that, neither were great at pass protection. What is the comparable stage of this offensive line rebuild to where the Texans were are we in the Culley era right now of this offensive line rebuild?
We're like, if you put it into terms of Hurricane Harvey, we've
more relatable. Good.
We've torn down. We've gotten rid of the moldy drywall, but we're still watching baseball in our garages with a generator.
Yes.
We're relying on FEMA funds right now to feel better about our current circumstances. That Nick's showing up in a FEMA vest and a clipboard, and we're like, here, I'll give you how about an Ed Ingram for now that you could that'll keep you warm at night.
We're running to the mailbox every day hoping for the insurance check.
Yeah.
We need the real money to get this thing built, okay?
I'm on the verge of putting out a TikTok video of me desperately seeking help or getting a GoFundMe what have you.
That is really what this is. This is a mini rebuild going on within the framework of a team that is largely rebuilt. Like most of the defense is rebuilt. Like this is a Super Bowl caliber defense. The quarterback position is rebuilt. You've got C.J. Stroud. You're about to pay him in a year. You've got C.J. Stroud in various states of repair or disrepair. But the offensive line, is in FEMA mode right now.
I think that with Ed Ingram, so the latest signing at guard. He was a starter for 1.5 seasons for the Vikings. He's a second-round pick. When you watch him play, you can see the athleticism that made him an interesting prospect. And he has some really good clips of him doing some really good stuff, including against the Texans. I went back and watched some games versus the Texans.
Oh, yeah, they played
There's some snaps versus the Texans.
They played the Vikings this year.
Before he was benched. And that's the upside is, all right, this is a guy that the Vikings at least thought highly enough of to make him a starter for a chunk of time. Mm-hmm. And the consistency isn't there. Yeah. So much like Kenyon Green, who I'd say last year in the Colts game did some really good things, but you just got to do it consistently. The offensive linemen are a lot like baseball players. It's that you can pick out the best moments and think, oh, wow, that's an awesome baseball player.
Yeah.
You take the best at-bats John Singleton has had, and you're like, look at this monster.
Yeah.
This guy's a beast. Yeah. It's a matter of how often do you do it and how regularly do you do it. So Ed Ingram's a guy that hasn't done it consistently. The biggest thing I would say about the offensive line patchwork right now is that in signing two veteran guards, I think it's a very clear indicator that there will be genuine competition this year.
Yes.
If there was one thing that bothered me last year all through training camp, it was that, man, boy, they must feel really because they have just put their names in ink on the depth chart, and the tackles aren't practicing. They need their rest. They need they've got a little owie or something, and that somehow you're going to just show up in week one and be A-OK on the offensive line. That goes against the grain of everything that they preach. It goes against the grain of everything that D'Amico is about largely and says he's about. And it yielded bad results. So there's going to be genuine competition at the interior offensive line. And hopefully at offensive tackle, because right now there just aren't enough human beings to play tackle for there to be a genuine competition.
Yeah, to this point, and I think they're going to make more moves. I think offensive line is going to be a huge focus in the draft. I get all that. As it sits right now, March 14th, this is a huge bet on Nick Caley and Cole Popovich.
Right.
As currently constructed, this offensive line room is a huge bet on coaching, and that Bobby Slowick was the problem, not the player. You know, I get it; they've gotten rid of a bunch of guys, but they've not added significant level talent to that room as of
one of the little exercise I did yesterday, just by way of making myself feel a little bit better, but then also pointing out that hey, you don't have to have one of the best pass protecting tackles in the league to have a good enough offensive line to win a Super Bowl. So the Chiefs, when you bring up the Chiefs, it's a little bit unfair because they also have Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. But there's multiple instances of this throughout history. If you looked at 2020 Super Bowl, they had an offensive line that was about middle of the pack, but their offensive tackles, Donovan Smith and Jawan Taylor, were not good. They were worse than the Texans' offensive tackles were. What they did have was a really good interior offensive line. They had Joe Tooney playing his natural position of left guard. They had Creed Humphrey. They had Trey Smith. So I'm not overly concerned about, how do you replace Laramie Tunsil? It's just you've got to have a few viable guys and or studs somewhere along the offensive line. And then you can get by with guys that are just passable players. Right now, though, the only guy that really – Titus Howard, if you're going to pray at the altar of Pro Football Focus pass protection grades, Laramie Tunsil would have had Titus Howard would have had the second highest pass protector rating on that 2023 Chiefs offensive line.
Oh, wow.
So, you've got – Titus he's not played up to the level of his contract, but he's a viable offensive lineman. It's the other four positions right now that you just don't have a clue about. And that's a lot of dudes to fix. That's a lot,
yeah. And then that's what I'm saying. That's kind of like as of right now, it's a bet on coaching, but we know there's going to be more to do. Yeah, I'm with you. Look, if Titus can get out of his feelings about his friend Laramie getting sent to Washington. There's a lot to – it's a former first-round pick. There's plenty to work with there, got to get in shape. I think he needs to show up in better shape than he showed up in last year at
That'd be a
camp.
swell idea.
I think so, yeah. That
feels like a pretty – seems like one of the, maybe should be highest on the priority list on your off-season things.
I would hit my bell for that hot take, but it's across the room right now. So just assume – Seth, do you have your bell right there? Yeah, this needs to get in shape. That's a big take by me right there.
I feel good about today mentally because I already caught myself with one naming error, and then I like that I opened up the show with something that was going to make you try to figure out whether to correct me or not when I said that Jose Altuve might be a starting left guard for the Texans.
And what happened?
You understood that it was a joke.
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
Good.
We're gonna have a good
I didn't
show.
plan that either. It just came to me in the moment because I was watching Jose Altuve jump too early on that catch yesterday right before the show.
Dude, that catch.
That attempted a catch.
Yeah. You're getting some love on the text page right out of the chute. Well said, Seth. I think they're talking about your FEMA comparison. That was good.
Oh, okay.
That was solid.
I like the image of I'm going to have to work on my Photoshop skills this afternoon and put Nick in a FEMA coat.
Yes.
Nick and Cole Popovich in a FEMA suit and Nick
FEMA
Caley.
coats. Let's hear from the newest Texan. Here's Ed Ingram, the offensive lineman they picked up from Minnesota yesterday. Went to LSU in college, former second-round pick. Talking about you found this audio.
This was in the Area 45 last night. They found it. So this was Darren Wolfson talking to Ed Ingram a week after losing his starting job to Dalton Reisner. This is long, but it's interesting.
Yeah.
And how good of a feeling is it when Dalton, post-game or yesterday here in the locker room, speaks so highly of you? Like, that has to put a smile on your face, as tough a situation as it might be.
I mean, it's a good feeling, but I'm not surprised by it at all, just because of the type of guy he is. So, I mean, me and Dalton are boys, so which made this transition a lot easier when it happened. So, I'm excited for him.
Is it hard?
I mean, this is my first time dealing with NFL adversity, so it was definitely hard. But it's tough not being out there with my boys. But at the end of the day, I'm taking this as an opportunity to sit back behind Dalt, watch him. He's an older player. He's a vet. Learn from him. Focus on my technique. Focus on asking coaches questions, different stuff like that. So,
did you ask the coaches directly, why is this happening?
I mean, I didn't really have to ask them because I kind of just knew what it was, just about me, just cleaning up the little things. I feel like I'm great in the run game, but, sometimes I fall off blocks. So it's just about cleaning up those little things that can make me a great player.
I mean, I actually think, now, hey, I'm definitely not an offensive line expert. I won't pretend to be one. But I felt like Colts game, Rams game, that you played pretty well. I don't know about the Jacksonville game, but, those two games, Rams and Colts. Mm-hmm. So, it surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, it's surprising, but at the end of the day, they got to do what's best for the team. And all I can do is control what I can control, which is myself and how I respond to it. So,
where does that positive mindset come from? Does that go back many years?
I mean, God, praying to God. I got a good support. My teammates, all of them asking, am I okay? Talking to me, talking to some of the vets, Griff, talking to him. I mean, I got a good support system around here, so.
I like the guy.
I like the guy. I like the guy.
Yeah.
I like the guy. He's a swell fella.
Yeah.
Stay
on your blocks.
I like it. Yeah, I stay on your blocks and be better in pass protection.
Yeah.
Scrappy. Look, all I ask for is scrappiness as a baseline. A, these are our offseason priority lists. A, show up in shape. That goes for everybody. I'm not singling out. He does look like he's in really good shape.
Yeah.
Which could be a minus because he's about 305 pounds. So it's not like he's a road grader of an offensive.
Right.
But he does get stuff done in the run game because he's scrappy. He'll work up to the second level. He'll help. He'll scrape off the defensive tackle, work up to the second level. Had a couple nice blocks against Azeez Alshire last year in the Texans game. But also, I like that he owned it, that he saw it coming. He self-scouted him well enough to know he wasn't playing up to snuff. He did a shout out to God. Popular with CJ, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mostly, I just liked Darren Wolfson and asking the question, starting off with, talking to a guy who'd just been benched, but Dalton Reisner apparently said something nice about him.
Yeah.
How good of a feeling is it that the guy who replaced you said something nice about you? I was like,
it feels like It feels like a Berman question.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
You know that Dalton Reisner just said that you're a pretty good guy. What do you think about that?
Hey, we're here at we're here at Seth's the funeral of his wife. Hey, Seth, how awesome is it that Brandy had a life insurance policy? Isn't that a great feeling?
That's kind of what it is.
Yeah. I mean, sure. Amongst many other things that are going through my mind right now, I guess money. There's always a silver lining. I suppose.
Thanks for the props, Dalton Reisner.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Astros in the next segment here. We had our Cam Smith debut in right field yesterday. We had Jose Altuve doing things in left field that are making me nervous. We'll get to all of that.
We're going to freak out over it, I'll tell you what.
We'll do that coming up next. But first, let's get you guys. Speaking of the Astros, we are under 2 weeks away now from opening day, and you need to get your
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got a couple things we got to get to from the Astros yesterday. Actually, a handful of things. We'll start with Cam Smith. He went 0 for 2 at the plate yesterday. A couple of groundouts in the infield. That'll happen. He's still having a very good spring. He's starting to face pitching that's going to resemble the pitching, at least slightly resemble it, the pitching he'll see if he makes the big league ball club.
Yeah, that's a big thing to remember. Matt Kawahara had a good stat in the Chronicle this morning about the average level of pitching that he's faced in spring training. It's one of the cool things they do for you with these advanced stats these days, but it's slightly below on average what he would see in Double-A.
Yeah.
So he's had really, really good numbers so far. He's still batting over, but he might be below 400 at this point. Mm-hmm. But he's had a very, very good spring, but you got to put it in context and think, okay, on average he's seeing about a Double-A caliber of pitcher.
Yeah.
So it's over an extended period of time. That's the kind of guy that goes straight to the majors.
That's right.
So it's just that it's impossible to know right now. I think a lot of it is going to continue to be about whether does Chas McCormick show up and do anything at any point in spring training? Yeah, and can Cam Smith look good in right field? So he didn't get any balls hit his way yesterday in 5 innings, and Espada said they're looking at stuff like, his positioning and how he's handling the mental side of the game when he's not getting any action.
Yeah.
But I think by and large, as long as he can be competent to promising at right field as a fielder, if he keeps it up at the plate, there's a good chance we see him sooner than we thought.
Yeah, which we have no idea how he is at right field because like Altuve, when you and I were there a couple of weeks ago, he didn't get a ball hit to him in right field in the game yesterday.
He's only had somewhere between 5 to 7 balls hit to him.
Yeah.
So, and he hasn't had any particular challenges except yesterday where he failed that challenge.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you talk about Altuve?
Yeah.
I was talking about Cam Smith.
I know, and then I was talking about Altuve.
Oh, okay. I didn't know. Yeah. Gotcha. I didn't know who you were talking about.
You said, yeah.
Altuve had one hit to him yesterday that was not good. Here's the play-by-play from the game yesterday. Altuve with a ball hit to him in deep left field. Got to the wall just fine, but mistimed his jump. Here's what it sounded like.
This one hit high in the air to left field, wind blowing out that way. Well, he kind of mistimed his jump. It went off the wall, and Jake Myers is going to try and play it back into third base. Sliding in with a triple is Ivan Herrera.
Okay, so mistimed his jump. And if you're an Astros fan, you've seen this by now, I'm assuming, if not on TV yesterday, on social media. It's honestly, Seth, it was the worst possible sequence of things out there for Altuve. Yeah. If you're somebody who's nervous about Altuve playing left field, which I am. I count myself among those people that's nervous about Altuve playing left field, that they're parking him there because they need to keep his bat in the lineup, which if he hits the way he's been hitting for his career, they do need to keep his bat in the lineup. But they're kind of placing him out there because it's a little less dangerous than having him at second base these days, except when it's a play up against the wall that turns into a triple because Jose Altuve mistimes his jump and then just stands there because I guess he thought the ball went out of the ballpark. He just Jake Myers had to run a 100-yard dash to come over and get the ball and get it back into the infield so it didn't turn into an inside-the-park home run.
Yeah, that was what made it go from bad to worse, was just the general – we've talked about this. Hey, Altuve, as a base runner – sometimes has a hard time keeping track of exactly what the situation is. Yeah. And as a left fielder, when you make those mistakes, it can be disastrous at times. So that a mental – for other players, I might just write it off, no big deal. I might more easily write off the fielding error than the mental error right there. Yeah. Because that's Altuve playing the game of baseball at times. That's concerning. I don't want to jump off a bridge over this, but it was a really good illustration of how it's not so simple for a 35-year-older to just go out and play left field for the first time in his career.
Yeah.
When Biggio did it, he had already played well over 100 games in his career as an outfielder. He had some experience at it. Altuve, it's going to be a different variety. Boy, he's played one game at second base in spring training. There's still obviously a very good chance that he ends up at second base. Yesterday made me nervous. I don't want to panic about it, but yesterday made me nervous because people will say, accurately so, hey, you don't get that much action out there in left field. You really don't.
Yeah.
How many times is it going to matter? I don't know, like one out of 7 times in the outfield over the course of a season. That's a lot of errors in a season.
Well, and an error at second base more often than not is going to mean a guy getting to first.
Yeah.
Right. And that error got a guy in scoring position early in the game, like super scoring position, third base. So, yeah, there's fewer balls hit out that way. There's a lot more routine stuff going on out there. But when an error is made or when a mistake is made, it can be a catastrophe out there.
And then I guess the other thing that bothers me about it is that it's not like it was because he got a bad read off the bat or anything, because that's understandable. It was a windy day, so it was more difficult. And you don't have the StatCast stats available at Cactus Park of the Palm Beaches. Mm-hmm. Which the catch probability is always BS anyway. Field would have made.
Yes.
It wasn't a super simple and easy catch, but I think it's a catch that most major league outfielders would have made.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And you bring up his age. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, especially with Jose Altuve, because he's my favorite athlete maybe in the history of this city, and he's the greatest player in the history of that franchise. But as I'm watching him bumble around out in left field yesterday and knowing what it's been looking like at second base, he's not a good defensive player anymore. He's not even a mediocre defensive player anymore. He better keep hitting. You know what I mean?
It feels like when George W. Bush took up painting after his term, and you're like, oh, it's a good for you.
Right.
It's not actually a good painting or anything, but good for you. Good for you.
But he was off. But that was post his administration when he doesn't need to do anything anymore. Jose Altuve still needs to hit. And he needs to hit really well if he's going to justify being at any of the 9 positions on the diamond defensively right now. That's just the part as I'm peeping ahead. I sometimes have a problem staying in the moment. But as I'm watching this play out yesterday in left field and knowing what it's looked like at second base, I'm like, this dude better still have an 800 OPS there's 5 years left on He's in the first year of a 5-year extension. You know what I mean? Like it's so that I'm just saying. I'm like and if he's got an 850 OPS, then he can bumble around out there, and I'll be okay with it. If he's sitting around with a 700 OPS, then that gets problematic. For a team that's not as good offensively or doesn't forecast to be as good offensively as they've been in recent years.
If he that's what you have to honestly consider is, okay, last year it was great. He played 153 games. Played a lot. They would have preferred if they didn't have the injury situations that they did
play less,
to give him some days off. And there was a drop-off. He had the lowest OPS plus in a full season that he's had since 2015.
Yeah.
So, which was still, it's not like he was a bad baseball player, and he was still a 790 OPS guy, but that's not classic Jose Altuve. So you're right. I don't want to say the sky is falling or anything, but man,
he better hit.
The aging compounding with making a position change that doesn't look like it's a seamless position change.
Right.
It makes me nervous.
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about keeping the window open, and this is still a title team, and I would love for nothing more than Jose Altuve to be a part of another World Series championship. Obviously, he better hit, because the defense isn't going to be good. He's not going to be a good left fielder. Serviceable is the ceiling.
He needs to be Jordan in left field.
Yeah.
You're going to live with some things, but you live with it because he's awesome at the plate.
If he's Jordan in left field, that's a win. Jordan's not a horrible left fielder.
Right.
Yeah.
But he's a passable left fielder.
Passable, yeah. Serviceable, absolutely. Texts are coming in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Analogy, Seth, about the house. I'm not looking for a mansion. I just want to get out of the garage right now.
Right. No, and I think that's a lot. There's a lot to that. To use the Chiefs as an example, that if you have other things correct and right, you can you can withstand and actually thrive with an average offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
The 2023 Super Bowl is a good example of it. Now, they had 3 really good interior offensive linemen on that team, but the notion that, you absolutely have to have a stud left tackle and a stud right tackle, that's just not true. And plenty of teams have won Super Bowls or been very good offenses without stud offensive tackles. But you got to have a couple of studs along the way. The moves they've made so far with Laken Tomlinson and Evan Ingram, it feels very much more like, all right, these guys are guys who we bring in to compete, and maybe we get the best out of them. One is a younger guy, and Evan Ingram. Laken Tomlinson is an older guy who hasn't been as good in the last couple of years as he was when he was with San Francisco. But they can compete, and they can be viable veterans. But there's still only one guy who's a plus pass protector on that offensive line, and it's Titus Howard, which I know Titus hasn't lived up to his contract per se, but he's still at least a plus pass defender as an offensive tackle. They've got work to do. They've got work to do, and it's for the veterans. It's going to probably come via trade if you want to get a stud, and in the draft. In the draft,
that's what I was just going to say. If I had to predict, with the week. Whatever how we measure physical talent, just pure talent, not experience. Yeah. The most talented offensive lineman on the Texans going into next season is not on the team right now, and I'm guessing they played in college last year. Just purely physical. I'm not saying they're best offensive linemen, just their most talented and decorated offensive linemen. Morning, fellas. I had to explain to my buddy that Tunsil was the hot girl that you had to break it off with and did everything to get with 2 firsts. Yes. And then you realize she was crazy, penalties. She didn't care about anything but herself and running up your credit cards contract. She was never worth it. That's her Slice.
Oh, boy, good job, Slice.
That's an analogy you can speak to. So I
had the same thought when I was on the elliptical yesterday, and I didn't flesh it out nearly as well as that. So, yes. A+ to you, Slice, because you stroked my ego a little bit, but then you also improved on it. The thought I had, except I didn't think of any examples, is when you find out that somebody broke up with a hot celebrity, or you find out that he cheated on her, and people are like, "Oh my God, how could you do that? Yeah. How could you cheat on that vision? How could you do that to Halle Berry?" And then I always think like, there might be, who knows? Dude, who knows what goes on in the behind closed doors?
Tunsil is Jennifer Lopez. That's who he's Jennifer Lopez. Like, who would break up with J-Lo? She might be the most beautiful woman in the world. And then you're like, she also might be a bit much. There are
I had that thought with Natalie Portman's husband when, they broke their marriage. Broke up. Listen, I like Natalie Portman a lot. I think she's a fine actress, but I don't know what she's like in her personal life.
We're not in the locker room.
Yeah. Men and women both can be driven to do things that on the surface level look very wrong, but you never know exactly what actually happens behind closed doors.
Last text here before we get to headlines in the next segment. This goes back to Ed Ingram getting the compliment from Dalton Reiser. Wally Pipp was a great guy. Signed Lou Gehrig.
Yeah, exactly. We played some audio of Ed Ingram. Yeah. When I first found out that the Texans signed a guy who played football in Louisiana and his last name was Ingram, I was kind of like, maybe does Mark Ingram have a son I don't know about or something? I got excited. Yeah. And it turns out not as exciting.
No, and much bigger too. We played some audio a little bit earlier where Ed Ingram, new Texan, maybe available for a reason, but not his personality.
There is upside. There's definitely upside though. If Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, and Nick Caley can be improvements over what we had last year on the coaching front, then maybe they can get the best out of him because there's definitely an upside. It's just he needs to be way more. Like a lot of guards that have come through with the Texans, including Kenyon Green, there's good tape out there. Yeah. A lot of people in Washington are showing clips from the Colts game, and I approve. Yes, he did some awesome stuff in that Colts game. That's the upside. It's just a matter of doing it consistently.
Yeah, doing it 17 games, for sure. All right, let's get to headlines. We say goodbye to a very popular team, at least to position themselves here in free agency, and we got a lot to get to. So Astros, Rockets, news in the NFL, college basketball as well. Ton to get to in headlines, and that is coming up next.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton. is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with headlines with the Texans. We've not gotten to this yet, but sad day if you're a Houston Texan fan and you're a fan or friend of John Weeks. He is signing a one-year deal with the San Francisco 49ers. John Weeks, who I consider a good friend of this station and this show, Seth, for the first time in over 200 games, will not be a Houston Texan.
This a volunteer fireman at that.
Yeah,
he's
the first
almost
responder.
He's almost like the mayor of Houston in a lot of ways. He's been something steady that you can rely on through thick and through thin, and he ends up. I was surprised by this. And now, listen, evaluating long snappers, not my forte. It's not like he's ever had an exorbitant contract or anything.
They're pretty easy to evaluate, actually. Just don't
the amount of times that I can remember that I was angry at John Weeks for a bad snap, pretty much zero. There were times where, remember, sometimes they would have issues with the kicking through various different coaching staffs and everything, and you could point to the process, and it was the holder or it was the kicker himself. It was very, very rarely, if I can't ever remember consciously at times. But man, hell of a run, and now I wish the best for him in San Francisco. It's got to be weird when you've been in one place, one actual locker room, that entire time, to all of a sudden find yourself amongst new teammates. It's a weird feeling.
Think of everything he's seen through his 15 seasons with the teams, like the ups and the downs. Like it's been at times a very wild ride here.
If you wanted to write a tell-all expose, if only the Texans had won a Super Bowl somewhere along the way, then it would pop bigger. But yeah, he should get together with a ghostwriter when he's all done.
He should,
and just write a nice little. It doesn't have to. It's not going to do great outside the city of Houston, but amongst sports fans, it'll probably be a good read.
This is probably better for something outside of headlines. Probably a better topic for when we can talk about it a little bit more. But if John Weeks were to write a tell-all story about his time with the Texans from 2010 through yesterday.
Yeah.
Which and the chapters were done by season. Which chapter would you turn to go read first if you were a Houston Texan fan?
Probably the COVID year.
Yeah.
2020 was when everything was at its absolute weirdest. There's always weird stuff happening on an NFL team, and it doesn't matter how good or how bad you are. It's a bunch of alpha males crammed into an organization, and a lot of them with personality quirks that are pretty extreme that they get away with because they're such good football players or such good football coaches. Yeah, there's a lot of good juice that never sees the light of day.
The first 3 seasons that pop into my head. All the seasons after the division title. Remember, they win 2 in a row, and then 2013 happens. They win 2 in a row, and then 2017 happens. They win 2 in a row, COVID year, boom.
You know where I'm still impressed, where the bro code still exists?
Yeah.
It's in group chats. I've got so much incriminating stuff on my phone from various friends through the years on group chats or jokes that they've made or whatever. You very rarely see a news story that hinges on a group chat being exposed. Yeah. I still, you know what? It makes me feel good about humanity that there's still, when it comes to selling out your buddies, nobody wants to defy the code of the group chat.
Makes me want to go through my phone and extort some of my friends is what it makes me want to do. All right, let's keep it moving here. Headlines. The other Texans headlines, Christian Kirk restructured his deal in the last 24 hours. As you and I had both talked about, would probably need to happen in order for them to fit his $16 million under the cap. They create $12 million in cap space by doing so. So Christian Kirk does that. Laramie Tunsil had a thank you post yesterday on his social media platforms for the city of Houston. Very, very kind words for the city of Houston. Astros, we touched on that. Cam Smith got his debut in a spring training game in right field yesterday. No chances in the field, 0 for 2 at the plate. We didn't touch on this, but I know this is something that I'm sure you're thrilled to talk about, Seth. Forrest Whitley has a bone bruise on his left knee.
That's
immediately
you think,
the bone bruise on his left knee.
Did I miss a report of him getting beamed by a line drive or something? No, I didn't. It just showed up This might be the first time I can remember hearing of a spontaneously occurring bone bruise. His own body attacked himself.
Well,
I say this without any hatred towards him or anything. You just can't trust Forrest Whitley's body. He's just not built for it, man. It's every single year.
Yeah.
He had 2 issues last year. It was a middle finger. I remember that one. I can't remember what the other issue was last year. But it's always something.
He's had an oblique at one point or another. I know that. He's had everything.
I mean, he's still relatively young. I mean, he has the injury history of a 36-year-old.
Yeah.
It's all this stuff that pops up with regularity.
And he's finally starting to look like he can get major league hitters out too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like he's finally starting to look like he can be at least a viable piece in your bullpen somewhere. You're going to get something out of this first round pick, but no, man.
Yeah.
Bone bruise, left knee. Rockets have the Mavericks tonight and the Bulls tomorrow, so back-to-back against 2 teams that aren't very good. Gardner Minshew to the Chiefs, Seth, yesterday.
Bam, they're back, baby.
He's going to be Patrick
They
Mahomes'
are
backup.
back.
Yeah. We lost big in the Super Bowl. We got to attack this thing. Who do we need? Gardner Minshew. We're being sarcastic about it. He's fine, backup quarterback. He can go win some games for him if something happens to old Kermit out there in Kansas City.
And we should. Did you touch on Altuve's error in left field?
I did not.
Okay, so, Jose Altuve misjudged fly ball to left field, a deep ball up against the wall. He was in position. He just jumped too early.
Yeah. Did they tag him with an error officially on that, or did they kind of just he mistimed his jump?
Yeah, it's spring training.
Well,
it wasn't an easy catch to make, but it was a catch that if you don't make it, you make it because you don't handle it with your glove properly, I think. I mean, he completely missed time. He was descending at the point where he should have been making the catch.
Yeah.
So in my mind, it's an error.
Yeah,
and
I'm with you.
And then he stood around.
Yes.
He stood around. And Jake Myers had to hoof it over to bail him out on that part of it.
Right, and you can't tag somebody with an error for standing around, unfortunately, in the box score. But that's that's not an error, box score error. The standing around is even worse than a box score error.
Because it was kind of akin to the thing Altuve will do on the base paths at times. And you remember, we worried about his arm strength and throwing the ball in. And then we also worried whether he would have mental gaffes the way he does on the base paths. Yep. And yes, that was a mental gaffe. The only good thing that came out of him in the field yesterday was that after that play, Jake Myers ended up making a great play in left center after lining up over towards right center.
Yeah.
And at least you remembered, thank God Jake Myers is on the team.
Jake's been hitting. He's been hitting a little bit lately too, which makes me feel better. So yeah. Man, we're under 2 weeks till opening day. It'll be here before we know it. This is fun. One last note, college basketball, the best player, excuse me, he plays for Duke. He had a nasty ankle injury yesterday in the ACC tournament, so we'll wait and see what happens with that. The big tournament gets going a week from today, or a week from yesterday, next Thursday. So something to keep an eye on. Cooper Flagg. That'll show up at 8 o'clock. There was a horrible, horrible take on the Cooper Flagg injury that's going to show up in Take-A-Mania at 8 o'clock, where we run all the bad takes from the week out against Angelo Cataldi, the reigning champion.
Yeah, for anybody who's been getting sick of hearing Angelo Cataldi's brilliantly awful take, there's a contender this week.
There is a contender, yes. So he may get taken down. We'll find out in an hour. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 7 o'clock hour we go. D'Amico Ryans talking about offensive linemen at the Combine. This was before they traded Laramie Tunsil. This is maybe an indicator as to how bad the non-pass protection stuff was with Laramie Tunsil. We'll also hear from Kenyon Green. He did a press conference yesterday in Philly where he talked about needing a change of scenery. So we'll hear from former Texan Kenyon Green coming up next.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, they introduced Kenyon Green in Philadelphia yesterday, former first-round pick of the Texans, sent to Philly for C.J. Gardner-Johnson earlier this week. And Kenyon Green was asked if he needed a change of scenery from Houston.
Definitely a fresh air, new surroundings, new people to meet, a different atmosphere. I'm extremely grateful for, what the Texans done for me and everything. Unfortunately, it didn't go, the way that, I wanted to, but, I'm excited and happy that I'm here with the Eagles.
Yeah, for the Texans, there's a combination of things. Kenyon Green still showed his upside at points last year. In that Colts game, for instance, I had high hopes for Kenyon Green. He did some really good things in that game. He still had some things to clean up. There were signs in that Colts game that I thought would get better all along the entire offensive line that didn't get better for a long time. Some of the miscommunications between Kenyon and Laramie Tunsil, for instance, in the run game. There were some glaring errors there, but he also physically did some really good things. And I think in a lot of ways, Evan Ingram, who the Texans signed yesterday for a one-year deal,
Ed Ingram, yeah.
Ed Ingram. Yeah. What did I say?
Evan Ingram. That would have been a nice signing. I would have liked Evan Ingram on the Texans.
That's the one I'm going to be messing up. All right, so I got to have that let me put that in my brain. I'm going to mess up and say Evan Ingram at some point.
Dude, I think I might have said it this morning, too.
Yeah, okay, I'll blame you. Ed Ingram, the offensive guard that the Texans signed, started for 2.5 seasons for Minnesota. Yeah. And in a lot of ways, I think even the version of Kenyon Green we saw this year where Kenyon Green lost weight, he looked more athletic, that's what Ed Ingram looked, 305 pounds or so. Pretty athletic when he's on his good plays. He's just not very consistent. So they're banking on, just as the Eagles are banking on, maybe a new scene and a new scenario makes sense for Kenyon Green. The Texans are looking at a guy that has a lot of upside, but just needs to be a more complete football player.
Yeah, that's how I view it, Seth. When we came into the show at 6 o'clock and you were laying out the Ed Ingram scenario of what exactly the Texans were trading for, in my mind I'm going, it sounds like they're trading for Kenyon Green, which I'm cool with as long as Ed Ingram isn't coming in with the in-ink, the penciling in ink of being the left or right guard going into the season. I'm cool with bringing in a Kenyon Green type penny stock right now that with the right coaching and the right change of scenery and in the right offense might turn into an average guard. That's all I'm asking for is an average guard. If he can turn into that, I'm totally cool with this, but he better be one of about 6 or 7 guys that are vying for this stuff.
It never once felt, observing practice last year in training camp, that there was any kind of a genuine competition going on at left guard and center. And it was curious to me because so much about what they preach with the Texans is in having genuine competition that, man, it did not feel like that. Now, the bonus side of this, because right now this rebuild is very much a FEMA project. It doesn't look like what you're dreaming of, rebuilding with your insurance money. So the fact that they got C.J. Gardner-Johnson back with the Kenyon Green trade. So if you had to stay with Kenyon Green and not get C.J. Gardner-Johnson, then I'd feel if you cut Kenyon Green and you brought in Ed Ingram, I would think like, all right, well, I mean, have you improved really all that much at all? The fact that they actually brought in C.J. Gardner-Johnson and now are also bringing in perhaps a different version of Kenyon Green in terms of how he's played as a pro, then I'm okay with that for now. But I will be very, very uncomfortable with this offensive line if they don't draft a guy in the first round, if they don't trade for a veteran impact player at some point, really up until September. Because the only thing I really feel better about is that it seems like they're going to have a genuine competition. Yeah. That when you bring in Laken Tomlinson, I don't think that it's an automatic that he's going to be a starting guard on day one. There's going to be a competition of some sorts on the interior offensive line.
I agree with you on that. We'll hear one more from Kenyon Green in a second. Do I need to put up a poll, Seth, for Texan fans on just their comfort level with the strategy of rebuilding the offensive line? Like, where are you right now on the? Like, are you super nervous about it? Do you just are you confident in Nick? You know, I don't know exactly how to frame the question, but I do feel like we're kind of entering the period here at the end of the first week of free agency, and then we're going to be entering that kind of not dead period, but it feels like a long slog for the next 5 weeks till we get to the draft. You know,
right now, if you were to ask, how do you feel about the current strategy for rebuilding the offensive line? 3 choices: 1, extreme panic.
Okay.
2, 3.
Let Nick cook.
Yeah, let Nick cook.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I think that's probably that's on the spectrum of optimism versus pessimism.
Yep, I think so. Yeah, we got one at each extreme end and then one in the middle. I think that'll be good. Okay, I'll put that up when we get a break here coming up later in the 7 o'clock hour. One more from Kenyon Green in his press conference yesterday in Philadelphia describing his style of play.
I'm a physical guy. You know, I like just, you know, trying to be a mauler, you know, just moving people. And, you know, wherever that goes with, you know, I'm playing this season or wherever I need to play, I'm going to do whatever I need to do, you know, to make sure that, you know, the Eagles we're winning games.
Okay, so this is, and again, I'm not disagreeing with him because I think that is the style of play that he's shown at times. The problem with Kenyon Green, and this is what you worry about with guys who are kind of maulers in college, is learning to have the wisdom of when to be a mauler and when not. Because there are times this year where Kenyon Green he's trying to be a good O-line teammate. I'm going to go help out the guard. But as he's doing that, and as he's trying to bury his head in the ribs of a defensive end, he completely misses that there's a looper coming around on a stunt.
CJ's getting body slammed. Yeah.
You know, Tyler Booker is a guy that I really like, the guard from Alabama. That's probably going to go in the first round. Might be there when the Texans pick it if the Texans pick at 25.
Yep.
I think he's got a good awareness of when to be a mauler. Or when to be a little bit more careful and conservative. But he does have some Kenyon Green type tendencies. There's times where in college you can get away with it. You're a big, strong guy, and you're leaning out way over your feet. And when you're blocking a 245-pounder, no big deal. Right. When you're trying to block Quinnen Williams and you do that, you get dumped on your face.
Works against Vanderbilt. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like it's a lot harder to maul full-grown men. And you see this out of every single offensive lineman. They've all got quirks as college guys that will get exposed if they don't fix it when they get to the NFL. Tyler Booker has some of that in him where he's going to have to clean up some of this leaning because he'll get dumped on his face if he doesn't. And Kenyon Green, I think, has made progress with some of those things. But as it was with a lot of the offensive linemen last year, there was a general lack of awareness when it came to dealing with D-line movement, games and stunts and blitzes, that their mauler tendencies really screwed the team at times.
Yeah. I'm rooting for Kenyon Green. Seems like a great dude. He's a Houston guy. His success or failure doesn't affect the Texans really at all. He's over there in the NFC. I don't know if he's angry enough to play in Philadelphia. I just don't know if he's got that angry side to him to either play alongside the guys on that line or in that city full of very angry people.
It's the same thing when you watch Ed Ingram. You see examples of it. You see There's times on a combo block and worked up to a linebacker. That first Colts game especially, he made those linebackers. He was one of the guys that made some of those linebackers look like punks in that game.
Killed the podcast, yes.
Yeah, he killed the podcasting linebackers, looked like fools.
Yeah.
But it's just a matter of consistency. So Ed Ingram, same thing. If he can be more consistent, and it's going to be the same thing with Kenyon Green. With Kenyon Green, maybe with Jeff Stoutland as his offensive line coach, you see the very best version of Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green, the athlete last year, that was real. I mean, that wasn't just us looking at him and being looking like he was a little bit more slender and maybe that'll work out. I think he looked more athletic last year. And on the good plays, it looked really, really good. He just wasn't consistent enough. Ed Ingram is kind of the same type of body type as the new Kenyon Green.
Mm-hmm.
He's 6'3", he's 305. He looks athletic for a guard. But, man, when you're 305, you got to be really dialed in. Your bulk's not going to bail you out. When you're it's hard to be a mauler at 305 unless your technique is pristine.
Yes. Yeah, no, you're right about that.
The other big thing about this, because I know people are going to read into this, and justly so. The Texans have signed 2 offensive linemen so far of note. And Ed Ingram was in a Kevin O'Connell scheme. Kevin O'Connell is from the McVay-Shanahan tree. And then they signed Laken Tomlinson, who was in San Francisco when DeMeco was in San Francisco. Obviously, Shanahan is on the Shanahan tree. O'Connell mixes and matches a lot. The Rams the last couple years where Nick Caley was, has mixed and matched a lot. They're not predominantly an outside zone team. So I'm not going to read into it too much at this point other than that they probably, at the very least, maybe have good word of mouth on how these guys operate as pros.
That's a good point. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, that might be the first time someone's ever referred to Philadelphia being a breath of fresh air. That's good shade right there.
Go fix that Liberty Bell, Kenyon Green.
That's it, man. Go fix that crack. All right, DeMeco Ryans, just sticking with the offensive line for another couple minutes here. I thought this was interesting. This was DeMeco Ryans at the Combine. I think Garrett from Houston Stressens had this posted a few days back. When you hear this, what DeMeco looks for in an offensive lineman, this is from a couple weeks before the Tunsil trade, obviously. When I hear this, it makes you realize, like, oh, wow, the things that made the team want to move Laramie Tunsil must have been pretty bad.
I look at offensive linemen, first and foremost, I'm looking at, pass protection. Like, how good is the guy in pass protection? And then, for everyone, for me speaking, offensive linemen, I want to see that grit. I want to see that toughness, right, that nastiness of how guys are finishing their blocks, right, what type of leaders these guys are, how passionate they are about football. That's very important to me when it comes to the offensive line.
That's pull up your pants, take off the bra, and be a man.
Okay.
Harlan was at the Combine.
He was.
Stream. You know what? I'd like to hear Kevin Harlan do play-by-play on the workouts at the Combine.
Oh, he would make it so exciting. He's the best. He's the best. I thought it was very interesting that when you hear that cut, and this is DeMeco back in late February, so a couple of weeks ago, and he said, someone asked him, what are you looking for an offensive lineman? And the first thing he says, very first thing, pass protection. Okay, so that's the very first thing. Laramie Tunsil, by the eye test and by all the advanced stats, is one of the better, if not best, pass protectors at that position in all of football.
It's fun to watch him pass protect, honestly. He's an artist.
He's very good at it.
He's shut down Myles Garrett multiple times. He's very good against Micah Parsons as a pass protector. Like, he is brilliant as a pass protector.
DeMeco goes on to use words like grit and toughness and leadership as far as the description of the rest of what he's looking for. So in that answer, the sum total of that answer is pass protection first, and then he lists all these other intangible qualities. Man, for the team to trade the guy who's one of the best at the thing that DeMeco lists first in his stream of conscious about pass protection means that the other things in his eyes must have been pretty bad, I would say.
If I had to make a comparison to Laramie Tunsil as an Olympic athlete, when it comes to his ability to pass protect, but then looking at his entire game and the way he operates, he is like a gold medalist fencer. Whereas a guy like Trent Williams is more like a gold medalist he's a guy that carries a battle axe.
Mm-hmm.
He's just he's gonna take a battle axe and split you right down through the skull.
Yeah,
that's Trent Williams.
Yes,
Trent Williams. And this is why it bothered me so much that the Texans didn't try to trade for Trent Williams when he was available for just about nothing, a 3rd and a 5th round pick, and he was living in Missouri City. That Trent Williams' game is entirely different than Laramie Tunsil's. They're opposite ends of the spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
One is a tough, physical barroom brawler. The other guy is an Olympic fencer, and it's just they're 2 different styles of play. So, and it doesn't mean that one is better and one is worse. It's just that Laramie's isn't the version of play that I think really gets D'Amico's juices flowing.
Yep. Someone says on the text page, Kenyon Green getting a press conference is wild to me. It was a strange visual. The last time he had a press conference was he probably did one at training camp or something like that. But the last time he had one where you're sitting down in street clothes in the media room was probably the day he got drafted or the day after.
I think the Eagles probably look at offensive linemen that come into the system because they have one of the best offensive line coaches this century in Jeff Stoutland. I think Eagles fans probably look at it the same way Astros fans do when a pitcher comes into the organization. Mm-hmm. That, hey, if you're Kikuchi, if you're Garrett Cole, if you're Charlie Morton, the Astros are going to figure out a way to get something out of you. And if I'm an Eagles fan, me looking at Eagles fans on social media who are gushing over clips from that first Colts game and others, I don't begrudge them a bit. The proof in the pudding that, they can get the most out of guys like Mekhi Becton. Yep. Guys who were disappointments elsewhere, they can get the most out of them. So it makes sense. It makes sense that Eagles fans would look at the best version of Kenyon Green and think, all right, maybe we've got something here.
They've got a right to do that, man. They've got Jeff Stoutland in the building for sure. The latest on Cooper Kupp, shifting gears slightly here, from Adam Schefter this morning. Developing. Let me just stop. I will always read a tweet whose first word is developing with a colon after it.
Mm-hmm.
That means there's tea coming. A sleeper team that has emerged and is now making a push to sign former Rams free agent wide receiver Cooper Kupp is the Dallas Cowboys. Per league sources, Kupp's decision on where to sign could come as early as today. The timing part, we'll talk about the Cowboys here in a second, Seth. The timing part of it matches up with something Jordan Schultz reported yesterday of Fox, that Cooper Kupp has about 5 teams that are really interested in him right now, and there's an expectation that he's not going to drag this process out. He's not going to Aaron Rodgers this thing and look to be the center of attention in the sports world for 3 or 4 days like Aaron Rodgers. Like Cooper Kupp wants to get this thing done reportedly here. So Dallas, how about that, man? Dallas in on Cooper Kupp.
Dallas making moves.
So,
Landry Locker yesterday poured some cold water on people like me who have said, all right, I don't know if the Texans go after Cooper Kupp because Kupp's a slot receiver. The Texans already traded for Christian Kirk. And Landry brought up multiple instances of various times the Rams where the multiple having 2 slot receivers has worked out really well. Amendola and Edelman with the Pats for a couple of years, and Robert Woods and Kupp together with the Rams. I think it's a very, very good point. I guess where my question about it would be, it's one thing when you've got a veteran paired with a draft pick. It's another when you're actually paying guys like veteran receivers and giving up draft picks for Christian Kirk. Yeah. That's where, with the Texans in the cap situation they're in, I just wonder if that's where they would go with this. But maybe it doesn't prevent them drafting a Buka, for instance.
Of course.
So yeah, that's where. So I think it still could be prohibitive in signing Cooper Kupp, but maybe I'm overthinking it when I think, the Texans wouldn't want a Buka because he's more of a slot receiver. Yeah, there's as Landry pointed out, there's plenty of evidence that teams have done that with a draft pick and a veteran.
All right, I got another Cooper Kupp question for you in a second, but before we do that, let me play D'Amico Ryans here, Colin. Let's get D'Amico Ryans on this is from 2 years ago, on what the Texans look for in wide receivers.
With the receiver position, we're looking for guys who are separators, right? Who can separate, who can find a way to get open, right? And if you have that one redeeming quality that you can separate, right, that's what we're looking for. Especially that shows up on third down, right? How do you win third down? How do you stay on the field as an offense, right, and continue to produce and move the ball down the field? It's about third down, right, and being able to convert. And the way you convert is guys who are savvy enough to find a way to.
We played that clip dozens of times. It's very telling as to how they view the wide receiver position and maybe some of the guys they've picked since D'Amico's gotten into the building there. How do you process that, Seth, alongside these numbers here that Warren Sharp posted yesterday? Cooper Kupp's rank in the ability to get open on ESPN's player tracking data. In 2021, and this is out of about 150, 160 receivers in any given year, in that range. 2021, the year that he was the best receiver on the planet, he was 15th out of 160. And then in 2022, when the injuries start to stack up, he's 71st. And then in 2023, he's 102. And then last season, he's 141 out of 159 in his ability to do what D'Amico Ryans says is the key thing they look for in receivers, the ability to get separation and get open. Do you buy into that?
I buy into it a little bit, and this is where it always gets interesting with these stupid advanced stats when it comes to football especially. Mm-hmm. The NFL Next Gen stats had him as rated as one of the highest guys in getting separation this year. And the separation stats are always really dicey because a lot of it does matter on scheme. It matters. Are you grading only the plays where he's targeted versus the ones where he's not? I think the ESPN ones grade whether you're targeted or not. Okay. So I might lean into that a little bit more. The next-gen stats are for when you're targeted. Mm-hmm. But when Cooper Kupp was targeted last year, he was amongst the best in the league in getting separation. Yeah. But then you look at one other advanced stat, it says he's one of the worst in the league. Yeah. So take it all with a grain of salt. The fact that he's missed 4 or more games in each of the last 3 seasons as a guy who's in his 30s, that I'm guessing – If you ask Rams fans what their eyeball test is on it, I think they're going to agree with the ESPN stats that say he's not what he used to be.
Yeah, I think there's obviously a high probability he's not going to be a Houston Texan. Do you have any FOMO over that? Over him not being a Houston Texan? Or is
it would have been intriguing, but he's an aging guy coming off yet another injury. Yeah. And I think it would have made sense if they did it, but I don't think there's been a point this season where I was drooling over the prospects of Cooper Kupp coming here. I get way more excited about the draft for wide receivers, except that now my appetite is almost exclusively for offensive linemen in the first half.
Yeah. The mock draft that we're going to do in about 20 minutes is I'll let it simmer. If you're into the offensive line part of the Texans, it's a 3-round mock, and we'll get to that at 7:45 today. Drama in Dallas, or at least drama on social media involving Dallas, I guess. Here was DeMarcus Lawrence, longtime Dallas Cowboy, just signed a 3-year deal to go to the Seattle Seahawks. He was doing an interview up in Seattle and threw a little shade at the Dallas Cowboys.
You know, Dallas is my home. I made my home there. You know, my family lives there. You know, I'm forever going to be there. But, you know, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
We're here. DeMarcus Lawrence, welcome to the Seahawks.
There you
Thanks
go.
for joining us.
Dapping him up. So that
we know for sure we're not going to win a Super Bowl there. Man.
I'm here. So okay, you can construe that one of two ways. The fun radio way to construe that is shade at Dallas. Like, I'm not going to win one there, and nobody's ever going to win one there because they stink.
Yeah.
The other way to construe it, which is much less dramatic, and I choose to go with the former rather than this, is just that, hey, man, I'm an older player. I just signed a 3-year deal. I'm obviously not going to win a Super Bowl in Dallas. I'm a Seahawk, right?
Yeah.
You know, like
I don't see how those are all that different. I guess you interpreted the first one as that they're never going to win a Super Bowl.
I think that's how Micah.
In the ensuing decades.
I think that's how Micah Parsons interprets it because Micah Parsons retweeted that video of DeMarcus Lawrence, now a Seahawk, saying, "I'll never."
Okay, yeah, because I interpreted it as DeMarcus Lawrence being like, "Yeah, if I'm going to sign a 3-year deal, they're never going to win a Super Bowl while I'm there." So yeah.
Right. So Micah Parsons said, "This is what rejection and envy looks like. That's some clown bleep."
I love how rejection and envy is getting thrown buckets and buckets of money.
Yeah.
This is what rejection looks like. Yeah. You go off to go to a team that gave you a boatload of money, and now you feel rejected. All right, Micah.
DeMarcus Lawrence replies to this on social media. "Calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth." Okay, so that definitely was shade at Dallas then. "Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left." That is a 45-degree angle right into the heart, man.
Yeah.
That is, you don't take football serious.
I still can't figure out. There's no part of that quote where it doesn't feel like it's shade at Dallas, no matter what the context is.
I play it one more time. Play it one more time, and I'll explain, and then we'll move on with it. But yeah, you're queuing it up. Can we play the DeMarcus Lawrence one more time? Okay, cue it up again. We'll play it one more time. Okay. But yeah, these two are going after each other on social.
I think that I guess he could have said, like, as long as Jerry Jones still lives and breathes. Yeah. Maybe he should have said that. Yeah. Then we'd have known for sure that it was shade.
Here, play it one more time, and I'll explain what my more benign interpretation of it was.
Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there. But, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
And that's where I know for sure. I'm a Seahawk now. I'm past the age of 30.
Yeah.
I'm literally never going to be a Cowboy again, so I know I won't win one there.
Since I'm not with a Cowboy, then I'm not going to win one there.
Yeah,
that's very generous of you.
It's a horrible thing to do as a radio host. Let's take the most boring version of what he said.
Well, because I don't think there's a chance in hell it wasn't shade at Dallas. Right. That was. There's no other way to interpret that in my mind.
It was the we're here at the end. Yeah,
good for DeMarcus Lawrence. Yeah, good for DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel like the we here at the end was more just of even either covering it up a little bit or just saying we here.
Yeah. The kind of snarky pause after he said it is the shade indicator right there.
You just go catch a case of conscience? Don't do that. What the hell, Sean?
I know, it's bad for my career. You're right.
Yeah, penicillin doesn't kill that,
man.
You're
100% right. You're 100% right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, speaking of shade, I don't know. This is definite shade. Although I don't know if this particular entity should be talking. Southwest Airlines got a lot of attention this week because they're now going to be, at some point in the near future, charging for bags to check.
What's this?
Southwest Airlines.
And I heard what you said, but I just, no.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're charging the very thing that they've put at the forefront of every marketing effort over the last decade plus. Hey, we don't charge for
Frontier.
bags.
They're going to be like Frontier now. We're like, oh, I can fly to Seattle for $37. Yeah. Well, actually, it's
$86
if you want to sit anywhere except on the wing itself, it's going to cost you $800.
Now, I don't know if they're getting that cheeky about the seats and everything. I know they're going to reserve seating too, and people are upset about that. Some people are. I think universally Southwest flyers, which I'm one of them. I fly Southwest probably more than any other airline. And a big reason why was that I don't have to pay $35 to check a bag. I check bags when I go. I don't like dragging a bag through the airport. You know me, I'm a little bougie and soft that way. Yeah. Now I've got to pay for my bouginess and my softness with Southwest Airlines. This got a ton of attention this week because loyal Southwest people are like, you've been flying with you, a big reason. And now we've been like, this is the ultimate heel turn. Like, you've been a good guy all this time. This is John Cena hitting us all over the head with a chair. So Southwest, now I will say one of the things about Southwest, they also have a sense of humor. If you ever go on any of their flights, it seems like that their flight attendants have a major in flight attendance-ness and then a minor in comedy. They like to get on the thing and make jokes. Southwest gets on their social media yesterday and said, well, it's not like we traded Luka. Kind of is. Kind of is like you traded Luka, man. You don't fly. You don't fly Southwest very much.
I do more often these days.
Do you?
Yeah. I've got a good amount, like probably 3 or 4 times a year.
Will you now? Does this? Well, you don't. No, you never check bags. You somehow.
I try not to. I travel light. I do. People are always shocked. I tweeted out something about doing my laundry in New Orleans. They're like, "What the hell? Why you've been there like 3 days?" I'm like, "Well, I like to because I work out usually when I'm on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like having my sweaty stuff laying around to get all moldy.
Yeah.
So I since I'm gonna be doing laundry with my sweaty stuff, then I travel like a
light.
Like an ultra-distance hiker.
I'm always amazed, man, when we go on these trips to West Palm Beach or to the Super Bowl and I look at what you have for luggage compared to what I have for luggage, I'm like, God, man, Seth is traveling with he travels with the same size bag. Like I have a bag that my shoes are in. You know what I mean? Like I'm like Reba McEntire out here.
I genuinely go camping. Like, I want to keep my pack as light as possible.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, if you're staying in an Airbnb, it's no big deal because you can do laundry. If we're at a hotel, I either find a laundromat or I do my wash. I always bring stuff that I can wash in the sink.
Yeah.
So so you got to devote, 15 to 30 minutes a day to sometimes doing laundry in your sink or what have you.
Yep.
And you just have all tech material that dries out real quickly.
Dude, Southwest even had Amtrak throwing shade at them this week.
Amtrak went after Southwest?
Amtrak says the day they announced this on Monday or Tuesday, guess we're the only ones doing free baggage now. Good job, Amtrak.
Amtrak's fun. I haven't been on a train in a long, long time.
Dude, I like traveling on Amtrak. I love that bar car, man. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, the bar car. I think maybe I haven't traveled on them since maybe I was in college.
We should do an Amtrak trip. We should do our show from a Comrex on an Amtrak sometime this year. Like just travel on a train for like a week.
The problem with the trains is that if it's any kind of distance, you're not getting any kind of a deal. It's expensive as hell to go a long distance.
It is, yeah.
But like we both have had children at the University of Oregon, and the one thing about Oregon is that if you try to fly into Eugene, as the term is beginning or ending, you're gonna pay through the nose for that tiny airport and all the kids that are coming and going.
Dude.
So usually I'll send them up on to Portland or Seattle, and the train is awesome for that.
Yeah.
You just take the train up to Portland or take the train up to Seattle. So for short trips like that, it's really, really cool.
Dude, yeah. It's like threading a needle blindfolded, man. Like
I know.
No chance.
What about Bend? What's this Bend, Oregon? Do they have an airport? Like, yeah, if you have a Cessna.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're flying into Portland, my friend.
I like that Bend airport. I flew into Bend one time on business before I got into radio.
Commercial flights into Bend?
They do. They did it back in like 2005, and it's one of those airports that's right in the middle of this beautiful country on the other side, like on the opposite side of that mountain range near Portland right there.
Cascades,
yeah. And it's got my favorite feature, the rental car lots that are literally you walk out from baggage claim and the cars are all right there.
That's what Eugene is like too.
Yeah.
But Bend, it's out there.
Dude.
It's really out there. Yeah.
I have a fetish for small airports, man. I love the bar in a small airport is usually just a couple locals working the bar and there's usually very few people there. It's
in the pilot.
Yeah, in the pilot. I look over there in the pilot and I'm like, okay, looks like that's Coke, but that's a colored straw. Might be a rum
I'd
and
much
Coke.
rather listen, usually if I see a pilot at the bar, I'm like, hey, you're doing Coke too, right? Yeah, okay, cool, we're cool. All right.
I just don't need you falling asleep. I just need how long's the flight? Oh, yeah, no, that buzz will last. Yeah, we're
snorting Adderall in the bathroom or anything? All right, okay, we're good.
Fine with you being on something. I need to know exactly what it is, though. Okay? Yeah. Stop it, Sean. You don't believe for a second that DeMarcus Lawrence didn't diss the Dallas Cowboys. No, I believe it. Now that we've hashed it out, I believe it, but I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, which was really dumb. That was stupid.
I had to think about whether
No.
I feel like a lot of the listeners wanted to re-examine it too because I think most of the listeners thought like, what is this version of Sean?
Yeah.
This is AI Sean
it's
or
a
something.
real stretch, Sean. Definitely shade at Dallas.
Okay,
I know.
And this is Gemini Sean, not Grok Sean.
Is, yeah.
Give me Grok at least. Yeah.
Give me the good stuff.
Here.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, we
I
here.
get so tired of asking Gemini questions. That's Google's version of AI.
Yeah.
And every time there's a damn disclaimer. Like, it's important to point out that I'm not a medical expert. Yeah, I know. All right. Do you think do I sound like a responsible person to you? I'm about to perform surgery on myself. All right. Get rid of the disclaimer.
I had a buddy of mine send me a tweet yesterday. He says, the magical Gladstone on Evan Ingram signing with the Broncos and getting released by the Jaguars. And it's just this corporate gobbledygook
It's really good.
It's really good. It says this, let's circle back and blue sky this paradigm shift by leveraging our bandwidth to drill down on the low-hanging fruit. But only if we can move the needle without boiling the ocean. At the end of the day, we need to disrupt the synergy of our core competencies and pivot the deliverables into a thought leadership ecosystem that aligns with our key performance indicators. Okay, I want to stop right there. This is not magical Gladstone anymore. This is Sean. When you start to mix in the KPIs, man, what are the odds that we get a key performance indicator from the magical Gladstone in the next few press conferences?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Because we've only heard two appearances of operation and ecosystem.
Oh, yeah.
So he's got to mix. I'd never heard don't move the needle, but don't boil the ocean.
We can move the needle without boiling the ocean.
I don't even understand that one.
I don't either.
Love it.
I do too.
It's got to be something. Is the needle when you move the needle? Is that? I always thought of that as a gauge or something.
Yeah.
Maybe that's like with a compass.
Yeah.
Like don't sail your ship so fervently that you boil the ocean. Now I'm intrigued. I'm gonna have to ask Gemini to
We
explain
can
it
get
to me.
all stakeholders to buy in and touch base asynchronously. We'll have the secret sauce to parachute this initiative into a high-octane, game-changing deep dive that maximizes our ROI on the bleeding edge of the value proposition.
I'm in. Dude, it was the right thing to trade. It was the right thing to let go of Evan Ingram. Yeah.
Here's the thing. This is all you need to know. The fact that I was only 60% sure that this was a joke tells you everything you need to know about the magical Gladstone.
No, this is what you need to know. I was 100% worried that you thought that was real. Because
I checked. I didn't get Centel this time.
I was like, oh boy, I saw you put it in the rundown and I had seen it already.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh boy, I hope I don't have to explain this to Sean.
No.
All right, good.
No. I even went to my buddy's the one who put it out there. I even texted him and said, hey, that was AI doing this stuff, right? He said, yeah, it's AI. Yeah. No, don't worry, Seth. I learned from my mistakes 15% of the time, at least.
Yeah, you'll never get burned again.
Never, ever this week. Yeah, it's Friday. It's the new week next week. All right, mock draft injection time. We've got a 3-rounder here from Pro Football Network. The good staff. Is this what it's going to look like for the Houston Texans? Does it need to look like this for the Houston Texans the way that things are currently constructed? That is next.
I'll
and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, quick update from Adam Schefter on the Cooper Kupp pursuit by various teams around the NFL, where he tweeted several minutes ago that the Cowboys are a surprise team in the Cooper Kupp sweepstakes, and they are making, quote, a push for Cooper Kupp. A follow-up from Adam Schefter. While the Cowboys, they push for Cooper Kupp, they still are not considered the likely landing spot for the former wide receiver, per a source.
Sources.
Yeah, so he's talking to all the sources right now.
Cooper Kupp, everything I've ever heard about Cooper Kupp is that he's very low drama, doesn't like the spotlight, just, wants to do his job, and that's about it. So I could totally see him being a guy that if it is an extended process, it's because he wants to genuinely meet with teams, talk to them, kind of take your time with it, the old school way of free agency. And it's nice. It's refreshing in a lot of ways. So, teams aren't, I don't think, going to be worried about making – it's certainly not an Aaron Rodgers type situation where teams are trying to figure out, okay, do we have to make concessions with him for him? Is he gonna demand that Randall Cobb come in? All of those other there's going to be zero of that drama with Cooper Kupp.
It's really funny, like in free agency. We're going to get to the mock draft here in a second, but as long as we're talking about this, it's almost like when you're a certain level of free agent that's in that $20, $25, $30 million range, that it comes together super quick because you want to get your money, make sure you plant your stake in it. It's almost like Cooper Kupp has settled into this price range, probably, Seth, where if a team wants him bad enough, you can go find the money to sign Cooper Kupp at this price. You don't go find $30 million a year, but you can find 10, and so he's probably got the luxury of being able to take his time because the 4 or 5 teams that are looking at him probably aren't in a rush to get him right now. The frenzy is over in free agency.
Because you're having who signs Cooper Kupp, they're going to do it with eyes wide open, knowing that he's not the guy from several years ago. I mean, the Texans seemingly convinced themselves that David Johnson was going to magically recreate his 2016 season.
Yes.
That's the level of incompetency you got to have as a general manager to think that, Cooper Kupp's going to be like he was when he was all pro a few years back. He's not the same guy he used to be. So it's a little bit of give and take there, and you got to really check your blind spots and be sure that you're not being bowled over by the name brand appeal and everything. And I could see it going either way. I could see Cooper Kupp having a resurgent season, and if he stays healthy, then so be it. But I could also see him following the path that the vast majority of receivers do at the age of 32 or so. Is like that's for receivers, 32 is a year that kind of like the age 27 or 28 for running backs. Well, that's where age really takes its toll.
And that it takes its toll on guys that have been healthy a few years before that. Cooper Kupp has been banged up at ages 29, 30, and 31 already, so you're right.
And he'll be 32 years old this year.
Yep. All right, let's get to the mock draft. We do it every day at about this time, 7:45, the mock draft injection. We'll do this until the draft arrives about 5-6 weeks from now. It's coming up pretty soon. This is the Pro Football Network mock draft. This is a 3-rounder, so we will do multiple rounds on this one because I think now that offensive line is such an acute need that there is discussion to be had that the Texans should use all of their high draft capital, maybe rounds 1 and 2 and maybe even 3 on offensive linemen if they don't make any more, especially if they don't make any more moves in free agency. Like this group right now is not going to cut it as far as having a viable big competition in camp. They need more capable bodies in here. So let's do this. With the 25th pick in the Pro Football Network 3-round mockaroo, the Houston Texans select Gray Zabal, guard from North Dakota State.
Yeah, I'm really torn with Gray Zabal because there's a lot to like about him, mostly from when you watch him at the Senior Bowl and some of the good stuff he did there. But he's got some traits that aren't quite exactly what you're looking for in a first-round offensive lineman, and it's just impossible to know whether whether you can really project him as a guy that's going to be able to do some of the stuff he did in college or at the Senior Bowl versus full-grown, mature, technically savvy defensive lineman.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't have Tyrannosaurus Rex arms, but he's got shorter arms than average, and he's technically. He doesn't have great technique. He's got a real wide base. He does a lot of stuff that, if he doesn't clean that up, he could get really abused as an NFL offensive lineman. So that's where I get nervous because he just hasn't done it consistently versus upper-level competition. I love a lot about him. I think he's super smart. I think he's scrappy. I think he'll fight. He'll do all that stuff. The swarm quotient is really high with him. But there's versus NFL offensive lineman or college offensive lineman. I say the same thing about Tyler Booker. There's some things that Tyler Booker does on film right now where he'll get dumped on his face if he does that in the NFL. That's how all these prospects are. But do you have the physical ability to clean up your technique and then still look like an offensive lineman? I get nervous about it with Gray Zabel because he's been doing it against lesser competition.
Yeah, this.
But if they see something in him, I could see what they see in him, and it's not like it would be a horrible choice. I would just feel a lot better about a guy like Tyler Booker.
Yeah. This particular mock draft has a major run on offensive linemen going before the Texans, and afterwards there's very few taken here. Like the next one goes 10, 12 picks later to the Titans. Donovan Jackson, who's from here in Houston, went to Ohio State, also listed as a guard, still on the board. So this is a particular mock draft where if the Texans were sitting at 25 and Texans Nation was all sort of, the consensus was we need an O-lineman, that would be a very anxious draft party as they're watching all the names fly off the board on the offensive line before the Texans take Zabel.
I think both of those guys they've got a nastiness to them, and Tyler Booker, I would add that too. I think there's guys that are enough of kind of the guys that you see getting projected to the Texans, at the very least, aren't guys that are, oh, wow, he's so physically gifted, but he just couldn't put it all together. And I would rather, especially for interior offensive linemen, I'd rather have the guys who one of their calling card is their scrappiness or their nastiness. Much. He's got incredibly long arms, and he ran a great 40, but, he's got a lot of work to do. Most of the guys so far I've been happy with.
Gray Zabel with the 25th pick. Let's do the 58th pick because this is the Texans' second-round pick as of right now, because this will be interesting to see if they exercise a strategy like this. With the 58th pick in the Pro Football Network mock draft, the Houston Texans select Josh Connerly Jr., offensive tackle out of Oregon, who, Seth, that's a guy that I've seen – this is the lowest I've seen him taken in any mock draft.
Yeah.
Connerly has been more of a back end of the first round guy than a back end of the second round guy in a lot of these.
Yeah, and I think with Connerly, I guess some of it is just almost like is this kid country strong? And he doesn't really look country strong. So maybe is a loose comparison. Blake Fisher was in that way too, where man, it just looks like he's got some maturing to do. And as a second-round pick, it would be if he fell that far based off of what projections were, it would be a really good pick for the Texans. If they take two offensive, if this is how it worked out, even with my reservations, I've got some reservations about Gray Zabel, but I'd be really happy for the aggressiveness that they're attacking the offensive line.
Yeah, the strategy, right.
I'd be nervous about having two rookies potentially starting.
Yeah.
I'd be really nervous about that. And not to mention with Blake Fisher is a second-year guy that still needs some developing and grooming. Really a lot of grooming that I'd be nervous but also very excited. It'd be like I was going up a roller coaster. It'd be the clickety-clack on a roller coaster, Sean, at the very first hill.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and I would even throw in Juice Scruggs is probably going to be your center. He's a third-year guy whose experience thus far has been spotty because of injuries. So, you know what? Let's do the third-round one here real quick. I don't expect deep analysis on this one, Seth, but, man, if we're talking about leaning into a strategy, this is the pick that the Texans are getting from Washington, I believe. I think this is the third-round pick that the Texans are getting in that deal. With the 79th pick in the Pro Football Network mock draft, the Houston Texans select Dylan Fairchild, guard out of Georgia. So 3 offensive linemen with the first 3 picks in this particular mock draft.
You might have to hire an extra assistant offensive line coach if you got that many rookies out there,
dude,
who are genuinely competing for jobs.
Or a therapist for Cole Popovich, one of the two.
You know what? I guess the thing that I'm starting to feel a little bit hesitant about with the current strategy is that the Texans have signed a couple of players. One in Laken Tomlinson, who's a veteran guard who hasn't been as good the last couple of years as he was when he was with San Francisco. But then you've got also a young guy who feels and seems a lot like Kenyon Green and Ed Ingram. There is a lot of upside there. He's more like the newer physique Kenyon Green, where he's smaller and sleeker, but he can move. He can get up on the second level. But the upside is counterbalanced by he's just not consistent. So you got competition there. It feels a little bit like how the Texans were handling a lot of positions in 2021 and 22.
Yeah.
But then we'll see if he can be a good mentor to some of these younger guys and some of these draft picks.
Dude, that's what I was saying. Why I said earlier in the show, it feels like there's this micro Cully year rebuild going on with the offensive line.
Yeah.
While the whole rest of the roster is this, we're ready to go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah. And the tight ends room is a whole nother story.
Yeah.
I mean, the offense, it's really kind of alarming when you look at the difference between the defense and the offense right now.
Yep.
There's so many guys that get your juices flowing on the defensive side of the ball, that you're hoping that, oh boy, I hope this guy's here for 10 years.
Yeah.
There's very few guys on the offense that you hope are here for 10 years.
Yeah.
Joe Mixon will not be here for 10 years.
He won't.
You hope you get the absolute most out of him as an now aging running back. You hope Nico Collins is here for 10 years. You hope C.J. Stroud is here for 10 years.
That's it.
I don't.
And you hope Tank Dell's knee gets better. That's.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, heading towards the top of the hour. All right, let's do this. Take-A-Mania. I think it's 5 weeks now that Angelo Cataldi has been on top of our Bad Take on Friday segment. We treat this like wrestling. It's a belt, and Cataldi has it. Former radio legend in Philadelphia with his take on Andy Reid. I've got 4 takes here that were bad this week. Do any of them take down the champ? We will determine that next in Take-A-Mania. Stay there. West Point Lincoln, Chris Poulos. I'm going to give you a great take here. Get to West Point Lincoln for the spring sales.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we take our worst takes of the week. And I got to admit, the sports world is doing a pretty good job of avoiding some bad takes, at least ones that have gotten on my radar. Because what I find myself doing on Thursday is it gets very, very backlogged on Thursday. Like, for some reason, Thursday is a day where a lot of bad takes get spewed. Maybe people, whatever. You know?
Their glycogen levels are dropping, and the brains aren't getting enough carbs, and they're just saying stupid stuff.
Yeah, possibly. So we do this every Friday at 8 o'clock. It's called Take-A-Mania. And the defending champ in the bad take realm for, I believe, the 5th week in a row. We've been doing this for a good month and a half now. I really enjoy this segment. Cataldi. Angelo Cataldi, who might just change his name to one word, Cataldi, at this point on this show. He's a legendary radio host in Philadelphia. We played plenty of his audio back when the Astros were playing the Phillies in the World Series. He was a staple on this show for that period of time. He had a take on a podcast the day after the Super Bowl where the Eagles thrashed the Kansas City Chiefs. And Cataldi was a radio host in town when Andy Reid was in Philadelphia. We know Andy Reid had a good run in Philadelphia but never won a Super Bowl. This right now is the defending champion in the bad take-a-mania, Angelo Cataldi.
Let me let your audience in on a little secret, all right? Because most of the country will argue this to the death. Andy Reid is way overrated as a coach, all right? Andy Reid was in Philadelphia 14 years. He won 0 championships. Doug Peterson was here 5. He won 1. Nick Sirianni's been here 4. He won 1. The only reason Andy Reid was winning big games in KC was because he had this mastermind, Mahomes, making up plays on the run and doing brilliant stuff. Yes, it is. He had no time to do it. And Andy Reid could not figure out a way to give him time to do it. And the truth is, Mahomes is a stud. Mahomes is a great player despite yesterday. Zach, no argument. Reid, the all-time fraud of American sports is Andy Reid.
Okay. On the strength, I mean, it's a bad take all the way through, but that finishing move at the end, man, the all-time fraud in American sports.
There's a moment this week where I almost, like you did earlier in the show, I almost caught a case of conscience where I thought, man, okay, Cataldi is retired. Is this just the old rambling? Is this the rambling of an old man? He sounds way too cogent for me to give him that excuse right now.
Yeah.
Like, no, he's still very sharp. Yeah. So, yeah, it remains the worst take we've heard this calendar year.
Don't let my empathy for DeMarcus Lawrence or his take earlier affect you, Seth. You keep your edge, all right?
Gotcha.
All right, so Cataldi is the current champ. He holds the belt up high over his head when he walks to the ring. All right, so here's the competition this week. Ross Tucker enters the chat again. Ross Tucker, a former champion, Seth, a former Take-A-Mania champion from his take that he had about giving bad reviews to restaurants so it's easier for him to get reservations at them. Bad take and a mean take, and he doesn't really care about those owners of those restaurants.
Not at all.
This is an actual football take from Ross Tucker. Ross Tucker thinks that in Indianapolis, he thinks it's going to work.
I got to tell you, Greg, I think this is going to work out. I really do. I'll tell you why. I've seen what Shane Steichen can do on multiple occasions. You know, not only Jalen Hurts, but then, you know, he got Gardner Minshew. I mean, they went 9-8 that year with Gardner Minshew. Daniel Jones is way more talented than Gardner Minshew. Is it crazy for me, Greg, to say that I can see Shane Steichen? People might not compare these guys to each other. I can see Shane Steichen doing a lot of things with Daniel Jones like he did with Jalen Hurts.
Okay, this is a take that might age really, really poorly, but we're living in the age of Geno Smith and Sam Darnold.
Okay.
And I appreciate what he's saying about Gardner Minshew. I'm going to disagree with this take if we're forecasting what Daniel Jones is going to do.
Yeah.
Gardner Minshew is a guy that he makes things happen It's just he doesn't do it consistently enough. Whereas Daniel Jones, I feel like he's the recipient of good things happening around him, and every now and then he pulls the ball down and runs, or he makes a great play. But he doesn't stir the drink even on the same level as Gardner Minshew. I don't agree with the take, but I can't say right now it's a bad take. It's a prediction.
It's a prediction. I totally disagree with it. I think Daniel Jones is more talented than a lot of people, and I think there's a lot of people more talented than Gardner Minshew.
He's a really good athlete in terms of like the track sports, but he can't dance.
Right.
You know, if you caught him with your cell phone at a party and he was trying to dance, it would go viral.
He's
that guy. He's a track athlete.
Yeah. All right, so Daniel Jones.
Can he do it? Cover!
Kicked out. Okay, you got to keep the volume up there. Yeah, he kicked out. All right, so Cataldi kicks out of that one right there. Cataldi's still the champ. All right, next one up, Patrick Dumont. This is the owner of the Mavericks explaining the Mavericks moves that they've made and what a great team they're in the process of building in Dallas.
So this was a decision about the future. If you look at our roster today and who we have, we feel like we position ourselves to be incredibly competitive against the best teams in the NBA. And if you're a fan of basketball, I'll just throw that out there, you have Kyrie Irving, Klay Thompson, P.J. Washington, Anthony Davis, and either Daniel Gafford or Derek Lively as your starting five. That's going to put fear into a lot of teams in the league if we can get going.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Right? And so the objective was, how do we create a roster for the future that allows us to be the most competitive team? I've said it all along. I don't know if you heard what I said when we actually bought the team from Mark, but we want to win championships. We want to be a winning franchise for the city of Dallas, and we want to be one of character, one of community involvement, and one where we sort of carry on the legacy of the Dallas Mavericks in the right way.
You had Luka Doncic.
He got involved with the community. There's probably lots of bar owners in Dallas that are like, oh, man, I like them being a part of our community.
Yeah. Oh, Luka, yeah.
Yeah. So
bad for the economy, trading Luka Doncic.
I almost want to give this guy more credit for a bad take just because of whoever was interviewing him, giving him that, oh, yeah.
Dude, the interviewer on that interview had the nerdiest sounding voice. It was fantastic. Yeah.
I mean, I might say you using the present tense doesn't make a whole lot of sense in talking about who's on the court right now. Because Kyrie Irving ain't out there, and neither is Anthony Davis.
Right.
But who could have predicted Anthony Davis would get injured?
First game as a Maverick.
All right, I'm going to do something that I hate to do.
What?
I'm going to defend the city of Dallas in that there were... The Herschel Walker trade was maligned by many at the time.
Okay.
And with time, it ended up to be a pretty damn good trade for Dallas.
It aged well, yes.
Yeah. So as it is with any kind of the prediction that Ross made, or when you're grading a trade, you don't really know if the Mavericks are in the NBA championship next year, then people will have curiously forgotten how down they were on this trade, and there's still an avenue where that could happen.
Okay, fair enough.
Can he do it? Cover!
Cataldi kicks out again. Cataldi maintains his chain. He's got two more challengers to get through this week. All right. This next one is a two-headed monster of Craig Carton and Mark Schlereth. The name of it, Breakfast Club or Breakfast Break, something like that. Something with breakfast in it. It's their morning show. They are slurping some Aaron Rodgers to Minnesota right here.
If Aaron Rodgers is the starting quarterback of the Minnesota Vikings, I make them the second favorite team in the NFC behind the Eagles to go to the Super Bowl. That's how good the Vikings would be with Aaron Rodgers.
Now,
Danny disagrees.
Listen, no, I know that Danny will disagree, so let me piggyback.
Danny's rolling his eyes right now, both these guys.
You because I'm wearing my Minnesota Vikings almost purple shirt. So I'm right here. I think they are a Super Bowl contender with Aaron Rodgers. I'm not going to get off the chair. I think they're a Super Bowl contender with Aaron Rodgers. You look at this offense. One, they addressed the offensive line in this offseason in free agency. They're better better up front. They know how to run the ball. Kevin O'Connell operates the offense that Matt LaFleur operated, where they won 13 games a year with Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers, second half of the season, started moving better. He's throwing the ball exceptionally well. I think they're a contender. If they can go to the playoffs with Sam Darnold, why couldn't they be a contender with Addison, with Jefferson, with Hawkinson? They've got all the sins. They've cornered the market on sins. They've got them all right there, and they could win a championship with those guys. There's no question in my mind.
Okay, this is the problem here. I'm biased on this one. I want them to be correct, partly because the very aggressive offseason that the Vikings have had have included taking two of the Colts' starting offensive linemen. Yeah. And they were super. The Vikings' offseason so far has looked almost exactly like a lot of Texans fans would have wanted. They got two good starting offensive linemen. They got two really good defensive tackles. They've been aggressive as hell. So it really becomes, okay, how much do you trust that Aaron Rodgers can be the finishing touch on that? I can't fault them as a bad take, and because this is a prediction again. Mm-hmm. If Aaron Rodgers was able to stay healthy and play behind an offensive line that's probably better than the one that he had with the Jets, no, this isn't even close to
not even close.
Take.
Okay, not even close. Cataldi kicks out again. Yeah.
We probably haven't talked enough about the Colts are trying to figure out if Anthony Richardson can stay in an entire game at any point this season, but also that he's lost two of his best offensive linemen in front of him.
That's a great point. I had not connected the dots on that. You're absolutely right. All right, last one. I think this one's got a shot. This is ESPN's Corey Alexander. He was the color analyst for the ACC tournament coverage yesterday. Cooper Flagg, the best player in college basketball, almost a lock to be the number one pick in the draft this June, had a nasty ankle injury. He turned his ankle, but it wasn't just turning his ankle running or like jumping 6 inches off the ground. He was way up in the air. He was about 3 feet in the air, came down, landed on another guy's foot, twisted his ankle, bad injury, had to be wheeled off the court.
I mentioned this audio we're about to play, but I have intentionally not listened to it or read the articles about it because I knew it was going to be in. Yeah. So you'll get my fresh reaction to whether this could potentially take Cataldi down, because I know it's got potential. There's a
reason this one's going last. Let's just put it that way. This is Corey Alexander talking about the injury, showing a replay, and then they show Cooper Flagg's parents sitting in the crowd with concern on their face.
And then Cooper Flagg, after grabbing the rebound, landing on that left ankle, immediately grasping at the ankle, and you can see, of course, tremendous concern on the faces of Ralph and Kelly Flagg, Cooper's parents. Rightfully so. But I can tell you one thing. They are most concerned about the Blue Devils winning this game. That is their number one priority. They are all in Duke Blue.
Okay. So Cooper Flagg, who we don't know what the severity of the injury is, he was wheeled off of the court in a wheelchair. And I'm sure they saw the replays on the Jumbotron and on their phones that their son might have a broken leg. I mean, it was a bad ankle injury. But the Flaggs, man, they're not – yeah, he's injured, but rub some dirt on it, Coop, because we got to beat Georgia Tech in the first round of the ACC tournament.
His mom is turning notifications off on her phone right now so she can stay focused.
All right, Seth.
His death of his child. There's a game to win here. That's better than I thought it was going to be.
Okay, so what do you think?
All right.
Do we have a new champion?
That was dumb. That was really dumb. Corey Alexander was trying way too hard to make a point, and he went way overboard.
He's just wrong. Like I don't know what they were thinking, but I know as a parent, I think you and I both know that they didn't give a rat's ass what was going on in the game.
Even if they did, to power rank it in that moment, I would say, we're here now live with Cooper Flagg's parents.
Yeah.
If you gave me a list of your priorities right this moment, how far down is your son's health on that list?
If Corey Alexander is right, they would yell at the reporter to get out of their face. We're watching the game.
We're really sorry. We feel really bad that Cooper let the team down by getting injured. But I feel like, you know what? He's got siblings. Maybe they'll be tougher.
Maybe
than
they'll
him.
be good at basketball, yeah. All right, so I said,
Okay.
I think we know where this is going, man.
No.
No?
Listen, this is the difference.
Okay.
This was in the moment.
Yeah.
It was a dumb comment.
Yeah.
That I'm guessing Corey Alexander has already tweeted about how in the moment, you know, this, that, the other thing. The thing about Cataldi's take was that it's sour grapes to such an extreme degree, and it's a long-held belief and take that there's almost nothing Andy Reid can accomplish as a coach to where Cataldi wouldn't call him a fraud.
Right.
There's just Cataldi was sitting on that take, waiting for the opportunity to give it and put it out there into the ether. So Cataldi still holds the worst take.
Okay.
This is pretty good in terms of how bad it is.
Yeah. It's close.
I wonder if Cooper Flagg's parents had to send Cooper a text saying, like, hey, just so you know, we were very, very concerned about you.
We don't know where Corey Alexander's getting his information
Can I hear that one more time? Can we play that one more time?
Yeah, play it one more time. Play it one more time. Yeah.
And then Cooper Flagg, after grabbing the rebound, landing on that left ankle, immediately grasping at the ankle, and you can see, of course, tremendous concern on the faces of Ralph and Kelly Flagg, Cooper's parents. Rightfully so. But I can tell you one thing. They are most concerned about the Blue Devils winning this game. That is their number one priority. They are all in.
Number one priority is Duke beating Georgia Tech, not their kids, not their meal tickets potentially broken ankle.
I would have loved to just let them go. Let them go. You know, if you had any doubts about whether they care more about this particular basketball game or their son's health, I assure you, they are as cold-hearted as they come. These people barely even love their children.
Boy.
They only had children in the hopes that they could go to some Duke basketball games at some point.
All right, so did you listen to the replay of that with the idea that you might reverse your decision on this one here?
No, I think it's turning into one of my favorites.
Okay, but still the defending champ reigns.
Yeah.
Cataldi kicks out again, and maybe his most...
That's as close as you can get.
His gravest challenge of all time. We acknowledge Angelo Cataldi. He's basically Roman Reigns right now.
You know what? No, and this is the whole thing about it. After those two give and takes, those two the give and takes, not give and takes, I think Corey Alexander probably felt bad about his performance in that moment.
Yeah.
Angelo Cataldi got off the phone and smoked a cigar and said, honey, I nailed it. I still got it. I still got it. Yeah.
I'm going to chef's kiss right now.
All right. So the reigning and defending champion, we acknowledge him. Angelo Cataldi. Get your ones up for Angelo Cataldi, who is the tribal chief of Take-A-Mania right now. Exactly. All right, the Hope-O-Meter is out for Major League Baseball. Holy crap. If this is how Astro fans are feeling about the Astros this year, what are the crowds going to look like at Minute Maid Park, man? The Hope-O-Meter on The Athletic is not painting a pretty picture for your Astros. We've got that coming up next. Prize Picks. Yeah, the weekend is here. I don't know why I said the weekend.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hope level for the Houston Astros this year. We know that these are not the glory days of old, but they're still a competitive baseball team. They're still the reigning and defending AL West champions for so many years in a row, minus the COVID year. So the times are still, I mean, relative to the rest of baseball, times are still good here in Houston, but relative to the glory days of the past, Seth, not quite as much.
So this is something that we look forward to every year. Every time The Athletic does any kind of a poll, because it's, The Athletic, it's a really good website. If you pay for subscriptions or whatever, I've done the math on this. I get more bang for my buck out of my subscriptions to the Chronicle and The Athletic in terms of time spent per dollar or time consuming per dollar spent. It's way better than Netflix.
They're both worth it. Yeah.
So these Netflix polls, for the most part, you got people that are paying for, you get comments of people that are really thinking about it, and they're not just trying to go viral on social media or anything.
Yeah.
So I enjoy these types of polls.
Yeah, so this is a simple one they've been doing since 2022, and they do this in all the sports. Baseball has been very favorable for the Astros. They call it the Hope-O-Meter, and it's real simple. They ask you one question: are you optimistic or pessimistic about the upcoming season? Very simple. And then they have a box where you can put in commentary as to why you answered the way that you did. Now, to frame things here for where the Astros are currently, I think we need to take a look at how they've done in the prior 3 iterations of this poll. This is the 4th year The Athletic has done this. In 2022, 97.4% of Astro fans going into that season were optimistic about the Astros. That was coming off of the World Series loss to the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah.
Justin Verlander was coming back to the team that year off of Tommy John. Like there was a lot to like about the Astros, obviously, that season. That was the 4th highest optimism rate in the poll that year. In
Who were the idiots that were so wrong ahead of them? That was, probably the Yankees, of course.
Because they would go on to win the World Series that year, exactly, the Astros. 2023, when they conducted this poll, 100% of the Astro fans that weighed in said they were optimistic, which obviously was number 1. You can't do any better
we were
than
delusional that year, though. What are you going to say? Sometimes we get delusional.
We were a little wrong. Yeah, we were a little wrong.
Yeah.
But that was coming off of the World Series championship. You made the move for Jose Abreu, which hadn't blown up in your face at that point.
Yeah.
And, of course, you should be optimistic. So they 100%. Last season, Seth, going into last season, even coming off of the disaster that was Jose Abreu and coming off of losing to the Rangers in the ALCS, and you could see the dents in the armor of the dynasty starting to show up in all sorts of light. 96% of Astro fans still optimistic about last season going into it. 7th.
So I wouldn't expect a huge drop off, given that the off seasons were somewhat similar, except that this year you did trade away Kyle Tucker, which was
and you lost Bregman
and Bregman. Yeah, this is the first we've grown accustomed to losing one guy, a big name guy, but losing both those guys was a whole different deal.
A lot of star power walked out the door. So, but last year still 7th going into the season. This year, brace yourselves, 19th, 59%. Only 59% of Astro fans that voted in this poll are optimistic about the upcoming season. Again, this is 12 months removed from 96% of the fan base being optimistic about the upcoming season. I was shocked at this big a drop-off.
I was too, especially given that the fact that they were 100% going into 2022 or going into 2023 and like in the high 90s and all of those. Usually there's at least 10% in any poll that's just pessimistic by nature and there's nothing you're going to do to knock them off of it, or they're trying to be contrarian. I really didn't anticipate it being this big of a drop.
Do you?
For me, because I responded to this poll.
Okay.
I was optimistic, but with the asterisk that I've reset my expectations. That previously the bar for optimism with the Astros was, hey, is this a World Series favorite? I've reset my expectations, but my optimism is in more that I think that they're pulling off. I think they're in the middle of potentially pulling off a reset instead of a teardown, and that yes, you're going to have to. You've got to bolster the pipeline. But I guess my optimism is more long term over the next several years than it is for this specific season.
Yeah, 59%, man. I want to read a couple of these. Well, before I read these, do you think this level of optimism, or maybe lack thereof, translates into empty seats at the stadium at Daikin Park?
I don't know. You know what? I think Cam Smith's going to generate a lot of excitement.
Okay.
If somehow Cam Smith is on the opening day roster, I think that brings a lot of it around. I think the pitching staff is still one that you want to go watch as long as they're healthy.
Yes.
You say, in some of the new, like Wisniewski isn't a huge name brand or anything, but people are going to be intrigued by seeing Wisniewski pitch. Framber is Framber.
Yeah.
So I think there's, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the attendance isn't quite the same in the first few weeks of the season.
I agree with everything you said about the intrigue of those of all those players, of all the ones you named. I asked myself, would I pay for a ticket to watch this guy play? The two that you named that I would pay ticket. I will always pay a ticket to watch this version we have of Hunter Brown right now going into this season. Those are guys that I would pay to watch. Would I pay to watch Cam Smith? Maybe. Like, I pay to watch Yordan Alvarez, so I guess as long as a few of them are on the team, I'm paying to be in the building. You know,
I don't. The first couple of weeks, there's a lot of potential. If Cam Smith becomes a phenom as a rookie, that generates a whole lot of excitement.
It does.
Just one guy, and your first chance to go out and see him. And I've told everybody, when you see Cam Smith in person, it's impressive, man. And spring training is nice because I could sit. We sat down there with our listener 3 rows up from third base.
Yeah, Eloy. Yeah.
And I thought I was looking at Andre Johnson playing third base.
The other lister, John. Was it John that we were sitting?
John. It was John that was down there. Had those seats down there with his daughter.
Yep. So 59%. I want to read a couple of the comments from this here.
And I didn't make the cut on the comments because I submitted a comment.
It's the first thing I look for. I'm like, did Optimus Seth make it? Yeah.
These guys had better comments than me. I whiffed on this one.
Okay, so real quick, here's Pessimist David says just simply, end of a dynasty with no groceries in the fridge.
Okay. A little bit cliche, but okay.
Yep. Yeah. Pessimist Brad. Any team that knowingly starts the season with the worst outfield in baseball isn't worth the emotional investment. That's funny. Okay, this is probably better for another segment, but I'm thinking to myself, boy, is the outfield for the Astros the equivalent of the offensive line for the Houston Texans right now? Up to and including trading your best player in that position group. They traded Kyle Tucker away, and they traded Laramie Tunsil away.
That's where, and a lot of this is, and I can't remember when this poll was taken. Changes a lot depending on Cam Smith again. Yeah. Does Cam Smith end up being the right fielder? Is Jose Altuve the left fielder? Then I wouldn't say it's the worst outfield in baseball in terms of the complete package.
At least you can hit.
And it's a huge if. There's 2 huge ifs with Cam Smith. If he's actually out there and if he's actually performing well as a rookie. Yeah. That's huge. Because he's going to be new to that position. There's probably going to be some glitches in the fielding. Jose Altuve, I can guarantee you right this moment that there will be glitches in left field.
Yes.
There is not a doubt in my mind
hot take,
that there's after yesterday's the double error really in a lot of respects. Yeah. There's going to be issues in left field. Jake Myers has been hitting the ball with some promise, but still, I don't know if they're the worst outfield in baseball, but it's nothing to get excited about.
No, I mean they're having to come up with some different solutions. All right, here's one of your people, Seth. Optimist Aaron. Every offseason for a decade, when a key player left Houston, the doubters counted us out. And every season for a decade, the Astros have found a way to fill the gap and survive into October. Is the window closing? Probably. Is the window closed? Not as long as Jose Altuve has life in him.
That's so much better than what I wrote,
as long as there's air in his lungs and blood in his veins, by God. Yes. Jose effing Altuve.
Yeah, that's just better writing than whatever I wrote. I just basically did some bullet points or something and pointed out some good arguments for why you should have optimism. But this guy starts outers. He creates a good and evil dynamic, and then tells a story of how they've overcome the odds every single year for a decade.
Yes.
He does concede that the window is probably closed,
but he uses He uses rhetorical questions very powerfully here. Is the window closing? Oh, I don't know. Is it? Probably. Is the window closed? Oh, please say no. Please say no. Not as long as Jose Altuve has life in him.
I got to go back to college because that's just good writing there. That's so much better than whatever I wrote.
That is good stuff. All right, so how are you guys feeling about it? Boy, a lot of people weighing in, and I'm seeing a lot of the P word here, pessimism, on the text line. Text in, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Are you feeling optimistic or pessimistic? Someone's saying that AI wrote that for that guy, for Aaron.
I almost wonder, it's a little too syrupy, and it's one of those things where it's almost like looking at somebody who's good looking, but you can tell they've had a boatload of plastic surgery.
Yeah.
Where you're like, all right, there's just something, okay, I'm not quite sure that's all human writing there, but still better than whatever the crap I put out there.
I'm easily sold to. It's a human as far as I'm concerned. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday, just cruising along. The Texans made a move on the offensive line yesterday. They need to make more moves, but we'll get to know the newest Texan offensive lineman. Does his story sound familiar? We'll get to that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The gut feeling that I felt, Seth, Texans are trading Laramie Tunsil for a package of picks. I just don't think he's, to use your description, of Pint Williams, and they need that.
It's a bold move. It's a little bit of a step off into the unknown because I think it's good for culture. Yeah, I think you can have more of a gritty barroom brawler mentality on that offensive line, but you got to bring in guys and draft guys who have that mentality.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 call Lee, brought to you by Shipley Donuts, South Sam Houston Tollway eastbound at Black Hawk, exit ramp, right lane blocked at 288 southbound at Reed Road, right lane exit ramp blocked there. Headed up to 85 this afternoon with a fire weather watch. Please be careful today. 70 right now. I'm Val, Sports Radio 610.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief at people.
If I told you the stars are out. Charlie Crockett makes his Rodeo Houston debut Monday, March 17th. Welcome to Hard Time. Full lineup and tickets at RodeoHouston.com. Let's rodeo.
Gear up for baseball season at Academy Sports and Outdoors. Get top brand gear and officially licensed Astros jerseys, tees, and caps. Shop Academy.com or the app for free shipping on orders 25+ with sign-in. Plus easy pickup. Swing by your local Academy or visit Academy.com today.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I put on my jeans and I ensures that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator, roll with the sausage breakfast burrito, buddy it up with a honey buddy, or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes, and then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime-forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln and Katy Freeway. 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you here on a Friday. All right, the Texans have a new offensive lineman as of yesterday. His name is Ed Ingram, and he's from the Minnesota Vikings. He's a former second-round pick, and I am guessing he is the next in what will be a slew of new faces in that offensive line room. They as of right now, they would still struggle to put together a full 7 or 8 man complement of guys for a game day. The Texans would right now,
and it could involve any variety of permutations, I guess, or lineups. I mean, is Titus Howard an offensive tackle or a guard in week 1? Is Blake Fisher a right tackle or a left tackle in week 1? Is it a rookie starting at one of the offensive tackle positions? It's wide open right now. I don't think there's any guaranteed starter at any position on the line right this moment.
Yep. Ed Ingram, you laid it out in the open, Seth, what Ed Ingram exactly is in terms of both why the Vikings were willing to move on from him, but maybe also why the Texans would be willing to take a flyer on him.
Yeah. I think it sounds a lot like maybe how the Eagles are looking at Kenyon Green.
Bingo. Yeah.
You look at a guy that has plenty of examples of really good snaps. There's Ed Ingram physically looks a lot like the new version of Kenyon Green that we saw this year. He's 6'3", 305 pounds, and can move pretty well. And Kenyon Green was moving pretty well during training camp this year. And there's times where, man, he looks really good in the run game. And there's times where he has really good pass protection reps. He just doesn't do it consistently enough. So he started for 2.5 seasons for the Vikings. The Vikings have completely overhauled their interior offensive line. They bring over Will Fries and the center.
Ryan Kelly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Ryan Kelly from the Colts. Probably in a lot of the same ways the Texans are thinking is, man, we gotta take that next step. We need to get new guys in here. The Vikings have just been way more aggressive in doing so. They've had an impressive offseason. I know that doesn't win you the regular season or anything, but they've addressed a lot of needs pretty aggressively.
They have, yeah. They've been the most aggressive team of anybody, it feels like.
It's 2 starting defensive tackles, yep. But anyway, so there is upside with Ed Ingram, but by no stretch of the imagination do I look at it and think, oh, yeah, the guy that got benched midway through last season is the guy that you should pin all your hopes and dreams on this coming season for the Texans.
Yeah. Here's Ed Ingram with Darren Wolfson, an interview where it's a back and forth here. So take a listen to this. He lost his starting job last season. And they talked about that and what that was like to lose his starting job to Dalton Reisner.
And how good of a feeling is it when Dalton, post-game or yesterday here in the locker room, speaks so highly of you Like, that has to put a smile on your face, as tough a situation as it might be.
I mean, it's a good feeling, but I'm not surprised by it at all, just because of the type of guy he is. So, I mean, me and Dalton are boys, so which made this transition a lot easier when it happened. So, I'm excited for him.
Is it hard for you, though, navigating all this?
No, I mean, this is my first time dealing with, like, NFL, adversity. So, it was definitely hard, but, it's tough not being out there with my boys. But at the end of the day, I'm taking this as an opportunity to sit back behind Dalt, watch him. He's an older player. He's a vet. Learn from him. Focus on my technique. Focus on asking coaches questions, different stuff like that. So,
did you ask the coaches directly, why is this happening?
I mean, I didn't really have to ask them because I kind of just knew what it was, just about me, just cleaning up the little things. I feel like I'm great in the run game, but, sometimes I fall off blocks. So it's just about cleaning up those little things that can make me a great player.
I mean, I actually think, now, hey, I'm definitely not an offensive line expert. I won't pretend to be one. But I felt like Colts game, Rams game, that you played pretty well. I don't know about the Jacksonville game, but, those two games, Rams and Colts. Mm-hmm. So, it surprised me a little bit.
Yeah, it's surprising, but at the end of the day, they got to do what's best for the team. And all I can do is control what I can control, which is myself and how I respond to it. So,
where does that positive mindset come from? Does that go back?
God, I got a good support. My teammates, all of them asking, am I okay? Talking to me, talking to some of the vets, Griff, talking to him. I mean, I got a good support system around here, so.
All right, so that's Ed Ingram. The weirdest question out of that whole back and forth was, did you ask the coaches why they benched you? I'm pretty sure I would expect that they would tell him why they were benching.
Well, you know what? You remember Ted would tell you about the same thing. Sometimes the information you get from your coaches isn't nearly as much as you want. I want feedback. Sometimes it depends from coaching staff to coaching staff. Yeah. I felt like the fact that he wasn't surprised by it. He knew that he wasn't playing up to the caliber that either he or the team expected, and it handled it really well. That's cool. Okay, great. He's a great guy. He wasn't sitting there pouting or anything. But we don't need just guys who are great guys. We need guys that can go out and block people.
Well, I kind of wanted him to be angrier about it, if you want to know the truth.
Yeah. Did he demand a trade?
Yeah.
I hope he demanded a trade.
I want some chippiness about getting benched. Yes.
Yeah, so, that's all well and good. I did enjoy him at the beginning. I enjoyed the interviewer starting off with, it's got to be a great feeling that your replacement said nice things about you.
It's got to be a great feeling that your ex-wife's new husband thinks you're a swell guy. You know?
Yeah. Are you happy that the tornado was over so quickly after it destroyed your house? It was. You got to be happy about that, right?
It was strange. The lead into it. It does pop. You had to be happy that, and I'm like, wait a second, this guy just got benched. I can't wait to hear this question.
Yeah, I like your analogy. It's got to be, boy, you got to be so happy to see your kids with their new Instagram.
Yeah.
Well, I hear they're already calling him dad. Not even stepdad, just dad.
Have you thought about saving those pictures and photoshopping your head onto them just to feel a little bit better about things? Did you feel like photoshopping your face onto Dalton Reisner's body?
It's got to feel great that you were one number short of winning the lottery. Boy, you were so close. It's a special feeling, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. So Ed Ingram, he'll be a body in that room, and we'll see what happens, man.
Played right guard for the Vikings, and I did. He does some things, and it's funny. If I could take the moribund state of the Texans' offensive line right now, it at least makes me happy that we now have Kenyon Green in Philadelphia, where I've seen various Eagles fans putting out video from the Colts game this last year. Week 1, Kenyon Green did some really good things. They're like, hey, look at what he can do. And you know what? Eagles fans should be intrigued by that. The Eagles offensive line coach Jeff Stoutland is kind of like the Astros pitching coaching.
They have
staff.
a right to be excited for an offensive lineman coming in there.
If somewhere inside of Kenyon Green is a little Garrett Cole or a little Charlie Morton crawling to get out,
yes.
Jeff Stoutland will find that Charlie Morton.
Yep.
But likewise, they pointed out the Colts game. Yeah, boy, that Colts game, you looked really good at Ingram. Hey, Kenyon Green, that Colts game, you looked really good.
Yeah.
Seth, that Colts. You're the get-right team.
Oh, the Colts? I didn't even hear who the team. I wasn't acutely listening to who the teams were. Yeah.
He's the Rams game.
Yeah.
So Colts playing well as an offensive lineman against the Colts, that doesn't mean the same thing that it used to be.
No, it doesn't.
Podcasting linebackers.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. And the numbers match up, yeah.
Who is a starting guard? Who's more likely to be a starting guard in week 1?
Okay.
I'll give you 3 names. So left or right. Titus Howard.
Okay.
Ed Ingram.
Yep.
Laken Tomlinson.
Okay.
Or Jose Altuve. which one of those guys is most likely to be the new starting to be a starting guard for the Texans?
I'm here for anything, like Altuve's trying some new things these days, They
say he's got short arms, but that's overrated. Short arms can be a strength.
To defend those people, he's better equipped to play guard than tackle for sure. I would say that.
He's got natural leverage. He can get up underneath guys' pads.
Guys don't even notice he's there. He's just chomping at their kneecaps. Maybe he goes and plays for the Lions. Dan Campbell's like, this guy doesn't even need to bend down to bite off a kneecap. He's right there already. He's right there looking at their kneecaps. Of the other 3 guys, non-Altuve, I would say most likely to start at guard. Now, if they hadn't traded Laramie Tunsil, I would have said Titus Howard almost with certainty that he would be playing left guard and the tackles would be Blake Fisher and Laramie Tunsil. I think Titus is going to be one of the tackles. I would say Laken Tomlinson based on veteran trust. Almost like kind of what they thought they were getting with Shaq Mason the last couple of years. That he's played in his offense, that kind. None of it, to be clear, none of them are options that make me feel like this is on their. This offensive line is on their way to being the Washington Redskins hogs of the '80s or anything.
What really matters is what they do in the draft. And if they draft an offensive tackle in the first round, as D'Amico Ryans the other day said, when you draft a guy in the first round, one of the reasons you draft him is that you think he can be a starter in year 1.
Mm-hmm.
So if they draft an offensive tackle, I think it becomes much more likely that Titus Howard makes a shift to guard at the beginning of a season instead of because of injury like in the past.
Yeah.
And they see what they have with Blake Fisher, knowing that if Blake Fisher doesn't really advance in year 2, they can move Titus Howard back out to tackle.
I mean, that is a bold scenario to set up for yourself if you're Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans, the potential of a second-year tackle and a rookie tackle out there protecting C.J. Stroud.
The early results of my poll on that question I just asked you are 83% Jose Altuve. I expect it to stay that way. I think we're going to get a lot of Jose Altuve votes on that.
Did you put up an actual poll?
I just did, just as I asked the question. I didn't want to forget about it.
That's funny. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you heading into the 9 o'clock hour. All right, there's an article in The Athletic about the biggest non-quarterback contract that was just given out to Myles Garrett that has some anecdotes in it that make you thankful and realize why the Texans are now and going to be so invested in Will Anderson Jr. We'll have that for you coming up.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. There's a really good article in The Athletic from Jason Lloyd, who covers the Browns. I believe he covers the Browns beat. Might be an NFL writer. Either way, really good long-form article on the Myles Garrett contract extension, which I believe is getting officially signed today, or they're having their press conference today up in Cleveland with Myles Garrett. This will be an interesting press conference to watch, only because for a couple reasons. One, Myles Garrett was very on the record about so many things that he thought were broken with the Cleveland Browns organization, and then they just throw $40 million a year at him, and now he's all of a sudden happy again. So I think that's and we've seen from the Deshaun Watson press conferences, Seth, that Cleveland media horde is not afraid to ask the hard questions of football players in these press conferences. I fully expect Mary Kay Cabot to be asking Myles Garrett today about some of the things that he had said about the Browns prior to signing the contract.
I think the biggest thing with Myles Garrett is going to be the very, very easy answer. And I think the one that he can talk himself into, and maybe he did talk himself into it as Andrew Berry, the GM, was probably giving him a pep talk about how this is our plan, this is how we're going to attend. By the way, here's $100 and some million guaranteed.
Right.
As the punctuation mark on his spiel that he gave for the pep talk. By the way, we're going to give you $40 million per year. A huge chunk of it guaranteed.
Yeah. So here's the part of the article that I think will that if Cleveland media holds up the same energy they did for Deshaun Watson with Myles Garrett. Now, I would imagine Myles Garrett is a significantly more popular figure in Cleveland than Deshaun Watson ever was, including him arriving there amidst all those lawsuits. But I think this is what's getting a lot of attention in this article by Jason Lloyd. It says this: I hope at the very least this contract brings a sense of responsibility rather than entitlement for Garrett. It's well known within the Browns that Garrett is frequently late to the facility. He has skipped mandatory team activities on multiple occasions. Veterans typically police the locker room on those types of things and create the culture of accountability. But here, it's the best player breaking the rules. That has to change now.
Yeah. You know where this comes down to it is Kevin Stefanski. And all right, what kind of a culture is Kevin Stefanski just an offensive coordinator who has the title of head coach, or is he genuinely a head coach?
I'll tell you what they think up there about him, based on from listening to radio up there, is the former. What you said first, that he's an OC dressed as a head coach.
Because there's one thing, having played for Tom Coughlin, and I've had conversations with him about his time with the Giants, where it clicked for Coughlin. Very much, he had way more tolerance, I guess. Tolerance isn't the right word. He understood that some of his best football players might not also be the best Boy Scouts on the team.
Best football citizens, yeah.
Yeah, so Coughlin, for him, I think it was always, there was a drill sergeant side of him that would, if he had his druthers, he'd just kick everybody out who wasn't 10 minutes early to a meeting. And trying to draw a hard line, but still manage having personalities on your team that don't necessarily check off all the boxes. It's an inborn trait. And it took Coughlin decades to figure out how to do it. And it really clicked for him there with the Giants in 2007. But it's a challenge for a head. That's one of the things you get paid to do as a head coach. How do I establish a culture, but also find that balance between the guys who are freakishly talented and gifted, but aren't the ideal guy that I want, as an influence on the team and everything. And I think whether you're Bill O'Brien or, if you want to be critical of DeMeco Ryans at this point, you could say, all right, well, how come, if Washington can make it work with Laramie Tunsil, despite him not necessarily being the ideal type of player that you want him to be, how come Washington can get that out of him? Mm-hmm. So that's the difference between being a coordinator and a head coach, balancing all these personalities. You think about how an NBA coach, that's a lot of it, is how do you balance these personalities? And that's I don't think I'd ever heard any stories about that, about Myles Garrett, that he was a habitual tardy dude or anything.
Yeah, I hadn't either, and who knows how his teammates feel about that or how coaches feel about that. Again, this is Jason Lloyd in The Athletic saying, quote, "It's well known within the Browns that Garrett is frequently late to the facility. He skipped mandatory team activities on multiple occasions." These are all things that are either true or not. There's no haziness with it. There's no gray area.
And I'll say, too, like as far as Coughlin, when he would accept a certain, he'd have to figure out how to manage that. If you were habitually late or something, like, you weren't going to be around. Like, that's just different. That was a non-starter.
Yeah.
And you probably weren't going to be extending the guy that long. Coughlin, it was always, why is this guy only 3 minutes early to a meeting instead of 10 minutes early to a meeting?
Right.
That drove him insane.
Yeah.
Drove him absolute. If you were a guy that felt comfortable enough with your contract situation to show up 1 minute before a meeting, then it would drive Coughlin insane.
I would imagine your comfort level, just knowing you the way I know you, never dipped below 10 minutes. There was never an 8 or 7 minute period for you with Coughlin.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time I wasn't like 15 minutes early to anything ever.
Yeah,
well, actually, no. We had a glitch on the show one day. But other than that, I'm usually, because it was drilled into me. That's why I still set, not once in my life have I ever needed the snooze alarm. I still set 5 in the morning. If I'm going to wake up at 3 a.m., I've got one for 3, 3:10, 3:20, 3:30, 3:40. It's and I've never ever needed them, but I don't feel good unless I have all of them set.
Mine go like this. Mine go 4:17 a.m. Because a random number at the beginning, not like on a quarter hour or a top, a random number jars me when I see it. And then 4:40, and then 5 o'clock is my emergency alarm. If the 5 o'clock alarm goes off, I am up. I'm like, I got to get going.
I used to have a prime number, or at the very least an odd number.
Jars you, right?
What's that?
It jars you a little bit when you see a weird number.
I don't know. It just felt better. I don't know why. I don't even remember the rationale for it. It didn't jar me. I'm usually awake before my alarm goes off. It's very rare that I need an alarm.
I am not.
So I don't know why I did that. And then at one point I thought, this is stupid. This is like something a football coach would insist upon. Why am I doing this? So now I'm all even 5-minute increments. That's where I'll go.
I have 3 alarms, and I go with that. That's my system. It's worked well. Have not been late to, knock on wood, to a morning show since you and I got together here. I would say this, too, about this Myles Garrett story. This is the first thing that popped into my head when I read this was Will Anderson. And we've talked a lot about Will Anderson and his future with the Texans based on all these big, huge contracts that have been popping up at his position. Look, I think the Texans, when they traded up to get Will Anderson, envisioned 2 things about Will Anderson when they gave up all that draft capital. They envisioned him becoming on the field the Myles Garrett of the Houston Texans, the guy that you stick out on the edge and he makes offensive coordinator, and he's the guy you got a game plan for. He's the guy you got to double team, and he's going to make life a whole lot easier for his teammates. I do think that they didn't really even have to envision it. They saw it when they interviewed him. They got every anecdote from in the building at Alabama that this is a guy who doesn't show up late to the facility. This is a guy who will probably, I would imagine, never skip a mandatory team activity unless the vibe and the energy around Will Anderson change drastically for some reason in the next couple of years. He becomes a cynic because of the world that he lives in here all of a sudden.
He gets a hold of a pamphlet.
Right. I can't imagine what sort of act of God or Congress it would take for Will Anderson to lose his positive outlook that he has on life.
I would have even the things that I would think that could do it. I don't even want to bring up as a joke or anything.
Right.
So I don't see that being an issue.
So I think there's a level of professionalism with Will Anderson where I think the reason the Texans gave up a second and a first and other stuff to move up and go get him was, yes, he was the defensive rookie of the year his rookie year. Yes, he had double-digit sacks last year and he was highly disruptive. But I think, yes, it's that this guy is the opposite of what that paragraph that I just read about Myles Garrett reportedly is. Like he is professionalism and positivity personified.
Right. And with Myles Garrett, I mean, the product on the field, you can't ask for more than that. He is a freak of nature.
He's great.
And it's just odd. and maybe it's never made it out. I don't know. But it's odd that it hasn't been a story before. I wonder if is this a recent occurrence? Is this something that just started happening when did he start doing this when things went south? When things were when it wasn't working out with Deshaun Watson and it looked like the team was just collapsing? Did Myles Garrett start to maybe try to force his way out a little bit? I have zero clue.
Now that is a really good point, because we saw some of that with the Texans when things got really bad. Like when an otherwise professional player, and when I say professional, I mean like behind-the-scenes professionalism, is all of a sudden either doing things or being painted as somebody who's unprofessional. The one that always comes to mind is Justin Reed getting benched for a game because he got into it with Chris Conley over some tiff during the Conley era.
Into it. The report was that Justin Reed got into it with David Culley, and that Conley stood up,
stepped in,
and got into it. Yeah, tried to step in or something. Yeah. Who knows how accurate that is? It was smoke surrounding Justin Reed that was inconsistent with anything we've ever heard about Justin Reed.
Entire body of work. Yeah.
Which my whole feeling is always, this is what happens in extremely dysfunctional situations. If you're a good person in a dysfunctional situation, then you end up acting in ways, sometimes out of necessity, that can make it look like you're the bad locker room guy.
Yep.
If you try to speak, if you try to be a whistleblower or something, or try to point out that, hey, this is messed up, then you get painted as a bad guy. It's like if you've got a pathological liar in your family or that's close to you. It gets to the point, if you've ever dealt with a pathological liar, it gets to the point where you start becoming a liar because you're trying to get out in front of whatever lies the liar is telling about you, and you end up being more petty or whatever. So maybe there's room for that, but I don't know.
Yep. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Seth and I, back in the late part of the 8 o'clock hour, we went through the Astros Hope-O-Meter on The Athletic, a survey The Athletic does every year before the baseball season, where they just ask you simply, are you optimistic or pessimistic? They started doing it in 2022. This is by far the lowest amount of optimism that Astros fans have had, at least according to that poll, since they started doing it. They've been in the high 90%. They were 100% one year. This year, 59%, the 19th highest optimism level of any team in Major League Baseball. So we asked the listeners what they thought about this. Text message, I'm optimistic. I'm really intrigued by this team. I think they'll have really good pitching depth, and Jim Crane will spend a little money and acquire something before the trade deadline if they need to. Now, that is optimism right there, that the pitching train will just keep on chugging along, and Jim Crane will keep on spending that money.
I'm optimistic, given with some asterisks. I'm not optimistic in the same way that I was when they were very much in their World Series potential window. And now it's baseball. If you make the playoffs, there's a chance you can make the World Series. But it's that I like the direction of where they're going with Dana Brown. If Ken Smith works out, then I'll feel really, really good about it, because, hey, one of the reasons you get Dana Brown is that you need to bolster the pipeline. And if the Cubs traded for Kyle Tucker on a one-year rental and the Astros got back in return not just a couple of viable baseball players, viable veterans, but a guy who could end up being a cornerstone of your franchise, that's a trade of the century there.
Yeah.
I don't care how good Kyle Tucker is moving on into the future. You get 6 years of control on Cam Smith. That's a huge if. It's been very, very, very promising so far. But this is specifically the type of deal that you brought Dana Brown in for. How do we get younger and we handle not being able to retain a lot of these high-priced guys? That move right there would be a masterstroke by Dana Brown. So far so good, and we'll see. But that's got me feeling more optimistic than anything.
Bingo. Yep, I agree. Pessimistic, a texter says. They didn't listen to me for 2 years wanting to trade Bregman and Altuve. Now, let me stop right there. My favorite part of that is they didn't listen to me, as if this guy was like either standing outside the stadium or he was calling Dana Brown and Jim Crane on a daily basis. Like, have you traded these guys yet? Texter goes on to say, no, we got nothing for Breggy, and Altuve has no position. Yeah, Altuve ticket money for Crane. I don't know what that last part means. Oh, people are keeping Altuve. People are going to pay ticket money to watch Altuve. We'll see.
I think there's genuinely a sentimental side to Jim Crane with Altuve, though, too.
No question.
it's danger of your head coach or your owner being very briefly the actual GM, but then also in some of the decisions like that. But they made Altuve's contract very team friendly.
Yeah,
like they front loaded it in such a way that realistically, objectively, Altuve's salary makes a lot of sense for a guy his age at the end of his contract compared to the way some of these contracts are structured.
Yeah, the last 2 years he's only making $10 million. I say only. He's only making $10 million a year, which is very, very, very modest. And
especially by then, after salaries have increased with inflation.
No question. Yeah, I think it helps that I think Altuve feels just as sentimental about the Astros as the Astros feel about him. Like never even got close to free agency, Altuve, ever.
Now, as far as should they have traded away Bregman last year, should they have started the reset earlier, I will give the entire organization the benefit of the doubt or a pass on trying to get one more year out of the core or the remaining fragments of the core where they still were, objectively as possible. You look at the odds for the Astros winning the league or winning the World Series last year. They were, by people outside of Houston and non-Astros fans, still very much a contender.
Top five.
Trying to just latch onto that one more potential year. It didn't work out. But I'm not going to begrudge them going for it for one more year.
No, and I think, too, that they genuinely felt, Bregman going into it, actually staying with the team, than they felt that there was with Tucker. I think they felt there was practically a 0% chance that Kyle Tucker was going to continue his career as an Astro. I think they thought Bregman might do it up until like a month ago, So there's that, too. All right, Payne and Pendergast, keep weighing in. We'll read them. Optimistic or pessimistic about the Astros? Optimistic about, I think, the Rockets for sure. There was a thought that a former Rocket had that had me feeling really good about the way the Rockets are building this thing right now and really the way all three teams that we talk about here are operating right now. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Austin Rivers was doing his podcast, former Rocket, who I really despised until he became a Rocket, and then I liked him when he was a Rocket, and then once he wasn't a Rocket anymore, I started despising him again. But I think he does a good job on his podcast. He's interesting, and he was having a conversation where he was talking about just how young teams are, like how the NBA is really hard to team build these days because guys, the players that matter get paid, and it's a really good point. Like Jay Holden, all of a sudden he's got a 3-year, $100 million contract. Like Alperen Şengün just took his first legal drink within the last year. He got a 5-year, $185 million contract. And I'm optimistic about both guys, but these are the guys that teams are building around, and they're getting paid before you really know if they're that kind of guy. Here's Austin Rivers. Teams are too young. They don't have vets, but he does mention one team very positively in here.
There's like very few teams that have authentic vet presence. He's like, we just went and pushed them all out the NBA. And now the NBA is so young. I've been saying this for the past 2 years.
It's coming back around, though, with Detroit and Houston getting these vets and then seeing their growth this year.
And you've seen the impact on what's happened with teams who have grabbed vets. And look what it's done. And I was saying this, and everyone thought I was being biased because I was just now getting out of the league.
Sure.
So everybody heard me say it and was like, oh, he's just mad that he didn't get a deal. No, what I got going on. But what I'm saying is the truth, man. We offer more than play. Not to mention that the vets have helped them on the court play the right way, play with a certain level of integrity, helped these guys in the locker room. And when James said it, I saw comments flooded with people like, oh, James is the one to talk. He was in strip clubs. James never missed a game. But James outworked damn near everybody on the team.
All right, so that James he's talking about, obviously, with the mention of strip clubs.
Yeah.
James Harden.
Well, I think it's a difference, too, where, James Harden is in that different caliber of player where he is the guy that's actually driving the competitiveness and everything. Whereas if you're a team like the Rockets could have been, where if all you had, or what like they were a couple of years ago, where you've got, all this young promising, and what do you have around them to guide them and to kind of teach them how to be pros? That you got to have veterans there. And Dillon Brooks is the one that I was most wrong about, that because given all the drama there was in Memphis, to where Memphis didn't even want Dillon Brooks anymore, that I questioned whether this is a guy that you want to bring on to your young guys. He's been great for them. And obviously Fred VanVleet is a great influence on the younger players. The Rockets have done a lot of stuff really, really right when it comes to creating an environment for your young guys to have mentors, but then to also, you have to be patient and let these guys develop, not panic about the times that they act like a 20-year-old or play like a 20-year-old. You can't panic. You got to just expect that it's going to come that way. But then there's still that moment of truth when you give these guys their extensions. It's just like giving a third-year quarterback the extension in the NFL.
Yep.
You just don't know how a guy's going to handle it, and so far they've handled it the right way.
I like that whoever Austin Rivers is doing that with dropped in Houston, because as I was listening to Austin share that take, I'm going, the Rockets are kind of the opposite of what you're talking about. Yeah, they got a bunch of young guys they built around, but they to your point, Seth, did a very smart job of bringing in the right veterans. I think it really helps too to have Ime Udoka as a head coach here. I don't know what the situation was with Dillon Brooks when he was in Memphis, when he just made a hobby out of pissing off LeBron James at the worst possible times, and then LeBron would go hang playoff and things like that. You couldn't have they don't have the version of Dillon Brooks that shoots off at the mouth like he did in Memphis, and who knows how much of that influence is Ime Udoka? Who knows how much of that is Dillon Brooks himself maturing and learning from that experience? I don't really care where it comes from. I'm just glad that this is the version of Dillon Brooks that we have. I think you're absolutely right about that. I like just to broaden the take a little bit. I feel really comfortable about the competency level of the Astros, the Rockets, and the Texans right now in terms of how they're going about things. Like they're doing, like we're pretty lucky. Like there have been times where each of these teams have had their periods of time where they're doing things that don't make any sense. The worst one, obviously, was the Jack Easterby era with Bill O'Brien in charge of the roster with the Texans, where it's like, oh my God, it's like watching a relative just like kill themselves with 1,000 paper cuts. I feel like, generally speaking, there's always little things that I feel like, okay, I disagree with this, I disagree with that. But in terms of the strategy, the culture, like all the things that each of these teams are trying to build, I feel confident that they've got the right people in place doing mostly the right kind of things.
Yeah, and with the Astros, if you go back to 2014, if you it's easy with hindsight, but people understood what Jeff Luhnow's plan was. It was a question of, all right, lots of teams try to tank and then pull it off. And in hindsight, we should have felt better about all the AAA championships that they were winning and how Carlos Correa and George Springer looked. But it's just really, really hard when those guys are still prospects to really believe that Jeff Luhnow knew what he was doing. Mm-hmm. He obviously did. And really the only stretch of time in the last decade where there's been a lot of just genuine fear or uncertainty about the way the Astros were operating was when Jim Creighton was in control, and for that short window of time where they did a lot of damage. And then still, I mean, with Dana Brown, you're still like, for the first year, I was still really, really wondering and waiting, because a lot of what Dana Brown brings to the table is restocking that farm system, and that's something that you don't really see and capitalize on for several years. So. So the Astros, it's still not a panic level. It's more of a gnawing, like, oh boy, I don't know if they're going the right way, but they're still a really good baseball team.
I do think that where the Astros were really different over the last few years, you kind of touched on it there, was not knowing who was necessarily in charge. Like, I think it's pretty clear with the Texans. D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio work in tandem with each other, and I think Nick is very open about, like, he's there to serve D'Amico, and I believe him when he says that. I think the way they've gone about building this roster on the defensive side and trying to build it on the offensive side says a lot of D'Amico there. I think it's pretty obvious with the Rockets that Rafael Stone has been put in charge there to do his thing by the Fertittas. The thing I'm most encouraged by with the Astros is it doesn't feel like we've known where Dana Brown's reporting to people other than Jim Crane.
Just too many chiefs.
Too many cooks in the kitchen, man.
It feels more. Yeah, I guess it's just different. It's different than it was with the Rockets or with the Texans when things were really dark. It's a different set of problems to have. But yeah, that lack of feeling like there was cohesiveness in the front office and with the GM and with the owner and with the manager there for several years, it was uncomfortable. It just wasn't the panic level that we've had with the other franchises.
I want an empowered GM. Well, it wasn't the panic level because they were still winning at the time, too, probably. Yeah. That helps. By the way, I'm looking at your poll that you put up. Jose Altuve is still winning in a landslide right now.
So the poll was, read the poll for me because I'm not looking at it.
Who is the most likely to be the starting left guard for the Houston Texans in Week 1? Titus Howard, Laken Tomlinson, or Jose Altuve? 57.4% have Altuve as the most likely to be the starting left guard for the Texans in Week 1.
He's lost some ground. Yeah. That's, maybe he'll, as long as he can maintain that above 50%. He's got natural leverage. Yep. He can get up underneath the pads. He turns weaknesses into strengths. We know that. Yep. His speediness. Yeah. He's advancing in age, but by football guard standards, he's still the most athletic guard in the league. Yeah. So I think there's a chance that he can make it. It does, though. I mean, my general malaise about the Texans right now is that I'm A-okay with the thought that, hey, Laramie Tunsil makes a boatload of money. Let's take everything else out of it. He makes a bunch of money, but an offensive line, as we saw last year, needs more than one good pass protector. So if they need to go and figure out a way to have 5 average offensive linemen, then they could be better in pass protection than when they had Laramie Tunsil there. They've got extra cap space to do it without Laramie Tunsil in the building. So far, the offseason in which my expectations were relatively meager and realistic, I was hoping for a guy like Kevin Zeitler, the 35-year-old guard out of Detroit, that maybe the Texans could sign him to a one-year deal. Mm-hmm. He goes to the Titans.
Yeah.
I am getting a little bit jealous when I look at teams like the Vikings, who go out and get two solid veterans in Ryan Kelly and Will Fries on the interior of the offensive line.
Yeah.
I'm getting jealous when I look at the Bears, who trade for Joe Thuney and sign Drew Dahlman, the center. They bring in a couple of good interior offensive linemen. This is looking more and more like, barring a notable trade, the Texans are going to look at the draft to go out and get their genuine future studs for the Texans offensive line.
Would you rather?
I'm a little bit nervous. I'm starting to get nervous about it right now.
Would you rather? They're about the same in terms of average annual value. Would you rather have Kevin Zeitler on this team or C.J. Gardner-Johnson on this team?
Oh, that's a bastard of a question, Sean. I'm really excited about C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I am too.
But the Texans' defense is good enough to be a Super Bowl winning defense. The offense is not even close. So,
I'm Zeitler. I would be Zeitler.
Yeah, I'd be Zeitler.
They shouldn't be excited about C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But Zeitler. Safety was not an acute need for this team. Like, I don't think anybody watched this team this year and said, wow, the safety play on the Texans, boy, they better go get somebody.
Well, I mean, Kalen Bullock had a really promising rookie year, and he got better as the year went along, but it's not like he's a finished product yet.
Yeah.
I think to be a genuinely great defense, you're going to have to do something different at safety. It couldn't be Eric Murray, you know? But in terms of being overall a Super Bowl caliber team, Kevin Zeitler might help you a lot more than C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Yeah, I get another way to frame it. Like, no national shows were talking about the Texans' safety position this season.
Right.
There are plenty of national shows talking about how bad the Texans' interior of the offensive line was.
And the Texans' offensive line in general. And now, yes, Laramie Tunsil was not the perfect player. He's not as good as the genuine guys that I think of as top-tier offensive tackles, but he's a really good pass protector.
Yeah.
He was your best offensive lineman by a long shot.
Oh, yeah.
So now you're like, okay, my thought was you get rid of Laramie Tunsil, but let's get some blue-collar veterans. I'd rather have 5 average offensive linemen than 1 really good offensive lineman and 4 guys you don't feel awesome about. Right now, you're stuck in neither of those categories, and it's a whole lot of hoping that they really hit their draft picks.
All right, we got pettiness up in Dallas going on right now. This is fun to be able to grab our popcorn and watch from afar. Pettiness with 2 huge names going on right now up in Dallas. And do we see the one of the big names go off the board today in NFL free agency? That's coming up next.
Come on down. The former Bengals. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugarland on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This is one of those topics where I'm like, man, what did we do before social media? I'm sure we found ways to get topics and we survived just fine. But boy, when it comes to stuff like this, of guys sniping at each other, if there were no social media, we never would have gotten this little tiff between Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence that we got over the last 24 hours. DeMarcus Lawrence, now a Seattle Seahawk, signs a 3-year deal to go play for the Seahawks. He, of course, was a career Cowboy before that, played really well. He did an interview with one of the bloggers up there with Seattle. The name escapes me right now, but DeMarcus Lawrence in this throws a little shade at the Dallas Cowboys.
You know, made my home there. You know, my family lives there. You know, I'm forever going to be there, but, you know, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
We're here.
All right.
DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, we're good. We don't need the thank you there.
Yeah. Okay, I see where now. I thought there was no other way to interpret that other than shade towards the Cowboys and Jerry Jones and their ability to win a championship.
Yeah.
I guess you kind of thought, well, he says, I know for sure I'll never win a Super Bowl there, basically because
he's never going back.
He might just be saying, because he's in Seattle.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
No, I'd choose violence.
I
think
do
he
too.
is.
I don't know why.
I think he might as well have said, as long as that old sack of flesh, Jerry Jones, is still in charge, they'll never win a Super Bowl.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously, my gut reaction was shade towards Dallas. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the show. But as I listened to it the second and third time, I'm like, I wonder if maybe. But no, you know what the tell is? Where he goes, yeah, after he says it. There's a pause, and he goes, yeah.
Yeah.
So that was good. Micah Parsons responded to this.
So he thought it was shade, Micah Parsons.
Definitely thought it was shade because he quote tweeted the video of that audio you just heard and said, this is what rejection and envy look like. This some clown bleep. This is some clown S word from Micah Parsons. So Micah's saying, hey, man, we never wanted you, okay, in this free agency run. Rejection, we rejected you, and now you're jealous of us and our 7-10 record and complete inactivity years. You wish you were us, is what he's saying. To which Lawrence replied, calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. So this is
that is shade.
That is shade right there.
That's shade, my friends.
That is 5 umbrellas right there.
That is classic. That's good shade too, because that's the kind of thing that can create divisiveness within the locker room. Mm-hmm. That's a little bit of. That's not just throwing shade. That's knowing that some of the people back in Dallas are like, I know. I'm not going to lie. DeMarcus Lawrence makes some good points there.
Yeah. You know. Well, I'll tell you what this is. Micah Parsons is basically saying what you just said is some clown bleep.
Yeah.
DeMarcus Lawrence is saying you are a clown. It's the difference. There's a difference there. Like if I were to call somebody, there's a difference between saying that's stupid that you just did and saying you are a stupid person.
You know what?
And I feel like Lawrence is saying you are a clown. Like this is what you do all the time.
There's something there. I'll tell you what. In the social media world, the clown emoji carries a special kind of force and power that you wouldn't expect it to. Because, okay, when you're out there tweeting in the Twitter streets, you know that opposing fan bases are going to be just vicious and irrational, and it's easy to kind of brush off. There is something about somebody putting a clown emoji in a reply to you that still gets me a little bit. I haven't built enough calluses over there where I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're calling me. So yeah, if he had added a clown emoji to that would have been great. I wonder. I mean, realistically.
Oh no! Micah had a clown emoji. It just didn't
Micah had a clown emoji.
Micah had a clown emoji. It just didn't translate into the Google Doc. It doesn't. The Google.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't look at the actual tweets.
Yeah. And DeMarcus Lawrence had like that purple devil face to his tweet. Yeah.
I think the interesting thing about the Cowboys dynamic. I'd be curious if we weirdly do have some Cowboys fans who listen to our show really regularly. Yeah.
Best
I
show
know
in the
that
world. Why wouldn't
I
they?
know that the Cowboys fan base is largely done with Jerry Jones. They're sick of him. A lot of them despise him. Yeah. And it's always felt to me like, okay, well, Stephen Jones is a guy that at least has kind of kept his father on track. But it's getting to the point now where Stephen Jones is no young man either.
No, he's not.
But I'm looking at it. So I assumed that Stephen Jones was like 72 years old. I don't know how old Jerry Jones is or anything.
Think Jerry was 150.
I did. I thought he was approaching 90. I don't know. Like, Jerry, despite many operations to try to not look old, still looks like an old, rich dude.
Yeah.
And Stephen Jones, you look at him and like, man, he's no spring chicken. He's only 60.
Yeah.
He's a rough-looking 60, man.
Yeah.
I look at Charlotte Jones, the daughter, or Charlotte Jones Anderson. She's only 58, and she looks like she's about 15 years younger than
amazing.
Stephen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
Maybe she's the one that needs to be in charge.
That's pretty badass. When your name is Stephen Jones, it's a very, very, kind of
common name.
Stephen Jones age in Google, and you're the one who pops up. I mean, the Cowboys are a mess, and I don't think they're a very good football team, and I don't agree with a lot of the decisions that they make. But that's a pretty good power move right there, having control of the name Stephen Jones on the search engine optimizer right there. Good for you.
Charlotte Jones Anderson is an attractive woman. And I think she looks great, especially for being 58 years old. But there's a part of her that looks way too much like Jerry Jones, and it's kind of unsettling.
Yeah, that would come into play.
It was like that time I told you.
Lights would have to be out for sure. Yeah.
The time I was making out with Farragher's sister, and I looked down in the moonlight, and I was like, oh wow. That's my friend Jeff.
I'm making out with Farragher right now.
And you got to make that decision.
Was he a good kisser?
I got to power through. I got to power through. I got to see this thing out.
Yeah. I'm not a quitter.
I got to tell Jeff that story. I never have. I've told it on the radio.
Take off the bra and be a man.
Exactly, Harlan. Exactly. Hey, who's pettier right now? Micah Parsons and DeMarcus Lawrence with each other, or Mike Florio over almost anything?
Florio never turns down a chance to be petty.
No.
And it's the one thing I respect him for. That and his hair.
Headline, Bill Belichick asks North Carolina to copy his girlfriend on emails. I just love the headline reads like he asked the whole state of North Carolina to do it. He means the university. This was getting some traction yesterday, including a screen grab of an actual email from Bill Belichick to people. Saying, can you please copy Jordan on all the future emails, please? And Florio.
No, it makes a little bit more sense because she's 24 years old, for those of you who don't know.
Yeah, the girlfriend.
Bill Belichick is 97 or something, and he's got a 24-year-old girlfriend.
Right.
It makes a little bit more sense that it's for the emails that are focused on social media and web content.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what. Belichick's girlfriend, if she really knows what she's doing as a social media director, I hope that she was the one that actually screen grabbed this and put it out there. Because in the social media world, it's like, hey, any publicity is good publicity. It was just, hey, more clicks the better.
Yeah.
Then that might have been a masterstroke by her. And she might have even told Bill Belichick, listen, request that I be CC'd on these, and then just so you know, I'm going to go ahead and get a lot of social media traction and get you all a whole lot of headlines and more notoriety for the UNC program by putting a screenshot out there.
Yes. Oh, dude, this is such a different world he's operating in now than when he was with the Patriots in this college world. North Carolina is, and by the way, Florio keeps pointing out in here how UNC is a public institution. Emails sent and received on school accounts are open records. Dude, how soon until the first open records law request for Belichick emails from Florio do we get? Is it before the season coming up this year? Does Florio want to know all the NIL stuff going on with UNC?
Florio's going to write out at least 10 separate articles on his issues with the portions that were blacked out, and that he's going to demand. Florio finishes the article, where Florio, to his credit, paints a more accurate picture than the initial reports, because I think one of the initial reports had said that all the emails were to be copied. So Florio is the one that points out that no, it's actually for social media type stuff. But he finishes with, is it wrong per se? No. Is it normal? You decide.
He did the rhetorical question thing that optimist guy did before about the Astros.
Yeah.
Those rhetorical questions pull you in. Is Belichick, is North Carolina for you, Seth? Because they are this for me. Are they kind of like what Colorado's been the last couple of years where, I'm going to go out of my way to watch these games here.
Yeah.
Just to see how Belichick is doing. Now, Colorado was multi-layered because you had Deion, who is 10 times the personality that Belichick is, obviously, plus Shador, plus the Heisman Trophy winner with Travis Hunter. But are they must-see TV for you as far as college goes?
Not necessarily. I think part of it is that Deion also came with Shador and Travis Hunter, which it was immediately intriguing. These are genuinely bona fide potential, at the time, potential high first-round picks. We'll see with Shador Sanders. And then, obviously, Deion was a master at creating publicity. So there was going to be polarization, and there were going to be people that wanted to get behind them or wanted them to fail. This is going to be a little bit more slow-burning, and it's either going to be if UNC ends up actually like being a worse program or something than what they were. Or I think there'll be a lot of people piling on that want to. I think there'll be a lot of anonymous quotes from NFL personnel.
Yeah.
There's one thing you'll see. One thing that keeps coming up over and over again with Belichick when he was searching for an NFL job is that, man, he created a lot of enemies through the years. You don't dial that back with a lot of owners and GMs that genuinely felt like they didn't approve of the way Belichick operated. Like, that doesn't subside with time, especially when that guy is in a position of need. So if UNC sucks, then it'll be a big story.
They'll pile on.
If they impress, it's going to be a big story, too, especially amongst NFL fan bases.
Text message, why would the Texans let John Weeks go to the 49ers? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that.
They could brought in a younger guy that, I don't know, maybe they might want – I haven't looked at their new long snapper at all, so I'm going to go out on a flyer and say that maybe he adds a little bit of versatility or can be used on special teams or in coverage better than Weeks in punt coverage. I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't know. Like, Weeks, I'm guessing, was getting the most you can get as far as minimum salaries for veterans go. I think he's making like 1.2 or 1.3. The true league minimum is less than $1 million.
Well, and they still adjust, and they adjust for that for the cap. If you're making the minimum as a veteran, it doesn't count as much against the cap as your total salary.
So they don't dissuade teams from pushing older guys.
Keeping older guys there,
yeah, that makes sense.
I think, looking at it without we've been watching John Weeks since 2010.
Yep.
How old is he now?
He's
37 years old, yeah. To try to detach emotion from it and everything, they probably just feel like maybe he's starting to show his age.
Yeah.
And it's like, it is more than just snapping. It's coverage on punts, not that you're one of the key guys or anything. So, I don't know.
No, but if you get a 25-year-old guy or however old this Addington guy is that they signed to the reserve contract that they have. Like
Tanner?
If he is it Tanner Addington, something like that. If he runs down and makes one or two plays for you this year that John Weeks might not have made, then it's probably worth it. I just hate it because I love John Weeks. He's awesome. Friend of the station and the most tenured Houston Texan of all time. Dude, think about that. John Weeks has been the snapper since Kareem Jackson's horrible rookie year that he had. Remember, I'm just trying to think what's the thing that I most remember when I think of the 2010 season. What's the thing that I think of the most? And it's how bad that defense was because you had to go get Wade Phillips the next year. John Weeks was here before Wade Phillips got here as the defensive coordinator, which feels like it was 50 years ago.
Yeah.
It's wild.
If you did that thing where you cut a tree open and the people can tell you when there was a drought this year.
Yeah.
There was there must have been a forest fire this year.
Yeah.
200 years ago. You could do that with John Weeks.
You can slice
Cut him in
open.
half and be like, right there. There's when DeAndre Hopkins got traded.
Right there.
The much smaller ring. He died a little inside. He did not grow nearly as much that year.
No, it's right there next to his spleen. You can see it right there. What's up, fellas? Reggie, John, how we doing?
I like how you thought of it like trees when my dumb brain or my maybe like journalist pilled brain was like, he was basically the Texans ombudsman. You know what I mean? Of the Texans organization for a very long time. Who's the next one? Who's the new ombudsman?
I don't know who
Kaimi
it is.
Fairbairn's the most.
He's had the close. He's the next longest tenured Texan. Well, I asked Seth this earlier because we were like, man, John Weeks could write a book if he wanted to. I mean, it would be a very targeted book. Texan fans would probably be the main ones interested. But
I wonder who might write it.
But he's.
What are you doing right now? Was that
You're the best ghostwriter in the business. I'm here for that.
Sponsored by a barbecue sauce. Go ahead.
Right. Exactly,
Go ahead.
Exactly. Book signings in College Station for everybody. But this was my question I asked Seth is, If Weeks were to write that book about his time with the team, because he's seen a lot of things.
He has.
He's seen many different iterations of this team. He's seen it all. If the chapters were done purely by year, let's say there's 15 chapters in the book, one for each season he played on the team, what's the chapter you're turning to first to go read?
2019?
That was the year that they traded for Tunsil and traded Clowney.
Well, what was the year that Deshaun...
Seth said the COVID year, which was 2020,
okay,
where they fired O'Brien.
Yeah, that
Easterby
one.
took over. Yeah. And the Deshaun stuff had not come out yet. He just requested a trade was all. Like right after the season was over.
The Deshaun year might have to be the one. 2022 when you had Deshaun in training camp and in the building and all that.
That was 21. Yeah, that was
21.
Cully year. Yeah. That'd be the one I would turn to because you had all the negativity in the building at that point.
Yeah.
Deshaun was still there. Easterby was still there. Cully is the.
I really do want to hear, because I've heard different versions of the story. Bill O'Brien's false imprisonment of Brock Osweiler at halftime.
Yes. Was Weeks late getting out of the bathroom at halftime to where he heard the ruckus in O'Brien's office.
I just like the idea that he had the spare time as a snapper to just kind of be like rooting around for stories.
Yes, we hope so. We hope he wrote them all down, right?
Got a recorder.
Got a notebook for each year.
You're like, the publishing company comes to, can you write a book? And he pulls out his legal pad and he's like, I've been waiting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, John, you're going to have those notebooks within the next 2 weeks.
I hope so.
Well, maybe not. Let's get him out of the league first. Dude, how long does he keep playing John Weeks?
Well, I mean,
39.
And the other thing about what he does, and Seth pointed to it, he has contact. I'm not trying to downplay, but it's not like he has vicious hits on his body.
No. He's got a lot of, he stays in shape, not a lot of wear and tear.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you look at the history of Texans long snappers, Brian Pittman was a long snapper. I can't remember if he was there in the inaugural year or not. I think he got there in 2003. Brian Pittman was there from 2003 through 2008. And then back again in 2009. So for pretty much the whole first decade of the team, it was Brian Pittman, and then John Weeks comes in. I don't know if there's anything can we put a banner in the stadium for longevity amongst long snappers? I don't know. It's a point of pride. I don't know.
Yes, two things. Marquee wide receivers that get handed the baton. Andre begets DeAndre Hopkins, who, after a couple of years, begets Nico Collins. And yes, the Brian Pittman baton handoff to John Weeks.
Well, you know what? It's enticing to long snappers to sign with Houston because if you make it, you're going to be here for a decade or more.
Yeah,
there you go.
Addington or whatever your name is.
Yeah.
Buy, don't rent. Get in on real estate right now.
Can we do the thing where just 46 now becomes the number of the long snapper? Like it's bestowed upon you 46 and you get to be here for like a decade.
Weird? You'd be shocked at how many long snappers around the league. That's their number is 46.
Seriously? I never noticed.
So really,
you know how he got his number, right?
How?
They put it in his locker. I heard him talking about it one time.
He didn't request.
Somebody asked him how he got his number. He says, "I was so happy to be in the NFL. That number was in there."
Dude, if you're on a high maintenance long snapper, like no 46 for me.
Yeah.
What car does the long snapper buy to get the jersey number off of one of the other players?
A Honda Civic. I don't know. Yeah, it ain't that big cheddar.
It makes long snappers have to wear somewhere between 40 and 59.
Is that what it is?
So it might just be that that's the least sought after number.
It's an awful
the 40
number.
through 59
it's a
numbers.
Terrible jersey number.
Wait, so we did all this work to make it so that there was more democracy when it came to picking numbers. You could pick more of these numbers,
but not long snappers.
Long snappers
they're
are
still
not
held down as a class.
I gotta see the first long snapper to wear the number 1. I need to see it.
Oh. Boy,
long snappers. That's what I want.
But I miss him.
Yeah,
already.
The Kurt Flood of long snappers.
Cross that line, man. Let's go. All right, we're done. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Yeah, antibodies and clown emojis to you, Sean.
Thank you very much. You
beef.
You
Affectionately.
jerk, you.
Yeah.
All right. We're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. It's a Friday edition of In the Loop, and it starts now.
I was waiting. Is it going to be a funky Friday? I think Figgy's got us covered. You are indeed in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And you. Make sure that you get involved with the program on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. 713-572-4610. And also the Mokaram Injury Lawyers live stream.
Yeah.
We keep it 100.
It is on on YouTube and Twitch.
We both paused, like, gotta hear it. Gotta hear it.
We've established the trend. This is part of the MO. I appreciate that on the YouTube, they're trying to keep us honest. They said, guys, it's 10:02, as if to say, hey, come on, turn it over. But I want to talk to my friends, okay?
Yes, exactly. We have
They're
to.
trying to kick the other show out.
Yeah, they're trying to kick them out.
It's all good, man.
Yeah, far be it from you. Sean hangs around for like the first half of our first segment anyways, just in case he wants to add a little bit more. Just a little bit of overtime for you. He says he's just a fan. No, you're a little bit more, my friend.
Yeah.
But it is your weekend. That is fair. We were holding off his weekend. Every minute that he stays in here to head to our weekend here on a Friday in the loop.
That's a funky faux news dump Friday.
Yes, here we go. Back to the faux news dump. We'll see, man. Look, at this point, the way that the start of free agency has gone thus far for the Texans, not to say that it is inherently bad, but I feel like we could use a little news dump today, can't we?
Can you feel it in your bones a little bit? Figgy, can you feel it in your bones a little bit?
I wish I could say that I could. I kind of don't. That's the thing that's a little concerning. I don't feel a news dump, at least like Texans-wise?
Well, yeah, I do. I do.
Okay, all right, I like it.
And there's, it's not just a feeling. It's there's something that went into that. I mean, Christian Kirk's contract apparently
that is fair
has been redone.
So yeah, we get
there's a reason for that. I'm sure. I don't know what that reason is.
Well,
I don't know what that reason is.
Yeah,
but there's a reason for that.
It's worth noting that now that we're in the new league year, we found a little bit more clarity on all the moves and shakes. In fact, we had those trades, right? The trade of Kenyon Green to the Eagles that brought back CJ Chauncey Gardner-Johnson Jr., right? He comes through as a safety. That's been official. You mentioned the Christian Kirk trade. That is actually official as of yesterday. Plus, as you mentioned, they reworked his contract. If you want to get into the nitty-gritty, I will get so far into the nitty-gritty. Not too much, but the contract reworking, obviously he had 2 years of void years on there that carried no salary to this point, or no cap hit is the word I was looking for. Now those years do. Actually, I think if I looked at it correctly, over the cap has it to where next year, or he under contract. The year after, he'd be a free agent, but there's a void year. That void year carries a majority of that cap hit, right? So it was previously like a $16 million cap hit that he was dealing with on that final year of his contract that he had signed in Jacksonville. He comes here. He's not going to see all of that. In fact, he's going to be something like a $4 million cap hit next year, and then you'll take the remainder of that, push it forward. I think like something like 11 plus is now sitting.
So you cleared $12 million.
You did clear $12 million.
Why?
And it seems like, according to Over the Cap, again, I'm not claiming that I did the numbers on this so that you can actually have some faith and trust in them. I was decent in math in school, but I'm not going to pretend like I got cap math in me. But yes, you have about $14 million in cap, should those, if that site is correct.
Yeah. So why?
Why? That's a good question, right? There's one of a few places you can go. There's somebody that costs anywhere from 10 to 12 million that you maybe want to get. Or maybe you're just doing the thing where you're getting ahead of the fact that in a month and a half, or a month and a little bit of change, you will have to sign a rookie class.
Sure. Well, that's always,
which is also always part of it. But yes.
Yeah. Just out of curiosity, what's Cooper Kupp asking?
That's a good question.
10 to 12 million, isn't it?
I think that is what, at least if you choose to believe Spotrac, which got just a little bit of a hesitation.
Not having a good month.
Well, actually, to be fair, didn't have a good couple of days before we got to the legal tampering.
The more recent ones.
The more recent ones have been okay, I guess. Things, especially like projection type things, take them with a grain of salt. But yes, there's been ideas that maybe he's in that range of about 10, 12, maybe up to 14.
Well, he's asking. This is why I can kind of feel it in my bones. The funky faux Friday news.
Are you sure that that's not something you need to get checked out?
Maybe
I'm like just being a good friend.
I just had my checkup a couple of weeks
ago.
Okay,
good.
So
I was just being a good friend. I feel like at a certain point. Not to call you old, but kind of calling you old. You know, when you start feeling things, we can't just be like, this is a sign, this is an omen. We have to start going, let's check with the medical professional to make sure.
It's funny you say that. Just as a quick aside, before I get to the reason I can feel it in my bones. You know, they send you all that stuff on your medical portal, like the results of your tests. I was like half expecting something really horrible to be on there.
I mean, look.
I was like, all right, what's it going to be?
Is it a visit to the doctor's office if you don't have that little bit of hesitation?
Yeah, but at my age, it's like, all right, what's it going to be? Is it going to be cholesterol? Is it going to be this? Is it going to be that? Which I'm taking medicine for that anyway. But
good for you.
But either
also,
way.
bleep the portal, man. Like, I kind of hate now I got to go sign up for a thing because I decided to go get a well check. Like, bleep you, man. Just print it out.
Yeah. So when I clear,
or call me like we used to.
I went through the whole portal. I'm like, well, that ain't bad at all. I think I'm going to have, some ice cream or something.
Okay, so you were like, oh, you're the person who's like, looks at their credit card and they're like, oh, there's space.
Yeah.
There's space on a credit card. Let's go buy a thing.
Except I was looking at my life.
Yeah, that's right.
Anyways,
your bones, you were feeling something there?
Feeling something in my bones. The Christian Kirk contract was one of those true, Of course it happened yesterday, but that they have this space. They have to have it for a reason. That Nick Caserio is always planning 1 or 2 or 3 or more steps ahead. That Cooper Kupp is out there. I do have a theory on Cooper Kupp as well because you mentioned the $14 million.
Okay, so I can actually give you something a little bit more concrete. Diana Rossini, we trust her.
Big time.
NFL reporter, NFL insider, I should say, for The Athletic. She tweeted out just a few hours ago, earlier this morning, Cooper Kupp's asking price has been a holdup for a number of interested teams, per sources. Some suitors have not been willing to offer Kupp a $13 to $14 million contract, which would seem to intimate that that's about what he is asking for.
Okay, so I have a theory when I saw that. I think he's asking for $14 million.
Correct.
Because he just might find someone who gives him $14 million. But I think that's one of those things where he has a specific team in mind if he doesn't get that $14 million. If the Cowboys, who I believe were mentioned as one of the teams. Yeah,
we had an interesting morning with reporting. Obviously, I gave you the Diana Rossini. There was also the Adam Schefter, where earlier this morning they make note of or Schefter himself makes note of the idea that, hey, apparently, and I don't forgotten exactly what I was going for off the top of my head. Let me go back and actually find the reporting. But apparently the Cowboys would be interested in maybe acquiring the services of Cooper Kupp. And then not too long thereafter, he goes, while the Cowboys are interested, they do not seem to be like a of maybe like 5. I think Jordan Schultz was out there talking about the idea. Our friend Jordan Schultz of Starbucks coffee fame. That there's probably about 5 teams that were out there, and I think the names that I have seen are the Seahawks and the Cowboys as potential destinations.
Right, and so where I'm going with this, as I'm kind of piecing it together, I'm looking at it and I'm like, all right, so he's asking for $14 million. So a team like the Cowboys might give him $14 million.
They're not.
Okay,
sorry.
Just as an example.
The first thing I thought about.
I'll put the money in the hat if I have.
You see all the money they spend on free agency over the last 10 years?
No. Just as an example, a team like the Cowboys or someone else might give him $14 million and he'll go. But if they don't, we're looking at 11 or 12 again, and all of a sudden the Texans, might come into play. So that's why I'm thinking the full Friday news dump might be interesting for the Texans. And then there's this.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard anything on Stephon Diggs.
That is true.
Stephon Diggs loves it here.
It would seem to believe.
He was at the rodeo. Remember, he looked really good in his little tasseled leather jacket and cowboy hat and all that stuff. I mean, I just have a feeling in my bones we're going to get something. We're going to get something. It's probably going to be either wide receiver, and of course we all talk about the interior offensive line.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
I like the feeling here.
Mm-hmm.
I do appreciate the feeling from the 979. An email to your portal isn't a bad news. Bad news comes with the phone call. Okay. All right. I feel you there. But yeah, I can see how you're going there. That cap space does draw intrigue.
Yeah.
Immediately people are like, don't get Kupp. Like, don't go there. I mean, I know that the reason that we've talked about is the idea of you already having a slot in Christian Kirk. Actually, can I get a little Ian Rappaport here? Ian Rappaport was on, I think this was NFL Insiders that the NFL Network does, and this was him talking about Cooper Kupp being out there. See if you hear a name of a team that you are familiar with.
This is kind of a weird situation because we've known for weeks that Cooper Kupp is available. No one's traded for him, which sort of creates the perception publicly that, like, his market is kind of meh. Like, I don't think it is. I think it's pretty strong. You know, I don't think it's going to be $20 million a year. Otherwise, somebody would have traded for him. But, you know, if it's 11, 12, like Josh Palmer and free agency got, I believe it was 12. Like, I could see Cooper Kupp in that range. You guys mentioned the Jaguars. Makes a ton of sense. Texans make a lot of sense, even though they traded for Christian Kirk. The Saints. What about the Seahawks, who have some familiarity there, just scheme-wise, system-wise, and personnel-wise from the Rams? There's going to be a lot of teams available.
I mean, you know, who knows? We could be sitting here at the toss at 2:00 going, well, that was nothing happened, you know. But nevertheless, I think they do these things always with a plan, and a next shoe to fall.
Yeah, but Cooper Kupp, I feel like that would grab attention, that would grab headlines, and I think that there's been fair points made about the idea that, okay, him playing primarily out of the slot does not have to be a roadblock, like as much as we've kind of talked about it as being one. But at the same time, I just keep looking at the big old holes that you're looking at on the offensive line and going, hey, guys, what about this right here? Right? That cap
and it
space,
might be.
That cap space fills when you talk about guys paying for guys. Would someone like a Mekhi Becton fit into a $14 million size hole?
I think he would. I don't know what Spot Rack says on that. I can't remember off the top,
I'll find out. Give me one moment.
Top of my head, but I think that would. I think something's going to happen here today.
I can see it. I think that would be an interesting place that you could possibly go. Somebody mentioned. Okay, I lost the whole tweet. But yeah, when it comes to Mekhi Becton, who last year played with the Philadelphia Eagles, in a way that would be a sort of swap with Kenyon Green going the other way, even though Kenyon Green was not expected to be a starter here. Yeah, I feel like if you choose to believe it, Spotrac has Mekhi Becton's market value calculated on average annual salary at $10.2 million.
There we go. There you go. And we really don't know the exact number in terms of the space they have, the Texans.
No, that is fair.
And so it could be more, you know, for sure. But they're under it because they had to be under it,
correct,
to start the league year. So they're in a good space to make a move if they so choose.
I appreciate the 832 also getting that in there. Another 832 says Stephon Diggs is here because he's doing his rehab here since his injury happened with the Texans. But then also, they posited he also probably doesn't mind all the ladies around Houston.
Yeah, I would guess so. That's his thing.
You ever
remember who do you least want to date your sister?
How can you forget? Like, that might be the piece of Vikings content like on quadruple platinum. I can't imagine anything did something better than that particular piece of content. I do wonder, though, like that mention of, you know, the vistas in Houston. I wonder, do sports teams ever use that? You know what I mean? Like in the various.
Why would they not? Colleges use it.
Fair.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's the whole hangout. This is your sponsor for the weekend.
Got to come to Arizona State, baby, because I mean, look around. You know.
And I just think players in general just know, like, Miami.
Yeah.
Oh, Houston. Don't sleep on Houston.
Miami. I mean, from what we can all gather, Miami, obviously L.A., Arizona, Houston, Atlanta. Where else?
I mean, New York still.
New York still.
Get that feel as well.
New York still.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait. So who in recruiting visit type terms? Who is your sponsor?
What do you mean?
Like who are you bringing in? Like, hey, show them a good time.
Oh, you're talking about in college?
No, here.
Just like
in the city of Houston. Who are you like? Yo, I'm going to pair you up with this cat. On
Not
your free agent visit. Why?
Yeah.
You think it goes too far with Stephon?
I think it would be like, I don't want any part of that dude.
Stephon has always been.
I feel like when Stephon first came here, he didn't even need a sponsor.
That's right.
He's like, oh no, I got this.
Oh, boom, Stingley, quiet guy, very popular. Walk into any restaurant or club, everybody recognizes him. And but he's not necessarily like over the top.
But do he be out here in these streets?
I have no idea.
He's a real quiet dude.
Yeah, he got a girl and all that.
Yeah.
So
You might be doing the sponsor thing wrong. Like, you definitely didn't watch He Got Game.
But see,
Like,
I think you kind of want the wingman more than Stephon.
you think Stefan's taking all the?
Yes, I think Stingley would be a great wingman.
Stefan is taking all the oxygen out the room.
Yeah, exactly.
Stefan is like, I'll let you get the next one. And then the next one, he's like, actually, no, I'm going to get this one too.
I'm going to get both of them.
Yeah, I'm going to get both of these.
I got
the next one, though, for sure is you.
I think Stingley would be good. He's like, oh, there's Derek Stingley. Who's that with you? Oh, we're recruiting him to be a free agent. Oh, really? Yeah. You need a wingman. You don't need Stephon.
Somebody said they'd send Tyler Milner, Slim Thug.
Dude, you're going to hear about Tyler Milner at 10:40.
You will hear about Tyler Milner at 10:40. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Just getting
that
going.
That boy ain't right.
Wow, that's a little harsh. That's harsh. Coming up next, let's get to this. A beloved Texan, no longer a Texan. We'll talk about that next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio kicks off free agency by trading 5-time Pro Bowler Larry.
It's hitting big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop.
Happy Friday. It is in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig on the air, on the radio airwaves. Appreciate you hanging out with us. From the 832, we were talking about who would be like the host. Who would you send as a host if you were trying to, attract free agents in that way, in a similar vein as like recruiting trips in college? Tank Dell's a great answer.
That's a great answer.
Tank Dell's a very, very good answer. Like, he the man in the city.
He's pretty much a Houstonian at this point. Man.
He the man in the city. I like that. All right. I did tease this on like a beloved Texan moving on, but before we get there, I do want to get to a thing that I feel like we probably should have mentioned last segment, and we intended to mention last segment, and I will raise my hand. I got a little distracted. Hey, you know that the Texans added an offensive lineman yesterday?
They sure did.
Oh, word?
Yeah, they added an offensive lineman yesterday. And maybe me forgetting.
Problem solved.
Maybe me forgetting speaks a little bit to that notion of it being problem solved.
There we go.
Texans, no, not in that way. Like
we're ready to line up.
Yeah,
let's go, baby. I'll let you guys discuss that.
Let Nick cook.
His name.
There we go.
His name is Ed Ingram. Not Evan Ingram. To take a little mini shot.
Not Mark Ingram.
And definitely not Mark Ingram.
I just said Ed Oliver. I didn't even realize it.
So Ed Ingram comes in. He played with the Vikings in the first 3 years of his career. Played right guard for the Vikings. He started for 2.5 seasons, basically. Was benched last year.
What?
He was benched.
Okay.
He was benched for Dalton Reisner, who, mind you, there's one of those guys out there on the free agent market to possibly be an addition to this Texans team. But no, you trade for Ed Ingram, a future 6th-round pick, 2026 6th-round pick. You had a couple of those, so you're not going to be without a 6th-round pick as of right now next season. But low cost, again, similar to the Nick Caserio MO. Low cost for a guy to bring him in. But again, that's a guy who was a starter last year. And, if you look at it, I don't anticipate, though, that he is, at least I would not be super excited for him as a starter. I saw this from Nate Tice. Nate Tice does a lot of great work kind of covering this league. If you're familiar with his pops, like his pops used to coach for the Vikings. Nate Tice, working for Yahoo, says this: the Texans jettisoned the guard that allowed the third highest one-on-one pressure rate amongst all guards. That's Kenyon Green. And now have acquired guards that ranked first in Ed Ingram and fourth in Laken Tomlinson in one-on-one pressure rate.
So they pretty much got rid of Kenyon Green to get a Kenyon Green.
Pretty much.
That's really is.
That's exactly what it. I mean, he wasn't a first-round pick, but
he was a second. He was a second-round pick at 3 years
He's pretty
ago.
much their Kenyon Green.
And I think that's kind of the reason. Like, I think Kenyon Green, I still love that move for the Texans. You take value in Kenyon Green, who is basically he's probably a backup right now. However, there's still a lot of upside in here if we can get it out. And you extract that value, and you get a starting caliber safety in C.J. Gardner-Johnson, right? Cool. But I think that you still need depth. You still need guys, especially backup-type guys. And if you get a backup-type guy like Eddie Ingram, who again starter, but fortunately lost his job at a point, and now you give him opportunity. Hey, let's see if we can develop, and get the upside out of this. It feels like you replace that, but I definitely still am in the place where I was early yesterday, where I'm still looking at. I would like to see 2 guards that whose faces we have not seen yet by the time that we start camp.
You use the term backup type guy. They have 6 of those right now at guard. They have 6 guards on the roster, and you can argue all of them are backup type guards. So yeah, either they and we'll get into this a little later. I don't want to shortchange the greatest Texan in Houston's history, but yeah, they need something. They need something at guard.
Wow, I didn't know we were talking about Andre Johnson here.
Well, him
That's
too.
what I was thinking. I'm like, J.J. Watt?
Yeah, him too. Both those guys
okay.
too. Yeah.
All right. So we'll delve more into Ed Ingram. We got all day to talk more about that. But yeah, they acquired offensive lineman, right guard, kind of, if you really want to view it that way. So I guess technically you could line up in a way where you have dudes who have been starters, who like technically all 5 of the guys that I'm thinking in my mind were starters at one point last year. If you talk about Titus Howard, and then left guard Laken Tomlinson.
Yep.
Then you start your choice of Juice Scruggs, Jared Patterson. Then on the right guard, Ed Ingram, and then you finish it out with Blake Fisher. Like, that would technically be all starters. I would not be super excited about that offensive line, just to be completely honest. But now, someone who you're always excited about, and I imagine in this instance makes you a little sad because he's no longer a Texan, John Weeks. John Weeks signs a deal to go play for the San Francisco 40 times. He's been here since how long? Since when?
15 years. So that was 2009, was it? Something like that?
2010 was his first season.
2010 was his first season.
At the young age of 24.
Yeah.
And he leaves after his age 38 season here.
By the way, John Weeks, offensive and defensive lineman of the year in Arizona high school football.
Really?
He was a really good player. Like, I shouldn't do that, but you know what I mean.
Wow, he's one of the dudes who actually played football.
A real player, not this long snap crap.
That ended up, it sounded better in my head than when I said it, but sad day. Sad day for Houston with John Weeks.
Yeah, so sad that you decided to do something that you don't typically do.
It moved me.
All right, so
we need a John Weeks tribute.
Okay, so I
put together a John Weeks tribute.
Before we get there, like what would you rank your technical ability when it comes to audio editing
on a 1 to 10?
1 to 10.
Oh, probably 11.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Keep that in mind, dear listener. I want you to give me your rating after hearing.
You need to start getting your doggone audio then.
Do it yourself. Yeah. He said, stop making me pull this audio.
It inspired me, Figgy. Okay, honestly, 5.
Okay, that's 5. Again, now you also take that into account. I'm going to ask the listeners on the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line after you hear this. This is John Lopez's tribute to long snapper John Weeks.
Congratulations to Texans long snapper John Weeks, playing today in his 170th game record.
Here's the snap from John Weeks.
Hey, great job getting to that ball, bro. Good job. Report, everyone good? All right.
Fairbairn for the extra point, 33 yards out between the hashes. Weeks will snap, Anger will hold. And now Fairbairn comes in for a 46-yard attempt from the left hash mark to try to stretch the lead back to 7 with 4:14 to go.
Hey, we gotta go.
Big kick here. John Weeks will snap. Anger with the hold. Here's the snap. It's down. Fairbairn's kick is up. And it's good. 27-20.
Good job, dude. You as well, my friend. Always great to see your beautiful face. Come on, in a row. So that was passing straight for most games played at the Texans. Yeah, that's what that was. That was pretty cool. Anytime you can pass, you see your buddy. Best to the family.
Best to the family. I just had fun. I miss John Weeks.
There's some people, I'm surprised. I like John Weeks, largely beloved. I know sometimes it can be a little tongue-in-cheek, but he seems like a really great dude, all things considered. He moves on after like a good 14, 15 seasons here, 15 seasons with your Houston Texans. He'll be there in San Francisco. So what is it, Tanner Addington? Is that correct?
Tanner Addington. Can't hold John. He can't hold John Weeks' job.
You got big shoes to fill, buddy. You got to get out in this community too.
I mean,
do all the stuff John Weeks did.
Everything.
Too.
Hell, he did it for our this new grill, and I'm pretty much set on grills. You want to give it to one of your listeners? Sure. Met him in the parking lot, brought it back, gave it to one of our listeners.
That's incredible. Man.
How about that? How about that?
Tanner, don't feel like you have to be John Weeks all at once. Just start with snapping the ball nice and good. Make sure that it gets back to the
You
holder.
need to be John Weeks by the time training camp hits.
All right.
I'm just saying.
I feel like that's a lot.
832 says, now I want to save a dog.
Yes, somebody said for just 29 cents a day, you too can fix that horrible audio.
All right, so to be fair, I did this at home. I didn't do it on our professional
Yeah, I'm sure
equipment.
that would have changed it.
Here, absolutely. So what does the man Figgy Fig think about it?
You know what? I got to give you a lot of credit because it's a lot of hosts that don't even know how to turn on the computer around here.
You should have seen all the things I had to cut up.
Yeah, a lot of hosts will be lost in the sauce in the sauce if it wasn't for these producers going around cutting up this audio and creating magic. So I got to give you credit for that, man.
Reggie, you created magic. How bad or good was it?
I agree with this texter from the 832. They said, come on, man, 3 different instrumentals played at the same time got me.
Okay, well.
3 out of 10.
It was 2, and I had to play the first one because I plucked most of the audio from Vandermeer off of HoustonTexans.com, and they already had it on there. So I didn't know how to get that out, leave the voice.
Sure.
No, because I didn't have our equipment.
You're right.
You get an A for effort from me.
I didn't have our equipment.
But a T for nice try?
Yeah.
Very good. All right. Salute to John Weeks and still trading small compensation, like 6th-round pick in the future, like a 2026 6th-round pick, in fact, to bring in Ed Ingram. But I still think that
this is a flyer on the. This is just a flyer, man.
Yes.
I wouldn't put too much into it. I know a lot of people is freaking out a little bit. To me, this is like the Eagles taking a flyer on Kenyon Green.
Well,
let's see what he got.
It's kind of like I mentioned. They currently have, in terms of just guards, not any other position on the line. They have 6 on the roster. 5 of them might not be here. 4 of them, whatever. You know, by the time they tee it
Hell,
up.
he might not be here.
That's what I'm saying.
It's no telling.
Yeah.
I think didn't they trade a 6th-round pick for Ben Skoranek?
That was the 7th. They traded a 6th and they got back a 7th. It was a swap. So technically it'd be less value because you still have
he wasn't on it. He didn't make the team. So
yeah.
I wouldn't put too much stock
just a
into
flyer.
this.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is get to our question of the day on this Friday. What was your sign that you're just not young anymore? Because I think I got one just yesterday. I'll tell you what it was next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing, guys, let's get you
always live. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, we're about to get into our question of the day here. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Alley, the Texas Hammer text line. What was your sign that you're just not young anymore? Let us know, because I have a very particular thing that happened yesterday. Before we get there, though, I'm seeing something from Tim McMahon. Covers kind of the Southwest Division in a way for ESPN. Obviously, he spent time here in Houston, the Mavericks. Sometimes he'll get the San Antonio. He'll bounce around a little bit.
Yeah,
that's basically my point. And he was in town Wednesday. I forgot today's not Thursday, but Wednesday for the Rockets-Suns game, and he wrote a little piece about the Suns and the state of the team. One of the pull quotes in here I found interesting. Sources have told ESPN that the Rockets have repeatedly in fact, expressed interest in Devin Booker, 28-year-old star who fits Houston's timeline, and that those conversations have been brief. Quote, never happened, Ishbia said, interrupting the question. It's silly.
Well, first of all, you got to believe that, because that even just logic. Forget the report. No,
for sure.
Yeah, just because that's all they have.
If they want,
that's all they have.
If they want to rebuild and try and find some level, you want to build around Devin Booker. I was just wondering, and I know that the Rockets, you closed mouths don't get fed, right?
Sure,
go ahead and ask.
Sure. Don't ask, don't get.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I was just like, if they do, are they going to get desperate enough where they just try and rebuild this thing all the way over, and just take all the picks that they can get, and then just try and start this over? It seems like no, they still want to be in that place where they build around Devin Booker. But man, just the idea that the Rockets have been gung ho on it, I love hearing that.
But see, the thing is, Devin Booker will have to have a say too. Like if he's not happy in this rebuild or anything like that, and he decided to request a trade, I don't think. I mean, this ain't the NFL where you could just pay him some more money and he'll be fine. I think once he requests a trade, if he's not down with that rebuild, then I think business is open.
See, I think that because we already knew Devin Booker, and you just mentioned it. They're gonna that's what they're gonna have to build around. I think the bigger point here is that the Rockets feel they need that. Like it's more of a reflection of what they feel they have and need to improve.
Sure,
you know what I mean?
Sure.
So I feel like in that place, in that space.
100%.
Yeah.
Right. That's one of the things we talked about all season long. They know that they probably need a top line star on the top of this. Just which ones are available. Devin Booker feels like the top line of those top lines. Yeah. And they've been going after it. So I found that to be interesting. Wanted to bring that because I saw that. But all right, let's get to the question of the day now. What was your sign that you're just not young anymore? Because yesterday, as I think you guys have gotten a feel for, especially when we went to Super Bowl, these types of things. The fellas at Sports Radio 610, man, we get along pretty well, man. I've been very happy being able to jump in with all you fine folks here. And so we've been, out at a few things. In fact, one of the things that happened, we went, myself, Figgy, and T. Mill at one point went out to a steak night. And Figgy just, took a pictures, put it on social media, and people were mad. Like, why didn't you tell me?
Hey, I like steak.
Right.
I was close to that area. I ain't get an invite.
We'll have to do that here soon.
Like that.
Yeah.
But in that same vein, T. Mill sends a text yesterday, I think towards the end of the drive, because I mean, he's, I'm guessing he's figuring
I'll tell
out.
you the exact time he sent this text.
Help me out. But he sends a text that says, "Hey fellas, if y'all are around
6:13."
Okay, perfect. So my memory served me correctly. If y'all are around, we're going to a place, get a steak, have a drink with the fellas at Area 45. So just let me know if you come. And I was just like,
hold on a second.
Yeah.
With who?
The fellas at Area 45. PC, Sean Bijani.
What time that show in?
That's the thing. I was like, wait, 6:13. So he's not talking about going before. Is he talking about after?
Yeah.
So I was like, yo, you mean like 11 p.m.?
No.
Wait, you talking about leaving to go to a place at 11 p.m. on a Thursday? Like a Friday, maybe you could talk me into it. It's the weekend, man.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily have to wake up for anything on a Saturday. On a Thursday night, brother? You want to go out at 11?
I want to know what Figgy's reaction was.
And
Figgy was already in the slippers, man.
Yeah. Oh man, I was in the bed. I was in the bed before 11 o'clock.
Yeah.
I was dreaming around 10:30. So it's no way in hell I would have stayed up and went to anywhere at 11 o'clock. And this is when the show ends.
Yeah.
The show ends at 11 o'clock. So you got to drive to the place.
Yes.
Probably get a seat and wait for the steak to get cooked.
11:30, you're sitting down at the earliest.
Yes. You might get your steak around 11:45, 12. Yeah. I hit him up. I was like, nice, dang, I wish I could make it. I'll come through next time for sure.
Yeah, next time.
As long as it's before 11 o'clock.
Yeah, nah, them days are over.
And then T-Mill is up this morning playing golf.
Yes. And maybe you think, oh, he stayed for like a quick 30, 45 minutes and dip. No, I saw picture evidence on his social media that he was out there till like 2, 3 in the morning. Yes, and shout out to Andrew, who apparently went out with them texting in, saying they got kicked out about 35 minutes after they closed.
Oh, my
Y'all are sick human beings.
Oh, my God.
Not only, take the T-Mill part out of it. I'm looking at Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton. I'm like, what y'all doing up so late?
You work late. It's not you just going to go home and go to sleep, right? You have to wind down. So that was them winding down. I get it.
Man, that's a long night, man.
It is a long
night. Dog, I don't care what I do for a living. If I'm out at 2 in the morning,
yeah. So y'all realize
at a certain age,
you're too old for it.
100%.
Yes.
Too old for that.
100%. And sometimes I like to think to myself, I can make moves. I was like, going out at 11? Yeah, I'm good on that.
Yeah, look, there's a bunch coming in already. My favorite already is dude was at a car wash. You know how you kind of mingle with the people, while you're waiting for your car to get done.
Oh, is that what people do?
Well, you're sitting down or whatever. Some girl came up to him and said, "Hey, are you single?" And he's like, thinking to himself, "Yeah, I'm married," but it was flattering, right? And when he answered, "Yes, he's single." Well, no, he's not married, is what I'm saying. He said, "Yes, I'm single." She said, "Well, I'd like for you to meet my mom."
Oh, man.
Oh.
So, you're not trying to hit on me. You trying to find somebody for your mother?
For your mom.
That is, woof. You got to hope that she's got like a young man fetish or something just to keep your ego in check. Somebody, that's real harsh. Somebody on the YouTube, in fact, said that, let me see if I can find that correctly, said they had a full-grown man at work that had no idea what a floppy disk was.
Okay. Yeah, we can go down that. We can go down that road a lot.
I remember when I was working at a high school, kids couldn't tell the clock with the hands.
Oh, an analog clock.
It was all over the school, man, and they would go to the computer when the clock was just hanging right above the computer.
Oh,
man.
my God.
That one hit me hard. I'm like, man, they used to actually teach us
right there.
We used to have tests how to read that clock.
Yeah.
I do appreciate that Kick Rocks on the YouTube said, "I take that as a compliment, John. If I'm good enough for your mama, I'm good. I'm good."
I mean, it means you're good looking. I don't know if it definitely is a sign that you're getting, you're not as young as you thought you were.
Look at all that salt and pepper. You'd be great for my mom.
Yeah.
I don't relate to this one, but I feel you. I empathize 100%. From the 979, they said, "Sign that I'm no longer young. I cannot sprint anymore."
Those
that's
days
me.
are over.
That's me 100%.
Y'all are done running?
Yeah.
Running full speed?
Yeah, full speed? No way.
Nah.
No way.
See, now, I don't run full speed for nothing, but I can get up to speed still.
No, I cannot.
So somebody out here said, "Hey, Reggie, let's race." Are you racing?
Depends on if I need to show them. If I need to show them up, like I have in my past, like hanging out with the homeboy where their kid was like, "Oh, I can beat you," and I was like, "Line it up."
Yeah,
line it up, young fella.
You still young then. You still young because it's no way I'm doing
no
that.
way. You're like, I have nothing to prove.
These knees already cracking.
Yeah, no way.
Like, I never tore anything. I never broke anything. I'm trying to keep that streak alive.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody said even that considerate run to move out of a car's way is problematic. See, that's the thing. That considerate run isn't a run. All you do is you pump your arms to make it look like it's just it's a gesture of goodwill to the person in the car. Like, I understand I'm in your way, and I'm sorry for that, but it's going to take the time that it takes for me.
I get picked like 20 feet behind.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just like, nah, go ahead, man.
I'm sure Figgy's already done this. You probably have not. But when you get that first sir from someone.
Oh, I've gotten that.
From someone that you think is like, kind of in your range, but they're not.
I got I got that in the school when I was working in the school. Hey, thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, man, don't call me sir.
I'll give you one better.
I'm like 27.
Yeah. I'll give you, when you get that unk.
Yeah.
Like earnestly.
Yeah.
I was like, what are you doing right now?
Yeah.
From from the 713. They said getting in and out of low-profile vehicles like a Corvette or something.
Oh, yeah. Those little butt scrapers. I'll tell you what, I have so many of these, I'm not even going to go through some, but I had one yesterday. I was putting up, I told you guys I've been doing some work in the yard and stuff, so I was changing some light bulbs in the tree in my backyard. We have the little hanging lights. 100 times out of 100, usually, I would just grab the ladder, get on the ladder, change the light bulbs. I got my wife to come out and hold the ladder because I'm like, if I fall, it's over.
Is that a sign of being old?
Yes.
That you're being responsible in that
because
way?
I would be so irresponsible. I'd just grab the ladder, go up on the tree, change the light bulbs, come back down, whatever. Not even think about it.
Hell, I could just take a chair. Let me just get a chair and be irresponsible.
Yes.
Let me put a crate on top of this chair and get up there. I'm good.
Yeah, that's a good point because I've definitely tried to like climb and mess with something on a wall. On like one of rolling chairs.
Yeah.
And those that's how you know you are just soaring with the ignorance of youth.
I'd have done that 100 times out of 100. Yesterday afternoon, I went like, hey, can you come hold the ladder?
You have to shake it a little bit. You're like, nah,
your legs get all tight.
Yep.
And somebody said their fiance is 7 years younger, need a little more recovery time than her. Yeah, but you know what? I feel like that's all good.
Godspeed.
Yeah. From the 832, they said they were drinking cheap tequila at cook-off. And they were cooked the next day. Yeah, I imagine the hangovers are the real tell. Like when it starts whooping your keister and you're like, the math does not math on this. It makes more sense for me to just have a water.
I feel like you get a little older too when once a glass of wine get to you. Where you be like, ooh, because I used to drink wine all the time. Like, all right, this ain't nothing but.
You drink one glass.
You be like, woo, I'm good.
I'm a little tipsy.
Yeah.
And I appreciate the person asking what steakhouse is open that late. Oh, friend, it was a bar. Yeah. It was a bar that had a steak night.
Yeah, this is not a steakhouse.
That's the thing. If it was a steakhouse, I probably could have made it.
Steakhouse ain't doing no steak night.
They close at 9.
Yeah, that's fair. Steakhouse is like every night steak night. What you mean?
Yeah.
But yes, appreciate T-Mill for giving me that moment of realization that, I'm not that young.
Yeah, real quick, I felt old the other day when I went to the rodeo, went to the suite with Sean.
Yes.
And we got out of there before mutton busting happened, man.
Wow.
Because now
you didn't even make mutton busting.
He had a show. And so I could have easily just stayed a little later. I'm like, man, I'm leaving when you leave. Like, I'm not staying here all night on a work night.
Honestly, even outside of that, when you arrive to a place and immediately have your exit plan.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I told him, I'm like, do not leave without me. I don't give a damn what time it is.
All right.
I'm leaving when you leave.
All right, you're up next. Go around the NFL, including, again, anytime there's beef, it's fun. And this time, it's in-state. We'll talk about it next.
Free agency is here. Cool Nick Caserio and Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. Funky Friday, but you are in this faux news dump Friday move. Like, are we going to get some big moves that happen in the NFL at large, but specifically ones that impact the Houston Texans? That's what we're looking forward to. And one of those things that I know that some people are interested in is the idea of like a Cooper Kupp maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Kupp has had some news on him today. In fact, Diana Rossini of The Athletic has said that today is a day that they fully anticipate getting the decision from Cooper Kupp. She also, we've seen various people talk about the Seahawks being out there. Adam Schefter did a very interesting journalist thing where he got out there and he was like, seems like the Cowboys are pushing him to sign Cooper Kupp. And then within an hour, he was like, but they also they're not a leading destination for him.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, cool.
What
Again,
does that mean?
I don't know actually what it means, to be completely honest. However, I wonder if this gives you any level of feeling on it. Bet Online put out they have odds as to where Cooper Kupp's next team will be. And, of course, the continual caveat when you get odds on things of this caliber that don't have hints or whatever that will lead you to the idea of where it'll be is that they're guessing too in some ways. They're just making maybe some types of educated guesses in some ways. Best odds for Cooper Kupp's next team is at plus 150. The Cowboys still exist as the second best odds at 2-1. I imagine Schefter pushed that a lot. Then it goes Jaguars, Chargers, Raiders, Packers, Chiefs, Niners, Commanders.
So everyone.
Broncos. No Texans in there, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look. The odds makers tend to know things on this, even if it's this projection type stuff.
These
ones,
ones,
they generally know more, on games. Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
But they do tend to. I mean, they have just teams of people that can kind of go through every little tidbit of information and form their odds that way. So they tend to know a little more than the average Joe on these things, but it's so unpredictable still at this point.
Yeah. So that's happening. Maybe we get that news today. When it comes to like other news, I guess there's John Weeks. John Weeks is he will no longer be a Texan. He signs a deal to play with the Niners. So salute to that man, a longtime Texan and a really a solid staple of the Houston community. Obviously, one of those types of guys that you would want any player to be like and embracing the place that he plays. And maybe that segues somewhat nicely into Myles Garrett, who for a long period of time viewed as just like great dude, play really hard. And I think there was almost like a man, poor Myles type sentiment because that organization with the Browns is just not a good one. I think that's something that we can say flatly. And then he asked for a trade and he said that he wanted to be on a winner. I don't think anybody begrudged him that.
Yeah.
I think people started begrudging him a little bit once he $1 average annual value and he said, sign me up.
Yeah.
And so people have kind of gotten after him, like, what happened to all this winning? Well, it seems like Myles Garrett wanted to answer those questions to some degree. This is him talking in a press conference earlier today, in fact.
When I said it, I don't regret what I said, but it did hurt because this has felt like a community. They have received me with open arms from day one, and I've given everything. So, wanted to make my voice heard loud and clear, and fortunately enough, it was. And it's like family. Sometimes you fight, and you have to go through things. You have to build through adversity, and we'll get through this, and we'll come out right on the other side.
That didn't really answer anything now, did it? That really didn't answer anything.
I think I seen dollar signs in his eyes as he was talking. So I'm not sure. It might be a glare.
Hey, man, I want to be a winner. I want to win. Oh, wait a minute.
Sometimes family go through things, but the money, the family always get together.
I have no problems with what he did.
Yeah.
Also, one thing I always remember.
I really don't, but it's just funny.
It's just funny when he was so public about this trade demand and going on Radio Row, just doing a media run.
Yes.
And then it's like, oh, it's funny. It was a couple days before where it was like, it's not about the money. He's not having conversations, only for it to be
about the money.
And to further evidence there, earlier in the week, there was a little bit of kind of a quarterback swap that happened between Eagles and the Cleveland Browns. They trade the Philadelphia Eagles sends Kenny Pickett, backup quarterback, to Cleveland for Dorian Thompson-Robinson. He goes from Cleveland to Philly. And I imagine that's because Philly, they had opportunities to see Kenny Pickett play, but then they also had Tanner McKee. And it felt like when Tanner McKee played, he just was a better backup, so might as well move on from him. Apparently, the Browns have as of yesterday, informed Kenny Pickett that he'll have a chance to compete for the starting quarterback role.
And good for him. I don't
but
know.
Good for who else?
I was going to say, I don't know what kind of hope I would have if I were a Cleveland Browns fan, but good for him. This is an absolute mess. I'm
just kind of, who is he competing with?
I don't know who they have yet.
It's nobody else on the roster.
Yeah.
But look, if you have a competition with Kenny Pickett, I feel like whoever's competing either should be
feels pretty good.
Well, either they feel pretty good, or at the same time they feel a little disrespected that that's a competition, or you don't have a good enough quarterback room.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those things.
Yeah, and it could be all three at the same time. To be honest,
it is possible. So shout out to Myles Garrett. I hope that winning goes well for you.
I think it's going pretty well so far.
Lopez, what do you think about this? Multiple people texting in. Would you put John Weeks in the Ring of Honor?
No, I don't think you would do that. I look, and I'm glad you brought that up, because John Weeks, we kind of have some fun with it. We
do a lot of tongue in cheek.
We do a lot of tongue in cheek stuff with him. But 15 years at what I don't think anyone would say it's not a crucial position. Like, it is absolutely. The time that he does it is still, upper echelon. If you look at the advanced stats and the time that it gets for him the accuracy, never has a bad snap. He's obviously due a huge hat tip and appreciation, but no, not Ring of Honor.
Okay. All right, so that's handled.
Yeah.
What is clearly not handled, or maybe this was a long brewing beef or what have you, but the Cowboys and a former Cowboy took to social media to let beef happen, and it all started with DeMarcus Lawrence, who was an 11-year Dallas Cowboy, and played defensive end there for him. Was pretty solid. I think he had a few really big sack season, but for the most part, kind of low sacks, but good run defender, which I know can be a little bit interesting on the edges or what have you. But he just this week signs a deal to go play with the Seattle Seahawks for 3 years. And in talking to a podcast or a blogger, I think it's the do you have the name of this here for me, Figgy? Sorry, it's the Real Hawk blog is who he was talking to. He said this.
Dallas is my home. I made my home there. My family lives there. I'm forever going to be there. But, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
Any lies detected?
I don't. Nope. Can't say that I believe that there are lies there.
Yeah.
Can't say I believe there are lies there. However, I know someone who did feel like there was some lies there. His name was Micah Parsons, and he is probably set for a big amount of money there. He ends up being vocal. Mm-hmm. We hear the podcast. We see him on social media. And I don't know that I viewed him. I thought he was this kind of like team backer per se, but he tweeted out, quoting that video, the video that you, or the audio that you just heard, the video that had that, he quote tweets it and says, "This is what rejection and envy look like. This is some clown bleep." And then he put a clown emoji on it. And I was like, first and foremost, I didn't know that he was like, I'm down for my team in that particular way. But apparently he is. And D-Law did not, DeMarcus Lawrence was like, no, I got something to say back to that. He responds literally on that tweet. Like, this isn't. It
was tweet to tweet.
This isn't like the shade where you just send a tweet and everybody knows what you're talking about, but you don't direct it. No, this is at Micah Parsons. Calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. Devil emoji.
So you mentioned that you didn't know that Micah Parsons was like Team Cowboys that deeply or whatever.
Well, I mean, considering he hasn't gotten his deal yet.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's so much of that. I think it's just he and DeMarcus Lawrence. Just there's been something there. I think it's more personal.
Those are edge rush mates.
Yeah,
at least.
But I think it's more personal.
And look,
Yeah.
When you say, hey, man, I wasn't going to win no championship there, that is a shot.
Of course
at all those dudes that are there and all those dudes
Yeah.
that have been there.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's a wrong one, especially when you look at it's. I feel like in some organizations, that would be a shot at the players.
Mhm.
In that organization, it is a shot at the organization.
Yes.
Like, they just, that's not going to be a winner,
Yeah.
right? You look all the way around, and apparently those fight. A few other Cowboys chimed in a way. Chauncey Golston, who is a defensive tackle there, said, I thought it was a brotherhood over everything.
Mhm.
So obviously, like, yo, you're just going to leave and talk crazy?
And see, that's the issue right there.
Talk
You usually don't get players that's taking a shot like that. Like, I wouldn't be able to win there.
Yeah.
Because it is a brotherhood thing. Usually they use the politically correct answer and don't really get into all that. But he got into all that.
I still think this is more of a personal thing. Because, and, one of the big tells, which is so bizarre, but in today's world, he actually used the clown emoji. A clown emoji doesn't play. A clown emoji gets under people's skin. And I think he was calling him, Micah was calling him a clown.
Yes.
Yeah.
He said that that's some clown bleep, but then also put the clown emoji.
Yeah.
Like, that's redundant at that point, unless you were trying to make something else clear that not only is the thing that you did clown stuff.
You're a clown.
Yes. Yes. Osa Digizua, another defensive tackle. So the whole defensive line room started tweeting. He said that bury the dead and feed the living.
Dang.
And this is something that is very much a football player tweet.
Yeah.
He followed it up by saying, this is a general mentality you have when faced with any losses in life. LOL. Do not put that pettiness on me. No, don't run from it, dude.
No, he did it.
Don't run from it.
He did it.
Like, he's like, nah, man, I wasn't saying to bury him.
Yeah.
I was just saying, in general. I'm like,
I'm
all right,
just
dude.
saying.
Whatever, bro.
Come on.
You got to own
Come
that.
on.
But yes, sounds like the defensive line for the Cowboys is going great. Sounds like things are going fantastic over there. A lot of beef happening over there. All right.
Yeah.
Another thing around the NFL, this is something that I've always named that I'm always very uncomfortable saying out loud because I know, his daddy has done things. But he played for the Cardinals last year, and the entirety of last year, you could not get merchandise with him because of the Fanatics situation that he had. Like, going back to college with, the way that was structured, he had a deal individual away from Fanatics that just didn't kind of work out. So he did not subscribe to the general NFLPA negotiation of their rights, their name, image, and likeness in a way that is then, kind of then sold on, or not sold on, but utilized in order to sell merchandise, the NFL merchandise that you get from Fanatics. Apparently, that legal dispute is now over. The two sides reached a settlement. And according to court documents, the lawsuit has not had Harris's jersey on sale. Apparently, they weren't related. But today's decision has cleared the path for Fanatics to start selling his jersey.
How could they not be related? But now all of a sudden they can sell it. That seems related to me.
Yeah, that's right.
That seems somewhat related. Well, we couldn't do it. It wasn't related, but now we can. All right. Well, that doesn't make sense.
It would seem like they trying to make it not like a related or big deal because they don't want this to happen with other players coming in.
I guess.
But I thought that was the part that was interesting to me, is that you had a particular player who was holding out on like the league interest or like the just collective bargaining of, we are selling all of these rights and ability to sell our jerseys wholesale. It feels like the right thing, like to kind of keep all this, even from the player's perspective, not even for obviously the league benefits, selling the rights to be able to sell your jerseys. I think it helps everybody, as opposed to like,
it helps him personally.
I think it does. But I was like, if he continued to hold out, like, I know that Michael Jordan is something else entirely, but like, do you see like maybe some great players then feel like they are above it to where they could possibly hold out and sell?
Like, could he break the seal?
Yeah.
That's what it's saying. Like, I was kind of keeping an eye on this too. When he got in the league, I'm like, I never seen nothing like that before.
Like Patrick Mahomes would be the best example.
Right.
I'm going to sell my own gear. I'm gonna have my own gear with this whatever. That's what they wanted to avoid.
Yeah,
for obvious reasons.
Yeah, it seemed like it's probably gonna be more towards college players going into the draft, that like these top picks where they're gonna be like, man, like I'm doing what he did.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So, but that's resolved. That's not gonna be a thing that they have to deal with. But it remained kind of an interesting kind of business side thing out there in the NFL. And now it's resolved. The NFL is back to making money hand over fist like they always do. Surprising.
Yeah,
right?
Go figure.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, a few updates when it comes to your Houston Astros, including even more Cam Smith love. I'll get you that audio next.
All right, let's talk about the.
Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Man, Astros played yesterday. First opportunity to see Cam Smith in right field, and didn't see anything.
Nothing much.
Yeah, he didn't get any balls hit to him in the same way that, of course, happened with Jose Altuve in the first instance that we had him in left field. We just didn't get anything in that way, which was a little disappointing. We are getting more Cam Smith versus big leaguers.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, are you backing out?
I'm not. I'm just saying it's becoming just a little bit tougher to do the thing where we just go, yeah, bleep all the other stuff. Look at the numbers that are look at the really big number. Break camp with them.
Let me just say this because I mentioned it last week or earlier this week. I mean, other big leaguers have a chance to face the same pitching, and they're not batting what he's batting. You know, everybody's stepping into that box and facing some big league pitchers and some, quadruple A pitchers, some double A pitchers, and they're not doing what he's doing. So I mean, look, you if you're comparing them to other people that are in the plate, I mean, obviously they have more pelts on the wall.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, man. Yeah. Like he never been in the big leagues at all, and kind of fresh out of college a little bit, and whatever the case may be. That's the thing that's going against him.
No, I get it. All I'm saying is he's an impressive cat, and I think they're giving us several signs that they are going to seriously consider him, breaking camp with the team. Just because of playing him in right field now. He worked in right field some. That some of the things they've said, which have been quite impressive, to be honest. Some of the things we've heard people talking about him.
Yeah, he'll be playing in the Astros spring breakout game that's happening today. Probably about 1, I believe, is when that game will happen at Cacti Park of the Palm Beaches. He'll be with the likes of Bryce Matthews and such. Some of the other guys that you look, Jacob will be playing in that one as well. So, you'll see some of those younger Astros that or younger guys in the Astro system that you're looking forward to seeing, including Cam Smith. But speaking of Cam Smith, Astros assistant general manager Gavin Dickey sat down with the Clutch City Territory podcast, really interesting podcast. And he had a couple of things that he said about Cam Smith that, just if you wanted to hear more positivity before I get to the Astros negativity that's going to be on the backside of this one. Cam Smith always does it. This is Gavin Dickey, again, the Astros AGM, on what makes Cam Smith so damn special.
But I think the thing that has everybody here in camp so excited about Cam is like the makeup. It's special, right? Like it's special. He's a young man that has a chance to. And you don't see this often. I've been in sports my whole life, and I've said this. He has the ability to raise the floor of players around him without trying, just because how he goes about his work on an everyday basis, his approach in practice is diligent. His attention to detail is diligent. How he preps to play every single day is diligent, and you don't see that very often from a 22-year-old. That's the thing that makes him special.
Man, I mean, that's the assistant general manager, folks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not me. That's not some fan. That's not, some insider. That's the AG. That's the assistant general manager.
Yeah, and a man who also worked has the scout's eye. But yeah, the thing that caught me from that is just all the ways that he's describing Cam are, one, like the types of things that maybe you would not expect from a young guy, but the types of things also that I imagine would help a young guy acclimate in the big leagues, right? Especially if he ends up there a little bit earlier than some would imagine. And so that's the thing that kind of helps me counterbalance where, okay, maybe the bat is slowing down just a little bit in spring training as he gets maybe more major league pitching and more pitchers that might be actually trying to get him out as opposed to working on a thing per se. But yeah, I thought that was really encouraging for the idea of Astro Cam Smith starting the season with the big league club. And then what about this as well? See if this also helps with the excitement, because the two-way one said, I need some excitement for this offseason. Well, how about this? Again, Astros AGM Gavin Dickey, this is him talking about how equipped Cam Smith is to transition to the outfield, because we know it feels like if he's going to make the major league roster, he'll be playing right.
I scouted him in high school. He played shortstop. And we've had him on the backfield. He's played some outfield for us, and he's been working on it for the last, for here throughout spring training. The athlete he's going to make plays. I expect that he'll have some growing pains as he gets used to just playing on that side of the field. He's been a left side defender, essentially his whole life. So reads, angles off, balls off the bat on that side of the field. But I do feel confident that he's going to catch the ball. He made some plays on the backfields the other day, and you're like, whoa. I think the thing that catches you off guard is, we've seen him and he's big and he's physical, but like he can run. And that's the thing that I think is going to help him cover up some maybe early misreads. If that happens, it's going to happen, right? He's going to misplay a ball. But I think the athleticism that he has early on, especially if he ends up staying in right field long term, is going to help him cover up for some early mistakes that may happen.
Does that sound like a guy that doesn't think that he can get the job done?
No.
And
that's the thing is I have to two wolves. The responsible side of my brain is like, okay, this is a man who's comfortable with the caveats, and he does not want to have to every time he speaks give the caveat of, eventually we still think he has room to grow.
Yeah.
But all these things are the case. However, I feel like that caveat feels like it's a little bit less when you're speaking so glowingly about Cam Smith. And the thing that I try and give myself solace with is, okay, there's a distinct possibility that he doesn't break camp with the big league club. All these, that's a good dichotomy to have, or a good, problem to have, is like, he's not going to be up this quick. But when he does get up, all these good things still exist within him. Like, that's great. I just selfishly am ready to see it, especially the more and more that we hear about the kid, and the more and more we get to see of him.
And the other thing that was interesting in that, we were sort of waiting for reports, then we got them. I guess McTaggart was the first, in right field, and we're like, all right. But he said early on in that he's been working on the backfields in right field. Did you pick up on that? I mean, he said it early on. It wasn't just this week. He said pretty much all camp he's been back there. So, we don't see everything. The reporters there don't see everything. So this might have been part of the plan all along.
I mean, maybe.
If you're judging from what he said.
Maybe.
He said been working.
And I mean, been working could be like he's been working the last couple of days. I don't want to try and read too much into it, but I hear
play the start of it again, because I thought it was like, I kind of raised an eyebrow and went, okay, play the start of it again.
I scouted him in high school. He played shortstop. And we've had him on the backfield. He's played some outfield for us, and he's been working on it for the last, for here throughout spring training.
There you go. Throughout spring training.
Okay. Look, you don't need to. I'm here with you. I'm with you. But
but when I heard that one, like, I thought it was just this week when he started.
Yeah. Well, look, I you know me. I'm here with you on the idea of hoping. We were just talking to Ari yesterday, and he was like basically trying to get us to pump the brakes on it as well.
Could it be a thing with him being a prospect? They just trying to figure out what's the best position for him.
Well, and the
because he said high school he was a shortstop.
Yeah, and he's been a third baseman, and they said that
maybe they just trying to figure out what's best for him.
Well, it seems like they have some ideas. It just, again, you don't want to just go haphazardly into these types of things. You want to get a little bit of a sample set of data.
Yeah.
You want to see it a few times, and again, you want to get a feel for what it. Again, you hear Gavin Dickey there, and he seems very convinced that the raw talents themselves would get him over.
Yeah.
Even as you're starting to learn some of the intricacies, like what we saw with Jose Altuve. Like, there's just the little things that pop up, and there's a million of them playing at any given position. The little things that you pick up, the little tips of the trade, and the pro tips or what have you.
Yeah.
Those are things that they'll have to pick up at some point, and I imagine that those are things that they're working on. But it seems like, man, I am so excited. Even if it's like a couple weeks or a month into the season or what have you, I'm super excited, more and more so. That's one thing I can say about this season when it comes to the hope or the optimism, the hope-o-meter, right? I'm super excited for that and that. I mean, not even that alone, but like primarily that gives me enough excitement on top of some other things. From optimism to maybe a little bit of pessimism.
Yeah, because that was one piece of audio that I kind of, as we just talked about, I went, There was something else where I went, huh.
Yeah.
But not in a good way.
No, it was the news of Forrest Whitley, who it feels like, I mean, we've kind of said that this is almost like last chance. Like, I think he's out of options at this point. Like, you really just need him to be on the big league club. And it seemed like he was, working towards the possibility of being in this pen and really helping you. But Joe Espada let us know that Forrest Whitley has a bone bruise in his knee. And so he's in no throw for a few days. And that, I mean, I don't want to make too much of that. However, he kind of has history.
Yeah, well, not only that, but the part where I kind of raised an eyebrow on this one was he said Forrest Whitley has a bone bruise in his left knee. And he's in for a few days. And I went, all right, so he bruised his knee. No big deal, even though, he has a history and we may not have a lot of confidence, based on his injury history, et cetera.
It's just always something popping up, ain't it?
But then Espada said this, and that's when I went, oh. He said that, Espada said Whitley, quote, felt something in his knee in his last outing. Well, that ain't a bruise. Have you ever bruised anything but not actually like hit that?
Yeah, that contusion.
I don't know. We've all had bruises. I'm pretty sure every bruise I've ever had, I know how I got it.
Can you get a bone bruise without actually hitting
after
a bone?
Quote, felt something in his last outing, and then all of a sudden it becomes a bone bruise. Let's keep also in mind, and I'm going to be completely transparent here. I think we're all a little bit skeptical when the Astros talk about injuries. We have a long history. Go back to Michael Brantley. Go back to even Justin Verlander, Kyle Tucker, especially Lance McCullers.
He had a bone bruise. Was it a bone bruise?
Who was it? It was was it McCullers? And all of a sudden,
I thought Kyle Tucker had like a bone bruise that kept him out for like 3 months.
Yeah,
it
might have been. It might have been. So I went, oh Lord, because at first I was like, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, bone bruise, but the bone bruise came because he, quote, felt something in his last outing. That ain't great. That ain't a bruise. I know when I get bruises because I remember bumping my knee against something or whatever.
Yeah. And
I mean,
you're right. That's concerning, but I think it highlighted for me again, right? The hope and the optimism, the yin and yang of this thing for the Astros. There's a lot of optimism when you look at the young guys.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still excited, right? You Christian Walker, you avoided major injury, like he's already running and doing defensive drills and those types of things. Like you add him and Isaac Paredes, especially as pull hitters in the park, Dyken Park.
Mm-hmm.
Like offensively, I think you got some things going. It feels like. Fingers crossed, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've already seen Lance McCullers live BP. You're seeing Luis Garcia pretty close on his tails with his recovery. Like I think the pitching depth or the pitching looks like it's going to be pretty solid, but depth is that thing that has a big question mark for me. And this Forrest Whitley thing just brought that to the fore one more time. I'm like, oof. Yeah. If you do have, and baseball is a long season, right? Marathon, not a sprint, all that. If you start having injuries, you don't have the depth to make it through if you have too much. And that's the thing that was highlighted again for me. And I guess that's the reason why when we were doing the Hope-O-Meter, I know that the fellas at Payne and Pendergast circle back around to that today. Like, that's the thing that I understand where some people are like, hey, yeah, there's hope. But very quickly underneath, right, underneath that surface of hope.
Anxious hope.
There's anxiety is probably a good word to use there. That absolutely exists. But we'll see how it goes. Like, that's all we can do is we continue to watch. We're less than 2 weeks away from opening day at this point, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
So we're very quickly moving towards when this gets really real. And even closer is the time where they actually have to make a decision on what's happening with Cam Smith. Bryce Matthews did get assigned to AAA. So, like, you're already seeing some of these guys get weeded out. And the Cam Smith still here. On Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including big-time basketball wins and big-time basketball loss for your Aggies. We'll talk about that next.
In the Loop.
You send Kenyon Green and a 5th-round pick.
% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. One of the big things is that obviously they added another guard. Offensive lineman in town, baby.
Problem solved.
Well, I didn't say all that. 6th-round pick in 2026 goes out. What comes in? Ed Ingram. He's a guard. He was drafted 3 years ago. Three-year guy. He played in Minnesota. Started the first 2 seasons and the first 9 games of this season before he was usurped by Dalton Reisner. And then he never got that job back. Although when he lost his job, I believe Kevin O'Connell had said that he could see that job going back to him at some point. It never did, right? And a lot of positive kind of things said about him when he was benched. This was the Vikings head coach. Quote, I wouldn't read anything into it. Ed's been doing a great job. I would anticipate as we get healthy, we can stack a full week for Cam together. I would anticipate Ed be back up. Absolutely nothing to do with anything larger picture or anything. And then just didn't end up playing again. So for whatever, take that for whatever you will. This is he's a interesting dude. I was looking at some of the plays from him playing. He got brutalized very early in the season by Dexter Lawrence, which feels like it's to be expected. If you remember week 3, Texans played the Vikings. Unfortunately, that was a loss for your Texans. But one of the things I also saw there, Tim Settle worked that man.
Yeah.
Tim Settle walked him down at one point. So, like, there are some things clearly to be seen there, like that he still needs to get better at. It feels very much to me, though, like a depth move. Like, he's your Kenyon Green replacement. At least I view it as, this is a guy who has a lot of upside. He was a 2nd-round pick 3 years ago. If you can get him in, and if you could put him through whatever the proverbial car wash that the Texans can do, and get some, get starter quality value again, that would be a good flyer.
You mentioned Kendrick Green, not Kenyon Green, earlier.
Did I mention Kendrick Green?
Yeah, or I thought you did. Maybe you said it by accident.
I probably did. I apologize. Kenyon Green is
but whether it was an accident or not, I don't think that's a bad comparison, because the guy could conceivably start. Has some experience. What'd you say? 41 games. Younger, but still could maybe spell some people in a pinch, in an injury thing, get in there and play. But I think it's just going to be all about the operative word as of now is competition.
Competition.
Yeah, like it's going to be about competition. They still don't have a guy that you can go in and go, all right, there's one of our starting guards.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. I know that we're in a place where Stephon Diggs, everything reported has been that it's unlikely that he resigns. However, it's worth noting, at least I believe it to be worth noting, if you follow him on Instagram, you're seeing him running routes after him having his ACL injury week 5, if memory serves me correctly, or early on in the season for your Texans. Like, it's a pretty speedy recovery for him to be out here running routes and like looking pretty spry.
At least making a few cuts.
Absolutely making cuts.
Yeah, nothing like too drastic or volatile. But he's, at least he's making some. Well, he wants that video out there for a reason.
Exactly.
It's workout video season.
Yeah,
man.
Exactly.
Do you think that he signs before or after the draft?
I think he's going to end up being after, isn't he? I mentioned earlier, and I'm not trying to contradict myself. I think it's possible he signs earlier. I think it's possible that it might be here. Unlikely, but possible. But probably, if you had to play the odds, probably after.
I think it depends on how much money somebody's trying to offer him. If they trying to offer him like $10 million or something like that, he probably like, I'll wait till after the draft.
Yeah.
Oh, and one more kind of Texans thing. You guys were doing the thing where our guy C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who is now a Texan, he wore 8 in Philly. He put on his Instagram a poll that says 11 or 23. Those are the 2 options. And I imagine that means that he is not giving no money to John Mechie.
Well,
that's a smart move.
All right, let's answer the question. I kind of like 11.
I kind of like 23. 23
really?
is a safety number. Although
11
Eric Murray was wearing it.
Yeah.
11 is kind of sleek.
11
looking.
is sleek.
Yeah.
I would roll with 23.
Yeah.
23 feels nice. Plus, obviously, you can get to the Jordan thing if you so choose.
Sure. Yeah. Slow down a little bit, man.
Tap the brakes on that.
What? Look,
He's a good player.
I played sports at a certain
everybody
era.
wore 23.
Everybody was trying to get that 20 dog.
Eric Murray was just on 23.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. You can rehabilitate.
We just got to get that stink off of
wow,
23,
okay. That stink
man.
is a little crazy there.
Man, the fights that were had trying to get 23 back in the day.
Man.
That's right.
In Europe, 22 was Shaq. Was Shaq number? The big guy always got Shaq number.
Yeah.
Good call. Shout out to Danielle Lerner of the Houston Chronicle. She's reporting that Amen Thompson slated to be reevaluated at the start of next week for a sprained ankle, running on the microgravity treadmill at the Rockets training facility today. So, like, obviously he had, pretty solid ankle sprain, and we'll see where reevaluation early next week. But if he's running on that treadmill, now that's like forward movement. And the big thing for me is like cutting, being able to apply that pressure laterally. But that probably bodes well for him returning sooner.
Let me guess, he's ahead of schedule.
Feels like it. I mean, that's no reporting here. That's just me speculating, but it does feel like it, don't it?
Everybody's ahead of schedule. That I don't know the details. I've never been on the microgravity treadmill. I don't work out like that. I'm guessing that's pretty much on par for where he is in his rehab.
Sure.
Straight line running, not a lot of pressure, not a lot of bouncing, not a lot of that kind of thing.
Yeah, no, that was my thought as well, but I was just trying to be positive.
Oh, I know. I am positive.
How about this positivity?
Okay.
Can you take this? The Lakers fell to the Milwaukee Bucks last night.
This is positive.
126-106. Okay, so you're buying in. I thought you were going to be like, who cares? It was the third straight loss for the Lakers, even though Luka Doncic had 45 points, 3 assists, and 11 rebounds. 3 assists is kind of weird for him, but that speaks to, I think, how much they're missing LeBron. So now they literally aren't any games back from LA, but however, the Rockets rather are 1 game back in the loss column. They are really, really close to getting back into that spot where they would, if the season would end at that point, they'd have home court advantage. Lakers, the second night of a back-to-back tonight against the Nuggets at altitude in Denver. And then Houston has back-to-back games tonight against Dallas, who, I don't know, do they even have 8 players that are healthy? They barely earn that place.
Boy, that's a great question.
Right? And then they get Chicago tomorrow on the back-to-back, on the second night of the back-to-back. But that's also not a great team either. Like, you could get yourself in a place where you're pushing further beyond the Lakers, and then maybe get them back even earlier, and then boom, you're off to the races.
I mean, this is the time. We mentioned it before this stretch started. It's happening. They're winning, and others are losing. Hell, they're 1 game back from the number 2 seed right now. The Rockets in the loss column. So
the only thing is, I don't know the Nuggets or the Grizzlies are going to.
But nevertheless, I mean,
are they going to cooperate as much as the Lakers are?
They're 1 game. They're 1 game back in the loss column.
Math is indeed math. So I thought that was that's interesting. And again, the Rockets go tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. That one feels like an easy dub.
Yes.
Of course, you don't want to say that definitively. However, I think that they might be getting back Kai Jones, and that might be like the big center.
Yeah.
So
but this is the stretch. Like there's no question. The end of the year is going to be much tougher against teams like this. I think they play the Lakers twice, in fact, at the end of the year. So yeah, this is the time to make hay.
And I think that if memory serves me correctly, this back-to-back that the Rockets are getting this weekend with tonight and tomorrow, I think this might be the last back-to-back of the season. So that might give you a little bit of leeway when you're talking about Tari Eason, who they've been managing his leg injury, and then also Steven Adams, who they've been managing him and his back and whatever. Like in that space, and probably in a little bit of a rhythm for the postseason. Actually, no. I think the last 2 games are back-to-backs. However, last game of the season, I do wonder what I believe.
The last 2 games are?
I do wonder if that's one of those things that actually affects them, or if that's one of those things where they just take it light because it's the end of the season.
Yeah.
A couple of college basketball things as it's championship week. Tournaments going on. Big 12 tournament happening in Kansas City. Cougars, easy work, light work.
It wasn't that easy.
In Colorado. I think they were always at a place where it
6
was
to 8 to 10 points.
I think it got down to 5 late in the first half. Emmanuel Sharp led the way, 19 points for your Cougars, 4 of 7 from 3. That was the big thing, knocking down shots at a good point. They never trailed after 2-0 to start the game. Colorado hit the first basket, and after that, it was sayonara.
But most important, they never covered 17.5.
They didn't. That is fair.
And why do I know that?
Actually, this generate. I think the most important thing is this: Juwan Roberts sprained his ankle. In this game, the X-rays were negative, but this is a huge area to watch for U of H going forward. Obviously, in this tournament, which is somewhat important, but less important is just going forward afterwards, right? Like, what does he look like? What does the movement look like, especially going into the tournament, because he matters a very big.
The operative word in the NCAA tournament for the next week is going to be ankles, because we mentioned it yesterday about this time, actually. Cooper Flagg turned an ankle. Now Juwan Roberts turned an ankle. And afterwards, you know, Kelvin Sampson was talking about he doesn't think it's going to affect him. He can come back and play. I honestly wouldn't expect to see him play. Would you?
I imagine it's similar to Duke. Cooper Flagg, John Shire of Duke, the head coach there, he said he was asked whether Cooper Flagg would play again in an ACC tournament, rather. And he said it's not worth it. Which I think that's 100% the way that I imagine Kelvin Sampson should look at this. It's not worth it.
No, Kelvin Sampson said he doesn't expect him to miss a game, but I think maybe today they're going to go, you know what? Let's go ahead and sit him for a while.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I would. Your A&M Aggies lost a double overtime thriller to
Terrific
Texas.
game. Did you see any of this?
I didn't watch it live. I watched a little bit of it on a replay.
I had it on outside. We were doing some yard work, so I was watching it, but kind of not watching it. You know, just sort of had it on. They were down early, came back, took a lead early in the second half. Down 8 with 9 with 5 minutes left, and I'm like, all right, I'm out. All of a sudden, I look up, it's tied. Terrific game. Goes to overtime. Aggies kind of choked off a big moment there. They were up 5 or 6.
4.
Was it 4?
Because I think Texas knocked down to 3 to take down to 1.
No, but before that, they were up 5 or 6 and decided to call a play out of a timeout and alley-oop, and I went, what are we doing here?
Losing the game.
What are we doing? Because just any play at all that comes up with a bucket, they win in the first overtime. And, of course, Texas took advantage and won in the second overtime.
They did. They need it, though. I think that just after that win, Joe Lenardi put them in the
they're in now.
last 4 in his bracketology. So, yeah, it seems like Texas might have gotten a godsend by beating A&M in that double overtime thriller. And real quick, happy 27th birthday, 28 today. Houston.
27 or 28?
28.
28
years of age.
Okay.
Yep. So shout out to Simone Biles. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, are the Texans really going to take this kind of gamble when it comes to this organization and their star player? We'll talk about that next.
Area 45 with Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Appreciate you rocking with us on this Friday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. However you're listening, wherever you're listening, thanks for making us a part of your day, including this from the 832 on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. They said they're listening late on Odyssey. They said the question of the day had them rolling. They said their old man realization came when they unknowingly and unwittingly became OG to the younger black folks that they met that didn't know them. So like you just run into somebody.
They skipped right over Unc?
Yeah. Well, I mean, same thing, just different. I imagine like just whichever one you was feeling at that time. Mm-hmm. Hey, yo, OG. Who
Me?
was OG? Me? Wait, what? All right. Are the Texans really? Are they really willing to do this? Are they going to take this kind of gamble? And when you, I'm sure there's people listening saying, "What gamble? Like, what gamble are the Texans taking?" And it really does feel like when it comes to the offensive line, there's a potential risk involved with something that's happening here.
On through if they had to play a game today, which of course we always also qualify,
they don't.
They don't. But they're trending toward a lot. They're trending a lot toward Blake Fisher, right tackle. I guess I should go from left tackle. Titus Howard, left tackle.
Why do we go? Oh, never mind.
I don't know. Laken Tomlinson or Nick Broker, left guard.
Okay. I think you probably go Tomlinson because he's been a starter.
And then Jarrett Patterson, center. Juice Scruggs or Ed Ingram, right guard.
Okay.
And then Blake Fisher, right tackle. Dude, that's C.J. Stroud back there, man.
Yes,
that's where I'm going with this.
That's the whole point. That's the whole reason why we've been so aggressive. I mean, D'Amico Ryans was pretty forceful when he was talking about
big time
what he's looking for in an offensive line. Pass protection was like one of the first words out of his mouth. Was pass protection. We gotta protect. Obviously, now this is me adding in like the insinuation or what I believe to be what he was getting towards was we got to protect our star player.
Yeah.
We got to protect C.J. Stroud. I mean, and
y'all turn around. That's C.J. Stroud. Everybody turn around.
I like the idea. He's just out there during mini camp or whatever. He's like, all right, so everybody line up.
Yeah.
Now just turn around for me right quick.
That's right.
Who's back there?
Yes.
And what is his import
Y'all
to this
blocking for
organization?
him.
Yeah.
And these are the dudes. And again, another all due respect moment here. It's not like there's not some talent up there. We've talked about it. Titus Howard has had some moments, very few of them, though. Blake Fisher has had some moments, not a lot of them. You know,
there's some early picks that you got on that offensive line that you laid out.
Yeah.
Here's my thing though, right?
I know where you're going, and I like this point.
And actually, I'd like to start by before I get there, because I thought Seth said something interesting, but before I even get to that, hey man, I don't even think that we have to do the thing where we go as of right now, because fair, right? Like that would be kind of an unnecessary contrivance. I understand. Like, there's the easy retort of there's still the remainder of free agency. There's still the draft. There's still real tangible times to add and acquire talent to this roster, and you don't play games until September. 100% true. That's right. You're putting a lot of faith and trust in Mr. Cole Popovich, Mr. Nick Caley, and the remainder of, well, I guess it's mostly those guys that are going to talk about the offensive line.
Yeah, they're at the hub.
To get this thing together and like to develop. Because, all right, you added Ed Ingram, former second-round pick. That's a dude who, he had his struggles, right? And, I mean, we can go, the PFF grades obviously is one that you could look at, and we know all of the issues that come up with PFF grades, especially when it comes to the offensive line, how subjective these things are. But those weren't great for him. Same thing you could say with Laken Tomlinson, and even then, like, you don't have to use those grades in particular. Do you have any value for one-on-one pressure rate? Because again, I bring you back to Nate Tice, who mentioned that the Texans sent out Kenyon Green, who had the third highest one-on-one pressure rate last year, for Laken Tomlinson, who had the single highest pressure rate. Like, those things are all there. And yes, you want coaching to help develop and bring those guys up, 100%. But you're putting a lot on them in having those guys. Okay, maybe you say those guys aren't going to be starters. Fair. Blake Fisher is still a young guy. I think 2 out of 3 of the people in this room right now on this program believe that they still need to see better play out of Blake Fisher, correct?
Yes, me
right.
and Figgy.
Yeah. That's another development guy that we're talking about here. I mean, just on Wednesday, we had a situation where we were talking about, remember Drew Andrews, or what's my guy's name? I want to make sure I don't get his name wrong.
Was it David Andrews?
David Andrews, thank you. Who was the center for the New England Patriots and was released this week. There's people that are like, yo, let me get that. Right, let me get that guy with experience. He had a bad season last year, but he's had good seasons. He immediately comes in and becomes your best center, and I understand that logic. But I still think you probably don't want to get a center and then put two guys as centers as backups in this instance. You probably want to continue to allow those guys to develop. But even then, we're talking about development. Whether it's Jarrett Patterson, you still want to see development from him. Whether it's Juice Scrubs, you still want to see development from him, right? Those are still places that they need to work on. And then, okay, it's possible that, yeah, I still think you need a very talented player. And this is where I will turn to Seth Payne this morning. I thought he was making a really interesting point about the way that you construct an offensive line. And this is more about Laramie Tunsil and the way that he had been like a really good pass blocker, but then not having as much around him. Take it away, Seth.
To use the Chiefs as an example, that if you have other things correct and right, you can withstand and actually thrive with an average offensive line. The two of it. Now, they had three really good interior offensive linemen on that team, but the notion that, oh, you absolutely have to have a stud left tackle and a stud right tackle, that's just not true. And plenty of teams have won Super Bowls or been very good offenses without stud offensive tackles, but you got to have a couple of studs along the way. The moves they've made so far with Laken Tomlinson and Evan Ingram, it feels very much more like, all right, these guys are guys who we bring in to compete, and maybe we get the best out of them. One is a younger guy in Evan Ingram. Laken Tomlinson is an older guy who hasn't been as good in the last couple of years as he was when he was with San Francisco. But they can compete, and they can be viable veterans. But there's still only one guy who's a plus pass protector on that offensive line, and it's Titus Howard, which I know Titus hasn't lived up to his contract per se, but he's still at least a plus.
All right, so go ahead.
First of all, are you going to do the Evan thing?
No, go ahead.
I was like, let my guy live. You knew what he meant. Ed Ingram.
It got the suck for Ed Ingram that had the last name Ingram. We didn't name every Ingram possible.
Mark. But here's the bigger point, and I think you and I are in lockstep on this. The Houston Texans, no matter what's going to happen today, the rest of free agency, the draft, whatever you want to call it, street free agents, they're taking a chance with their offensive line. This is a gamble.
Sure.
It's a gamble.
It becomes less of a gamble if you add.
Correct.
Like Seth was saying there, you need some studs. And I think that that's still the thing that remains. Right? Still need studs. And I think that they have the capability of doing that. Hell, they went and restructured Christian Kirk's deal yesterday, so they have a little bit of extra cash, and maybe that is something where they do still add one of these guards out here that is a veteran that you can maybe view as some level of stud if that's the way that you want to view it, right? Whether it's a Mekhi Becton or Will Hernandez or whatever that is, right? But that one I would like very much, to be some level of tent pole, some level of anchor, what you're talking about. But they're going to draft offensive line early. And I think that more and more people are getting on the idea of drafting offensive line either at 25 or even moving up to add offensive line. But here's the thing that I have there. There's also a level of gamble, or at least you're putting a lot on the offensive line coaching there as well, because I don't know that there are a few, don't get me wrong. There are a few offensive linemen that are drafted and dropped immediately into the starting offensive line, and they are cooking with fire, right? But at the same time, there's a lot of them that come in that still need a level of growth and development. And so you add one. I've seen some mock drafts that have two in the first 3 rounds of offensive linemen that maybe end up possibly being starters. And again, then you're looking at an offensive line with even more guys that you're looking to get better play out of and more development. And yes, you have 5 fingers in the glove. And yes, I think Seth is right that you don't need to have, all pros and pro bowlers at every position. But you're also asking a lot from Cole Popovich, which you tell me how strong you believe in him. And I'm not even saying that to say that he's bad, but just he is. And then you also have Nick Caley, who is his first-time offensive coordinator as a whole. Like, those guys are going to have to then take all of these various dudes that we're saying you need to see development in and get development from all of them so that they can all work in tandem and then protect CJ on week 1 because you have expectations this year.
That's why I think this is such an interesting thing. You have a franchise quarterback. Again, everybody turn around. You know who that is back there? That's C.J. Stroud. So you're doing that. You got C.J. Stroud back there with, and again, you just talked about it, but it's worth reiterating. You have an offensive coordinator that you have confidence in, but has never done this. Yes, he has some experience largely on the line because he's been a tight end coach for most of his career. So he knows what he's doing, but he's never done it before. You have an offensive coordinator an offensive line coach who clearly they have high confidence in, but he's never done it before. You have an offensive line at left tackle. Titus Howard has never been your everyday starting left tackle. Your right tackle, presumably, if it's Blake Fisher, has never been your everyday starting right tackle. Let's say you do sign, we'll put some names with it. Let's say you do sign, top of the list, probably Mekhi Becton, right?
Sure.
There's going to be some questions with that.
Yes.
He was really, really good.
1 year.
In Philadelphia.
Oh, is it 1 year? Am I doing a thing where I'm being unfair to him? Sorry, I'll check.
But has never done it anywhere else but Philadelphia, and it was kind of not a reclamation, but it's kind of a project, a pet project up there. So you got a question there. Let's say you sign Will Hernandez, upside, but has never been that guy, never been an absolute terror on the inside. Let's say it's you draft a first. There's questions there because even if you draft a stud and you move up and you get Kelvin Banks from Texas, some questions there. So truly, if you look at what they're doing with the offensive line, almost no matter how it plays out, it's kind of a gamble.
For sure.
It's a gamble.
And I mean, this is where I think some of the folks that were like, yo, I get the jubilation on like the willingness to make the move on Laramie Tunsil. This was the part that I was willing to hear them out on is, all right, the expectations that you have, like this is not going to be an easy task. And I don't want to like distrust Nick Caserio or anything, but I thought when I saw that move happen, I was like, oh man, like that's such a big move that I think you have to have something in tow on the backside of it. And I haven't seen evidence of that yet of like, yo, this is the next step. These are the things that we have. And again, we are in the middle of this. Like, it could just be that the plan has not fully unfurled. I am willing to acknowledge that. But damn, there's a lot of permutations where I look up and I go, you're asking a lot of the coaching staff, which is honestly a lot of that coaching staff is also part of the coaching staff that you had prior, right? And again, not to say that like the changes that they made don't matter, right? Cole Popovich goes from a place where he was probably having to be some level of good soldier, operate under the hierarchy that exists, and now he gets a step forward and maybe put more of his own personal stamp on it. But man, I hope you're a great teacher. Yeah. Man, I hope you're so great. And look, there's a level of confidence and excitement to be had in the fact that Nick Caley, in his first opportunity talking to us on the idea of details, fundamentals, because those are going to be the things necessary to grow. But that you're also asking a lot for all of that to happen relatively quickly for a lot of guys, not just one or two guys, for a lot of guys.
We have a lot of confidence in D'Amico Ryans. We have a lot of confidence in Nick Caserio. So we have to trust them, right? Even as much as we trust D'Amico and Nick Caley, you can't help but notice there is a risk at every level here, from the offensive line coach to the offensive coordinator to the players you're bringing in to the players you might sign to the players you might draft. It's going to be the story. I mean, it was the story last year. It was the story the year before, protecting C.J. Stroud. It's going to be the story if they can get it right this time.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, and again, you bring this back around to what did you have prior? Because this is not just in a vacuum. And yes, I hear you. Someone said, is it too much to ask? This is Big Nick energy on the YouTube. And yes, shout out to Nick Caserio, because very early we saw a little bit of Big Nick energy as well. I'm very clear, very scared with the enunciation that I've been doing right there. But he says, is it too much to ask for an O-line that can get us a first down on 4th and inches? And no, I think that's absolutely something that you want. And I think you're starting to try and at least move towards having the heft and having the talent to do that. But you still got some big holes to fill there. And I think you can even still reasonably look at the places that they're going to get those hole fillers in a way, and see that there's going to be some experience things that you're going to have to work through.
We also know the scheme is changing. How they block, they've talked about that, like their approach to game. That's changing. You got to hope that works, and you have confidence in that. And I also was we'll never know this, but curious what C.J. Stroud really thinks about all this, because he's been back there running for his life, man. And now, you got to have all these things work.
Yeah, for sure. So fair. I mean, it's fair to say that, look, it's better to take a gamble than go with what you already know. Like, I think that there's a lot of kind of the is game theory the right way of saying this? Is that if you're working this thing out and you're looking at it and you go, hey, we know what one iteration of this looks like. We don't know what this other iteration looks like, and the iteration that we know is not something that we desire.
Right.
So might as well go for something that we don't know.
We needed to change.
Right. That risk is somewhat necessary.
Yeah.
But I think we should still acknowledge that there's a lot of risk that's still in here. And now, in the immediate, I think that the one thing I want to make abundantly clear is, I think in the long term, I like what you're doing here. You're putting, especially with young guys, and like for the next 2-3 years, as they get better and become cohesive together, I think that works really well. But I think the tough part about this is the timing, where you're in a place where you really want to win right now, especially when you look at the way that they're using their salary cap. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 from the 713. Reggie, you're waiting for the Texans to say, I made it out unscathed, and now I sunbathe with my son in the Tanzanian sun rays, thinking about dumb days. Yes, I appreciate the bars, Ocho. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll get you our lunchtime confessions brought to you by the Men's Clinic.
Sheldon Rankins, come on. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so I wanted to not like this. That's my first confession. I got a two-part confession.
Okay.
Here, with something that we saw making the rounds regarding Gardner Johnson, because the Houston Texans tweeted something about him, and I saw the graphic before I clicked on it, and I just complete eye roll. The graphic said, "Houston, we got a problem." And I went, no, you know better. The Texans should know better than
right.
this. They have to know. We don't do that in this town.
Especially like the social media folks. I'm sure they're sick of getting that.
Yes, and we have a problem. But I got to tell you, this is the second part of my confession. I thought they pulled it off.
The Eagles traded away their popular safety.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson. It is picked up.
C.J. Gardner-Johnson is the energy, the feel, the trash talk of that defense.
He is that emotional leader, locker room leader.
This guy, you bring this guy in, he's going to shake things up.
This secondary is not being filled with some scum.
Rush gets intercepted. C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Houston, we got a problem.
And then they quoted him on that infamous, I guess, potentially, when he was making those noises.
Yeah, I was like, where's the noises? That's the problem. We didn't get the full.
You know what? I wanted to hate it. They pulled it off. It was pretty good.
Yeah,
we got a problem because that's what he said.
Yeah, I don't think it's the changing of got have to got. Like I don't think that's what does. At least not for me.
Yeah.
But I think what makes it work, in my estimation, and you can let me know if you disagree, dear listener. But it's that it's his voice, right? It is, and it's not just his voice. It was that
inflection. It
was a clear expression of excitement.
Yeah.
Right. It was
we
him.
Got a problem.
Like he could have said a lot of things, and all of them felt like they mean, oh man, I can't wait to get to work.
Yes.
Right. Like I can't.
Or they could have played that.
That actually says, I can't wait to get this Hot Pocket. The other part.
This Hot Pocket.
I mean.
I sound he ate the Hot Pocket. It was too hot. So he got his mouth open.
Fair enough. Although, like, is Hot Pocket not top 5 of the foods that you're trying to eat when you are in that state?
When's that?
It's like cereal is like the top seed, right? Like a bowl of cereal is like the number
Hot
1
Pocket's
seed
up there
when you're in that space. Hot Pocket's got to be in there,
Taco
right?
Bell.
Yeah, I guess Taco Bell is good. Taco Bell to me seems more like when you drunk rather than when you're high.
Is that right?
Am I wrong?
Jack in the Box seemed like more of a high type thing.
Yeah. Oh, they even do commercials about it.
Yeah, they did the whole munchie meal and everything.
Yeah, but he pulled it off. The Texans, I should say, pulled it off. I didn't want to like it. I did.
I think that was fine. I think it was all right.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
I'm gonna be a little bit of a hater. Coach Cal, Calipari, he is no longer in Kentucky. He's now at Arkansas. In fact, his Arkansas team lost to South Carolina, or not South Carolina. They lost, but they did lose in the SEC tournament. South Carolina was not yesterday, but the day before. But there's a little bit of audio from him because he was asked at the end of the game against South Carolina. They were up 4, and they were there. Sorry, they were up 3, and they were up 4. They hit the first free throw. They were up 3 at that point, and apparently Cal had John L. Davis try and miss the free throw.
This was the dumbest thing ever.
Up 3 points with 2.5 seconds. This is John Calipari giving you his reasoning.
Wait a minute, let me get it real quick.
Oh, my bad. Yeah.
Know that 4 is very difficult to come back from in 2 seconds.
Yeah, in 2.5 seconds. Because the idea of like missing the free throw generally or fouling or what have
That's
you
like
is
there's
that
0.8.
if there's 3 seconds, if they hit a 3, they could tie the game. But if there's 3 seconds and it's 4 points, they need 2 buckets or a bucket and a foul. So all you have to do is just make sure you don't foul in that instance, in theory. But I feel like our guy, Coach Cal, got a little big-brained.
Yeah. He didn't.
All right, well, okay. I'll just tell you what it is because maybe I slipped up on maybe making sure that we have the audio. This is Coach Calipari was just basically saying that, He likes being inventive. He likes kind of try new things, and he just felt like if you miss it intentionally, it'll take like a second to try and get to the basketball.
That's so dumb.
And thus it'll make it even harder for them to get a shot off. And I'm like, if you have 4 points, if you have a 4-point lead,
yes,
you're fine.
Yeah.
Because even if they hit a shot, they still need to get the ball back.
The other thing is, if he happens to miss it, well, then your theory is still in play. Why don't you just go ahead and get 4 points if you can?
Right.
And if he happens to miss, okay, what you're saying is still in play. It takes them a full second, whatever.
And so
it was dumb.
My confession is, for that reason and that reason alone, I'm starting to invalidate all of Coach Calipari's
everything.
Like
championships, everything.
Outside of Memphis, he had to do work. But I was like, that Kentucky thing, I gave him credit for like being honest with the players, getting them to the NBA and everything. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm starting to really think that you just got here lucky, man. Like, because ain't no way you was out here 3 better than 4 if we have 1 fewer second on the clock. There's no way that you were making it this far. Like, so who was coaching for you, John? Tell me.
These are my confessions.
All right, so it's Friday today, and
that's true.
I'm officially excited about the housewarming.
All right, we changed our mind.
Yeah, it wasn't until probably yesterday where it was like, man, it's real now. People starting to RSVP and all that stuff. Sean Pendergast, he said he gonna stop by. A couple other homies gonna stop by. So
half our listening audience.
Yeah, I was about to say, text in.
Hey, they got to find it, man.
Text in if you have triangulated Figgy's house and you're going to come to the housewarming.
That's like me saying my house is on Westheimer.
Yeah, that one's tough.
You got to find it, man. You got to find it. It's a lot of places where I stay. So
yeah, but they also know, go out there and look for that goat, and then you're there. Oh, is it a sheep?
Both.
It's a goat and a sheep.
Yeah.
I think it's both. Yeah.
That's eclectic.
But I'm super excited about it, man.
What did it?
I don't know. I guess just getting closer, and because I'm thinking like, man, ain't nobody about to show up to this.
Yeah.
But then it's like, we got like a couple people coming.
Good.
So I'm super excited. Shout out to Lopez. You cooking the meats?
I am cooking the meats.
Yeah, we doing tacos. Like you could fix your own taco. And the cheesy little invite is talk about a housewarming.
Let's talk about
it. Yeah, she came up with that.
From the 832, what should I bring? I'll direct that to Figgy.
Hey, bring aluminum foil or paper plates and nothing like that, man. We got that covered.
That covered.
Very good. Very good.
These are my confessions.
I realized this morning there's something else that I hate about Twitter.
Okay.
This happens pretty often.
One of a few things.
One of several things I hate about Twitter, and we're seeing it all over. So Ed Ingram, we've talked about him, the latest acquisition of the Houston Texans. Have you seen how many one play, one moment,
goodness gracious,
highlights that the one tweet, one play highlight? I cannot stand. Like people are tweeting like this one play where he bullied some dude. I think it was against. I forget who it was against.
Probably against the Colts.
Whomever it was.
One of his really good, or maybe the Rams. One of his good games.
And then you're getting variations of the same thing. Nick's cooking. This guy's going to be a monster. This guy, boy, problem solved. Like, dude, you can pick one play for anybody in the NFL.
You could get one play from Tom Brady.
You could.
Oh, there's definitely some bad plays that Tom Brady was in.
No, but on the opposite side, you can get a bad play. But what we're getting is like, this guy's a bully. He's doing, it's like, come on, man.
I seen it's funny because on the other side, I seen people showing some good plays from Kenyon Green, like a bunch of Eagles fans. Yeah, I'm just like, he got some good plays in him, but he also got some awful plays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I think that's fair in this instance. And John, you can tell me I'm wrong if you want to, but I think that when you're looking at those guys in particular, I think both of those guys now, right there, you have, hey, this is the high watermark, and hopefully you can get more of this than whatever else.
But the way they're tweeting, it's like he's freaking all pro.
But see, like to your point, Reggie, I think that's perfectly fine if you acknowledge that this is a flyer you're taking on this guy or a project. But people are.
I mean, look at this. New Texans guard Ed Ingram is a bleeping bully, and it's the same play that they have. Well, I saw it earlier. Anyway, the same play all over. People thinking that. Oh, come on.
See, I seen it from both sides.
One play.
I seen it from both sides too. I seen the good part and then also the bad part. What are you doing, Nick? It's just like, man, you just taking a flyer on it, man. Like this ain't the. I mean, I hope it ain't the end all be all, but this ain't the problem solved player right here. Let's relax.
Yeah, but do you think you guys feel a little bit better about? I mean, look, first and foremost, whenever you acquire somebody, you are incentivized to be uber positive and really just view it in an optimistic light.
Yeah.
But do you think that this is impacted by you haven't gotten any of those like veterans or a free agent to fill like the start? Because if you have your starting, at least in our minds, if you have your starting positions filled and you add Ingram, I think that when people are super excited and oh man, he's cooking, he's adding to this, I think you would be inclined to be a lot more forgiving to those folks in those
But they also wouldn't do this. No, like they're treating him like it's, you know.
Yeah, the thing is, if they had their offensive line set already and then they made this trade, we wouldn't even be talking about it.
That's what I'm saying. They wouldn't even do this
We
either.
wouldn't be rolling tape on it.
It's the hope that you'd like to talk
because
about.
Because even with the Eagles, man, a lot of people shouldn't because they just won a Super Bowl. But I don't think they ain't burning nothing up over this pick. He just kind of a guy. Maybe they could get something out of it.
Yeah.
Damn. 713 said even Kendall Lamb had a pancake somewhere. Hey,
it's probably true.
He been in the NFL for a minute though, man.
Yeah. He has. It was against the 49ers. That's right. I just saw the video on Lopez's screen. Appreciate you. 832. But yeah.
Same play.
But he did.
He had one.
And if now there's proof that it is possible for him
something right
to have
there.
a pancake.
There's something.
So you know that it's possible.
Nick
just got to get as many of those as possible.
It might not smell good, but he cooking something. Just wait till it's finished.
By the way, people said that they're bringing bourbon in a 12-pack, bourbon and tequila. There's going to be a lot of bourbon.
Yeah,
and then somebody else said they're bringing that gas. I feel like you probably have an electric house, right? Like I don't think you need gas at the house, yeah?
Oh, I prefer gas.
Okay.
Gas stove?
Yeah, I got the gas stove.
Yeah, you got a gas stove?
Much,
okay,
much
yeah. Is he talking about that gas or like some weed gas?
You're just going, all right.
Yeah.
I thought I was being slick. You were just going to make the joke.
I thought you was dead ass serious,
I did too.
I didn't catch on to it. That's a good job by you.
I was trying. Like I figured if you know, and it'd be funny, and then if you didn't, it would just be.
No, it sounded good to me.
When you said bring that gas, I knew exactly what he was talking about.
That's right. That's right. We don't drug test up here, right? All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's chat with our friend and hopefully not our enemy, considering that we have not helped him get any wins. Yeah. Ben Olsen, head coach of the Houston Dynamo.
voices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Man, we go right to the phone line. Welcome in a friend. I hope he's still a friend. He is the head coach.
Well, we did suspend him last week.
Yeah, he's the head coach of the Houston Dynamo. His name is Ben Olsen. And Ben, are we still on good terms? Because last time we talked to you, and last time I've been at the last two home matches, and we've taken no points away. The Dynamo have. So, are we still good?
It's not you guys. It's me. It's me.
It's not you. It's me.
I still got a lot of love for you guys. Thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, glad to have you. Now, one thing I want to ask is, part of the reason why you've not gotten points, maybe not the full reason, but part of the reason why you've not gotten points is that this team is just
at home.
At home. That's right.
Yeah,
to be fair, that was a fun match. Fun match at Columbus. But part of the reason why you didn't get points in those first two matches was this is just a really young club, and you're putting it together. And I don't know how much you've been paying attention, but we're kind of in that place in free agency with the Texans. How do you keep the fan base from going, jumping off the ledge and staying calm as you're trying to get your club, get your team to the right place?
I think you start with honesty. We are in a little bit of a transition, and we're trying to find, our legs and who we are. There's been change, and with any change comes a little bit of a process and some patience to get to where you need to be. But you can only say that as a coach in an organization so long before you need to get results. I'm also very clear, I also understand that. So the message to the fans right now is we have 10 months of a season left. We're not even 1 month through this long kind of journey that we're on. And we have some pathways to bring competition in here. We got a lot of money to spend to get this team to bring in more competition. And on the other side, we still have a good group, and it's really about us figuring out kind of who we are and how we can go about winning games. And, you have an idea in preseason about, okay, this is how we want to go about this. And then preseason's a bit of a joke sometimes. Mm-hmm. You get lured into kind of, we can do this, we can do that, but then the games come. And then you get smacked, and you're like, "Nah, we can't pull that off." Or maybe we can. Maybe we have to stick to that. And then it's a process of where do you want to tweak, where do you want to adapt. So that's a little bit of what we're going through. But I would tell the fans we're going through that together with our group.
Yeah,
it's collective. It's collective, and we need them to come along this ride with us.
And to be fair, before the season even began, you were speaking of honesty. You said we need more. We need to look in other places. And lo and behold, you show up with Dwayne Holmes. Tell us about that. He's got some experience in England. He's got some experience with the national team. That's got to be a plus.
Yeah, any fresh blood, I think, right now in an off season where we saw a lot leaving and not necessarily coming in, is I think a positive both for staff and players and fans, and there will be more coming in. So he's an American kid, so again, culturally he's going to fit right in with this group. The league he's been playing in, I think, translates to the MLS. It's fast, it's furious. So I don't see the intensity or the kind of the transition to our league taking a long time with him. He's a little banged up right now. He came across the pond with a boot on his foot, so we got to get that off him in the next couple of weeks. But you'll see him shortly.
Oh, so that's the bad boot, not the good boot.
Yeah.
You sometimes there's a little bit of a translation when it comes to dealing with soccer versus footy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the bad boot. That's it. Yeah, the one that straps up his leg. No good.
Fair enough. I get it. We're talking to Ben Olsen, head coach of the Houston Dynamo. Right here. It's really fun, especially when you got an opportunity to start a match. What can you tell us about Nico and what you've learned in his short stint thus far?
But we didn't anticipate Nico to be necessarily a starter for us this early. He's 35 years old. He's a legend in our league. He brings a lot of offensive qualities off the bench. And he's a great leader in the locker room. And those are all areas we thought he would help us, and he has helped us. But now he finds himself, because we're a little thin, being a guy that we thought should be starting, and he took it. And the Columbus performance that he put in was an uncomfortable one for him. We asked him to do a lot more defending than he's accustomed to doing, and he was willing to do that for the team to get a much-needed result and kind of stop that losing slide. So he's been great, again, not only on the field, but he's a guy that walks in the door and everybody respects him. He's been in World Cups. He's the championships in this league. Even the most seasoned guys on our team look up to him, and that's a big reason why we have him in this locker room right now as well.
I find that really interesting, you talking about Nico in that way, because with the Texans, they just move on from a player that, some of the conversations are, he does one thing really well. He does the thing that gets paid really well, but some of the other stuff, maybe not all that interested. How important is it to have a player that's willing to do the other things? And how do you manage that if you have a player that maybe is things they kind of need from?
One, you don't let them in the door. As much as you can do that work beforehand, right? Whether it's the personality checks, whether it's really understanding who they are as a player, you don't let them part of your culture. And then you have to understand, though, sometimes, if they're that special in some areas, and what are you willing to give up for that special quality, right? And then that's kind of, again, that's when you really have to lean on your personality. Can you get a little bit more, or are you good enough around that player to give in certain areas? Do you have enough of that other stuff that you need the special qualities, and you'll give up a little defense, or you'll give up a little athleticism for that player's quality somewhere else? And that's the balance, man. Every team, every sport, it's no different. And where are you willing to give for what you get?
Hey, Lopez, does it sound like he was pro Laramie Tunsil trade?
Yeah, it did sound a little bit like that.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk to you about this, because this weekend is going to have a St. Patrick's Day theme, Shamrock special, Jameson drink specials, and I can say this because I'm Hispanic. The atmosphere at the Dynamo games is already pretty wild, and you're going to do that with my people out there as well. It should be.
Yeah, we're going to double down.
Crazy. You're going to double down.
We're doubling down on the atmosphere.
but that's not changed, and that's got to be a big time, sort of mission for you guys. Keeps you guys going. It never changes. It's one of the best atmospheres anywhere, and I'm sure you want to get the fans a win at home.
Yeah, soccer is unique in that way. We've got a few things that are different, right? One, we use our feet, which is still kind of mind-blowing to me sometimes. I'm watching these guys use their feet to kick a ball across the field. And then the pageantry and the kind of the circus of the fans in our league and the sport across the world it's special. It's different, and it's a different type of atmosphere and experience for fans to come out. So if you haven't been there, come on out, give us a try, and then I guess drink some green beer too. I guess we'll have a little bit of that as well.
Yeah, not a bad way to go. All right, Ben, you got a match, Real Salt Lake this weekend. Look, I don't know. Are you superstitious? And if so, what are we doing to change the vibes here? What are we doing to get points and possibly even a full accounting of 3 points this weekend?
I got a few things on the side that we're changing up, but I'm not so concerned with that right now, and I don't want to get too into it. But again, I think we got away from some of the defensive resiliency and preaching defensive principles early in this season, and I think we got back to that the week leading into Columbus. I think we tweaked a few things from the game plan, and to again try to find that sweet spot of how we're going to go, how this team, and if we can draw on that Columbus defensive performance and focus on being a little bit more confident now in the offensive end, I think that's the right recipe. So it's really process for us right now. I haven't even been talking about 3 points and getting the win at home. Right now it's about just keep growing and get better, and that stuff will take care of itself. I know that's kind of cliche coach speak, but it really is where we're living in the moment right now with this group of just getting better and finding, I keep saying it, that balance, that sweet spot of defense versus attack with this group.
Okay, process. Okay, we got the process as well.
Yeah.
We need.
I hate that word. Sorry, guys. I hate to bring that word into it. But
you didn't use it. That was us that used it. Yeah.
And look, you're fair because also like we're used to it. Like Nick Caserio is very process oriented as well. In fact, like, do you have any association with Nick Caserio? Because I feel like we need to do that considering I think your mindsets are similar.
I don't. I would love. I'd love to. Get a chance to meet any of the, whether it's the Rockets, the Astros. I'd love the Texans. I'd love to meet them all. I got a lot of respect, and it is a fraternity in the end. I mean, we all sit in spots that are very similar. We deal with a lot of similar issues, different sports, and kind of different ideas. But players are players, and egos are egos, and management is management. And your staff, there's a lot of similarities. So set that up. I'd love that.
All right, I'm going to put John on that because I don't like accepting more responsibility than I already have. Yeah, you wouldn't be in the door. See, Ben, we appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time. Hopefully, we get a really good performance from the fellas this weekend.
We'll talk soon. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. There's Ben Olsen, head coach of the Houston Dynamo.
I don't want to suspend him again.
What?
I don't. I like him. We had to suspend him last week because they had lost the game.
You made that decision by yourself. I had
did.
No impact. No impact on that. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I gave John homework, like you just heard me do in talking to Ben Olsen. I asked him, can you find out who are the swarmiest players when it comes to the offensive players in the draft?
I got you.
I'm interested to see what you come back with. Let's talk about that next.
Texans GM Nick Caserio is at it. sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, you got a little funky here, Figgy. I like it. It's a funky Friday here. Has not been a news dump Friday, as you have been talking about, which I guess is the faux part of it.
Yeah.
That you were talking about. We were hoping to maybe see some moves happen, but nothing really huge.
Not over yet, baby.
Now, one of the situations that you were looking at, the possibility of adding depth at the running back, I kind of gave you in a would you rather. One of those guys is off the board. His name is Kareem Hunt. He is returning to the Chiefs on a $2.5 million deal. So Kareem Hunt, if you were at all interested in adding him as a potential depth guy.
He was kind of on the list.
I feel like he won't play for another team outside the Chiefs, man.
I don't know, maybe. But, I mean, at this point, actually,
he's found a little role there.
Yeah, that's one that's comfortable just rolling with him no matter what.
Yeah. It's quite possible. Another thing that's worth noting, Del'Shawn Phillips, former Texans free agent, will join the Chargers on a one-year deal. I'm not too worried about that because it feels like that's the role that Nick Neiman, who you signed earlier this week, is there to play. You know, just a depth linebacker who is also probably playing a lot of special teams. I think that's the role. So I'm not really all that worried about Del'Shawn Phillips going. Thank you for your service, and I hope that you continue to earn a check first and foremost, and are able to fulfill what you need to in this league. All right, so with that handled, I did give you a little bit of homework, Lopez. First and foremost, how do you feel about me just handing you homework?
Oh, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I don't
know what you just signed yourself up for.
I was always a good
student.
He
was mad. Man, they gave us homework.
Hey, I even did extra credit. I did the little John Weeks things. Yeah, I was always a good student.
Okay. See, it might have been extra, but I don't know if you're giving credit for it. Anyways.
Sound like a butt kisser of a student right there.
Yeah.
Hey, I did some extra credit.
I was always the teacher's pet, too. So.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
But the extra...
I wasn't proud of that, though, because all my buddies on the football team and stuff just give me a hard time.
That's what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
That is what they're supposed to do. But
Miss So-and-so loves you. Well, whatever.
That's right. And that's why these grades looking straight.
That's right.
But I asked you to do a little homework. One of the things that I was looking at, and we've talked about this, Payne and Pendergast has talked about it a lot. I'm certain the Drive has talked about it as well. You look at the defense, and this defense is swarmy as all get out, baby. This defense is swarming. Offense?
Need a little bit of that.
Needs to swarm. That's one of the reasons why I think people had at least a very relatively positive reaction when you see the Laramie Tunsil goes, because there was a feeling that maybe he did not fit, and the entirety of the offensive line had not fit into that swarm mentality, that special work ethic, and relentless mentality. That was not coming through in the offensive line.
We need some swarm.
And maybe the offense in general, because I know some people will come at Dalton Schultz. Hello, what's happening to my guy Clint Stoerner, who we'll talk to shortly. We'll talk about him not exhibiting swarm, right? You could talk about other places where you maybe go, not enough swarm. So I was like, where could you maybe get swarm in the draft? Not saying that you will absolutely draft these players, but I was interested. Who are the swarming offensive players in this draft? And Lopez, did you do your homework?
I did. I dug around, looked at some bios, found some old stories. And some of these names you're going to know. Some you may not know, and that's the whole idea. The Texans need some swarm. What was that? The Greg Popovich huddle in that finals? I want something. What was it? Anyway, but
I don't remember.
Some nasty. Was it nasty? I want some nasty, something like that.
Nasty's a good sports word.
Greg Popovich. It made the rounds on Twitter. Anyway, if you're a Texans fan, I want some swarm on the offense. The first couple I'm going to give you, I think you absolutely know the first one.
Yeah, he did say I want some nasty. Sorry.
Yeah, I want some nasty. It was kind of making the rounds. Cam Scatterbo. Come on, let's just go start with the obvious one.
Grit.
This guy is swarm.
Grit.
Well, okay, you're right, but keep in mind, and this is a story that made the rounds. It was an easy one to find, of course, because he was in the play. But FCS guy, obviously had to go that route, but really, really tough, finishes runs. I mean, against some outstanding defenses.
That man run angry, bro.
Man, I'm telling you. I mean, you want some swarm at the running back room, you got to have Cam Scatterbo. I mean, that's the layup one that I did. And
ain't no problem with layups. Layups are high efficiency.
And that dude is swarm. Now, where do you get him? He's been sort of ranked in different areas on the running back board in terms of as an NFL prospect.
I'll have to double check. Well, I actually now think about it. I'm like, where is he going? Because I had not and it's an error by me, like had not checked enough, like, hey, where's Cam Skattebo coming? I don't want to call him no scam. I imagine like he's probably
ranked on the one I'm looking at.
Third round type guy, fourth round
I was
type
about to
guy.
say, if he's there in the third round, do you consider getting him? In the third round.
I would like to see if he makes it to the fourth. I don't know if I want to do that in the third.
He's ranked on the one I'm looking at as the 7th top best running back.
Yeah,
so
I think
that might be
fourth.
fourth.
Then I think you can get him in the fourth.
You can get him in the fourth.
So third is a no. You will roll the dice on.
I
wait for the
probably
fourth.
wouldn't.
Unless
But
they
you know
love
what?
him.
If he's there in the fourth, then it's a hell yes.
You know what? This weekend, when I inevitably fire up that mock draft simulator again, I will be a little bit more cognizant of where Cam Skattebo frequently goes to get a better idea.
But he's swarm.
Oh yeah,
you get him if you can at a value play.
And on top of that, like the willingness to do all the things, throw the ball and all this, and then just you see him run. He runs. He's powerful. And also one of the swarmiest parts of this, and maybe this is one of those things where it's a backhanded compliment. It's not like he does anything incredible. He just does everything to the best of his ability.
And breaks tackles.
That's right.
All right. Are you familiar with the name Harold Fannin Jr.?
Yes, tight end.
Tight end from Bowling Green.
That's right.
And I looked into this cat, and this dude is swarm. First of all, Figgy, born and raised in the public schools of Canton, Ohio.
Oh, yeah, baby. All right, so we go now to our Ohio correspondent, Figgy Fig. What can you tell us about the public schools of Canton?
I'm no expert in Canton because that's totally different from Cleveland, but it's same somewhat, same Northeast Ohio.
General idea, like they real bougie, they posh there, or maybe not so much?
If it's a public school, I would probably say not as polished.
Yeah.
Okay,
but that's a whole different city.
All right.
Like that's even a different city from Akron.
Yeah, and here's the other thing that you got to love about him. Big tight end, obviously, it's a place of need. He kind of let his academics fall. His grandpa was his biggest influence.
That's usually like when you get when you get 2 generations removed from the people that are raising you.
Yeah. And his grandpa died when he was in 8th grade, so his academics fell. Came up through high school, really good player, of course, but never really bared down academically. 0 offers, 0 college offers.
Sound about right? If you in a public school like that sound about right.
Picked himself up.
Went and got it out the mud.
Bared down, got the grades up, got the attention up. Finally got 1 offer of a Division I.
About right, man. Bowling Green's kind of popular around there.
And now he's the 3rd best tight end. This dude is swarm. I love the story. I love the way he picked himself up. I think that a lot of teams are impressed by that.
And, I mean, also good route runner. Maybe not the biggest dude, but high-level blocker in the run game is something that's said. And you talk about swarm, particularly at the tight end position. That's one big thing. I know I've seen various people in the Texans Twitter sphere talking about Harold Finn and how they like him and how, I mean, that if you can find a way to add a player like that, obviously the tough thing about it is like there's just needs that you have to that you're looking towards. But if you can find a way to add a player like that, especially to the tight end room, like I don't know that you have many players that are all round in that way. They're like, hey, you feel good about the route running, but then also high level blocking. In that tight end room, I'm sure that could be very interesting to add into the room.
I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one because there's a couple of better stories that I want to get to.
Okay,
and we've talked about him a lot. Gray Zabel, undersized out of high school, considered anyway, got bigger.
Yes,
blew up. This is the most impressive thing about him. This is the swarmiest thing about him. Not only did he excel at the Senior Bowl and all that. But he had multiple NIL offers, and I don't know how much, but got multiple NIL offers going into his last year at North Dakota State, and said, nah, I'm going to stay loyal to North Dakota State. So that was kind of impressive. Turned them all down, stayed loyal. Here's one that I know you know this name. Maybe some of our listeners do not, but you do. Xavier Restrepo.
Yeah.
I dug in on him a little bit.
By the way, wide receiver for Miami.
My parents were 15 and 16 when he was born.
Oh, wow.
Meager, start, tough times, kind of was raised by his grandparents as well and his parents, and apparently is just like the hardest. We wanted to get out of that situation like a lot of people do. This is what his coach said about him in a very recent interview. I don't think people have any idea what they're getting in this guy. This guy is going to make anything he enters, any situation he enters, better. So your guy Xavier Restrepo, who you've been kind of talking about a lot, apparently just a dog.
Yeah, I mean he's very much a slot guy though, so I do wonder how that happens. But yeah, labeled as a fierce competitor and a leader on and off the field, that fits into it. Apologies to the 936 who said we're wearing out the word swarmy. I mean,
sorry.
Does that come to me?
That's what the Texans want.
I was like, does that go to the Texans here? But that's the main thing that you're looking for, and you talk about that feeling of high football IQ, fierce competitive nature, all those things. Xavier Restrepo supposedly just demonstrates those things while being relatively small, not a hugely explosive guy, which I imagine is something that would be limitations. And then again, you seemingly have set yourself on when it comes to like slot wide receiver, unless for some reason you'd be wanting to kick Christian Kirk back out, which he hasn't done in a majority way for like 4 seasons. And even then, like I do wonder, would you be? And I guess I'll ask this question now. I don't know, interested in moving Christian Kirk out and now going and looking for another slot. Would you be more interested in a Cooper Kupp at slot in that instance, or like a young Xavier Restrepo?
Ooh, I would probably lean Restrepo because you have a couple of veterans there. But it's a good question. Well, let me ask you this then. How about a 6'4" wide receiver that plays on the outside?
Okay, that sounds like something that you could very much use.
Jaden Higgins, Iowa State.
Yes,
Sign me up. Big time dog, as they like to say. But here's the story. This is what is swarmy about him. So he went to a school in South Florida, a Miami outskirt, and all he wanted to do was play college football in Florida. Nobody offered. 2-star recruit. He thought he deserved more. So out of Miami, which of course, hotbed for talent, and it's been motivating him forever that no Florida schools offered him. So he went to Eastern Kentucky to prove himself and did exactly that. I want to say like 1,200 yards receiving at Eastern Kentucky, 1,100, something like that. Then transferred to Iowa State. This guy has got swarm written all over him. Big dude, paid his dues, then went to Iowa State and has excelled.
Yeah, man, he's, as you mentioned, big, tall dude, fluid. Like those are things that you really want on the outside. I think he gained a level of love, like just doing drilling and those types of things. Runs relatively fast, but like vertical game ends up being a little back from maybe being a Texan, depending. Right, I know that the Texans though have shown that like that particular 40 time or like speed or the question of speed doesn't necessarily scare them off.
But they do need to be faster.
But yeah, especially because it feels like that outside receiver. Although Christian Kirk does have an ability, a unique ability at the slot to be able to test defenses deep, which is something that again it just feels like you really need, especially with a C.J. Stroud that has the ability of doing that and uncorking and taking off the top. But it feels like you also want that out of a Z-wide receiver. So I do wonder if maybe that would hold him back at all.
All right. So I'm going to throw a defensive player at you real quick here. And the reason
a bonus player.
A bonus player on the defensive side because it's a position of, I think, need. Defensive tackle. I know you're familiar with Maryland defensive tackle Jordan Phillips. Absolute monster. He's got D'Amico Ryans written all over him. Apparently just coaches use him as an example. 320 pounds, I believe, is what he's listed at. Just turned 20 years old. 20 years old. Oh, so he's a baby. Well, he's also got the Maryland squat record of, that's right, 700 pounds.
Good God. So you mean to tell me if the Texans decide that they want to get in the tush-push business,
yes,
and they happen to have drafted Jordan Phillips, that you find a way to put him on the line? Is that what you're telling me?
700 pounds. He had 2 nicknames at Maryland, Figgy. They called him one of 2 things. One of them was Freak, and the other one. So, 20 years old. He's ranked pretty high among the defensive tackles, at least from the list that I look at. But this guy, 20 years old, defensive tackle. Absolute monster.
So, once we get to the 25th pick, are you considering him?
I don't think anymore.
Just because of the offensive line need.
Yeah. Now,
what about?
But if you want to say whatever best player available, type thing.
What about second round?
I don't know if he'll be there, but he might. He might. There's no question about it.
Real strong.
Yeah.
Real strong. Like strong is not going to
strong.
Yeah, strong is not going to miss on Swarm most times. Like I feel like you're going to hit in that space. And going back to Jaden Higgins, somebody from the 832 said he sounds like Nico. I feel like he does not have the same size as Nico, but yeah, I think that's interesting. The only thing is, I imagine when you're evaluating, you don't want to fall too much into that where you're like doing the player comp, and that can lead you, especially a player like Nico. That I mean,
that's the first person I thought about, to be honest, when you said 6'4", can play on the outside. I'm like,
I saw him listed also as 6'3", though.
As 6'3"?
Yeah, but I mean, look, I don't know. I'll have to go and actually find like the combine rankings or what have you, or the numbers of them. But yeah, man, I've seen some love for Jaden Higgins recently as well. But yeah, Jordan Phillips, real strong. I was gonna ask at one point, like, what are the characteristics that that draw you in your favorite players? And just like
that is absurd.
Yes,
that's nuts.
Squatting 700, huh? Very good. All right. Yeah, so those are that's your. Can you give me the dispatch one more time of the swarmiest players that you found?
The swarmiest players offensively: Cam Scadaboo,
running back out of Arizona State;
Harold Fannin Jr., tight end; Bowling Green. We've heard a lot about Gray Zabel. That guy's going to go early. He's helped himself a lot. Xavier Restrepo, the receiver from Miami, and Jaden Higgins. I like Jaden Higgins, though. I don't care about that speed. Wide receiver out of Iowa State. And threw you a defensive tackle because he's a monster, the man-child, Jordan Phillips.
I think Jaden Higgins, if memory serves me, he might be like a third-round type grade as well. So, like, that might actually play with some of the later or, like, some of the more recent kind of philosophies on, or, like, mock draft looks where you go, oh, the offense, when you talk offensive line, rather, you might still be in that game for, like, a Higgins in maybe like third round, or actually no, second round is what I'm seeing. So maybe not quite that, but there you go. All right.
Oh man, Jordan Phillips did 29 reps on the bench press too.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said Quinshon Judkins too. All right, now y'all just go ahead and keep sending in your, especially all our
swarmiest offensive players.
Yeah, our amateur draft scouts. Because again, I'm very much actually in the idea of add a running back, but if you can do it a little bit later in the draft. Quinshon Judkins, though, I think he might be a little bit. Well, third, fourth,
somewhere in there.
Serves me correct. I'm like, yeah, I guess you could talk me into a fourth round pick, maybe a fifth, but you could talk me into a fourth. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 mixtape.
Yeah, so John Weeks signed a deal with the 49ers, so his time as a Texan is over. In honor of all the Texans fans being upset and sad about this, and other fans getting mad at other people being upset about this, I got a list of the biggest party poopers, Sports Edition.
Okay, all right, sports party poopers. I like what we're doing there on a Friday. We'll get that next.
All right, Low T Center, lowtcenter.com.
sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. And before we get to the biggest party poopers sports fans edition, I got to get this off my chest, man. So this kind of been making the rounds a little bit today. The Jenna Hudson show.
Yes.
Sure.
Yep. So if you are, or if you on social media, you probably seen a lot of these videos. She have a thing called the Spirit Line, where whatever guest you have going on, they go through
they start dancing,
kind of like a Soul Train line a little bit, and they make up a song for whoever the guest is. And they kind of go through dancing and all that stuff. It's actually pretty good.
Some of them get real funky.
Yeah, it's a really good thing. I think that's one of the most underrated things about, I guess, what she got going on is I feel like a lot of people like the Spirit Lines and see who go through it rather than the actual show, because I never see anything about the show. I just see the Spirit Lines. Yeah. So I feel like that's a good little social media thing they got going on. So Alfonso Ribeiro.
Yes.
A lot of people know him as Carlton from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
That's right.
Well, I also feel like it's an underrated character in sitcom stuff. I thought he was very funny. So he was going through the Spirit Line, and I'm going to play a little clip of this Spirit Line from him.
Alfonso's here. AJ Hub. Alfonso's here. Show him what you're working with. Alfonso's
So he's going through, doing a little dance. But he's not doing the Carlton dance.
I was just going to ask you.
No,
I was just going to ask you.
He didn't do the Carlton dance.
He has to.
Oh, man.
Come on.
He knows what we want.
I'm so disappointed.
Well, you know what? He's probably sick. He's probably sick of us. He's like, look.
But you got to play the hits.
Do you, though?
Do you think Journey's not going to play Don't Stop Believing?
Oh, they definitely playing that.
Of course.
That's what enough performance there.
So did he.
Man,
not going to the show.
But he can't walk around act like he's not known for being Carlton and doing the Carlton dance.
But the way that you guys are saying it, like, all right, so if he's on TV doing the Carlton dance, cool, right?
But the thing is,
this is like, oh man, you went to the stove. I saw you. Yo, I know what you're from. Do the dance.
No, it's not anything like that.
That's not what you're having to do.
It's not anything
That's
like
not
that.
the same
because
thing.
the whole thing of that
He's
Spirit
going
Line
through
is,
there dancing.
Yeah, the whole thing of that Spirit Line.
So
is,
every time he dances, he got to do the Carlton dance forever.
Yes.
He didn't sign a lifetime contract to do the Carlton dance.
Every time he dances on TV,
that's like
he
Michael.
has to do
that's
the Carlton.
that's like telling Mike.
You can't. You got to play the.
Michael Jackson does the moonwalk every time he dances, man.
Yes.
He ain't got to break one off across the whole stage.
But you got to get.
He do a little something.
No, you got. I'm with you on this 100%, Figgy.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed at this, but I think a lot of people in the comments was a little disappointed too. But I just had to get that on my chest a little bit. So John Weeks, he is no longer a Houston Texan, and a lot of people were really sad about this. And I know we kind of joke around a little bit on the show, how we say, oh, man, he's a legend. They need to put him in the ring of honor. We kind of say a lot of this stuff tongue-in-cheek because John Weeks is actually a really good guy. He's been there a long time, kind of, since 2004? Was it 2003?
2010.
2010.
Yeah.
2010.
You were trying to build the legacy.
Yeah.
He's been here for
Vandermeer.
Hey, it felt like he's been there since the beginning, though. It does. But he's been there a long time, and of course on social media, we kind of overreact, kind of tongue in cheek. I retweeted something that said "Fire Nick Caserio."
Yeah.
And so a lot of people are doing the same thing, but you also had a lot of people that are being serious with it, man. They are coming out of nowhere. Well, he is 30. He's 39 years old. Why are you guys overreacting to this?
Yeah.
And just going overboard. It's like, dog, like, why is you sucking the fun out of everything, man? And, oh, God, he's just a long snapper, guys.
Yeah, but they do that all the time.
It's just like, why are you being a party pooper?
Exactly. They're party poopers is what they are.
Yeah, so I got a list of random party poopers, sports fans edition.
Okay.
I kind of want to see what y'all think about this. So the first one, of course, is the negative Nancy. No matter what happens, no matter if they win, whatever it is, they always got to. Oh, we're playing like trash.
Yeah.
Even though we won 40-0.
Horrible play calling in the red zone.
Oh my God, they
won 38-0.
Yeah, they didn't execute at all.
Yes.
So
there's a lot of those out there.
It's a bunch of them, and the ones I hate about the negative Nancy ones, it be the good teams. Like I found Ryan doing this a lot too with the Chiefs. When they
okay, I thought you were gonna say with
KU.
KU.
Yeah.
He's right now.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely right. With KU, he went like they're undefeated, and he just trashing the team.
Oh well,
like,
they're not.
It's just like, come on, man. Like sometimes
I
you
hear
just got to roll with it.
Yeah.
What about the fake expert?
Oh, that's one of my pet peeves.
The ones that know more than the coaches, more than the GMs and all this other stuff. What about the bandwagon jumper?
Like all of a sudden on the team or off the team, depending on how they're doing it?
Yeah. So first of all, they didn't really care, but now that they're rolling,
they start saying we.
I wonder if there's anybody in the room that operates like that from time to time.
Yeah, they say we, and then it's like, man, like, I support anything Houston now. Now you do.
By the way, how's A&M doing in the?
Hey, I never hop that ship. I'm always on that boat. You know that.
I was wondering where you was going with that.
Yeah.
You're like, I wonder if somebody in this room. I was A&M.
I thought he was talking about himself.
Who, me? Me? Yeah. What you mean?
Hey, I don't get off that A&M boat.
Although, to be fair, I'll be honest. I'm quick to call the Wildcats, Kansas State. I'm quick to call them jokers when they're not playing well. Like their basketball team in the Big 12 tournament, man. They got out of there very quick, and they should have. They're not good.
Yeah. What about the back in my day fans? The ones that's always complaining about, you put a dress on, or you can't do this.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the NBA, back in my day, the NBA used to do this. And
Play physical, man.
Yeah. They're not fit. It's just like, man, come on, man. Like, why
they would have knocked his ass on the floor.
Yeah. What about this one? The stat sheet guy. Always talking.
Anybody in this
you're talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, the PER guy and the advanced analytics guy.
Sir, you're talking about VORP? Is that what you're talking about? Don't you dare besmirch the good name of DVOA.
You could be sitting there, yeah, man, he had a good game. According to the PPR, he actually had the worst game of the year. She's like, man, what did you talk about?
Yeah, the Bob Bip is kind of rough on that one, man.
Remember when Daryl Moore used to go into Tillman's office and said, we actually won the game. Well, the scoreboard said we lost. No, but all the analytics says we should have won that game. Well, that should have and did. Or
you got to look at the player tracking, dude. That's much more more consistent when you talk about like trying to project outcomes. Yeah, that's much more consistent, 100%.
What about the
case in point?
Yeah. What about the casual fan that acts hardcore? So the one that's acting like, oh yeah, I've been here from the beginning, but who's the quarterback again? Davis Mills. CJ Stroud. Oh, that's who that is. Just don't know nobody, but you just out here hardcore fanning.
Yeah, especially because I don't feel like you have to fake the funk. Like I know some people give people like that a hard time, but hey, what's the level that you are at? If you're just like, man, I like coming to the games. Be that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. To be completely honest.
Yeah. This one might be a Ron special right here. The refs are against us, fan.
Oh, well, it's not necessarily a him special. It's others talking about his team.
Yeah, I feel like this year was a little different because it seemed like that was with the Chiefs and how the refs are giving them a lot of calls and all that stuff. So I'm not really talking about that part, but anybody that just keeps complaining about the refs or using that as an excuse why this team lost as the refs, it's just like, all right, man, like it's a bunch of other things they could have did better in this game to win the game.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, there is a space to get in there and like mention like something that happened But yeah, it does kind of get annoying when it's just that is the only level of analysis of what's happening.
And then it's like, oh, the refs didn't want us to win. They didn't want the Houston Texans to win the game.
Conspiracy, man.
It's just like, all right, man. Like if the Houston Texans play a lot better, then we wouldn't be having these conversations. What about the overreactor? And we've been doing this all week. Fire Nick Caserio.
Yeah.
What is Nick Caserio
Wait, who
doing?
said fire Nick Caserio? Don't do that.
Nick Caserio don't know what he's doing.
When's he going to get a line?
I've said that. I will cop to that one.
Yeah. What about the awkward rival fan that just shows up to the bar like just in a different uniform, just talking mess?
Oh, I kind of like those scenes. Like you're at a Texas Tech bar and a Texas fan shows up, or vice versa.
Oh yeah,
I like those.
Or let's say it's the Colts versus the Texans, and somebody in the Cowboys jersey.
Yeah. Oh, that one. Yeah.
Like, dog, what?
That one's annoying. But
just being
along the lines of what you're talking about,
I like
John,
those scenes.
There's a level for me. The people that are like just unreasonably antagonistic and they're just here to like for really fight. I don't like that. But I do appreciate the person who's like like
cheering and
have a playful talking bleep.
Yes.
And like we're all gonna be fine at the end, but you're gonna hear me.
Yeah. No, I like those.
We used to always see it in Cleveland whenever the Browns play whoever. Then it'd be somebody decked out in Pittsburgh Steelers gear going to the game. It's just like, man,
those usually ended in fights, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah. A lot of middle fingers thrown up and maybe beard thrown on the person, but yeah. But, salute let people fan the way they want to fan when it comes to John Weeks, man.
Yeah, man.
He was a good guy, man. It's not that deep. Ain't nobody giving up their season tickets because John Weeks is gone or anything like that, man. We kind of just doing this tongue-in-cheek a little bit, man. It's not that deep, guys. It's not that deep. So, this will probably be my third time bringing up Jeff Teague in this podcast this week. But, so I told y'all about the thread that just been keep going and going about his funny, random, different funny stories. I'm not sure if this is a funny story, if this a more of a sad story, or yes.
Okay.
On
So
both, yeah.
So here's Jeff Teague on a Club 520 podcast talking about how he's trying to get his extension with the Atlanta Hawks. And Danny Ferry, who was the GM at the time, didn't really care for him like that.
I'm having a good year. They like, yeah, you got to go find the money. Like, we ain't extending you. You got to go get it. You restricted free agent. Danny Ferry, I'll never forget. He told me, man, I had like 31 on the Magic. So I came in the game. We won. You know, I sagged my pants. We walk around like, he's like, put your pants up. And I looked at it. I was like, no, like, he's like, I don't want to see all that when you walk around, you sagging. You walk around here, and I'm like, what the on him? So the next day of practice, he just come in the film room. He the GM. He just snap on me.
In front of everybody.
Yeah, like, you don't play any defense. You don't do all that. I'm like, damn. Like, he didn't like me. He kept saying, like, you're not my guy. I was like, cool. So I knew when the extension came, I wasn't getting that shit. So I was like, damn, I got to go find it. And I found it with Milwaukee, and I signed it. So I had to call him. Best call of my life. They told me I had to call him and tell him don't match it. And I called him. I was like, I hate everything about you. I hate how you walk. I hate how you talk. This is stuff he said to me. I was like, I do not want to play for you. I don't want to be a part of your team. Please don't sign this. Like, I don't with you. And he was like, okay, cool. Hung up the phone. I signed the extension. We all clapped in Milwaukee. The next morning, they take me to go find a house. He called me and was like, ha, 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 ha. That's how the NBA works. Way to do business. Good job. See you in Atlanta next week. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, we're matching it. Bye. And he just hung up.
Oh, wow.
That's how you guys
business, baby. Man. Yeah, we don't got to like each other, but this contract say you got to show up to work.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was a funny story, if it was kind of sad, where it's just like, dang, he was talking all that mess to him and end up still keeping them around.
It might.
Yes.
It's probably yes. Some of it is like this is how the business goes, but also to be fair, some of it is Danny Ferry, not the greatest dude.
Nah, he's not.
No, he never has been. It's another guy that's a general manager that actually covered as
a player. He was like kind of he was ornery, wasn't he?
He's hard to get a read on.
Did you cover him in the NBA?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember him in college, but I covered him in the NBA.
Nah, he kind of leave a bad taste in Clevelanders' mouths because of the trade. Because I think they traded Ron. It might have been Ron Harper. It was a kind of a big trade because I think he was coming straight out of college or something like that.
Yeah.
and wasn't that great with the team. But I guess it's I guess the answer is yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. When I think of Danny Ferry, I just keep thinking of his time in Atlanta when he got caught using racial slurs.
Yes.
Yeah, that one's hard to forget.
In this story, it sound kind of crazy the way he was
talking to Jeff Teague.
Yeah.
Like, you think that it might have been motivated by such things?
I wonder if it was before that, if it was leading.
Well,
up
it had to
that.
be because he lost his job in Atlanta behind that, didn't he?
Yeah.
So it had to be before that. But also
it's
he
just crazy talking to people like that, man.
100%.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I'm sure there's people listening that have that kind of relationship with their boss. But that is where your bread is buttered.
Just imagine you trying to get up out of Atlanta and you like, yeah, and then nope.
No.
I'm signing
See you in Atlanta.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm like, I got to work with this jackass again. Well, I got my money.
Yeah.
So
Athletes, they're just like us.
Yeah, they are.
Except they're not at all. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday. And make sure that you hit them up at the Figgy Fig on social media. And if you see anything that you think is mixtape worthy. All right, flip this thing over and see what's happening with the fellas of the drive. Worth noting that the Bills have signed former Texans guard Kendrick, not Kenyon. Obviously, Kenyon is in Philadelphia, so that is there. But then also, coming up next, I will try and further advance my agenda of getting Cam Smith to break camp with the Astros. I'll tell you what I mean next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The gut feeling that I felt, Seth, Texas.
SportsRadio.com/credit.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Hey, all right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all Friday long on a funky Friday. Getting ready to hand it off to the fellas of the drive here shortly. It'll be Clint Stoerner and Sean Bijani sitting in.
Okay.
On a drive for Ron Hughley. So that should be fun.
Anybody check on T-Mail?
T-Mail's alive.
Okay.
I have a visual of him.
Mm-hmm.
I know that he is alive and well. Well, we might have to check in on him and see just like how he's doing, because I don't think and how many hours.
Well, I can tell you how he's
sleep.
doing. I haven't even seen him yet.
he was upright.
Oh, he's probably very functional.
His eyes didn't look glassy or anything.
But he ain't doing great.
Okay.
I mean,
Fair enough.
just context clues.
I mentioned this before we went to break, just to make sure that the Bills are signing Texans free agent Kendrick Green. Kendrick Green, guard, will go and play for the Bills. And at one point, you kind of had looked up all the guards that this team has on the roster, and you would come up with 6.
They have 6 on the current
depth chart. Now that would be 5 with Kendrick. Well, I mean, Kendrick Green was a free agent, so
right.
You had not considered him.
Laken Tomlinson, Ladarius Henderson,
Nick
Broker, Juice Scruggs, Tremaine Antrim, and then of course Ed Ingram.
Okay,
so 6 guards. None of them necessarily inspire confidence as a big time starter, but they're all going to be in a competition.
Yeah, some of those are like the futures kind of contracts that you, or like the futures contracts or what have you that you had. But yeah, the Ed Ingram addition that you made yesterday, and then obviously Laken Tomlinson, who you'd added earlier in the week. Both of those just feel like, again, depth pieces where you can see let's see if we can get more value out of him. Laken Tomlinson a little bit less of that because he's a real vet. But it just feels like, hey, that is a paper over to get you to the place where now you have a little bit of flexibility, but I think you still need to add something above that. But Kendrick Green will not be on this team again, and that felt like that was not going to be something.
Well, you replaced him with Ed Ingram.
Fair enough.
Right?
That's fair.
Yeah.
Although I view kind of the Ed Ingram addition as kind of the replacement of Kenyon, but either way, they're kind of the same.
Right.
They all in the same category.
Yeah, I was like, I don't feel like I'm making a distinction without a difference there.
Yeah.
All right. I did say that I would like to try and advance.
Absolutely are.
You guys are very much in on this, of Cam Smith to Brink Camp with the Astros. And one thing I will ask everybody listening, including you fine fellas, is this doing too much? Like, am I doing too much in trying to take this and run with it? Because I have done too much on the Cam Smith thing, and I will not apologize for it, but I'll acknowledge it. Ari Alexander, we talked to him just yesterday. He is a sports reporter for KPR2. He said Cam Smith's first at bat in spring breakout was a fly out to right, so not super exciting there. He is playing. He's batting second and playing third base in the spring breakout game. So back to like kind of the home base of sorts when it comes to his defensive positions. But he's wearing number 31 out there now. So why does that matter? He had been wearing number 90.
That's a spring training number.
Which is absolutely spring training. I don't even believe it had
anything over 60. You don't really lock yourself in as a solid prospect to make the big club.
Right. They give you those numbers because they're like, likelihood is he's about to be vacated anyways.
Yeah.
And I mean, 90 is big time number. Like, there's not a lot of people that wear that willingly. There's only, I think off the top of my head, I only think of a couple of like, real players, real baseball players that are wearing those big numbers or what have you. But yeah, he's wearing 90, and if memory serves me right, which it might not, I don't even remember. Does the 90 have his name on the back?
I don't remember.
But Cam Smith,
go ahead.
In this spring breakout game with all the young cats and what have you, is wearing number 31. Now, one thing I wonder, is that like a full change? I'm guessing that would have to be, right? Possible this is just a change for the spring breakout game,
but no, I don't feel anybody else did. No, I mean, look, we're looking for every little, nugget of information, every little, sort of crumb that want to that would help us sort of get him there, get him on the squad. And there's been some big, sort of pieces of evidence. We played the audio from the assistant general manager earlier pretty much just raving about him and some of the things he can do in right field, and also saying
not just like the physicality, because he was talking about like how the speed would help him, but he was talking about like a professionalism in essence,
leadership.
Yeah,
the way he affects other people. And to the point where we even picked up on him saying, he's been taking some reps in right field all spring, not just in the last week or so. And now you have a number change?
Yeah.
To a 31?
Yes. That used to be Kendall Graveman's number in 2023.
Yeah.
Apparently, again, according to Ari, Cam Smith's preferred number, which is 24, is retired for Jimmy Wynn.
Oh, yeah.
But 31 might be a number that you see. Well, I mean, it feels like you'll definitely see that number at some point this year. That one feels very much like a possibility. But will you see it break camp?
I'm just sitting here and I'm like, am I reading too much into this? And we
probably are.
I think to a degree, because you can certainly give him that number and he still ends up going down. But at the same time, I mean, could have stayed in 90. Could have stayed in 90 all spring and then worry about the number later. But it's just fun. He's been a fun, and I think more and more evidence is leaning toward at least he's going to have a shot to break camp with the squad.
Okay. All right. I heard this earlier today, and I found this to be really interesting. Austin Reeves, former Houston Rocket, obviously former NBA player, now kind of going to the media side of things to kind of stay close to the game. This was him talking about the way teams are built nowadays. And obviously, he gives a little nod to the Houston Rockets.
There's like very few teams that have authentic vet presence. He's like, we just went and pushed them all out the NBA. And now the NBA is so young. I've been saying this for the past 2 years.
It's coming back around, though, with Detroit and Houston getting these vets and then seeing their growth this year.
And you're seeing the impact on what's happened with teams who have grabbed vets. And look what it's done. And I was saying this, and everyone thought I was being biased because I was just now getting out of the league.
Sure.
So everybody heard me say it and was like, oh, he's just mad that he didn't get a deal. No, what I got going on. But what I'm saying is the truth, man. We offer more than play. Not to mention that the vets have helped them on the court play the right way, play with a certain level of integrity, helped these guys in the locker room. And when James said it, I saw comments flooded with people like, oh, James is the one to talk. He was in strip clubs. James never missed a game. But James outworked damn near everybody on the team.
It's so real. It really is. And I think that's a strong argument that he can make, and I think he backs it up, that teams like that need it, and teams that do get it benefit.
Yeah. It's one of the things that I kind of hate about sports at large. It feels like we've gotten so much into who I am and the things that I tend to value when you talk about like analytics and those things. But it's a people business, man. And sometimes I do wonder if, we've gotten so far down the rabbit hole of just looking at the various, like, hey, look at the numbers here, and that just means, or we're trying to save money, so this veteran who, maybe is plateaued or what have you, they have nothing else to give us. And really, especially with a young team like the Rockets, we've seen the ways that having Jeff Green around has helped. We've seen the ways that having Steven Adams and even Jeff Green, like to some extent, you see it on the floor, but there's some intangible stuff, learning how to be a pro, all those types of things that really do come in. And we've seen, I think, one of the bigger places that you see this, and I understand this is also on the court, but it's a little bit different. It's one of those kind of less tangible things. Fred VanVleet, and with his absence, like just kind of the calming effect that he has, and I can only imagine the other things where you talk about like kind of helping them make decisions and being a pro. Like, yeah, those are things that I'm very glad that the Houston Rockets have had some level of appreciation for.
I think it's more important now than ever, and not to downplay how important it's always been. We've talked about it. We've both been around NBA teams where you can see the veteran presence has an impact. But and this not to pick on anybody, but this generation is different. This generation coming into the NBA.
Here you go.
No, I don't mean it that way.
These damn kids.
I don't mean it that way. But even if you just look in tangible ways, forget Gen Z this, Gen Z that. Like, this is a generation that makes a lot of money in college, and they're still just kids. So
they horror files back in my day.
No, not that. Dealing with different things, and so you do need that veteran presence that much more. I think now more than ever.
His career's just soft.
And you know what? And probably fair, because in this segment I've talked about kind of Cam Smith breaking camp with the big league roster, and at the same time mentioning the idea of, hey man, sometimes having these vets around and helping these guys grow matters to a good degree. So I hear you, right? Yeah. And from the 505, you guys wanted Cam opening day rosters like teenager wanting instant gratification and not doing what's best for the long run. Smart move is doing what they can to retain control.
Okay, Mr. Baseball.
For as long as possible.
Okay, Mr. Baseball. Mr. Baseball checking in.
They're like, hey, we need that. I need that extra year of control, baby.
Oh, buzzkill.
Speaking of checking in, I don't want to turn around. Is Tyler checked in?
Tyler is here.
He's here. He's checked in. He ain't even nasally.
He's standing upright.
He ain't even nasally.
What was the concern? We played golf.
What was the concern?
Yeah. It ain't just Tyler. His ass was with him.
Well, you weren't up till 3 a.m.
No, I was not. I don't know why he was up till 3 a.m.
Look, I love when you get the invite from Tyler, because he does that occasionally. Hey, we're going to do this after this,
and I do appreciate the invite. I want to make that abundantly clear.
And generally, I'll be like, okay, well, whatever, this yes or no. Mm-hmm. Had he texted me, we're going to go to steak night after your show last night, I'm not so sure.
Hold on, he said steak night?
Yeah.
Well, that's ass.
Was there any steak there?
There was no food there.
I texted them when we were all talking, planning back there.
You want to go have a steak at 11:30?
I was about to.
Wouldn't have been as nice.
We did think there was going to be food, and they did have a picture of a steak and mashed potatoes on their menu. But when we got, and it said they were open till midnight, so we got there at like 11:10.
The kitchen clearly closed.
Gentlemen, the kitchen has closed.
Oh,
I'm like,
okay.
No kidding.
Can we get some chips and queso at least? And they said no.
Yeah.
Oh, so y'all were expecting food, and all y'all got was alcohol?
Correct.
Oh, so I'm even more concerned about Tyler. Are you serious?
And he has not eaten one thing.
Hey, I was on the tee box at 7:30 a.m., okay?
Apparently it was about 8:10 because I saw Sean Bijani's tweet this morning.
Yeah. Somebody was a little late waking up.
You can't get away with anything.
Yeah.
That's fair. He owed me one, though. Yeah. I overslept the last time we were supposed to play golf.
And he's posting pictures at 3 in the morning, something like that?
Oh, he's at the house.
I had to put my clubs and stuff in my new golf bag I got for Christmas, and I had to clean my clubs, and I had to, prepare for the round.
Very proud of that Aggie golf bag.
See, that's how you know. These are the kind of moments where I'm not going to let him get over on me on that golf round that we're going to play at some point in time.
Yeah.
Because I'm the kind of golfer that I ain't never got home and cleaned my clubs.
Yeah,
correct.
Well, I got a touch of the old OCD.
Yeah, you can blame it on, or you got some expensive clubs and you want to make sure there ain't no dirt in the groove so they don't rust. So next time you try to spin that thing, it does it right.
How'd you hit him, Tyler? And I'm talking about the one in the middle.
Well, that's about how it went.
I would ask how you shot, but I have a feeling that I know how that went. Fellas, I'm excited to listen to you on this Friday. Hope you guys have a lot of fun. We are done for the week. We will catch you next weekend. Fine, fellas. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
Yeah, we are. And Ron Hughley is out today. That's right. The show is still in Disney World. And Sean Bijani, who you typically hear in the late evening hours, getting nasty when it doesn't matter as much, right? When they don't put them rails on you can just say whatever the hell you want to say.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Bijani's in the building today, 2 to 6, y'all. And T-Mill, a tad bit nasally. When I was in person, I didn't get the nasal, but when you chimed in right there to Lopez, tad bit nasally. I can tell you had a little bit of that dirty water last night.
I'll take a tad bit nasally.
What'd you go with last night, T? What was it? I know it was dirty water. Which one?
It was Maker's 46 on the rocks.
Oh, why is it when I hear somebody that's drinking Maker's, I think of like turkey in the old days? Like this is hard. This is going hard in the paint. It's not TX. It's not Crown. It's not something that's just kind of one of them like maybe have a little sweeter touch to it.
Handcrafted.
Like you're going for something that tastes like you just licked old Big Earn's ashtray back there.
Oh no!
Something that's just gonna hurt you.
I mean, Maker's isn't like my go-to, I don't usually have it at the Casa or anything. But whenever I'm out and about, I know it's one they'll have behind the bar, and I think it's smooth.
Just something you can sip on a little bit.
I'm no connoisseur, fellas. I'm just telling you, like, for whatever reason, when I hear Maker's Mark and Jim Beam, I feel like my dad back in the day when he was drinking that old wild turkey.
Yeah, turkey, man.
I feel like that's just going. Hey, everybody wants to pile on Tyler. Old Bijani's ass was off in that Kirby Ice House last night, trying to eat a steak at midnight, too.
Yeah, and Patrick Creighton and Chris Santiago. And while I'm thinking about it, shout out to our guys Andrew and PK who met us out and said they listen every day. Love the show. It was great to meet you guys. It was a great night.
PK's in from Norway for the second time in like 3 weeks. He came in 3 weeks ago just to see our ass. Why, we don't know, but we're glad that he did.
Talk about deep pockets, son.
Yeah.
Norway's a bit away.
Deep pockets and a lot of free time, baby.
Oh.
Likes to travel. That's on his old MySpace page, right?
Yeah. It was
deep pockets, likes to travel, free time. Who wants some?
And he's married. He's married.
Well, it worked for him. See, MySpace worked for him, so maybe it's not in his bio anymore.
Yeah.
All right. As I said, Sean Bijani is to my left. T. Mill is behind the glass on the ones and twos. Big shout out to Ron Hughley. Hope he's making some big time memories with his family, as I've said every day, because I damn sure hope he is. I got kids now. I got a different love for making memories with the fam. I hope Ron's out there doing just that. I'm sure he is. All the help that Ron has, he took with him to Disney World. By the way, he got in-laws. He got his mom. He got all kind of help. So don't nobody think that Ron's out there getting too many steps in now and not partaking in some adult beverages, because I know he damn sure is.
He's somewhere right now, kicked back with some strawberry frozen adult beverage or something.
No doubt. Frozen in some bright color, probably pink or purple. There's no question about it. All right, y'all, on the Texans front, I mean, there's a couple of things with the Houston Texans right now that I think it's pretty easy to look into the crystal ball and say is going to happen in the future. I think there's two of them. For me, there is. I don't know if y'all agree, but there's two of them. I think one was a Christian Kirk restructure to create some level of cap space. And then I think there's going to be a big move at some point in time, whether it's a free agent they find that really turns this on, or it's a trade of some kind that brings in an interior offensive lineman. I think those two things are damn sure going to happen. Well, one of them already has. The Christian Kirk restructure has happened, and it cleared up a lot more cap space than I thought, fellas. It cleared up $12 million in cap space, and basically what they did was convert the $16+ million base salary, which none of it was guaranteed. They converted $14 million of that into a bonus, and then spread it out over this year and 4 more years, which he's not under contract. 4 of the 5 years that he's got the damn near $3 million bonus he's going to be due. So they'll deal with that next year. Hopefully Christian Kirk plays well, gets a little bit of an extension here. Boom, the cap relief is good to go moving forward, and it never accelerates the cap. The problem with all that is, if it ever comes a time when you cut or part ways with Christian Kirk, the dead cap hit is all that money accelerates to the year you cut him.
Yeah.
So it's going to hit the cap big time if indeed Christian Kirk doesn't play well, and it ends up being one of them old one-year deals. But
hopefully it doesn't happen, but if it does, it's maybe a good 3 years down the road.
Yeah, it's some tread left on the tire. I think he's I really do, Bijani. I don't know how much y'all have talked about on Air at 45, but I just think this year's Texans offense, when it's all said and done, is going to be a little bit more wide receiver specific. Like, this guy's an inside slot receiver, this guy's an outside receiver, instead of, hey man, all of our guys do everything. We heard that a million times from Bobby Slowick, right? You got Tank Dell inside on the goal line blocking inside the box for some reason. Like those kind of things, I hope we're getting away from them. And if you look at what the Texans are kind of leaning more towards, that New England Brady way of running offense, they always had a true slot. I think Christian Kirk probably fits into that.
Yeah.
He's playing opposite Nico Collins, so it's not like the expectations are for Christian Kirk to go out there and give you 1,000 yards. So, I mean, Christian Kirk would have to get injured or, like, have 20 catches on the season to be a disappointment.
Yeah.
I mean, really, to be honest with you at this point in time. So, I knew that the restructure was coming, Bijani, but I didn't know it was going to clean up this much cap space. That's a hell of a deal.
Yeah, according to Over the Cap, Texans have $13.1 million in cap space available after the restructure.
Yeah.
Now, you made a great point, and I'm with you on this one. You could check Over the Cap. You could check Texans Cap on Twitter. You could check 4 or 5 different other resources. They all update at different times, and they're all probably going to have different numbers. It's one of those fluid things that is frustrating. Yeah. It doesn't always make a lot of sense, but this number seems to make the most sense because it's with the way that the restructures worked, and if it frees up $12 million cap a few days ago, it was right around $1 or $2 million, I think. If memory serves me right, and he's very accurate, Texan Cap is. Shout out to him. But it takes him a little bit. That's not what he does. He didn't just sit around and wait for Texans to make moves so he can update the numbers. He has a job.
Right.
So he does that. But here's something interesting that you just said real quick. The way that you described the Texans wide receiver core and how you think they are designing this to be more specific, like an inside guy and an outside guy, and they're not going to be asked to move all over the place. One of my biggest concerns right now for the Texans' offensive line is not just in the current state that it is in, which is, in all caps, incomplete, but they have a whole bunch of guys that have done a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah.
Laken Tomlinson's been a left guard and a right guard. Your right tackle has been a left guard. Like, you have a lot of interior linemen right now, and I don't know that you have but maybe one tackle, and his name is Blake Fisher, and you don't know if he's going to be on the right side or the left side. There's not one position on that offensive line that you can say, yep, that dude's playing there.
See, this is where you're not going to disagree. I like Titus Howard at left tackle. I like him at left tackle.
I do too.
I did not realize that there was such. Now it was 3 years ago, but I did not realize that there was such a large sample size. I'd forgotten all about how much he played left tackle back in the day. 250 plus snaps, which is best snaps as a pro, for being completely honest. But I say that to say also, I feel like if Titus Howard or Blake Fisher, I think those are your two tackles. If either one of those guys become a problem in terms of protection issue, that's on Nick Caley. It is simple. They've been doing it for eons, for 30-plus years, 40, 50 years of worth of NFL football. They've been helping tackles schematically with chips and tight ends. Now, if you can't get your tight ends to chip no better than Dalton Schultz did last year, that's on you. That's on the coaching staff, right? If you can't get somebody other than Joe Mixon in the backfield that you trust in pass protection and can light somebody's ass up, then that's on you as you build this roster, and that's on you as a running backs coach. So I'm not worried about the tackles. It's that interior offensive line, which is a dead horse that we are beating until I'm going to continue to beat until they get somebody in here. But I just the pushback that I have on that is I feel better than I probably should and better than most with Titus Howard at left tackle.
I agree with you, but we don't know that that's going to be the case.
Fair, very fair.
I mean, again, you look at least what I reference for a depth chart, on a yearly basis, in season, out of season, our lads, they don't have Titus Howard, at left tackle. They have Titus Howard as a right tackle. They have Blake Fisher at left tackle. They have Jarrett Patterson at center. They have Laken Tomlinson at left guard, and they have Juice Scruggs at right guard. And I think that's probably the way a lot of people would draw it up if you had to play football today or on Sunday. However, I would do the flipperooski and put Titus at left tackle and keep Blake at what I thought he did pretty good at, which is at right tackle last year for a couple games.
If you look at it, Sean, too, I mean, if you go just, which I think there's still moves, I think there's draft picks, which, by the way, they're not a draft pick away from being better on the offensive line. I think they're a veteran move and a draft pick away from being better. But guys are moving right now with this offensive line.
Yeah.
I mean, you can argue that they're going to try to take a tackle early in this draft.
Yes, sir.
And then at the guard position, you're going to have Juice, Titus, and the two new dudes all fighting for them guard positions. Although I don't like that. I don't like that idea. I don't like that idea at all. But at that point, assuming who you draft that left tackle position and how he plays, I could see you being better than you were last year. Simply because your interior, your interior is going to be all four of those guys are better than what you had last year inside there.
Yes. I mean, that's because it's just the fear of the unknown, right? Because the guys that you're getting in, Laken Tomlinson, who's the other fella that they signed? Ed Ingram. That guy looks like an absolute pain in the ass.
Well, I mean, they're both physical as hell now. They're both going to be a different brand of offensive lineman than what we've had here before.
But you look at those statistics according to PFF and the sacks allowed from Ed Ingram, the amount of pressures. Two straight years, I think he was 10th and 9th respectively in pressure rate allowed at his position, as in the most. That's not good.
Yeah.
And so if these guys aren't good pass protectors and you wipe the slate clean because you need good pass protectors, but you brought in guys that are suspect at that, well, I don't know what the hell we're doing. I do oddly enough feel really good about the confidence level that Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caley, Cole Popovich all together have had in saying, you know what? We got to overhaul this thing. We got to blow this up.
Yeah.
What they're doing, and I think it has everything to do with how the last 2 years have gone, but just how hell-bent DeMeco Ryans continues to be on creating the biggest and baddest defense in the league. That gives me confidence in this team.
When we hired DeMeco Ryans, I said, look, the one thing that has to happen is you got to be a top defense year in, year out when you hire a defensive-minded head coach. If you're going to go that route, then you better have a defense that can win games for you. And I'll be damned if DeMeco hasn't done that. And if he's not looking at it, I mean, you've added a handful of players to this roster this year. Your top 2 players you've added have been on the defensive side of the football. Depending on how much you like Christian Kirk. I mean, I like Sheldon Rankins on that defensive line. When we last saw Sheldon Rankins, if he can bring anywhere close to what he brought us in 2023, I like Sheldon Rankins more than Christian Kirk. Again, now if Christian goes out there and he's a top slot in the league, it changes the story. But right now, you got C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Sheldon Rankins. I think those are the two best ads this year, and they're both on the defensive side of the football where you're already great.
Yeah, because there's no questions about them. One, you know personally, Sheldon Rankins. You know exactly what that guy can do. Now, granted, hey, he missed a whole bunch of games last year, but, viral meningitis, I mean, that's not a soft tissue injury. That's
PEDs, viral meningitis, we know. I mean, we had guys missing for PEDs here, and he got sick.
But I'll take all of that, with the exception of like a ruptured Achilles and a torn calf muscle, all that stuff. The problem is, Christian Kirk, broken collarbone last year. Broken bone, it'll heal, right? The guy's got injury issues prior to that. Now he's had years ago, but prior to that, I think the most games he played was, 13, 14 here and there on a season. The guy's going to get banged up. You have a lot of receivers that get banged up. Nico Collins going to miss a handful of games. Christian Kirk bound to miss a handful of games. You need really good quality depth in the receiver core. That is one of my chief concerns. Not the chief concern, but it's up there in terms of how not confident I am in the Texans' offense specific, and there are layers to that.
All right, that is Sean Bijani. He's in for Ron Hughley. T Mills, he is here today, folks. He was not in a steakhouse. He was in a sports bar that had a steak night, which he missed, by the way.
Teasing us.
Hey, he's an old night owl, man. Ain't no big deal. He is
party.
That's right. Dusty and Tyler wholeheartedly believes in that right there. But we got a good show lined up for y'all. We greatly appreciate you tuning in any way that you do, whichever AM, FM dial, YouTube, Twitch. On that old text line over there, Bijani's got that thing pulled up, so go ahead and get to cussing me all you'd like. And we appreciate it if you download that Odyssey app, AUDACY. If you've already downloaded, we greatly appreciate that. Tell your friends about it. Make sure you stay plugged in right there. Whether you're listening live or you're checking out everything's podcasted, you can find it all on the Odyssey app at Sports Radio 610. Log in and let's ride. We greatly appreciate it. Again, Odyssey app, AUDACY. Boys, we've got some Astros action. Astros, they first pitch tonight at 5:05. I say tonight. I guess that's this evening, not tonight, at 5:05. Versus now there is a spring breakout game going on versus the Nats, which for those of y'all that are like me, you don't have a clue what the hell that is. That's essentially a prospect game. All the Astros' top prospects are playing. I don't know if all of them are, but the majority, I know the top 4 are for damn sure.
Go Stros.
Are playing. I hear you, Ma. They're playing in that spring breakout game, and then you got the Blue Jays tonight at 5:05. And the Rockets. The Rockets also, the Mavs tonight at the Toyota Center, 7 o'clock tonight. These Rockets, man, they've won, what is it now? Is it 4 or 5 straight, boys? 4 straight. 4 in a row with 5 games to go that they should be games they should win. Let's put it to you that way. Versus the schedule is not very ripe over the next 5 games here. So the Rockets can have a little bit of movement in the West standings, and they can a little easier path to kind of figure out what the hell they're doing as they get guys healthier here. Again, I'm still on that. I don't know what in the hell's going on offensively. I know what they're doing defensively, and I absolutely love it. But offensively, it just depends on what night you turn the TV on. I know you're gonna get Jalen Green shots. I know Green's gonna get some shots up. But Tyler, I think we learned something doing radio with B. Scott over the last couple of weeks. I'm through betting points on anybody other than Jalen Green.
Right.
I'm through betting points on anybody other than Jalen Green.
Appreciate you offering some guidance there, Skeezy.
Yeah. That was big. We greatly appreciate that. All right, let's shoot up 45 real quick, y'all. All my Cowboy fans out there or Cowboy haters out there, you're gonna want to hear this either way it goes. This is why, man. This is why the Cowboys have not and forever and will not exceed playoffs. Be in another NFC championship and compete for another Super Bowl. No matter what they do with the roster, no matter what the hell Jerry does in free agency and the draft, it just ain't going to happen. I'll explain next. All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Underdog Fantasy, y'all. Underdog Fantasy is available right here in the Lone Star State. And Underdog Fantasy is a quick, easy, simple way to enjoy
Casimir and John Harris have the latest on every potential Texan signing. Every night from 6 to 7, right here on Houston's Sports Leader.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Weak ass Cowboys.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani of Area 45 is in. By the way, man, if we appreciate you listening out there, make sure you stay plugged in after Texans All Access every night to hear Area 45. These guys are kicking ass, man, and they take it very, very serious, and they know they got Tyler waiting on them at 11 to hit the old bar, and so they are amped the longer the show goes on. But make sure you stay plugged in.
Not tonight, though.
Make sure you stay plugged in with those guys.
Always ready.
Yeah, there ain't no doubt about that. He is always ready. All right, look, all my Cowboys fans out there, we got to have a conversation. The response when stuff like this happens is always it always fascinates me. Not from the fan base, the Texans fan base or the Cowboys fan base. To be honest with you, I'm talking about just the guys like ourselves that are paid in the media to generate angles and figure out a way to attack something. And the thought of I've heard it multiple times this morning from Cowboys fans is boy, man, y'all ought to be stoked about Micah Parsons. Y'all ought to been up for the organization. Man, get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here with all that. This is exactly why the Dallas Cowboys will not exceed expectations.
What's your point?
Will McClay and Jerry and Steven and all those guys, they're going to pay these free agents that they have to keep some of them. They're going to put a roster together. They've done it multiple times since they've won Super Bowls back in the 90s. They put several great rosters together, and it's just one of them that you just always end up falling a little bit short of expectations.
You didn't know my schedule.
Well, Jerry, I mean, I love your schedule, for one. I was always on your schedule, and I absolutely appreciate it. But this is the kind of stuff to me that just gives us out here watching just a little peek behind the curtain of what really goes on in Dallas. Now, Tank Lawrence, a former D lineman for the Cowboys for quite a while. Some would say that, you know, his time in Dallas was a disappointment. I don't know that he ever lived up to the expectations, although they were absolutely through the roof. And he was a free agent. The Cowboys didn't re-up him, and he signed with the Seattle Seahawks. And it looks like, I don't know exactly who he's talking to in this audio, but if I had he's inside an indoor facility. I believe he's in Seattle. And I think he's talking to either a member of the Seattle media or a member of the Seattle Seahawks, not PR, but communications and their media team. Here's what DeMarcus Lawrence had to say in just a basic little old welcome to Seattle kind of interview.
You know, Dallas is my home. I made my home there. You know, my family lives there. You know, I'm forever going to be there. But, you know, I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there. So, yeah. We here.
We here. DeMarcus Lawrence, welcome to the Seahawks. Thanks for joining us.
All right, so you hear that from DeMarcus Lawrence. And
I love the music.
The interesting thing here for me, guys, is like, why is that on anybody's radar? Like, who gives a rip what DeMarcus Lawrence, a guy that you didn't want, a guy that underachieved when he was here, a guy that is now in Seattle, which shouldn't even be on the radar of the Cowboys, not in the division. I don't know why it matters so much, but we are living in a day and age where no matter where you're at, media and comments and tweets and all that will jump on your doorstep on social media from any and everywhere. So as you could imagine, Cowboys Twitter saw this immediately, right? And this is where I don't have a problem with what DeMarcus Lawrence said. DeMarcus Lawrence put it a lot more nicely than everybody in the media world has been putting it for multiple years now.
Well, when he said you ain't going to win a Super Bowl there?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. We've been saying that for 2 decades.
He's not wrong. He wasn't disrespectful. He wasn't, I mean, it is what it is. I mean, he's not wrong saying that, right? That is what everybody in the media and everybody that's not a current Dallas Cowboy player can argue, that when asked about his contract and his next contract, the big boy contract that Michael Parsons is going to get, I mean, he mentioned, like, yeah, if they're going to sign people, I don't mind taking a team-friendly deal. Like, he's even alluding to it but not saying it, right? But he is a Cowboy, so I guess he can do that. But here's where the thing comes in. The problem comes in for me. Michael Parsons feels the need to pick up his phone and quote tweet the video of Tank Lawrence saying what you just heard.
Oh, no.
And the tweet is this from Michael Parsons. This is what rejection and envy look like. This is some clown-ish with the little clown head after it, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's stop right there. I'll continue on because Tank responded. Tank responded, calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left. Okay? Now they're getting a little bit back and forth.
Yeah.
But here's the gist. Here's the gist of this thing for me, Bijani. We're not talking about a diva receiver and a defensive end on the other side of the ball that you could see probably never didn't speak a whole lot. Like if they didn't jive, they weren't really good friends off the field, probably didn't speak a lot, so they're kind of out of pocket here.
Right.
This is two guys that played on the same defensive line.
Right.
This is two guys that for Michael Parsons' entire career as a Dallas Cowboy, they were in the same meeting room.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and you can argue maybe Michael Parsons jumped around different meeting rooms because he played so many different dudes that it would have behooved both of them to be really tight, have great chemistry. Be on the same page and be together. And here they are, 24 hours into free agency, hashing it out on social media. To me, that's the problem with the Cowboys is you got a bunch of dudes that in any given instant where there's a little bit of adversity, they're going to be at each other's throats instead of like, do you think if Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter left here, do you think one or the other would be attacking the other one on social? Like,
100%.
It just doesn't.
And for one reason and one reason alone. And I would imagine a lot of other successful organizations do this with this in mind and build their program like the Texans have done and are doing. But it's not just about what these players do on a football field. It's about the people that they are, like in the film room and off of the field. Like they want good dudes and guys that are all swimming in the same direction. That's, to me, been the difference in what the Texans are doing, what a lot of other successful organizations are doing and have done, and what the Dallas Cowboys have not done. Like, in a really long time, most of my adult life, they have not done this. They have collected... They have been tried to be like the New York Yankees of the NFL, and let's just go get a whole bunch of really talented dudes and never mind trying to make it work and even somewhat. You don't have to like each other, but damn it, you got to respect each other. And that, at least for Tank Lawrence and Micah Parsons, the respect level was probably never there when they played together. And it's certainly not now.
This didn't just happen over Twitter.
No, they're not just being keyboard warriors right now.
Yeah, and look, if I'm a Cowboys fan, to hell with the whole I love Micah Parsons clapping back, man. Like, this is a joke. This is like Michael Parsons is in a spot where, one, I mean, he's going to get paid any way you slice it. But one, he's got to go out there and play well. And two, he's got to go out there and play well so he's not in the same boat as DeMarcus Lawrence is in 5 more years talking about, boy, I did all I could, but the Cowboys couldn't put a team around me to win a Super Bowl. Like, Michael Parsons, of all people, that should be the last person worried about what DeMarcus Lawrence is saying. And in my opinion, they should be tight enough from a football perspective where they're not hashing it out on social media. This is...
If I was Micah Parsons...
to have a bad time.
I would have had a one-word response to that video if I saw it on Twitter.
What's that?
Bet.
Yeah, right.
Let's go. It's time to go to work now.
We don't play
Bet.
y'all.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
But that's not who he is.
To me, it's just interesting in how they conduct their businesses. It just seems like all the players have so much else going on. Their attention is everywhere instead of where it needs to be, and it just becomes more and more apparent that Micah Parsons, great player, no doubt about it, but I mean his attention needs to be on collectively getting that team to a spot where they can win games, collectively getting that team focused to where they can be one and exceed expectations instead of, again, a collection of talent, but you fall short, right? Yeah. And it all ends up on Dak's shoulders because Dak's a $60 million guy, and Dak's not the leader that that everybody.
And don't be calling CJ to go on world travels this.
You see CJ on that podcast this offseason because CJ's made it clear he's trying to get this. He's trying to get his mind right here. Speaking of CJ though, look, the pressure is through the roof this year on CJ Stroud, through the roof, and the Texans brass over there. They got to do right by the young fella. I'll explain next.
Would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Now, the spotlight is on them.
There's 5 around town here in Houston. It's mensteaclinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Ron Hughley's out. Sean Bijani is in, and I don't know how to compare C.J. Stroud to everybody else around the league. Don't got one test the Texans. Sean, this is a huge year for C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. The pressure on C.J. Stroud is through the roof. And it really doesn't matter what angle you look at this, right? I mean, you can look at it just from his personal angle. Rookie of the year, first year, all kind of promise, like team over or was, I guess, jumped out of dysfunction immediately. So he's just a superstar.
Yeah.
Exceeded expectations in a major way personally and as a team. And then year 2, the team as a whole, driven by the defense really all year long, their consistency all year long, kind of drove you to a similar space. You can look at it where, hey, man, we were a little bit more competitive against the Chiefs this year than we were against the Ravens last year, if that's where you want to see the improvement, right?
Mm-hmm.
But who is C.J. Stroud? Is C.J. Stroud the guy that we saw this year? And look, I understand he was under a lot of pressure, and I get it. But still, there's in the NFL, your great quarterbacks have years where they don't have a great offensive line and they overcome it, where they have to move around more. They have, there's every year is different. But who is C.J. Stroud? Is he the guy that is more Brady-like we saw year 1 to the tune of a Rookie of the Year, or is he going to try to be like Joe Burrow with no protection up front, drive the football down the field, take a ton of hits, and not get protected, right? This is a year where I think year 3, there's some maturity there. There's 2 years in the league now. Now there's experience speak. I think are going to be high.
Yeah.
Right. And then you look.
Definitely.
You look as a team. I mean, you're a 10-win team. You're second round of the playoffs 2 years in a row. The expectations are you playing a bad division. The expectations are to win the division. And the expectations are to get further in the playoffs than what you did this past year.
Yes.
And again, it's fair or foul. This is all true. And now you've got your second offensive coordinator in 3 years, right? You've got a whole new offense, which I think the terminology is going to be very similar, but you got a different mind that's putting it all together. So there will be a little bit of difference. There will be a little adjustment period for C.J. Stroud. The receiving core, with the exception of Nico Collins, is going to be totally different. There's just a ton of pressure on C.J. Stroud. It's a contract year, by the way, because really what you want to do after you draft a quarterback is after year 3 is when these guys are starting to cash in.
Yeah.
And they're cashing in the tune of $60 million a year is what Dak has right now, the highest per year. But if you look at Josh Allen, people are look team-friendly deal. He gave up $5 million. He only got $55 million a year.
6 years, $330 was it?
Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous.
And you saw his comments, by the way, the other day. He was like, in so many words, didn't want to break the bank. Wanted to make sure they could spend money to help me out a little bit.
Yeah, you did a team-friendly deal. You gave up $5 million a year on a $330 million contract. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate you. But the the reality of it is for C.J. Stroud, he's either going to make it really, really easy on Nick Caserio and Cal and Hannah McNair to set the market and cash him in, or
we might be talking semantics here, but I know you're saying there's a lot of pressure on C.J. Stroud.
Yes, absolutely.
I think there's a lot of pressure on C.J. Stroud. I'm not going to disagree with that, but I don't know that there's as much pressure on C.J. Stroud as I think there is on Nick Haley, as I think there is on Cole Popovich, the offensive line coach, as I think there is on the offensive line in general, because we know. And then, granted, look, you're going into year 3 with CJ.
Yeah.
But we know from his rookie year what this dude looks like with a pretty solid offensive line and some pretty solid offensive weapons. Yeah. We know what that looks like.
Of, yeah.
So, like, when you tell me that, hey, boy, there's a ton of pressure on CJ Stroud, I think I know what you're saying, but I might be taking it a little the other direction in that, I don't know that he feels the pressure to have to overperform and prove himself all over again. Like, we know what this guy's capable of. Are the Texans going to do right by whom they drafted so highly 2 years ago in their franchise quarterback and put him, behind a really good, respectable, solid offensive line for years to come. That's what we don't know yet.
Well, you're getting to my bigger point here, but to like where I'm going with this is I think the pressure is through the roof on two guys this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think the trajectory of careers can change for two guys, and that's DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. Like DeMeco Ryans is a great head coach, defensive mind, of the best in the game. There's no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
They are him and Nick have been really good at putting the roster together, with the exception of some of the crap that's going on really on the offensive line, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
Right. DeMeco Ryans has the chance to jump into. Hey, it don't matter if I'm offensive or defensive minded head coach. It don't matter. I'm one of the best head coaches in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But if DeMeco Ryans doesn't, if they continue to if Nick Caley and these guys bomb out, DeMeco Ryans is going to be another really, really good defensive mind. That's a good head coach, but could never figure out what the hell was going on the offensive side of the football. And I think his trajectory shifts. Now, I'm not saying he couldn't right that ship down the road, but I think this is a big time year for him, and I think it's a big like Nick Caley and the group you're talking about. Yes, you were right. There's more like livelihood pressure on those guys.
Yeah.
But I'm just talking about like trajectory of careers. C.J. Stroud could make it real easy for them to break him off $60 million per year, and nobody even thinks twice about it. But if he doesn't play well, if he doesn't handle pressure well, then it's going to be, I know we got our guy, but is this a set the market kind of guy? Is this a guy that can go out and win you 12 to 14 games in a regular season? Is he the leader that the greats have been? And to me, it's a make or break year in a sense of making that an easy decision or not.
We're riding in the same car now.
But to your point, which I think is the bigger point that I was trying to get to here. Nick and DeMeco, Nick Caserio, I'm talking about.
Yep.
And DeMeco Ryans, they simply cannot do this to this going right out to this kid in a year when the pressure, again, whether you're talking about winning and losing, or you're talking about contract year, you're talking about just staying upright and playing the best brand of football you can at quarterback. Nick and DeMeco simply cannot do this to this kid, what we're looking at right now. This cannot be the answer at the offensive line position. And by the way, the offensive line position right now, what the condition that it's in, you're not just one first-round draft pick away from it being better.
They're all
You're not. You know it's not, DeMeco. You've got to go get a plug-and-play veteran offensive lineman, particularly on the interior of the offensive line. You've got to get that, and then on top of that, use one of your premium draft picks to get this offensive line right. If you're really going to do right, like if you're going to do what every decision maker in the organization has said since the season was over, we got to fix this offensive line, this pass protection problem. We got to do it from the inside out. If you're going to do that, if you're going to make the Laramie Tunsil move make sense, if you're going to do right by C.J. Stroud, this ain't it.
My first thought whenever the Tunsil deal went down is, okay, would they get like the 2, 3, 4, and a 7, right?
Yes.
2 this year, 2 next year. Okay, fine. That better have been exactly what Nick Caserio thought he was going to get whenever he was searching for weeks, according to reports, to find the right deal that made sense for them. That better be exactly, if not a slightly better pick than what he thought he was going to get in return, because I thought it was a really interesting time to go ahead and make a. You don't have one player on that offensive line that you feel fully confident in on where they're even going to play. You might like Titus. You might like what he has as a right tackle, maybe in a little bit what he showed you at left guard this past year, and even 4 years ago whenever he played left tackle before. But you don't know where he's going to play. And so that is a very curious type of decision that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caley and Cole Popovich, I think all of them had to sign off on this situation to do at this point in time.
Well, look, they're the ones that are paid the millions of dollars to figure this kind of stuff out. But I just know right now where this offensive line sits, it's criminal to do that to C.J. Stroud. Right, I mean, it just is. It's that forget about the winning and losing and trading Laramie and getting better and this and that and all the comments you've made. It would be criminal to start a season, go to training camp with this offensive line. And I know they're not going to go with this particular offensive line, but I know they're going to make some level of ads. But again, you're a first-round pick is not going to make – even if that first-round pick hits and he plays well, you're not going to be better than you were last year.
But who's that first-round pick? And who's that TBD free agent, or who's that TBD guy that you need in the trade market? Because if their level of play match your level and most people's level of confidence in this offensive line right now, heads might roll. Maybe one head. I don't know where you feel about this, but I know Caserio's done some really good things in the draft, but he's a general manager. And I know D'Amico Ryans has final say, but this is his architectural design, what he's doing this offseason. If this fails and fails miserably and CJ gets put on his ass 45, 55 times again next year, and your offense and your team is significantly worse because of it, whose fault is that? I mean, yes, D'Amico's culpable, but so is Nick Caserio, and so is Nick Caley, and so is Cole Popovich to some degree. And at what point, if you squander a pivotal third year of this organization and your quarterback, then what's the accountability factor? That's my question.
I'm just telling you, man, the pressure is through the roof on C.J. Stroud to play well and make strides in the right direction and take this team to the next level. And if he's asked to do it with a subpar offensive line again, I think it would be borderline criminal, man. And this here's the deal. Nick, as you mentioned, Nick's made some really good moves. It seems like they're overthinking this particular situation. You're going to have that. To me, this is a dire situation where I've mentioned Chicago and how they handled their interior offensive line multiple times. Yes, they may have overspent on every guy that they went and got. They may have overspent draft capital to go get Joe Thuney. I don't know. They may have. But damn it, I know this. Their quarterback ain't going to get the hell beat out of him from center guard this year. I know that much. And that is, to me, it's unfair to put C.J. Stroud back out there with a significantly better, more aggressive effort of fixing the offensive line. And by the way, the other point, this can't be the answer at wide receiver, the final answer at wide receiver. Now, this can be, I think, addressed with a first or second round draft pick at the wide receiver position. So less worried about that, more worried about the offensive line. And this is being couched in a way of hey, this is on Nick and D'Amico. You run C.J. Stroud back out there with this kind of crap going on, shame on you, man. All right, Aaron Rodgers. There's more. There's a little bit of an update on the Aaron Rodgers front. This is an interesting. As I said yesterday, the different approaches and the different hot takes, if you will, on Aaron Rodgers are interesting. But Diana Rossini is shedding a little bit of light on why the delay for Aaron Rodgers and why he's on the beach with a blankie and somebody's taking a picture in the distance and that kind of thing. I'll tell you what that is next right here on Sports Radio 610.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sheldon Rankins, come on down. The former Bengals defensive tackle is coming back to Houston.
with seasoned potatoes, and then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's over in Disney World, y'all. Sean Bijani, he ain't on Area 45. No, sir. Drive right here, right next to me, and T-Mill is on the ones and twos behind the glass. And
this is my Disney World.
Yeah, right here, baby. This old, you on this old dirty ride, this old drive ride.
Walt Disney.
Come on now. The Aaron Rodgers saga, if you will, is an interesting one, boys. When I got up this morning, Aaron Rodgers, the word on the street is Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Giants, man. That's where it's at. What's the Minnesota Vikings are out of the mix. And
fresh out of the Pancho Karma.
It's about Pittsburgh and New York, which, in my opinion, I don't know what the hell. At that point in time, I'm going, I mean, what are we doing, Aaron? There's no doubt about it. Pittsburgh, I mean, you could – it wouldn't shock everybody if you went in there and made a deep run into the playoffs. I mean, the Giants ain't doing a damn thing.
It'd be like Jets 2.0.
Oh boy, that's bad. I don't. I mean, they got some guys. Ron, I said that one day, and Ron pushed back with a little bit of just a breakdown of their roster with some guys. They got some dudes now. Ron was right. They got some dudes, but that is Daboll is on his way. He got one leg out the door. I think he's done in New York. Now I've been wrong many a time, but
dysfunctional situation to dysfunctional situation.
All you're doing is staying close. You can keep that apartment you rented. I would imagine.
But the same building.
But this is interesting. Diana Rossini, she's reporting in the last couple of hours here. She's reporting that here's what you need to know on the Aaron Rodgers front. The Vikings are having discussions about what they want to do at the quarterback position and if they want Rodgers. Rodgers is giving them time and waiting to hear. The Vikings have yet to make the decision. We all wait. So once again, did we talk yesterday about how silly it was for everybody to be acting like Aaron Rodgers is holding the Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike Tomlin and company hostage? I mean, this just makes more and more sense by the hour. The truth of the matter is he's got a 14-win team that is Super Bowl built, flirting with him and considering bringing him on board for a year while their top 10 draft pick quarterback from last year, J.J. McCarthy, sits and not only gets healthy but also learns the game and develops, and which I don't think is a stretch for J.J. McCarthy. This is probably really a silver lining for J.J. McCarthy. The injury, Sam Darnold doing well. Now Aaron Rodgers potentially coming in. He's not living in dysfunction. He's not rushed to get healthy. He's not rushed to play early. He can develop his game and learn the game and learn the team and get to know the coach and the system before he ever has any expectations on him. This is a beautiful thing for J.J. McCarthy, if we're being honest, which this doesn't happen very often. J.J. McCarthy is getting the luxury of what usually a late first-round pick or a second-round quarterback gets, where he can sit and wait. Most top 10 quarterbacks are pushed directly into action and overwhelmed to some degree. Now, I say all that to say Aaron Rodgers in Minnesota gets scary. I don't know where you're at
for who?
For the rest of the NFL. For that damn sure for the rest of the NFC. The question is, and this has got to be what they're pondering, right? Is there a 14-win team? I mean, they had Super Bowl expectations last year with Sam Darnold before the wheels came off with the pressure in the last game of the season and the first round of the playoffs, right?
Mm-hmm.
They've got to gives him another year of at least Super Bowl expectations. I don't know if they can live up to it, but definitely Super Bowl expectations. And if you can recreate what happened last year, not necessarily the 14 wins, but put yourself in a position where the last game of the season means something and get into the playoffs, and that game, you can rest assured you may lose those games, and hell, Aaron may not play well, but you're not going to get overwhelmed by blitzes. Like Aaron's going to handle that pressure a lot better than Sam Darnold did. And so here's the question is does the Minnesota Vikings with Aaron Rodgers at the quarterback position, one, do you think they're a true Super Bowl contender, and do they scare you at all?
Yeah, I think it's scary. Yeah, it's a little scary from a football sense. I think they're a legitimate contender.
It's that simple.
I think what the reports are now, and that, look, Rodgers, Vikings, mutual interest, and, Rodgers is waiting to hear back what the Vikings think of the whole situation. Well, could they be trying to decide amongst themselves, like if they feel like J.J. McCarthy is ready to be the guy from day one this year?
Yeah.
Or, as you say, and it's a great option, it's a great plan, but are they confident in turning J.J. McCarthy loose from day one this year? Letting him know that, hey, this offseason, you're going to be the starter. Going into the training camp, you're going to be the starter. Here's the keys. But if you bring Aaron Rodgers in, I don't think in any way, shape, or form you run the risk of kind of stunting J.J. McCarthy's growth. I think to help it grow. And I think that's probably a tough decision for the Vikings to make, because I don't know that if J.J. McCarthy gets hurt last year, that he's not the starter by week 3 anyway.
Yeah, and then this year looks different, right?
And so that's probably the crux of it, if I was to guess, of what's going on with the Minnesota Vikings. But from Aaron Rodgers alone, between Minnesota and Pittsburgh, there is literally nowhere else that makes sense for the organization and Aaron Rodgers to marry up for at least 1 year.
Yeah.
I think if it's Pittsburgh, that is a very similar situation. Pittsburgh all of a sudden becomes a pretty dangerous squad in the AFC.
We do not care.
I do think it's interesting when you look at Pittsburgh, Aaron Rodgers, DK Metcalf, George Pickens, all on one offense.
Mm-hmm.
That is a bomb waiting to explode. If everything goes well, and if Mike Tomlin works his magic, which he always has, and holds things together, then maybe it works. But it just seems like to me the only push, because I think Pittsburgh should be doing everything they can to get. They should be throwing the kitchen sink at him to get him.
Mm-hmm.
Because your quarterback situation has been miserable since Ben left, right? To get some kind of momentum going in the right direction, another 500 year might get Mike Tomlin fired. You've got to do so. Pittsburgh to me is a no-brainer, but it's the fact that there's also a 14-win football team that's Super Bowl built also in the mix here that Aaron's waiting on. The bottom line is Aaron. And if he did plant the photographer to take the picture, so be it. He is contemplating Mike Tomlin, the Pittsburgh Steelers, and Minnesota Vikings after a 14-win season when Sam Darnold went nuts in the last 2 games of the season. He's in a really good spot.
Yeah, you just kind of give me pause a little bit when you say it the way that you just did. Like, the Steelers should be throwing everything in the kitchen sink at Aaron Rodgers. Okay, can you do too much there, though? Like, for a guy specifically in Aaron Rodgers who is going to take his sweet time, and you're not sure if you're any organization in the NFL, if Aaron Rodgers really wants to give it 100% go this year. I think there's been trepidation the last couple of 3 years in Aaron Rodgers' career that, is this guy still all the way in this? Yeah. From a health standpoint, from a mental standpoint, does he really want to do this again? Aaron Rodgers can only make that decision. So if you throw everything in the kitchen sink at Aaron Rodgers, then maybe you kind of force his hand a little bit, and you're getting a guy that's not really all in it for the organization, for the team, but maybe just rather for the money, and will give it another, a last go. That's what I'd be worried about if I'm an organization.
I'll tell you where I'm at if I'm an organization. One, hopefully I would be able to talk to him and his people and figure that out just face-to-face, man-to-man, with eye contact. But the way I view it from a 30,000-foot view is, if Aaron Rodgers wasn't serious about winning, when he tore that Achilles, he'd have disappeared like everybody else does. He was on the sideline. He was with the coaching staff. He was with now for some reason, somehow it went south. I don't know if he got old buddy fired or whatever it may be. But I find it hard to believe that a guy's in it for the money and a guy doesn't want to win when he is in the most dysfunctional organization ever, blows an Achilles out, doesn't know, other than the money side of it, that's the only positive to take from it. And he is going back and forth to New York and doing everything he can to get back on the field, even though people say that was for attention. He was on the field, on the sideline, with the team, and everybody wants to point back to the mini camp that he missed, right? Nobody wants to talk about he was at every mini camp and every practice leading up to that wasn't mandatory. It was at everything that he didn't have to be at, but a vacant, which I'm not justified. Like I don't like guys not doing that. I don't like you should be there. Forget your trip to Egypt or whatever the hell it was you were doing. But but there was a lot of good with Aaron Rodgers. Otherwise, I'm simply making the case. I'm not trying to defend him. I'm simply making the case that I think record like what his track record has been legitimately when it could have been something totally different. Mm-hmm. I think the dude has proven that he wants to play.
I just have questions because of what you just described, and to me, it is a big deal. You're a guy. You're Aaron Rodgers. You're not just another dude. Sure. Okay, so when you don't do something, or when you do something, or when you miss something, it is a story, and it's tenfold in New York. And he knows that. Everybody knows that. And you let it happen anyway. I mean, he and that organization shot themselves in the foot before. I think
it was a very poor decision. To your point, it was a very poor decision on his behalf doing what he did. But if we're going to have a conversation about his love for the game and whether he wants to be all in or not, I think we've also got to talk about when he was all in every other day of the offseason when he didn't have to be. If he was all in during the season after blowing out an Achilles tendon, he was he was flying private jets in and out, and it's like that has to be part of the story too. I'm not saying you have to believe one way or another. That has to be part of the conversation.
Totally fair, but I think that's part. I think that's the line of thinking by prospective new organizations he could be representing. Is this guy going to represent us 24 hours a day, or only when it's convenient for him?
Well, I tell you, if I had Minnesota and Pittsburgh and New York, for that matter, fighting over me, I'd get me a blankie and go walk on the beach somewhere and have my old lady take pictures. I can tell you that. That's Sean Bijani right there. He's in for Ryan Hughley. Tyler Milner is on them ones and twos back there. And let's take a look back at them Astros yesterday. I think there's a couple of things. I read, I think it was a Brian McTaggart article, and there are a couple of things that I think are of note, the way he kind of couched it, that I think that the listeners may appreciate. Altuve, I know he made the blunder in left field that should have been a routine play for a Major League Baseball left fielder, and it was what we'd all hope we would never have to deal with, which was kind of him getting exposed of his weaknesses, his inexperience, if you will. But he has started 7 games to this point in left field, and yesterday he played 9 total innings.
Yep, he's
got to be getting closer to being ready. I know there's some conversations, and even to hear Joe Espada say, "Well, we got to make a decision." That decision's made, right?
What decision?
I mean, Altuve in left field.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, like
100%.
him misjudging, which, by the way, I'm hoping the sun and the wind had more to do with that misjudge yesterday than the warning track in the wall. I'm hoping.
I think it was the wind.
Yeah, I hope that was the case. He wanted to deal with it here in Dyken Park, but nonetheless, 7 starts, just for those out there that are counting. He's 7 starts in left field, and yesterday was the first time that he played 9 innings, so he's definitely getting closer to being regular season ready. Spencer Arrighetti also yesterday.
Nice.
Wanted to work on a 2-seamer. Apparently adding that 2-seamer to his repertoire, but didn't get to throw it as much as he wanted to. But
Saw what it's done for Hunter Brown.
Yeah, well, good point. He did have a good outing, though. Triple off the wall in that game was the only run that he gave up, so he must have got it back together. But Spencer Arrighetti with a decent outing. And I know, Tyler, we talked about this yesterday. Just a little look back here yesterday at the Astros. Yesterday, and they don't play again. They don't go today until 5:05. We'll hit that game here in a bit, but. I asked yesterday, T. We had a little Forrest Whitley moment, and
unfortunately,
with a little ouchie on his knee.
Yeah, and I'm at the point where I feel sorry for the guy, Bijani. But I do want to clear something up, because my biggest annoyance yesterday with when the report broke or the news broke was how in the hell did he hurt his knee, man? What is this guy doing where he hurts his knee? Well, he just for the record, I'm going to set the record straight. It was an injury from when he was pitching. It wasn't some random fall down the stairs. I was afraid that Payne and Pendergast, that little hot spot in West Palm that they went to when they were down there partying. I was afraid that Forrest may have ventured out and stumbled over a curb or something. But it was an injury.
That would have been a lingering injury.
It was it was when he was pitching. So we are.
Did he take a liner off of the knee?
I don't know. I didn't say.
Did he fall down on his knee?
I read far enough to say. I read it far enough to say when it was injured when he was pitching. I said, "Oh, I'm cool."
Lopez made a good point earlier. I was listening to them coming in, or maybe I was in the other studio. I guess it was. He'd said, "Okay." The report was he felt something in his knee when he was pitching. Okay, he felt something. So how does just feeling something, which when you say that sounds to me like maybe you tweaked it, maybe it's a muscle, maybe a tendon, to, it's a deep bone bruise. something, you hit something or something hit you. That was a really good point by Lopez. So, and it just does nothing more than create, shadow of a doubt, smoke screen, makes us think that the Astros are telling us more lies. Like when Kyle Tucker had a bone bruise, but his freaking leg was broken last year. He was out for 3 months.
That would be Forrest Whitley's luck. Like I said, I just feel sorry for the guy. I would rather him just be healthy, not be good enough, and call it a career and go sell insurance. I would just no disrespect to insurance salesmen. I've done it. I've just used it.
You don't want to sell insurance.
I just want the guy to be healthy, either make it or break it and get the hell out. Not break his leg, but either make it in the bigs or get the hell out. I've had enough talking about Forrest Whitley on the verge of doing something, and then it ends up in some kind of injury. I want it to come to fruition. Let's see what the guy's got, or get his ass up out of here and move on. So there's a little look back at the Astros, little split squad action yesterday. Again, they play at 5:05. Blue Jays tonight, 5:05 p.m. We'll cover that a little bit here down the road in the show. But coming up next, this is crazy to think this. I mean, Steph Curry hit his 4,000th three, y'all. Tyler, I know it disgusts you that I'm leading with Steph Curry, but damn it, the people got to hear this. This is absolutely absurd. 4,000 threes, and he's nowhere near done. We'll cuss and discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Now, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Low T Center, y'all. The bottom line is, fellas, if you need
Every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Diving for it, Monk. Curry thought about three. He'll put up a three. There it is! Number 4,000. A shot for the ages from a player for the ages.
Steph Curry, hey, back for three. How'd that make you feel, T?
Somebody stop that man.
How'd that make you feel, T? How you like hearing that lead with it, baby?
It's whatever. I mean, a turd's going to find, something successful in their life every once in a while.
You got to get over this, bro. He's changed the game like maybe anybody ever has.
I agree with that.
We're talking about one of the greatest, most innovative, game-changing type dudes. We got to get him off your all-time turd list.
No.
Man. For chewing on a damn mouthpiece?
And for throwing said mouthpiece, hitting poor old ladies in the head, throwing mouthpiece, throwing a tantrum like a child, looking like a child while he's doing it.
If he gets to 5,000, will you forgive him?
Nope.
Will you forgive him?
I will always acknowledge his greatness. I really will. But Steph Curry, also an all-timer. All-time hooper, all-time turd. Congratulations, Steph. Double banger.
We got to get him up off there, man. We got to get him off there.
And his wife's restaurant is disgusting.
Do they even still operate?
I don't know. Probably not.
Anybody
been down for about 4 years now.
Clearly, Steph Curry is leading the all-time three-point field goals record ever, right? With 4,000 now and counting.
Cool.
Any guess on who's number two? Anybody want to guess who number two is?
Yes.
Ray Allen.
James Harden.
Bingo, James Harden.
Yeah.
Ray Allen's three. I wasn't aware that James Harden had passed Ray Allen either. I knew he'd made a lot, but I didn't realize that he had passed him.
That was a lot of honey buns ago.
Here you go. I'll give them to you real quick. You got Steph Curry, James Harden, Ray Allen, Damian Lillard, and Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson's on the top 5 all time as well.
Yeah. I wouldn't have guessed Dame that high. I know he's a great shooter and puts it in from beyond the arc pretty often, but I didn't think Dame would be that high.
Did you have Klay that high? I didn't.
I maybe would have guessed Klay. Yeah.
Does Damian Lillard still play basketball?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I'd have him up there. Just because the game's changed.
That's fair.
I'm fascinated with this stuff, because you brought this up, Clinton. Somebody the other night when Jalen Green, rose up the ranks in the Rockets' all-time leading three-point shooters list.
Yeah.
I looked at this, and I could not believe my eyes. Like just in the Rockets, but particularly like NBA all-time ranks. How many current active players, the top 25 all-time in NBA history for three-pointers made already. Yeah. There are more active players inside the top 25 in three-pointers made right now today than there are guys that are retired. It's 13 to 12.
Yeah.
Top 25. That's wild.
Those 13 that are active in the top 25, Steph Curry, James Harden, Dame Lillard, Klay Thompson, LeBron James. How about that? LeBron James at 7, right?
Thank God Ron is
I can stroke LeBron a little bit here without Ron. When Ron's not here, he gets all hard up over there if you start talking about it. But
literally, yeah.
I mean, he's got a chance. LeBron's got a chance to finish in the top 5 threes of all time. I mean, depending on how long he plays, hell, he may even get Ray Allen. But I mean, no, he won't get Ray. I guess he could. Paul George.
How many behind is he from Ray?
Behind Ray?
Yeah.
500? No, 400.
400?
Mm-hmm. I mean, think about it. He's going to catch Reggie. Hell, he ain't but 18 away from Reggie. He'll be in the top 5 if he can catch. Clay's still playing. The rest of them guys are still playing. But yeah, you got a long Eric Gordon. How about that? Eric Gordon, Buddy Hield. I did not have him in the top 25.
Good Lord, again, today's NBA, man.
They're shooting it. But Steph Curry at 4,000. Look, I think the big question with Steph today is can he get to 5,000? Right? Can Steph get to 5,000? And if you look at it, on average right now in his career, he's averaging, I believe it's just under 4 a game. So if you look at his career, it's going to take him 250 some odd games more to get there, to get to 5,000.
Bold right now.
Yeah.
And he's going to be.
Can he play to 40? If he gets to 40, he's got a shot.
He just turned 37 today. Happy birthday, Steph.
If he can play to 40, he's got a shot.
If he could play to 40, that's 38, 39, 40.
3 more years.
Well, check it out. I'm glad you mentioned this. You talked about Ray Allen just a minute ago. Mm-hmm. When he passed Ray Allen, that was December of 2021.
So it took him 3.5 years to get to 1,000?
Yeah. So it was 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 4 years almost. So
yeah.
Like 3 years and 10 months. Okay?
It seems like that was yesterday.
No. 3 years. What was this? What are we in, March? 3 years, 8 months.
Yeah.
That's pretty wild. So
the crazy thing is right now, average threes per game, he's just over 4. So he's actually shooting it better right now than he is on his career. His career average is under. So he's 250 something on his career average. It would 250 more games for him to get to 5,000 if you base it off his career average.
Yeah.
If you base it off the average that he's shooting right now, it's 220 something games for him to do it. So the thought is, if he plays 3 more seasons, he can either get there or get damn close, and it can be something to follow.
I'm not going to bet against him, especially when he's shooting 11, 12 threes a game.
Tyler, you betting against him, Tyler?
Who's Steph?
Yeah.
Any chance I get when I think it makes sense? Yeah.
I don't mean literally betting. I mean betting against him. If you had to bet right now, would you bet he gets to 5,000 or not?
Nah, not the guy.
You wouldn't bet against it.
No.
Right? The thing is that I do, like, Steph is clearly the best shooter. There's no debating that. But, like, the system fits him like a glove.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing you worry about is if for whatever reason that system goes away in a year, like you got lesser pieces, and the transition from Klay and Steph and Draymond and all that to these younger guys, if that doesn't go as smooth as expected, those threes may fall off.
And health.
Well, yeah, health is always a deal, but I'm thinking if he does stay healthy and the system's just not as efficient as it has been his whole career, can he still shoot at a 4? Can he still knock down 4 a game? Hell, the way he shoots them from half court, I guess he could do whatever the hell he wants.
What's going to be interesting is, like, we're kind of already there now, maybe. Now, the Warriors are making a little bit of a run, right? But is Steph Curry going to get to the point in his career where personal statistics are more important than winning? Like, is he going to chase 5,000 at the expense of, being a mediocre to poor basketball team?
Yeah, they may be. No, I don't. My answer to your question is I don't think he does. I don't think Steph has that in him. I think Steph's going to do whatever he can to win games, and the minute he can't win, he's going to walk away. I truly believe that. But I mean, the thing is that right now they make one move with Jimmy Butler, and they're chasing the Rockets down. How badass is it right now, by the way, to the Golden State Warriors chasing the Rockets and Rockets winning and Lakers losing? I mean, this is
I love
beautiful.
it. I just hope the 4-5 stays the same. I'd like to flip.
Yeah.
I'd like the Rockets to be the 4, the Lakers to be the 5, but I want to see that matchup in the first round.
Yeah.
It'd be fun.
It's going to be fun, man. The Rockets are providing us some entertainment. That's for damn sure. The Ime Udoka days have been fruitful, and they're going to. Seems like they're getting nothing but better as the longer he's here. So I'm looking forward to it. All right, the Texans. We talked a little bit about the pressure that's on C.J. Stroud earlier as it relates to the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
The offensive line is important. The Texans absolutely cannot be done in the trade market, y'all. They're not a draft pick away from improving either. This year this past year to this year, a draft pick's not going to improve it enough. Another significant trade has to be on the horizon. It just absolutely has to. Nick's got to be flipping those stones. Which current Texans, we don't know who he's looking at, but which current Texans have trade value that Nick could actually use to make this team better? What's that list look like? We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610.
That big Nick energy.
Texans GM Nick Caserio is at it again.
And watch gardening videos about Mayflower. Data available at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees supply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
Exclusive furniture where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the Texans absolutely cannot be done. They absolutely cannot be done in free agency, in the trade market. We know they're not done, obviously, with the draft. And here's where I'm at, and I feel pretty confident in saying this. The Texans are not a first-round draft pick offensive lineman away from being better this year than they were last year. There has to be more than a draft pick. It has to be more than Laken Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, and a draft pick. And you reshuffle. Hope Juice is better. Hope Jarrett Patterson can roll at center. Hope Titus Howard works at left tackle. Hope Blake Fisher gets better at right tackle. Like that's a lot of hoping. That's a lot of wishing and hoping. There's no way that Nick Caserio's done. Now, they did restructure, as we mentioned a little earlier. They did restructure Christian Kirk's contract, freed up $12 million of cap space, and the Texans got a little room to work with. I think I cannot, given everything that we've been told, everybody that's repeated the whole fixing the protection from the inside out, what's on the line for C.J. Stroud, really if you look at it offensively, the easiest way for this football team to be better under DeMeco Ryans than they've been the first 2 years is to make some level of an improvement on the offensive side of the ball. Defense ain't got no problem improving. I mean, their performances are improving. The roster's improving. Their players are getting better. They're developing them. DeMeco Ryans has put them in the best place to win. Now, if they can just stay a little bit healthier in the back end and get a couple guys up front, stay off them PEDs, and play 17 games, that defense is you're gonna get up there and you're gonna be flirting with some of the best defenses in the game for sure. But offensively, they can't be done, boys. There has to be a trade on the horizon with the Houston Texans. Nick has to be working the phones hot and heavy right now trying to find a significant trade. And here's the question. Who on this team right now, what current Texan has trade value? What current Texan can Nick Caserio pick the phone up and have a conversation with a whatever position the guy plays for need and say, hey, we got this guy right here, man. Let's make a deal. We need interior offensive line. What do you need? Who's got value on this current football team? I got a list of 5 guys, and I'd argue that they're in this particular order. Tell me what you think about how. Now, one might ask, what the hell are you talking about? We got 2 tackles on this team. I believe you can find a tackle in this draft with a first or second round pick, and I believe you can solve. I'd be okay going to battle with.
What would you need for Titus Howard to ensure that you can get that tackle as a first or second round pick?
I think here's the thing. Again, I think Titus Howard is significantly more valuable than fans and a lot of folks in the media would give him credit,
especially at this point in time.
Well, you're talking about a guy that can play 2 tackles or guard, and that's he's played some pretty good tackle on both ends, and he's played some decent fill-in guard. Hadn't been pretty, but it's been a Band-Aid. When you can do that, your value is through the roof. I think Titus Howard is. I'll tell you this too. I think Titus Howard, if he is a Texan this year, I think by mid-year Titus Howard will be the player that everybody's thankful for. Right now, there's people like scared crapless that Titus Howard's a left tackle. I don't think he's going to be Laramie Tunsil, obviously, but I think he's going to be pleasantly surprised that he's a pretty damn good player on the edge once he's put into training camp playing left tackle.
Yeah.
Okay, Titus Howard, Christian Harris, John Mechie, Dalton Schultz, and last but not least, just to give you 5 of them, Dameon Pierce. I think there's some level of value with these guys, obviously starting high with Titus Howard and ending low with Dameon Pierce. I'm not talking about the Kenyon Green throw-in trade. I'm not talking about, those are all great. You're trading good for good.
Yeah.
You're trading a good-sized contract for a good-sized contract. You're trading a really good prospect for a really good prospect. You're trading a guy that everybody was high on 2 years ago or 3 years ago, coming out in the combine and coming out as a prospect, coming out of college, and maybe they've shown some flashes, but they just hadn't stepped over there yet. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about one of these, we'll throw somebody in or we'll throw a 7th-round pick in. I'm talking about a trade that means something. Titus Howard, Christian Harris, John Mechie, Dalton Schultz, and Dameon Pierce.
I'd put Mechie at the bottom of the list in terms of overall trade value.
Well, the Mechie thing is interesting because I would too if you just look at these names.
Mm-hmm.
The Dalton Schultz would be higher on the list if it wasn't for the contract and the tape last year.
Agreed.
Right? So I'm looking at John Mechie. There's no way to look at what John Mechie did last year and not go, John Mechie got better. And I know there's a lot of people that were really, really high on John Mechie when he was coming out. So that's what I was banking on putting him at 3.
I was going to say, I might even move Dalton Schultz up the list if not for what you just said, the contract and how poor the play was.
But you're right. Maybe I should have put him up there because, look, the Texans could eat half of that contract and win.
I'd consider putting Dalton Schultz number 2 in terms of highest trade value. 1, because he's already got the contract. 2, because the tight end market this offseason, if you thought last offseason was terrible, it ain't much better this offseason.
Yeah.
How many teams out there would love to have a good pass-catching tight end that maybe feel like, you know what, we don't have to do as much with this guy in the blocking, in the run block, use him for his strength as a good pass-catching tight end, maybe as a safety blanket like we talked about him being for C.J. Stroud a couple of years ago in his rookie season. So for that reason, I'd put Schultz higher, and I'd put him higher too because of Christian Harris. The lack of durability and availability for Christian Harris. That's one of those prospect, cheap, but how available has he been the last 2 years?
Right.
Unfortunately, not much. And even when he was quote-unquote healthy towards the end of the season, Texans didn't play him that much. D'Amico used him kind of as it didn't feel like an afterthought, but it felt like a guy, a complimentary piece. We don't really need you, but boy, we're really going to jack some dudes up if we throw you out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just D'Amico Ryans. I don't know if he was this level of forward thinking, but I mean, when that level of defensive coordinator in the game says this is the most talented linebacker that I've seen, that I've ever coached, and he's coached Fred Warner and coached Dre Greenlaw, and now he's coaching Aziz and Toa. I mean, that is to me. And again, I'm not saying he was trying to sell him at the time, but if D'Amico thinks that, I think if he thought that about a player and that player was somewhere else and he was on the trade block, D'Amico's ears would perk.
Here's I think it's a good point. Here's the thing though, if you traded Dameon Pierce, what are you getting for him? Because now you need an RB2. If you traded John Mechie, I mean, he may or may not be a part of this team when camp breaks in 2025. Same goes with Xavier Hutchinson. We don't really know wide receiver. If you trade Dalton Schultz, well, you're probably going to ride with some iteration of Tegan Quatoriano, Cade Stover, Irv Smith, and let's please just all pray that Brevin Jordan is healthy because I think he could be badass under Nick Haley.
I would be. This is not just my frustration, or if you will, with Dalton Schultz. I would love to hear that they're going into camp and the priorities are Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan. I would absolutely
love it. I want Brevin's name to be in that.
I'm going to tell you, Brevin, we missed Brevin last year. We missed Brevin a lot more than one might think. I mean, his ability in the pass game to like if you do catch something underneath versus pressure, now you've got lesser defenders in the to beat, and his ability to make big plays. We missed that. His ability just in the pass game to create separation from DBs. We missed that. Of course, nobody saw Dalton Schultz not being a factor in that area and dropping key throws. But Brevin Jordan to me is the guy that, if he can stay healthy, could jump on the scene and really help this football team. But Cade Stover and a dog that Cade Stover's got in him, and Irv Smith too. I mean, look, Irv is obviously not an upper echelon tight end, but we talked about it a little bit the other day on the show. I mean, when you give me a guy that in pass protection, he may get beat inside, but he's going to ride whatever that defensive end is. He's going to ride and push and give the quarterback somewhere to slide to, right? Like Dalton Schultz couldn't even get that accomplished. So I would love to see – I'd love to see him move on from Dalton Schultz, and even with the guys they have, and be good. Maybe sign somebody free.
Let me throw a slight wrench into this.
Okay.
Just add another question to this. There's only two guys that fall into this category because of the contracts. Do you think Titus Howard is more likely to be traded or more likely to be restructured? And the same question would apply for Dalton Schultz. More likely to be traded or more likely to be restructured?
I'll be honest with you. I don't think unless the Texans are going to eat some of that contract, I don't think Dalton Schultz is tradable. I think it was that bad. I think football, even 2025 football guys, coaches, what they saw last year from Dalton Schultz are absolutely disgusted with. I don't think you're going to have to eat half his contract.
I can't disagree with that.
You have to eat half his contract in order to trade him, I would think.
So restructure possibly.
Titus Howard is the one. I just can't see you like that would be you'd really expose yourself to like not tackle problems like can we help them, but just guys that can flat out play the position. Like because you can't give a guy like I don't think the one thing I feel good about Blake Fisher and Titus Howard is like one-on-one. I know who I have. They may get beat, but I don't think they're going to get overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and that's a low bar, but I think that's reality. As long as I don't just get flat-ass beat constantly, then I can chip and I can do some things formationally to help him out and give him a better chance. But we couldn't even execute that last year. That's the bad thing is like we couldn't – Dalton Schultz would line up – this is the most frustrating thing in football, and it just happens to be Dalton Schultz, right? Sorry. So it's not piling on, just reality. Like when you see the tight end and a two, outside and 1 yard off the ball from the tackle. Like you're doing that so that you can run, you can release off the ball straight ahead, and that D end either has to hit you or that D end has to stutter his feet to avoid you. Mm-hmm. And now as a tackle, I can set with depth, and now I'm catching you, and it's game over. I got you, right? Dalton would move his ass out of the way.
Yeah.
Like I'm just thinking, what in the world is that? Like we couldn't even accomplish that. So and they still. I mean, Blake Fisher still hung on for dear life. So a lot of the problems were more communication issues with the pressure. I think those guys would be fine. I don't see Titus Howard getting moved, but if you're going to move him for a significant piece inside, I would not be opposed to making it happen.
If you wanted to make people in this city really nervous, you trade Titus Howard. Because I don't think we're having as much offensive line conversation at this point in time if the Texans don't trade Laramie Tunsil. If you had Laramie Tunsil as left tackle and you knew Titus Howard was already paid and under contract and he's played right tackle, and this was a soft offensive line, you needed to get tougher, well, maybe effectively you have at least attempted to do that with Laken Thompson and Ed Ingram and some other depth pieces, competitive guys that maybe you feel like can push each other in camp. And, oh, by the way, you got Scruggs and Patterson and, these guys to work with in camp too, and you still wouldn't be done. You still needed to go draft a guy, I think. But we'd feel 1,000 times better if Laramie Tunsil was a Houston Texan right now. Today, it's just the risk reward. What is it going to look like if we 5 months from now? That's the scary part.
We'll see. I firmly believe that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans meant what they said when they said they got to fix this thing from the inside out. I don't believe the move they've made so far even put a dent in it. I got to believe that Nick's out there working the phones right now trying to make a move, to put a cap on it, put a bow on it. The Texans current Texans with trade value. Titus Howard, Christian Harris, John Mechie, Dalton Schultz, and even Dameon Pierce may be at the low end of this thing. If you got somebody else you want to add to the list, shoot us a text, 713-572-4610. All right, these Rockets now. These Rockets are hunting down a team. They're hunting down a team that's ahead of them in the West standings. Hunting down several teams, but one of them, at least on this show, one of them is going to make me smile if they catch these boys. And it looks like it could happen. It may be that old lake show out there on the West Coast. My boy Ryan Hughley's team. And Rockets are hunting them. We'll talk about that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you, man, about Dr. Matorn. Look, if you're dealing with some kind of breathing issue, right, whether we're talking allergies,
Bay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Nobody was harmed in the making of this audio.
Daly's dirty.
Sports Radio Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, you know what just came to mind, T?
Tell me.
With Ron Butcher and the title, the name of this segment. I'm assuming that happened when I was gone and he was driving the boat.
That's exactly what happened. Yes.
I don't know why I've never even thought about it, but when he did that right there, it dawned on me. I bet he tears this one up when I'm gone. I bet he's got voices going. I bet he's perverted as hell. I mean, Dirty's Daily. You give Ron the show Hughley the free reins in a segment called Dirty's Daily. I feel like he's going to take full advantage of that.
The showman.
Yes, and he does. His voice does that thing, where when Ron's voice it reaches like a different octave, like it gets just a little bit higher.
Yes,
it's that kind of it's that energy. But yeah.
There's only 2 people at this station that would really, 3 that would take this segment and really run with it. Ron's one. Patrick Creighton's the other.
No question.
And John Lopez would be my third.
Go ahead and put that sunbuck right there behind that glass as a 4, because I guarantee you.
Be cautious with Creighton tonight.
He'd do what Ron just did and change the name to Daily Dirty and just be absolute filthy. Speaking of what's going to be absolute filthy, the Rockets play the Mavericks tonight over at the Toyota Center. I haven't seen. Do you have any on who's healthy, who's not? Obviously, Amen Thompson's not on the floor.
No Reed. Those are for sure guys that are not available.
Yeah. But both longer-term injuries.
But as far as Fred, there's no cause for concern that I've seen.
Fred with the ankle, Şengün with the back that seems to act up sporadically. Obviously, this is not a back-to-back, so Tari Eason should be good to go. Everybody else I think is healthy. I don't know the fall Big Adams took with Plumlee the other day. I don't think he just got ejected out of the game. I think he's fine. He's healthy.
Plumlee got the worst deal of it. He had the gash over the brow, and Adams walked away kind of smirking.
Yeah. So that's 111-104, which was, what was that, Wednesday night? The Rockets beat the Suns, in which Jalen Green was the best player on the floor, and it wasn't even close. And yes, Devin Booker and Kevin Durant were on the floor. Jalen Green just had the better night. The Rockets tonight at 7:00. And boys, I got to doing a little. When I got to drive the show, I got to do a little more due diligence. You know what I mean? It's a different job description when you're driving the show, and I got doing a little digging.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually saw Tyler going back and forth with somebody on Twitter yesterday that didn't like one of his bets. It was happened to be one of just a couple that hit, I think. The Lakers. Remember, he's going back and forth with somebody on the Lakers.
Thanks for the reminder, man. Yes, well, 2 for 5. Okay.
At least I'm talking about 2 for 5. At least I'm talking about one of the 2 you won. And I think it was big of you not to just hammer that person. Disagreeing with Tyler's bet was because LeBron would never let it happen, and then LeBron wasn't even playing.
Yeah, sometimes just got to be the more mature adult, you know.
Well, I mean, I know what you mean.
It's where you find me often.
Yeah, okay. That's what I was going to say. Usually, that's not the road you take, but okay, that's cool. I'm looking at the standings in the West, boys, and obviously OKC's running away with it. That has nothing to do with this conversation. But I've said it multiple times that the Rockets they're 13 back of the Thunder again, but they're only 1 back of the 2 and 3 seed, the Denver Nuggets and the Memphis Grizzlies.
Mm-hmm.
And they are tied with the LA Lakers. They are 13 back. They're actually the 5 seed because they don't have the exact same record, obviously.
They have 1 more loss than the Lakers.
Right, they have 1 more loss and 1 more win. Played more games than the Lakers so far. But nonetheless, what I'm trying to get across here is just I don't think anything will work out better for the station or for damn sure for the drive than the Rockets as we get down to cutting time here. There's 16 games left in the NBA, regular season. And the Rockets have a chance to hunt down the Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
And in doing my due diligence here, LeBron's got a bad groin. I don't know if you guys have ever had a bad groin or not. I fell off a slide when I was 12 years old, Little League All-Star game. My dad's still mad at me to this day.
Never had any complaints.
It was Little League, what, with your groin? Or I fell off a slide, a pool slide. I was jumping from the slide to the water, and I slipped, and I landed like in a turtle, in a frogger position on concrete. And ripped both my groins.
Missed the water, huh?
Yeah, I missed the water and the All-Star game. Dad was not a fan, by the way. He's still mad at me to this day. I guess he had big hopes for that All-Star team.
I would have been too, man. You should have been like studying for the game coming up, or like been somewhere getting ready, prepping, instead of acting like an idiot jumping off some slide.
You're probably right, man. But I was getting it in. You know what I mean? It's about as daring as I got back in the day.
I was playing my ass off.
Yeah, man. Both groins popped them. I'm gonna tell you. I don't know if you ever pulled a groin, but it feels like every time you move, it snatches your gonads around down there. It is awful. So, I don't know how bad LeBron's groin is here. I'm assuming it's not as bad as me falling off that slide. But LeBron's out.
It felt like it ripped my nuts off.
And on top of right, and on top of LeBron being out, the Lakers next 5 are what NBA TV calls difficult.
Yeah,
they got Denver a couple of times, I think. But anyway, the point is. The Rockets hunting down the Lakers, Tyler, is going to be a beautiful thing for us as we enter next week with Ron.
Oh
Hughley.
yeah,
right?
Oh yeah. As long as Ron doesn't piss me off, with his infatuation with LeBron James.
Fair. Well, but the Rockets have won. They've won 4 straight, and they should, according to their schedule, fare pretty well over the next 5 or 6. And so you're talking about a chance for the Rockets to make one of them 9-game winning streaks or 8 of the last 9. And without LeBron, and so we might not only hunt these boys down, but we may be a couple of games ahead of them with, 12 games to play, 10 games to play in the season. That is absolutely beautiful.
The Lakers do have Doncic, though, still.
Yeah.
And
what'd you call him?
Doncic.
Oh. Doncic.
That's an.
I don't know.
I guess you are we're on the show Hughley seat, so mispronouncing some names is fine.
Is that what you got?
No, I feel comfortable.
You spent some time in his home
country? It's hard to say it the other Doncic.
Doncic.
I always feel like that just runs together too much for me.
There's no way.
Doncic.
There's no way you felt comfortable saying it like that.
Doncic.
It sounds so weird.
Like I almost didn't know what he was talking about. Then I was like, you know what? Okay, I got it. Luka, you talking about?
Doncic.
You can just go with Luka. You don't have
I know.
Donkey Doncic.
Where's Luka from?
I like Doncic.
Luka?
That's a drop.
Yeah, it is. Well, we know one place old Doncic isn't, and that's up Highway 45 with them Mavs.
Where the hell is he from?
Nico Harrison.
The Lakers have the Nuggets twice, and they have the Bucks once over the next 5. Then you got the Suns and you got the Spurs. While the Rockets have, some pretty lesser competition, right? Dallas, Chicago, Philly, Orlando, and then Miami.
Yeah.
The Rockets could, not only just make up ground, but create some separation. I like it, but they have Luka. I'm not expecting the Lakers to go 0 for 2 against the Nuggets and not be competitive against some teams that are still technically in the hunt in the Eastern Conference. They're not the Utah Jazz. They're not poor teams.
Yeah.
They're not as good as they are, but I don't think the Lakers win much of anything in the playoffs, but I think the Lakers are very capable against anybody. When you have Luka Doncic on your team,
I like that.
Lakers iteration or the Dallas Mavericks iteration, you have a chance. You have a puncher's chance.
Look, I think the Lakers with healthy LeBron, and it's a scores league, I think they can score with anybody out there. And the Austin Reeves kid is highly underrated. He on a night where he plays a lot, he's going to give you 20 and can shoot it lights out. Mm-hmm. Look, I think, we can talk about the big matchup and all that kind of stuff. That didn't bear fruit for the big in the regular season so far against their lineup when they're healthy. I think they can score with anybody out there. So I'm not going to discredit them at all come playoff time with everybody healthy. I'm just gonna absolutely. Just bathe in the beauty of the Rockets hunting down.
Oh yeah,
Ron Hughley's team.
Yeah,
Is there any chance? I guess there's no chance that we could get them here in the playoffs, is there?
Who? The Lakers?
Yeah.
It's a 4-5 right now. If you started the playoffs tomorrow,
hold up, is it?
That'd be a fun one to
we
go
would go
to.
there. We would.
Well,
they would. I guess it'd come here to some degree, but
you tell me. Look, the Rockets have technically just as good a chance as the Lakers or the Nuggets as getting the number 2. They're only a game behind the Grizzlies for the number 2, which is what they occupied longer than anybody this season in the Western Conference.
Tyler, I'm watching them. If the Lakers and the Rockets are in the first round, good God, it couldn't be any better.
It'd be great.
If we could get Raw into that Lakers-Rockets game.
Hey, but are the
I would talk
Warriors
so much.
going to stay idle? Are the Timberwolves going to stay idle?
Yeah, well,
Timberwolves are one of the hottest teams in the league right now.
Yeah, no, look, that's the beautiful thing about this, man, is that the you got Steph and company chasing you, and you're hunting down the Lakers. I mean, that just, I don't know. From an entertainment standpoint, it doesn't get any better. And by the way, you could hunt down the Nuggets and Memphis as well, who you're neck and neck with at this point in time. So who knows, man? All right, I'm Clint Stoerner alongside Sean Bijani. He's not on Area 45. He is on The Drive. And T-Mill is on the ones and twos behind the glass. T-Mill, how was the steak night last night? We've talked about it. We beat around the bush, but we hadn't got into the details of it. Little Birdie told me y'all got kicked out at about 30 minutes after closing time.
Yes.
Is that true? Okay.
That part is true. But, cool. The OG John Lopez earlier, whenever we were doing the toss within the loop, trying to paint some picture like, I was talking about steak and there wasn't steak, and I ain't no liar, Lopez. Whenever I told you we were going to steak night, we were about to go to steak night. Plans changed. But no, it was a fun evening, man. We didn't go to a steak night, but we went over here just right next door to on the curb. We had a few adult beverages, had some listeners come out. Drew, KP, really
PK.
Was nice to meet you.
PK.
Oh, did I say KP?
PK from Norway.
I even knew it was PK.
So was it really nice? or
no, I just
KP, huh?
slip of the tongue. I even was calling him Preacher's Kid last night. So, but no, it was a good evening, man. A little whiskey on a Thursday.
Why?
Never hurt nobody.
Like, what is your thinking of? Did your invite go for people to join you? Did your invite go out, and did it include joining you at 11 p.m.?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but just primarily because of our guys on Area 45 and that being the time they signed off.
So what did you do until 11 p.m.?
Worked.
He was working.
Put in that work.
Did you get a head start on these boys down there, or did y'all all leave together?
We all left together.
So you didn't eat?
No. Kitchen was closed when we got there.
We could have had pizza. Like, the kitchen's closed, yet somehow they can still make pizza, but they could not bring chips and queso.
Yeah.
Like, that was our confusion. So
did you eat breakfast this morning?
No.
Or lunch?
You're a grown-ass man.
I am. 34 years old.
When was the last meal you ate?
Last night when I got home from our evening out.
Oh, you Uber Eats, did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Last night.
Wait,
that was this morning,
did you
fool.
get chips and queso sent to your house?
No, but I did DoorDash. It was a DoorDash evening.
Well, what did you get? What did you eat?
I got Jack in the Box.
Jack in the Box.
Some real greasy, nasty deliciousness.
Did you at least go with one taco?
I went with 2 tacos and 2 junior bacon cheeseburgers.
Damn.
And some curly fries.
Right now, 1:30 in the morning.
It'll be me later on today. Go ahead.
What is your? Everything's open, wide open, no lines. What's your fast food of choice?
Ooh, everything's open.
Everything's an option. You're driving down the main drag, and you got every single fast food in America right there for you. What is your option?
It's a close one between either, and they're very different, but either Taco Bell or Raising Cane's. I'm a sucker for that fried chicken.
Johnny?
Jack in the Crack.
I'm with you, bro.
Jack in the Crack.
I was there last night, so I get
them greasy-ass tacos, and I want 10 of them.
I'm just 10 tacos, so make it 20, big dog.
And we might eat them in the parking lot and circle back to the drive-thru.
They're so good, dude. They almost killed me, though. I eat them to this day, but they literally...
What'd you do? You get something off that meat?
My mother did when she was 8 months pregnant with me. And they had to have an emergency C-section to get me out of there because Jack in the Box tacos were about to take my mom and me out.
Jack in the Box pushed you out?
Yeah, man, a whole month early. I was a preemie.
Now, this is explaining a lot, man. The big head, I mean, it's telling you, man, this is explaining a lot.
But they are delicious.
What we leave one of my most memorable moments with my sister-in-law. My brother was working shift work. He's working graveyard or something. I came in town. We went over to this bar off Nassau Road 1 back in the day, country bar. We had a big group of us, but her and I rode together. And when we left there, we pulled into the Jack in the Box right there. There used to be one on Nassau Road 1 right there as you pull it was. And we got 14 tacos. By the time
14 each?
No, 14 total.
That's still a lot.
Yeah.
That's some tacos.
I mean, my sister-in-law's, she's about 5 foot tall. She's about 4'9". And she wasn't eating many of them. But anyway, we mashed them. There where my brother lived, there's a neighborhood. There was a Jack in the Box right out front.
Yeah.
I looked over. I said, "Gee, there's some more tacos." He said, hell yeah.
My stomach's still growling, friend.
We went down and got 10 more tacos. Needless to say, when my brother stumbled in from work after working a graveyard shift at 6 o'clock in the morning, I was sitting up on one end of the couch and she was sitting up on the other end of the couch, and she's sitting there and has taco like all over her chest. Lettuce and crumbs all over her chest.
All the remnants.
On her T-shirt, obviously.
Yeah.
For you freaks out there thinking.
What was that country club that you were talking about on the?
It's been several different, but it used to be Big Texas, I think.
Big Texas. Yep. We used to go there back in the day.
I've been there a time or two.
Yeah.
That side of town was always pretty good to me when I came in.
It was in a little pocket of a shopping center, I think.
Still is up in that corner right there. Yeah.
That's called like Buck Wild, I think, or something like that.
I think there's one up in Spring as well now because they do shows. They do concerts. There's one in Spring and there's one here.
Oh, the one? Okay.
I can't remember what it is. It's the one that Nick Russo DJs at.
It's not Wild West.
Nope.
Whiskey River?
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. No,
I thought.
Nope. It's a more known name than all that. No.
Okay.
This is a boot scooting joint now.
Like one of those.
Yeah. No. All right. Well, hey, look here. We've got wide receiver needy team. There's one wide receiver out there in the market everybody wants to talk about, and I thought for sure there's no way this guy is even going to be considered. But some recent news may bring the Texans back into play. I'll see if you guys would come back into play with this particular receiver at this particular dollar amount. I'll tell you who that is next, right here on Sports Radio.
Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani, I almost called you Jean Bijani. How about that? Sean Bijani is in. There you go. You know, I'm big on straight Johnny, but I don't want to confuse our listeners.
Bada bing, bada boom.
And that Milner, ones and twos behind the glass. Appreciate everybody out there for listening to us, whether you're watching on Twitch and YouTube. If you can see us, I'm sorry, but thank you. If you're just out there listening, AM, FM dial, greatly appreciate you. And if you listen on that Odyssey app, it's A+. It's A+, baby. The Odyssey app, you can take us anywhere, everywhere you go. It's always live. They got a rewind feature. You can rewind, catch anything that you missed, and everything through from the day. All the different segments are individually podcasted there for your listening pleasure, as well as all the different podcasts that are here at the station. That Big Orange Wagon that Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton got going on. H-Town Hoops with, B. Scott is rocking and rolling. I believe Sean Pendergast, Utopia. I believe you can find that there as well. So make sure you get that Odyssey app, AUDACY. Do you have something, Bo?
Yeah, just let the people know you found out the country bar's name that you were talking about.
Rowdy's.
Rowdy's
is what I was talking about. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, shout out to old Jimmy Rogers and the Boots for Troops folks out there.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Jimmy. It's Rowdy's. It's like spring for a random concert for me is a little bit of a jaunt, unless the fellas or something go from here up there. But boy, when some of my favorite artists, whether it's old heads or some new school guys coming up, man, when they go through that Rowdy's over in Webster, man, that not only was that my old stomping grounds, but it's easy to get over there and see a little country music when the timing's right.
People were throwing out all kinds of suggestions, like Stetson's, Palace, Firehouse, Saloon.
It was Banana Joe's. That same place was Banana Joe's at one point, I believe. That spot has been. It's only been Rowdy's just recently. It was Big Texas back in the day.
Big Texas took over Banana Joe's.
I'm pretty sure it used to be Banana Joe's.
I thought Banana Joe's was across the way.
It may have been. Hell, I frequented.
I used to go there all the time too. That was a good spot.
Look, I left slug tracks in every single one of them. I drug around every bar on that side of town, baby. If you know what I'm saying. So it was good times. Now it was good times. But hey, on these Texans, we talk a lot about the interior offensive line. There's definitely a need at the wide receiver position. Look, I like Christian Kirk, but Christian Kirk ain't the answer. Nico Collins is the answer, but Christian Kirk ain't the answer. He's one of a group of 3 or 4 guys that are going to be your core receivers that you're going to really push towards, and Christian Kirk ain't enough. Again, we talked about the pressure on C.J. Stroud. We talked about the way this is going to be a C.J. Stroud-centric team. They're only going to go as far as C.J. Stroud takes them. This defense is great. They're only going to go as far as C.J. Stroud takes them. Like, this team takes the next step beyond what we saw the last 2 years if C.J. Stroud takes the next step. And now, C.J.'s going to need a lot of help, right? The O-line's got to be better. The OC's got to be better. The O-line coach got to be better. You get it. I'm just saying, if C.J. Stroud plays great football, this team can go win 12 or 14 games. Mm-hmm. Right? That's just the reality of it. If everything around C.J. comes together and C.J. is playing great football, convincing, high-level, efficient, staying upright, smart football, then this team's going places. And Christian Kirk, to add Christian Kirk, we're not making progress there. This is not as dire a situation as the interior offensive line, because I think this one can be addressed through free agency, through a trade, or through the draft, to be completely honest with you. I'm okay with that draft risk in this situation, but they need more. And if you look at the list of free agents right now that are available, current free agents that are available right now, you got
at what position?
Well, this is a list of all of them, but we're talking wide receiver.
Okay.
We're talking about adding a wide receiver now, not interior offensive line, wide receiver. We've got Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, Steph Diggs, who, by the way, a video just surfaced. Steph Diggs is out running routes with resistance, with some of the the bungee cords while he's running, showing some resistance. That knee looks really, really good. Obviously, let me say he looks like he's moving really, really good, given that he's recently had that knee surgery. Tyler Lockett is a wide receiver that's out there. And then there's some couple of other ones way down the list. You get down to Deontay Johnson. I stopped there because clearly that's not an option for the Texans. But the one at the very top of this list is interesting to me, Bijani.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Kupp, right? And I said before, like, I would like Cooper Kupp to be a Houston Texan, but I don't have a real strong, like, here's why, or I don't like him and here's why. Like, it's one of those deals where I can see the dots connecting between the Rams offense and terminology and the Houston Texans, given Kaylee just came out of there to be the connect. I can obviously see that the Texans have a huge need at the wide receiver position. And I think given who Christian Kirk is, I think Cooper Kupp can play inside or outside, and there's some flexibility there with him, assuming that the tread is left on the tires and he can come back from injury. What I like about the current situation with Cooper Kupp is the reports that I'm hearing are he obviously was wanting a boatload of money.
Yeah.
And when you look at the teams that are interested, Seattle, New England, I think the Cowboys were even flippantly thrown in there at some point because his daddy and his granddaddy both played with the Cowboys at some point in time.
Mm-hmm.
The reports I'm seeing is Cooper Kupp, the number's going to have to be significantly lower than what he wanted. And the number that I think is being reported that I saw is $12 to $13 million a year.
Yeah, 13 to 14 is what I saw, but so somewhere between there, yeah.
So in that 12 to 14 range.
Yeah.
To me, that changes the thought here around Cooper Kupp. I don't know that I'm not in on the Texans getting in the mix with Cooper Kupp if it's at that number. And it would be a short-term deal. As I said before, if Nick Caley looks at it and knows there's no tread left on that tire and knows that he's not healthy, then hell no, I don't want no piece of it.
And he'd know better than most.
He would know better than anybody in this building. That's for damn sure. Anybody in this city. So if Nick Caley's out, then I'm out. But if they're looking at this and they're kicking the can down the road on a Cooper Kupp at 12 to 14, all in, baby. I am all in on that right there, and I could really get down with this group.
Man, it's just
doesn't do it for you, huh?
I like Cooper Kupp, but I don't know how much tread's left on his tires.
Yeah,
and I don't know that I'd want the Texans to spend $12 to $14 million
to find out, huh?
Yeah, to me,
I would hope Caley would know.
If there's and look, if Caley says, you know what, yeah, the guy can still play.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I mean, I think he could still play as well, but to the tune of 12 to 14, to me, Cooper Kupp is like a prime candidate at this stage of his career as a prove-it guy.
Yeah.
And the reason why is his lack of durability. He's missed 18 games combined the last 3 years. Now, when he's healthy, you know what kind of receiver he can be, and he's had literally one spectacular year, and that was 2021. Aside from that, the guy's been pretty good when he's healthy. But he hasn't been healthy.
But here's the deal. Here's the way I look at it, Bijani, is when you get into the 10 to 12 to $14 million receiver, you're looking at a Cooper Kupp. Even if he is, slightly less than what he was 2 years ago.
But I'm almost fine with like being slightly less than what you were a couple of 3 years ago if you've been a durable guy and you've become slightly less.
So you're
kind
out
of
on
like
Christian
your point
Kirk.
about
Tyler, you're out on Christian Kirk?
Hell no.
You like it, right? You mean hell no, or you're not out?
No, I'm not out on him. I love bringing Kirk
But
into this
you
offense.
sound like you're out.
You don't.
No,
you said Christian Kirk.
I knew you weren't out on no damn Aggie.
Not
I
a
knew
big
you
fan.
weren't out on no Aggie. You're out on Kupp.
Yeah, not a big fan
at
of
a lower number.
Not necessarily at a lower number, no.
I'd be
but since the beginning of these rumors and the idea of bringing Kupp into Houston, I've been more so out than in. I would say
you can miss me at the $20 million range, but if you get down lower than that, I'd like to entertain.
Look, if the Texans could make it work, then it's not our money. Like, hey, that's their money they're going to spend, so long as it doesn't prevent them from doing what else they need to do on the offensive line, and maybe in some other areas. But I'd be in on this guy at a lower number. There's no doubt about that. But the point you made about Forrest Whitley with the Astros, you'd rather him just like fail. You'd rather him just
be healthy,
fail, be healthy, and fail and stink. You know what I mean? As opposed to like, man, injuries. That's where I'm at with Cooper Kupp. It's like, I don't know if I want the Texans to take a $12 to $14 million gamble on a guy that might play 7 to 12 games for you this year. Like, you already got one of those guys in Nico Collins. He might miss 5 games this year. Yeah. You need somebody durable.
Yep, I'm with you. I mean, you need it. Perfect world, you can go out and find that. I mean, there's risk associated with any way you get that next receiver, and I don't know. I'll entertain Christian Kirk at that. I mean, Cooper Kupp at that lower number. All right, here it is. There's look, there's a lot of unknowns. I'll use that. There's a lot of unknowns on the offensive side of the football for the Houston Texans. Let's power rank the most concerning things with the Texans right now. Bijani's got a whole list of them. And no, Sean, you did not miss anything. We'll give you that list.
Okay.
We'll cuss and discuss. 713, shoot a text in. Let us know what you're worried about on the offensive side the most. I know there's several things to worry about right now, but what are you worried about the most on the offensive side of the football? That's next.
Rock and roll, meow.
In the loop.
You send Kenyon Green and a 5th-round pick to the Eagles for C.J. Gardner-Johnson and a 6th-round pick, and my goodness, I love this move.
This is an amazing Nick Cassera. Like, in terms of, like, crafty, I mean, we were talking about cutting Kenyon Green. Super Bowl winner.
877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
With more than 50,000 active clients today, the market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley's out. My man Sean Bijani is in. Hadn't told you that, man. Appreciate you filling in for Ron the Show Hughley.
Man, you kidding me? Appreciate you having me, man.
Oh, no show
my
Hughley.
boy Ron?
Yeah, that's him. He's in Disney World out there.
Pretty good on a got to in, talk a little ball.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
Get the night with the wife and the kiddo. It's going to be good.
Doesn't get much better, man. It doesn't get much better. You better get your tail home, get a little quality time with the wife and the kiddo, though, where you let Tyler drag you down now.
Well, that's up to my Uber here, or that's up to an unnamed Uber.
Did Tyler Uber too?
No, he Ubered me.
Oh, he Ubered you.
I was Bijani's taxi ride today.
Well, you ain't going home?
Well, he's got to leave. He don't get off till
I got to stay for Texans All Access.
I got you.
No Area 45 tonight.
Well, if I was going your direction, I'd take you, bud, but you are crap out of luck because I'm going east. So
it's the general direction. I would almost take you up, like if you just drop me off on like Beltway and I-10.
I'll take you to North Shore.
Well, hop, skip, and a jump up the freeway a little bit.
Yeah, why not? Why not? Hey, big shout out real quick, man. Big shout out to John Weeks, man. 15 years in the game here with the Texans. Deep snapper. One of them jobs that nobody even thinks about. You get zero credit until you do something wrong. But he signed with the San Francisco 49ers, so he's not through. But he's through here in a Texans uniform. But look, great at his job. Thankfully, we didn't hear from Weeksy much because he was so damn good at his job. I'll be honest with you. I remember hearing from him once. To be honest with you, in terms of
what he did
negative
wrong?
play. Yeah. So, but big shout out to him, man. Not only one of the best at the deep snap game, Houston Texan, and a really, really, really good dude. I mean, he's just one of them dudes that, and I don't know Weeksy real well, but one of those guys that when we cross paths, always took the time to say hello. And a lot of those guys look at the ground, look the other way, don't act like they got something in mind, don't have time to chat or anything like that. I mean, always a solid dude. Hey, what's up? How you doing? How the little girls? He's got little girls as well. So follow each other on social media to know a little bit about the situation and. Big shout out to him, man. Obviously a great player, and more importantly to me, a really, really good dude, and wish him well out there in San Francisco.
You remember that game earlier in the season? I think it was Kaimi Fairbairn had an opportunity to win the game for the Texans, and he ended up missing.
Okay.
I don't know if it was like a crazy field goal. I feel like it was probably inside 50, maybe even inside 45. He ended up missing it. The first guy that we all went up to in the locker room afterwards, who had made himself available first, was Jonathan Weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, okay, I mean, I guess, yeah, he's snapping the ball. But I remember being in the press box for that game, and there was like scuttle, like, oh boy, it was a bad snap. Right. You go back and you look at the film, and it's like, if that was a bad snap, like, I think most people would take that.
Right, most people would take that bad snap, yeah.
But it was one that Kaimi missed, and that's like literally the only one in recent memory that I could even maybe associate with John Weeks. I don't know what you thought about that whole thing, but the 49ers a long snapper out of here and bring Weeks in, and then we got this guy over here now, the Texans dude named Tucker Addington, who's been with 7 different organizations. And he's now the newly appointed long snapper.
These kind of decisions have always interested me. I mean, because you're talking about in Weeksy, you're talking about a guy that's a true pro, always takes care of himself. He's always in great shape. He stays healthy. I mean, unless you're just looking for a taller guy that's heavier and more athletic, maybe I don't know. But I mean, it's always interested me when you move on from a guy like that's been so good for so long. Because when you look at the deep snapper, they're pretty much not minimum, but relatively to speaking to most of these guys, they're not making much money.
Right.
So it's like the risk of moving on from that guy, it would almost be an afterthought. Like, hey, Weeksy, you're going to be here as long as you can still snap. Just don't screw it up, bro.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you this much money. Like, you would think, like, we don't have time to mess with. There's no, like, you got the luxury with Weeksy on your team to not even worry about deep snapper. But for some reason, they move on. Change is good. I'm sure him and his family will love a short little time out in San Francisco. Not that it's going to be short because it's not going to be any good, just because he's already played 15 years. Unless he pays 15 more, it's going to be a shorter stay out there. But I'm sure they'll enjoy California. But a great dude, man. Most importantly, just a great dude. Wish you the best, my brother. All right, we talked about this. We teased this coming in. Power ranking the most concerning things with the Houston Texans right now. Look, we're in the middle of free agency. We're in the middle of the offseason. The draft hasn't even happened yet. So just a general conversation of, hey, man, what's your concern level? Because if we're being honest, the offensive side of the football was the downfall for the Texans this past year. And not only was it the downfall, you fired your offensive coordinator, you fired your offensive line coach, your quarterback took a step back, your two of your top three receivers are not going to be available. One of them's completely gone. The other one's not going to be available until who knows when next season. And so there's a lot of – you traded away your all-world left tackle. You traded away two guards. So, I mean, there's a lot of change on the offensive side of the football. The most concerning things with the Texans right now, Johnny, what you got?
Well, 2 weeks ago, I think I would have put Nick Caley at the top of this. But he's been bumped down.
Okay.
He's been bumped down.
Okay.
Now that you literally don't know where or even who's going to be playing on the offensive line for your Houston Texans right now, it's pretty concerning. And, I mean, if you're going to die on the Titus Howard Hill, then, fine, do that. But how many of you had on your bingo card them trading Laramie Tunsil this offseason, trading Kenyon Green this offseason, cutting Shaq Mason this offseason? Probably most of you had that because of the cap savings the Texans could get. But that's my chief concern is offensive line in the depth chart right now, that specifically.
Agree wholeheartedly. Got to be number one without a doubt until they fill some of these voids, which I think they will. Right now, top of the list with the Texans. The interior offensive line depth is where my concern stems. But, yes, I agree with that. What you got, too?
Nick K, one of the most pressurized jobs in the entire league going into the season, in my opinion, because you've got one of the most promising quarterbacks in the league going in C.J. Stroud, and you're coming off of back-to-back division championships, back-to-back ousters in the divisional round. You have to take the next step, and you're a guy that people already are curious about, wary about, because you've never done this before. So for me, that's number two in terms of the most concerning, because there are so many questions about him specifically, but there are so many questions about the group that he's going to be coaching specifically, wide receivers, offensive linemen, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think Nick Caley's very, very, very fair. The offensive coordinator never done it before. Getting plugged into a coaching staff that's already here, getting plugged into a system terminology-wise that's already here, although he knows the language and he's coming from a similar place. Not necessarily getting literally handed the reins and you hire who you want to hire and do what you want to do. It's more of a plug-in type of situation. So, yeah, I mean, he doesn't have the luxury of most offensive coordinators in a sense of hiring his guys, and he's got to make it work one way or another. So, yeah, that too. I'll add to that right there. He is, whether it's fair or foul, like the majority of his experience has been with tight ends. And this tight end group, any way you slice it, whether it's Dalton Schultz and how he's played and how he needs to be better, or it's Cade Stover and how he was drafted and he showed some promise last year and he's going to be better. Brevin Jordan has shown a bunch of promise. Can he stay healthy? Can he take the next step? Like the tight end position with this particular, their development, their overall having a bigger impact on this offense is going to be critical. And look, Nick Caley has got bigger fish to fry in terms of creating an offense, designing an offense, and calling plays. But I think any way you slice it, whether he's directly coaching the tight ends or not, I think he's going to be if the tight ends don't improve, we're going to look at Nick Caley like, damn, you can't even get your own position group to get right.
Yep.
So, yeah, we'll add the tight ends to it. What you got? What's three?
We say the same thing about this guy, too, if there is a lot to be desired. Cole Popovich. Why? Prove it. Why'd they keep you? You're the holdover. You coached these guys last year in an assistant role. Okay, and now some of the guys that you coached are not here anymore, so you have your own ideas, I would presume, and they're rolling with you. They trust your opinion. They trust your judgment in talent evaluation. You have a really huge job, as much pressurized as a position coach could get because of who your quarterback is and what your team has done. And by the way, like, I'll lump Caley and Popovich into this. Why is it so pressurized? Quite simply, your defense was already top 6. This might be a top 3 defense at the conclusion of the 25 season. They're trying to get better. What are you doing? Right now, your offense has gotten worse from season's end because there are so many question marks.
All right, there's your list. Your number 1 is your O-line depth chart. Obviously problems. Nick Caley, your offensive coordinator. Cole Popovich, number 3, your offensive line coach. And there was a number 4, the wide receiver core. I shouldn't be. I'm pretty confident that problem will be solved sooner rather than later, whether it's with the draft or with free agency or trade. I think that problem gets solved and everybody can move on from the wide receiver room. But I agree. I agree with that exact order, to be completely honest with you, and a lot of your reasoning right there. So good stuff right there from Sean Bijani. All right, coming up next, we got the Rockets are back in action tonight. Them Bengals are paying them wideouts, and the Players' Championship. The Players' Championship is rocking and rolling. I wonder if that old Texas boy is still leading the way right there. We'll catch you up on everything going around the sports world, around the country. We'll do that next right here on 5 o'clock Fire on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, before we bring that fire, we're going to bring a little of that chill. You know what I'm talking about?
your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Why are your nipples so small, man?
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, he is, and y'all guessed it. Oh, little nipple. He's on the ones and twos, and there's Sean Bijani.
Oh, little nipple.
Sean Bijani is going to roll. We got the Rockets back in action tonight, y'all. They are hosting the Mavs. You think Nico's going to be in the building? You think Nico Harrison's going to be in the building? If I was him, I'd quit going to games, or I'd at least sit in the suite. I'm talking about the GM, the general manager for the Mavericks that traded Luka.
What an idiot!
What an idiot is right. I don't know how he still has a job, but it's like he's going on the road with the team, just taking the fire. Like go sit in a suite somewhere with a mirrored glass or something, a little two-way glass, so we can't see you. I mean, good gosh!
If he's there, the cameramen need to find him.
Oh, I'm sure they will. Hell, they don't have much of a reason to, other than you're in the state of Texas, and I'm sure Houston will be giving him hell. But I mean, good God, are you kidding me? The Rockets, Mavs tonight at 7:00. 7:00 Central at the Toyota Center. Rockets looking for their 5th straight win. Here's what's beautiful. What's going on with the Rockets right now is they've hit a spot in their schedule where I don't know what's going to happen, but they should be in every game, a favorite in every game that they have. The next 5 games, they should be able to get a 8 or 9 game win streak rolling out of the 4 they have now, and the next 5 before they run into Denver next Sunday. It's moving time. It's moving time for Houston. LeBron's out, and the Lakers' schedule's slightly more difficult than the Rockets. And the Rockets should be able to, if they can rattle off some wins, they don't have to go undefeated. They don't have to be a winning streak, but if they can rattle off some wins here. They, with the exception of Oklahoma City Thunder, everybody is in arm length distance of the Rockets. Now, on the other side, they mess around and no-show a couple of these games. They're going to mess around and let the Golden State Warriors catch them, and then you're going to have the Warriors and the Lakers to deal with. But I don't see that happening, man. Right now, the Rockets are again, it's inconsistent. It's not the best on the offensive end of the floor, but it's that defense, particularly in the regular season, that's going to carry you a long way. It's going to give you an opportunity, and the Rockets appear to be on a roll right now. Hopefully they can keep this thing rolling and catch up and pass the Lakers and flirt
Stack
with
some wins.
Yeah, man, flirt with the Nuggets and flirt with the Grizzlies. You're right there with them. It starts tonight. Versus the Mavs. And, of course, you're playing the Mavs, who are rolling a G League team out there, I think is what B. Scott said yesterday. So you should go out there and have a nice, healthy lead at half and be able to rest some guys in the 4th.
That'd be nice. Stack some wins, because you mentioned Denver. You got Atlanta, Utah, Phoenix after that. But that final week and a half or so stretch for the Rockets, those are against teams that are going to be jockeying for position.
Yep.
Like, you see the Lakers twice. Oklahoma City's at the top. You know, the outcome against them could very much have everything to do with you being a 2, 3, 4, 5, or maybe even a 6. God forbid. Who knows? It's very tight in the Western Conference, and for the first time in 5 years, we have meaningful basketball at this stage of the season for the Houston Rockets. Maybe you did last year. You were clear that they could play in, but you're talking about positioning seeds within the Western Conference where you could be as high as a 2, and if we're being honest, as tough as the schedule gets down the stretch, maybe even as low as a 7.
Yeah, man. Hopefully they can get. Here's the deal: is like you said, you finished with an obviously more difficult schedule, but right now this run, can you give yourself a little grace? Can you give yourself a little cushion with 2 or 3 games, maybe ahead of the Lakers, and maybe 4 or 5 games ahead of Golden State, where you give yourself a little bit of cushion there to not have to be perfect down the stretch when the competition gets better. It'd be really nice to be able to rest a couple of guys if need be the last couple games of the season. For those games not to matter, it would be nice, right? I may be
like we're getting carried away.
I hear you. I hear you.
I'm with you.
But hey, let's go ahead and rattle off 9 straight wins and then see if it may be more in reach than one might think. But either way it goes, Rockets tonight at the Toyota Center versus the Dallas Mavs, 7 p.m. And it doesn't matter that the Mavs got a G League team rolling out there. It's always fun to kick a little Dallas ass around these parts, if you know what I mean.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Astros just getting underway. Toronto Blue Jays. It is in the top of the first inning. And, just a couple things of note real quick. Obviously, that nothing's happened in the game. It's 0-0. Hell, they ain't even got no outs yet. Isak Paredes is leading this thing off. Yainer Diaz is catching, and he's in the 3-hole. I almost said white boy. Chas McCormick is in Jake Myers' little run. Then Dubon is hitting 7th. And we'll keep you loaded on keep you up on how that. Hopefully you're not loaded. Keep you up on the game as it unfolds
will be
here
soon.
Yeah, you will in the next hour or so. Also, Wisniewski, the new Astro, came over in the Tucker trade, correct?
Yes, sir.
He is on the bump for the Stros tonight against the Blue Jays. We'll for what it's worth, we'll keep you posted on anything going down that's notable in the Astros Blue Jays game. Again, they're just now getting underway.
5 o'clock fire.
Biggest story around sports right now, biggest story around the NFL right now is, without a doubt, Aaron Rodgers. And Aaron Rodgers' picture on the beach with a blankie has had them all up in arms this morning. Who's taking the picture? What the hell's going on? Boy, I tell you, they can't get enough of Aaron Rodgers. They tell you they hate him, but they can't get enough of him. And there's a little light has been shed on the Aaron Rodgers situation, right? I mean, we talked yesterday about it seemed like everybody wanted to paint the picture of Aaron Rodgers as if he's literally holding the Steelers hostage or something, trying to decide between them and the Giants. Well, the most recent thing on the most recent report, I guess, on the Aaron Rodgers front is from Diana Rossini, who's been on top of this thing for a few days now. The Vikings are having discussions about what they want to do at the quarterback position and if they want Rodgers. Rodgers is giving them time and waiting to make a decision. We all wait. That's Diana Rossini on the Aaron Rodgers front. I'm going to tell you what. If I had a 14-win, Super Bowl ready Minnesota Vikings team flirting with me, and my fallback was Mike Tomlin and the Pittsburgh Steelers with DK Metcalf on one side and Pickens on the other, I'd have me a blankie on that damn beach too, being nice and patient if it came down to it. So,
well, if it was between those two teams, you're not even paying attention to the Giants.
Oh no, well, I'm not. But I mean, maybe he is. Maybe he don't want to get out of New York. Maybe he got him a little side something up there in New York. He don't want to be too far from. I don't know. But boy, yeah, it sure seems like Aaron Rodgers in Minnesota is scary. Look, I don't know what people think about, like you personally think about Aaron Rodgers, but Aaron Rodgers from a talent perspective in Minnesota with that roster that Sam Darnold took to 14 wins and should have took a lot further than he did after the wheels came off versus the pressure late in the season as well as in the playoffs. Aaron Rodgers with the Minnesota Vikings is going to scare some folks, if indeed it does happen.
I'm trying to figure out why people are just all over Rodgers, like Adam Schefter being impatient with, like, man, will you hurry up and sign already? You know, the video that he did the other day? And then people calling Rodgers, just an egomaniac, and which all that might be true, but, I mean, how many days into free agency are we?
When I came out of the darkness.
Like a 30-something-year-old? Is he still 30-something, or is he 40?
I think he's over 40, bub.
Okay, I think he's going to be 41 this year then. But for an old guy, still trying to hang on and consider playing quarterback, take your time.
Darren said he was immunized instead of vaccinated, and how he handled that whole situation.
I know it's all gone downhill.
Well, no, look, it's just like no. I mean, look, hell, I mean, how much money's he got made? But like at the end of the day, like that for whatever reason turned people off in a major way.
Yeah.
And so now, from the media game perspective, anytime Aaron Rodgers comes up, the first person that's out there talking about his ego and talking about this and talking about that, you're gonna stir that crew up that doesn't like him because of the immunization approach that he had to COVID. Look, it's just wild to me how 99%. And look, there was clearly some diva in Aaron Rodgers. Like Aaron Rodgers he's always been a different cat and a diva and the Green Bay ways. And so people can all point back to that. But the shift happened when he got immunized.
Yeah.
That's when it all. I
don't disagree with that, but I like the football player. And I'm hoping the football player has a little left in the tank.
Yeah, when he's good, man.
And I hope he expels whatever's left in the tank with a good team this year. Steelers or Vikings. Don't really care which one he winds up with.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Vikings. I'd like to see the indoor with Justin Jefferson, with a great play caller, with they've done some stuff with their offensive line with that. I mean, they
well, take your ass to the NFC so the Texans don't have to worry about that situation.
Yeah, man, you're right there. Get that away from Pittsburgh, right?
The sense of humor that the universe has.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Players Championship. I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but round 2 is and I'll be honest with you, T. I can't read that the way you got that written in there. I ain't got them cats' names.
Minwoo Lee.
There you go.
Anybody cares about is winning, unfortunately, right now.
Akshay Bhatia. They're your leaders right now.
McElroy and Morikawa tied for 4th place. Scotty Scheffler. I don't know where I was going with that. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. For some reason, I thought I looked up at the TV this morning, and Scotty Scheffler was at the top. And clearly he wasn't.
They probably showed a top 10 is what you saw. I mean, he had a good day yesterday. He shot a 69, but there were a lot of 66s yesterday and a lot more today.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's the deal: is these guys this morning as I'm watching, trying to catch up. These guys, the weather's supposed to turn awfully bad on Sunday, so if you can get a big lead now, odds are you can keep it. So it looks like a couple of guys went 7 under today, a couple guys went 6 under today. Couple 5 unders, but as long as Scotty Scheffler's out there lurking, boy, you better look out because he can make a move on a Saturday and Sunday, no doubt.
So Morikawa and Hoffman went 7 under today, 65s.
There you go.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, one running back that was out there because I went ahead and decided that the Texans need one of their needs is running back as well. This isn't me determining that. It's them. They told us last year what they think about Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce couldn't even get on the field on Tumblewalk, a special teams ace. But the running back position with the Houston Texans has to be better. Both the backup as well as the third down scat back. And if it's two in the same, if it's the same person, that's fine. But they've got to get more out of their backup running back. For obvious reasons, but I think the biggest reason to me is we heard last year where the reason that we weren't using Joe Mixon in the pass game and in different formations is because he was worn out. He was having to play too many snaps. So you can only use him so much in so many ways. And we've got to at least have our backup running back position in shape enough to where we can spell Joe Mixon early in games so that he's better in the 4th. As well as throughout the season, he's healthy enough that we can and fresh enough that we can use him in the pass game. Because I think that's one. There's several ways schematically that this team can get better, like Dalton Schultz being better at what he does. But one of those ways is their ability to use Joe Mixon in the pass game out of the slot is a huge opportunity that was left on the shelf last year. And anyway, I say all that to say there was a running back, one of the running backs I had my eye on that I thought would be a really good fit for Houston as a backup, as a number 2 running back, as well as a guy that could help you on third down. He's off the market. Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt is returning to the Chiefs on a 1-year deal. And again, this is the kind of guy I'm looking for. You look at some of the advanced stats. Kareem Hunt was really, really good last year in Kansas City. He signs a 1-year deal worth up to $2.5 million. That's that they're looking for a backup running back that can help you in more than one way. Even if Dameon Pierce is this is where I'm like kind of. Because now the Texans are in a different place where we can evaluate guys a little differently, right? They built this roster to where now we can get critical about certain pieces, whereas before it was way down the list. Like I look at Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce is a good running back. Like Dameon Pierce is not good out of the backfield in terms of pass catching and running routes and creating opportunities there. Mm-hmm. Not saying he can't, but it's just not his specialty, right? And so like you need that number 2 guy to be craftier than what Dameon Pierce is. And so I don't know, man. I like the cream hunt kind of guy, especially at $2.5 million. You look at Raheem Mostert. I mean, he just went for, I think, $2.5 million somewhere. That's the kind of guy I'm looking for when we're talking about a Texas backup.
Mostert's had 3 pretty good seasons in a row with the Dolphins, and I forgot who he went to the other day.
The Raiders, maybe?
Yeah, I think it was the Raiders. You're right. But, the Kareem Hunt deal, you get him for up to 2.5. Dude almost ran for 800 yards last year, scored 7 touchdowns.
Yeah.
If Dameon Pierce, and I don't think it's going to be him, but if he could, or whoever is that TBD, and it's damn sure not going to be Dorian Gumbawale, if he could be to Joe Mixon what Ben Tate was to Arian Foster back in 2011, that was one of the best, probably the best 1-2 punch at running back the Texans have ever had. That's what you need at this point, given what you're paying. Joe Mixon should be getting out of a number 2 just a fraction of what Ben Tate was to Arian Foster. That would be a huge win for the Texans this year.
All right, there is a huge amount of pressure on C.J. Stroud. Huge amount of pressure. Monster year for him personally as well as for the Houston Texans. And what we're watching right now, I know they're not done yet, but what we're watching right now, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, you simply can't do it to the young fella. You got to be better for the young fella. I'll explain next right here on Sports Radio 610.
I love D'Amico Ryans, man. I tell you what.
Sheldon Rankins, come on down. The former Bengals defensive tackle is coming back to Houston and is expected to sign a 1-year, $7
with Cam Smith at third and Eastside Paredes at second.
New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Choke on this thing.
And presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Ron Hughley is out. Sean Bijani is in. T-Mill's on the ones and twos, and ain't nobody choking on nothing in this studio.
God bless America. What are you doing?
I done had grapes, cheese. I had boiled eggs. I had almonds. I ain't choked on nothing over here. I don't know what the hell Sean's talking about.
I couldn't help myself, man.
Hey, I tell you what, boys. They done launched that old rocket. I believe they're launching that rocket tonight. Go get them folks that's stuck at the space station. Y'all heard about this?
No.
Oh, I've heard about it. I didn't know
9
that was
months.
happening tonight.
9 months, Chief. 9 months. Two people been stuck at that space station.
What?
9 months.
Oh, we've all done 9 months in a uterus.
Does it say the names?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. They could have grew a baby in that thing.
Does it say the names of?
Well, there's 4 of them that are coming back on March the 15th.
Is one of them named Garen?
No, it's I think it's Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore are the 2 that I believe have been stuck up there. There's an Alexander and a Nick that are also coming back, but I think they're part of the group
Butch.
that's going up. Yeah, man.
Butch made it to be an astronaut.
They're supposed to. The way that NASA Twitter reads here, I think they're taking off from the NASA Kennedy over here at 7:03 p.m.
Okay.
And they'll dock March 15th at the space station.
Mm-hmm.
And those 4 that I just mentioned are scheduled to return to Earth a few years from things out before they get back in this direction.
Wonder if they're sending Bruce Willis.
Bruce ain't going. He's not in shape to go, man. He is.
That's true.
Yeah, Bruce is not. He's not in any shape to be getting on a rocket, I don't think.
He's already saved us once. It's all right.
But yeah, good point. Good point. He's already saved the world.
Matthew
once,
McConaughey. Go.
Guys,
right?
Y'all are missing the point. It's a rescue mission, man. They've been stuck up there for 9 months, and y'all want to see. You think they give a damn about Matthew McConaughey?
He's rescued people before.
Yes, tremendous movie.
Maybe not in space.
Yeah, he did. Interstellar.
I mean, I even try to save you guys.
But he got lost in the wormhole on that other movie.
That's Interstellar. But then he
saved him, and then he lost himself.
But then he got saved.
Then he got trapped behind a bookcase.
But yeah, as Clint's saying, bring our folks home.
I mean,
bring our friends home.
What
all
the
right?
hell's going on here, man?
I know our NASA folks kick ass. Get up there, get the job done, bring them home, put them on hard ground. Let's go.
Let's hit a quick prayer for a safe rocket launch, man, and let's arrive there so we can bring these folks home. And y'all want to talk about Matthew McConaughey and Mel Gibson? I mean, or Bruce Willis, whoever the hell it was. I'm sure Mel was in that conversation somewhere. But from one level of pressure to another, the pressure that's on C.J. Stroud this year is absolutely tremendous, y'all. I mean, this is a contract year for all intents and purposes for him.
Think Ben Affleck will go? I'm just kidding.
Maybe.
I'm done.
Was Ellen DeGeneres' former wife?
You got me. That's
Contact.
A question.
Who played? She had a weird name. Anyway,
I ain't got it. C.J. Stroud doesn't have a weird name though. He's got a very, very easy one. He's very easy. Very easy.
Clint hates me right now.
No. I love it. I'm just not a big movie buff, so I can't help. I can't help you, man. But whether you look at C.J. Stroud playing for a max deal, I mean, literally this year, there's major pressure on C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans. Is DeMeco Ryans a good head coach? That's a great defensive mind that can't get it figured out on the offensive side of the football. Is C.J. Stroud the quarterback that we watched year one and was rookie of the year and was Brady-like, surgical from the pocket, overcame and was a fixer? He overcame the receiver health issues, the O-line health issues? Or is he a guy that we saw last year, although it wasn't his fault all the way, but there is some level of responsibility for the quarterback and what all the pressure that was created, right? Who is he? One guy I ain't hesitating a bit to pay $60 million plus per year to, as long as he'll take it, right? The other guy, I think we got to have conversations about what that looks like. Now, that pressure is there no matter what happens. But what Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans just simply cannot do to this kid is let all this free agency, offseason, and draft fall by the wayside, and you still haven't upgraded this offensive line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? That's the reality of this situation right now. And I'm not sitting here to be patient. I'm being patient. What I'm saying is right now, this offensive line, interior offensive line, they're not a first-round draft pick away from being an improvement. Right? I mean, you're not we're going to use our first-round pick on a guard or a tackle, and then we're going to slide Titus Howard here or there. Like, you're not going to end up being better than what you were.
You said you were cool with the Texans getting a tackle high in the draft, though, and you think they could find a useful one there. Right?
I would be okay. What I would rather them do is be more aggressive while you still have guards on the free agent market before other teams lock them up.
Yeah.
Which they I think three or four left in the top 50 or something like that. But I would rather them be more aggressive now instead of this. Like Nick Caserio has this. To me, it's an overthinking of it all. Right? It's the same. It's the same way they always approached offensive football in New England, which he was always doing more with less.
Mm-hmm.
It was always, except with the exception of the Randy Moss year.
Yeah,
like Brady was always doing more with less.
Mm-hmm.
And my fear of that is you don't have Tom Brady. I think you got a guy that can play similar to Tom Brady stylistically, but you don't have Tom Brady. And the further we get removed from those days, the more we realize that, yes, Bill Belichick was great on the defensive side of the football,
mm-hmm.
but the rest of it was suspect.
Yeah.
The further removed we get away from that, the more I look at it and go, hey, man, how much of that was Brady's doing and constantly doing more with less and at the line of scrimmage and processing and avoiding pressure? Like, how much of that was just, hey, man, Brady's one of the best to ever do it?
Yeah.
And how much of it was, well, they were conservative and spread that money out across the board, didn't pay guys and developed guys and all of that stuff. That scares me with Nick Caserio that they're overthinking this thing. You had a major, major, major problem with the offensive line. It's layered, yes, but one of them was talent. And you decided, which I embraced the hell out of, to blow this thing up and start over. Blowing it up and starting over doesn't mean with a bunch of journeymen that haven't been good other places. It doesn't mean shuffling the deck here in Houston and putting your quote-unquote 5 best players out there. It doesn't mean hoping that your former draft picks develop. All of that's nice, but at some point in time, C.J. Stroud's got an unbelievable amount of pressure on him. It's a monster year for him. This organization is not going any further than C.J. Stroud can take him. For you to not protect him, and I'm talking about protecting him in a major way. Don't get into the season and because he doesn't process at this level or that level, we're having problems up front. Or because Juice Scruggs doesn't develop, we're having problems up front. Or the bargain hunting you did at the guard position during free agency doesn't work out. Those guys pan out to be exactly who they were the year before you got here. It doesn't work out. Like this, the approach that DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio are taking with the offensive line, they've got to be perfect to make it work.
Are there? Ask this question. You're good with the tackle situation right now?
No problem with the tackle situation.
Okay, so now guards, you got Ed Ingram and you've got Laken Tomlinson and
Juice Scruggs.
You get Juice Scruggs, right?
Yes.
Are there top-level guards available on the free agent market right now, in your opinion, that you feel like the Texans should be going to get and bringing them in?
I wouldn't say top level. I would say significantly more dependent and significantly better than what you have in-house right now.
Okay,
yes.
So if they're still out there and the Texans have literally been doing something every other day, right, in changing the complexion of not just their line but their team on all sides of the ball, it's still a work in progress. This is a little similar to me what we watched happen last offseason with the Texans when they traded knucklehead defensive tackle that just signed a 2-year deal, Malik Collins, to the 49ers for a 7th-round pick. You lost Sheldon Rankins at the time to the Cincinnati Bengals for $1 million.
Yeah.
And you went out and got Foley Fatukasi and Danico Autry and Mario Edwards Jr. and Tim Settle, and we're sitting around thinking like, dude, Like, none of this is, like, really doing it for us. Like, what's going on here? Like, we need a name. You need somebody that's going to, tear something up on the interior. And lo and behold, like, they took a top 11 defense, top 12 or top 16 defense 2 years ago, and they turned it into a top 6. And you, again, for a second consecutive year setting the interior. So maybe we're going to be pleasantly surprised. Maybe it's not necessarily just the names. And by the way, like, how many household named guards are there available on the free agent market?
Well, there were a bunch of them, but teams that needed to protect young quarterbacks went out there and got them. But yeah, no, look, I mean, last year was their year to try that crap. Right, last year was the year to try that crap with Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason and you got guys like Kendrick Green that are backing up. You got like the backup plan, the starting plan bombed, right, and the backup plan sucked. Like last year was the year for you to try to do more with less and skimp by and hope guys developed and all that stuff. Now I'm just here to tell you, like, I don't think they're done. I think they're going to I think it's going to look totally different, and I'm talking about totally different at the top. When by the time they're done with this thing, by the time we go to training camp. But the way it looks right now, this patient game, this doing more with less, and going and getting these guys that are projects and developmental guys at best. I'm telling you, man, Nick and D'Amico, if this doesn't work, because that's what I'm saying. You got to, like, Laken Tomlinson. I mean, he gave up as many pressures last year as Kenyon. He was as bad as Kenyon Green. So was Ed Ingram, bad as Kenyon Green from a pass blocking perspective, right? Like, you gotta fix both of those guys, and those guys got to stay healthy and be absolute nails at the guard position for this to make sense.
Yeah, but
right, you've got, like, Juice Scruggs has to come along and be your starting center and be able to communicate and stay healthy for all of this to make sense. Like, this effort, the effort you're putting forth, they're leaving again. I think they're going to bring other guys in. I'm just telling you, it would be absolute criminal to C.J. Stroud if you don't have a more foolproof plan at the offensive line position than what you got right now.
I just got to say this about Ed Ingram. He looks like he has a lot more bulldog in him than Kenyon Green could ever hope to have.
I think that's fair.
Kenyon, Laramie Tunsil maybe called both of them dogs. Kenyon Green might be a little Chihuahua. Ed Ingram looks like he's got a little Doberman in him.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So I feel good about that and the veteran experience. Now, maybe he was not a great pass blocker or hasn't been, but what about in this offense? What about with this offensive line coach? What about the guys that he's working alongside? I think there's a time and a place to get the very best out of guys.
Better be right.
And I'm not saying Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram are going to be the answer.
Cole Popovich better be the best thing since sliced bread coaching offensive line.
You know what
Nick Caley better be the best play caller that we've seen in the league since McVay got in here.
I'm just going to tell you
guys
this.
You're talking about better develop their ass off.
You know what the Texans did not have this past season on that offensive line is good quality depth to push guys for their jobs. What they did have 2 years ago, they had good quality former NFL starting depth to push guys for their jobs. You needed every bit of George Fant you got. You needed every bit of Michael Dieter that you got. And Josh Jones as well. At one point in time, everybody had clubs on their hands, with the offensive line. Like, you've been through these injury situations now, but you had namesake depth, quality depth 2 years ago. You didn't do it last year. I think they can do it this year, and they've shown with Ed Ingram and bring him back.
That's the one thing I think they've accomplished.
That's really good quality depth.
I think you got some wars, you got some competition. That's gonna be fun. But you better get some top notch dudes in here immediately. All right, here we go. We got Cooper Kupp. He has made a decision, and he is going to play football next year. We'll tell you if it's in Houston or somewhere else. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Check it out.
convenience. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Man, woman, or child, right?
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I ain't got that one, but that's a banger right there, too. I like that little beat right there, boy.
I like to treat y'all's ears to a little treat here and there, you know?
Come on, baby. It's one of them old Freaky Fridays. I see what you're doing on this Friday about 6 o'clock. I see what you're doing. I don't know what your evening's going to consist of, Tyler, but I bet it's adventurous to say the least.
Whiskey and sex,
whoa,
most likely.
Does your wife know? Does your wife know? Is
she better. She's been out of town all week.
She's married to you. She knows what's going on, man.
Yeah, she does.
All right, here we go, y'all. We got a little news here. We talked about this guy a little earlier in the show, Cooper Kupp. It is breaking news around the NFL world. He is signing with the Seahawks. Per source. This is according to Diana Rossini, by the way.
How much?
I don't know. We're not seeing those numbers yet. Seattle traded DK Metcalf and released Tyler Lockett, but adds another weapon for Sam Darnold in the form of Super Bowl MVP Cooper Kupp. I'm interested to see what's left in the tank. Do you? Let me see what you got.
3 years. Mm-hmm. $45 million.
15 a year. How much is that? Is that up to, or is that 45, 15 a year? Just how much is guaranteed? You got all them numbers yet?
Rappaport just said, right there at about 15 a year.
That's it. 3 years, 45. That's 15 a year. I would be interested if it is, how much of that is incentive based. I would have been okay with that with I don't know about 15, but yeah, that I really don't care what the top number would be, but some in game, per game bonuses. You're healthy every game you're healthy and you're on the roster, or active roster. We'll give you $500,000 or something, and it adds up to another $7-8 million on the year, or whatever that adds up to. What does it add to? Yeah, $8 million, I guess, whatever the number is. But I would have been interested in something like that. I would imagine he went out and got some guaranteed money.
Was he your? Oh, sure, yeah. I think definitely. Was he your number one guy, like on the wide receiver market right now? When you're considering, like, okay, there's Kupp, now he's off. Are you still considering Stephon Diggs? You looking at Amari Cooper? You thinking about a Keenan Allen? Like, who you liking for the Texans?
For me, look, again, it's all the guys you just mentioned. I don't know who they are. I know who Keenan Allen is, and I know Keenan Allen is a little bit older, but I watched Keenan Allen with the Bears last year, and every time I turned the TV on, Keenan Allen was making plays.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the only time Keenan Allen wasn't blatantly obvious a Bear and a difference maker was when they couldn't protect their quarterback, or he was throwing the quick game to somebody else.
Yeah.
Right until it seemed like Keenan Allen was always open and always getting a rock. Now, so he's a guy that's a little older, a little longer in the tooth. That really doesn't fit for me. I love Keenan Allen, but that doesn't fit for me. Right? The one that piques my interest is Amari Cooper. Last year, the disappearing act he pulled late with the Buffalo Bills blows my mind. What I'm seeing is reports that he was hampered by some injuries and just wasn't able to keep up. And so, are the injuries still a problem? Is he fully healthy? Is he the guy that went for 200-plus yards here against the Texans in 2023? Like, does he still have that in the tank? That intrigues me. Outside of that, man, I'll be honest with you. I'm looking for speed.
Yeah.
Like, to me, what if we go back to what Nick Caley, like I think the difference in what we saw in the Bobby Slowick system to what we're going to see in the Nick Caley system, I think they're going to be very similar. Obviously, same terminology. I think we're going to see more 11 personnel, right? I think, and then which is one receiver. I'm sorry, one back, one tight end, three receivers. And I think we're going to see receivers that have more established positions. Christian Kirk's going to be an inside receiver. He's going to be a slot receiver, right? Nico Collins is going to be an outside receiver, probably your boundary receiver. I'd like to see him made a little bit more priority, moving him around, doing some other things, not wait till everybody else get hurt to use Nico the same way that, let's say, the Bengals use Jamar Chase, right? Like, don't let teams take him out of the mix. Like, move him around. So I'd like to see that, but he's still an outside receiver anyway you slice it. And about complementary receivers across the board, what you're missing is a take the top off speed guy, right? I think you can find that in the draft. I think you can go get an Xavier Worthy type guy and at the very least say, you're going to play a lot of snaps, you're going to run your ass off.
Yeah.
You're going to be a guy that we're going to design plays to where you are the take the top off guy, and we're going to feed you, we're going to get you some catches, but at the end of the day, we're bringing you in because you're a speed guy. That can be established in the draft, right? And then you look at that right there across the board. Christian Kirk inside, a speed guy outside. Nico is your predominant, your priority wide receiver, and then good gosh, Dalton Schultz, give me something. And now you've got some targets, I think, for CJ, and you've got a complementary group that can create space underneath for Nico, can create space underneath for Dalton, can create space underneath for Christian Kirk kind of deal. You've got some complementary pieces. Right now, you got Nico and a bunch of guys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm talking, look, the kid that they signed from Kansas City, what's his name? Watson.
Justin Watson.
I mean, you can talk about him being a deep threat if you want, but
Braxton Berrios.
I mean, all these guys. You got a bunch of guys. You got a bunch of guys that need to be, really, if we're being honest, fourth on the depth chart, maybe competing for a third spot. If John Mechie,
I think they're pushing Mechie out. I think those guys are competing to push Mechie out.
They're going to push Mechie out where?
Off of the team.
Mechie's got. I'm going to tell you what. This is what Mechie's got the inside track to be the number 3 wide receiver on this team. I know you don't want to hear that.
No, I see it.
No, that's CJ's dude. I'm telling you right now. They have made John Mechie a priority time and time and time again, and what I've watched is not normal. Like, it's not that's not Mechie getting run with the ones all offseason last year, having not ever done anything and wasn't doing anything then. During the regular season, like, Mechie came on and played some good football late, and to the point we talked about on this show all the time. Like, hey man, John Mechie's showing some promise. I get it now. John Mechie's doing some things, but the way he was treated, there's definitely a dynamic of like, hey, that's CJ's dude. So he's gonna be given every single opportunity.
Oh, I think opportunity, but I don't know that he seizes it. Is my point.
Well, we'll see.
You know what I mean?
We'll see how that, what happens. But there's no doubt about it. Like, he's got the inside track because of CJ. Now, that can't trump the draft. That can't trump bringing in somebody here that's got more of a speed wide receiver. I like John Mechie in that him and Christian Kirk in that slot role. I think that's where Mechie needs to live anyway. But like, I don't hate that as a depth guy and as a piece to compete. What I don't like is going into the season and John Mechie's overall the third most experienced receiver on this roster.
No, I agree
that just
with you.
can't happen.
I think they need to be treating it, and to some degree they have. They got, again, Braxton Berrios and Justin Watson, and they're versatile players, but they need to be treating the receiver core like they are trying to do the offensive line, bringing in veteran guys, somebody that's going to help develop and push the younger guy. That's getting everybody better. I don't know how much competition there really was in the wide receiver core last year or on the offensive line, to be honest with you.
The problem with our conversation, Sean, and you're right. I mean, it's not wrong. But the problem with our conversations, to put it just black and white, the guys I'm talking about, we ain't competing. Like, the guards I'm talking about, we ain't competing. I mean, you're signing these guys, you're trading for these guys, you're drafting these guys, and it's plug and play. We're not competing. The receivers I'm talking about, it's plug and play. We're not competing. I mean, if something happens and John Mechie takes this huge step and all of a sudden he's competing with Christian Kirk or he's competing with a first or second round draft, cool, that's fine. But to me, I'm talking about the level guys where it's like, man, we need you, bro. Like, we got to have you. If you're in a Texans uniform, you're plugged in right here. Like Amari Cooper, you're not competing, man. You're coming in here.
No.
Now, if you ain't,
100%.
If you've taken a step back to where you are competing with guys like John Mechie, then we got a problem. But ultimately, the guys I'm talking about, we're not talking about competing. We're talking about playing. Hey, T, got to get to it, baby. We got to get to it. T Mills, best bets. What you got?
Yeah, and it's been a rough week. It's been a rough week.
Hey, it ain't how you start, baby. It's how you end this thing.
That's true. Y'all know we always aim for that 60% success mark. Well, this week we're holding right now at 43%. So need a good night on a Friday, and I got 5 NBA bets for you. Real quick, as always, listed off. First, I got the Magic plus 11.5 points as they travel to Minnesota to take on the T-Wolves. Then I got an over. Celtics at the Miami Heat, over 214.5 prop. Şengün The hometown kid, Alpy, over 10.5 rebounds tonight as the Rockets take on the Mavericks. Then, guess I didn't learn from B. Scott.
This is the one you can do. This is the one you can get away with.
Jalen Green, over 21.5 points for the Rockets tonight. And lastly here, I got Ja Morant, Memphis Grizzly, over 4.5 rebounds for Ja in his game this evening. Is there any y'all love, any you hate?
I'm going to be honest with you. I want to get that Alpy with you, but I don't think. I mean, this is a game where Alpy's going to be on the bench a good chunk of the second half, so he's going to do a lot of work early.
Yeah.
Did you say Jalen Green
over 21.5?
Over 21.5?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Again,
I like that one. I think he's coming on. Like, he had his best game in like 2-3 weeks the other night when he led the team in scoring.
If they're up 20 at half, does he play in the second half? That's the key. He's usually one that stays on the floor.
Probably.
When they're destroying folks, he stays on the floor.
He may play Damen Thompson when they were up 29 points, 5 minutes left to go in the game the other night. Got him hurt.
Let me get on that Jalen Green with you, $100. Let me get on that Jalen Green.
Let's ride.
Talk me into it. This is what B. Scott told us not to do, and here we are.
Yeah.
Sean Bijani, man, appreciate you, man. It was big time. Enjoyed the hell out of it, brother. Hey, T-Mill, I appreciate you being able to go out the night before and come in not sounding like you're nasally, sounding like you're Tracy Lawrence trying to do the radio show.
Yes, sir. I ain't no rookie.
Be careful out in them streets tonight, man. It gets wild every now and then on Friday night in H-Town. You know what I mean? Until next week, baby. H-Town, we love you.